combated though, especially not like a face close combat that just keeps it from moving. And so Rillaboom out onto the field, gets the defense boost from Grassy Seed, gets the Unburden onto Sneasler, and gets Ursaluna out of trouble.
But that's something that this Sneasler on Elise's side can still leverage. That Focus Sash allows you to stay around for one more turn. But the Sneasler is actually going to go for the fake out into Sierra's Rillaboom, but it's a double fake out from Elise. That's an unusual play, given that you maybe would have wanted to get some damage out with one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, not something you see very often, just as passive as the double protect, but with you getting to click the attacks, no Focus Sash is broken or anything, so it gives a free adjustment to get the Rillaboom on the field without really any significant punish. Of course, a tiny bit of damage onto both Pokemon, and now fake out pressure also diffused, and so Sneasler maybe feeling a little bit more safe here, go out with Sword Stance without really risking a KO coming from the other side. Of course, no acrobatics from the Sneasler on the other side means that it doesn't have the damage, and in fact is just going to protect itself this turn.
Yeah, you don't want that Focus Sash to be broken arbitrarily, and that's something that this Rillaboom pressures with the fake out. And so great protect here from Elise to at least stop that, but it's giving an opening to Sierra's own Sneasler to go for the Sword Stance. At +2 attack, it's going to be +1 now because of the parting shot from Elise's own Incineroar, but even at +1, you're mitigating that Intimidate drop.
Right, so between the parting shot and the Intimidate, back to neutral on the Swords Dance, and so you've undone that, you've gotten Sneasler back to normal attack. That means it can continue to boost though. There's not really much damage threat still from the other side. Grimmsnarl can't do much about this, but it can threaten Thunder Wave, which would be a difficult thing to overcome if you want to play with Sneasler long term. But Unburden means that Sneasler would still, even paralyzed, have kind of natural Sneasler speed, which is quite fast, faster than Grimmsnarl or Incineroar easily, for example. And so you might be able to just accept that Thunder Wave if you don't think there's a way through this game without it. And yeah, still not much damage threatened to Sneasler on the other side. Meanwhile, Elise's Sneasler, it can definitely target the Rillaboom slot, whether you think it's Rillaboom staying in and you want to throw a Dire Claw there, or you think it's Ursaluna coming in and you want to throw a Close to Combat there. There's some big damage potential there, and damage that hasn't been mitigated at all. There's no Intimidate from Sierra's side, no Reflect, no Parting Shot. There's just a Sneasler on Elise's side that has full damage potential available on this turn.
That's really hard though, because what would you switch in? I think that's the kind of the issue being on the back foot like this is Sierra doesn't really have a lot of great options to switch into the damage. So Rillaboom's actually going to stay on the field and go for that terrestrialization again, as we saw in that first game.
Yeah, wants to make sure it isn't under threat from Dire Claw, and so uses the Fire Terrestrialization. But yeah, this is where Thunder Wave just has to be accepted by the Sneasler on the other side. That could also mean that Drum Beating into the Sneasler on Elise's side could mean the Sneasler on Sierra's side is faster again, and yeah, Dire Claw doing less than 50%, but also getting a paralysis of her own with the Dire Claw into the Rillaboom, and one more Swords Dance. No Oricorio on the field to copy it with Dancer, just +2 attack from Sneasler on that side.
Yeah, but the high horsepower, it is actually going to do quite a bit to the Sneasler. Doesn't bring it down to a Focus Sash, but it basically does the same thing of bringing it down to a sliver of HP.
Actually more, but this one's Poison Touch, and so wouldn't have been unburdened anyway, but sometimes you can get that nice advantage from not activating the Focus Sash. Instead here, the two Sneaslers probably sitting at the same speed now. One unburdened and paralyzed, the other one no unburdened but not paralyzed. And so this is where Drum Beating or Grassy Glide can finish up that KO and make them not have to fight in speed against each other, but for now Sneasler just protecting itself from that threat while Reflect goes up from Grimmsnarl to mitigate the damage from these two physical attackers on the other side.
It's tough because Sierra's Sneasler is at +2 now. After the first Sword Stance, it was able to get a second one after going back to neutral. This Acrobatics is actually not doing as much as maybe you would have liked to see into the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, +2, but now with Reflect up means that you still have less damage than a +2 would ordinarily be, despite having clicked Swords Dance twice already. Two paralyzed Pokemon on the other side, but still plenty of damage potential, right? The Grimmsnarl isn't doing that much back. Grassy Glide's still probably threatening a KO into Sneasler on this side, and so, you don't need to get it all at once. You can get it slowly, and that Acrobatics is great progress in the Grimmsnarl on Elise's side. Now, of course, Incineroar is in the back. Incineroar will come back in at some point, intimidate away one of those attack boosts on the Sneasler, and also mitigate damage coming from Rillaboom on the other side. Wouldn't be surprised to see that right now with the Sneasler needing to leave the field. So yeah, Incineroar right back in at full health to get two really nice Intimidate.
Grimmsnarl only has Foul Play, though, as its attacking option, and because both of these Pokemon are paralyzed, I kind of wonder what else this Grimmsnarl can do outside of setting up another screen. Maybe you decide to go for Light Screen because there is that Blood Moon Ursaluna that you know is in the back, but Foul Play is at least able to help you chip away at both of these physical attackers. Might even actually do some pretty considerable damage to the Sneasler on the other side, because it got another Sword Stance boost.
Yeah, Sneasler now at +3. Even resisting Foul Play, it might start to take some significant damage. Rillaboom, the -1 attack means that Foul Play actually does less damage there, and so isn't quickly adding up to a KO onto Rillaboom. The Sneasler continues to be a bigger and bigger threat. It was -1, then it was +1 and back to neutral, then it was +2, now +3. You know, at some point, Elise has to actually threaten a KO against it, or it's just going to run out of control. At +3, it might already be threatening an Acrobatics KO into Grimmsnarl that would deny you that Foul Play option, but for now has to worry about Fake Out coming from Elise's side, and so Rillaboom going to switch out into the back, wants to preserve Grassy Terrain for the future, and wants to provide some redirection support next to Sneasler and get Electabuzz on the field.
Oh, but I thought this might be a big opportunity for the Sneasler to actually just go for a Protect, so it doesn't need all this damage. Foul Play isn't enough to pick up the knockout, though, so that's kind of a big deal, but even with this Follow Me, this Sneasler is kind of on last life with that little HP left.
Yeah, Sneasler will go down to the next thing that hits it, but you've got to first deal with Electabuzz if that next thing that hits it is not a spread move. And of course, Incineroar nor Grimmsnarl have access to a spread move, so it's going to be kind of more slow going against Electabuzz. The other thing Follow Me can help you with is that you won't get parting shotted and lose an attack boost that way. So Sneasler has the +3, has some protection for that +3, and can swing out for damage into either the Incineroar with close combat or into the Grimmsnarl with either close combat or acrobatics.
It's getting really tense now as the Electabuzz just has to help its ally, redirecting away that attention so the Sneasler might be able to get one more move off. Maybe as Grimmsnarl's last move, it's going to have the light screen up now, but the close combat is plenty to pick up this Incineroar. A one-hit knockout. Doesn't even get a chance to use that Pinch Berry and get that HP recovery back. So really great job here by Sierra to get that first knockout and maybe even close out this game.
Yeah, I think a really crucial moment in this game that Incineroar was allowed to just go down. Right? You could have imagined a world where it switched out into the back, either by sacrificing Sneasler here or taking Volcarona into the resisted close combat, and then was able to intimidate again in the future. But that's the path through this game where you think you can mitigate damage from Sneasler again. The other path is the damage mitigation is done, Incineroar needs to go down, and we need to do some damage of our own. Because Elise has to find a way through these four Pokemon. Has done significant damage to Rillaboom, significant damage into Sneasler, but hasn't taken a KO yet, and Electabuzz still looks so healthy on the other side.
Well, she locked into this very quickly. The Stellar Terrestrialization onto the Sneasler is going to give a bit of a boost of damage to that close combat. But Sneasler going for the Protect, at least will keep itself safe this turn, but at least still has an opportunity here to get in a big chunk of damage. Dark Claw is also going to get boosted by the Stellar Terra, and it gets the critical hit as well, just through those defenses. But Electabuzz goes for the Electro Web. Very smart choice here from Sierra to make sure that you're going to lower the speeds of both this Grimmsnarl and a Sneasler. Unfortunately, you're not able to get the KO onto Elise's Sneasler, though. Maybe something you would have liked to see from that spread damage.
So Electro Web, very helpful for the speed drop in Sneasler, like you mentioned, doesn't pick up the KO. The light screen from a moment ago probably doing enough to stop that KO, but it does mean that the Sneasler on Sierra's side should be moving first because of Unburden despite the paralysis, and so the Sneasler on Elise's side needs to get out into the back, get its speed reset. That brings Volcarona at full health back onto the field, but oh, this is the crucial fully paralysis. This is what the risk was in accepting the Thunder Wave so many turns ago. The Sneasler doesn't move, and Electabuzz just goes for a Electro Web into both of these Pokemon. Grimmsnarl is going to get a chance to Foul Play.
And that Foul Play will be enough to knock out Sierra's Sneasler after so much effort to keep it in the game. With this Electabuzz alongside of it, it is going to go down and leave Sierra with 3 Pokemon. At least we're tied up in the Pokemon count for this game, but I'm starting to wonder whether or not Elise might have the better position now with this almost full HP Volcarona.
Yeah, I think surely she does, right? You still have the Ursaluna that can yawn and disrupt. You still have the Rillaboom with the Fire Terrestrialization, but also the Rillaboom that's going to provide even more recovery to this Volcarona. We saw the difficulty in ever finding the damage into the Volcarona in Game 1, and now you've lost Sneasler. You've lost the biggest damage potential against Volcarona. We can kind of go back to where we were in Game 1 here, where despite how low Elise's side is, you can still start Quiver Dancing. You have to, worry about getting yawned and eventually sleeping. But for now, the option is there to get some boosts. Otherwise, Blood Moon will do significant damage even with Light Screen, much less than from like a Life Orb, Terra Normal Ursaluna like we've seen, but maybe enough to be a big threat. And so Volcarona for now going to just switch out and bring the Sneasler back in for this turn.
Caesar comes in with only just a little bit of HP remaining, but maybe in the perfect moment. Sierra goes for a Protect onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but Electabuzz is still going to be faster after all of those Electro Web drops to Grimmsnarl's speed. Unfortunately, Caesar comes in and sacrifices itself to get that Volcarona back out onto the field. But I don't even know if this foul play is actually going to be enough to knock out this Electabuzz. Okay, it does get the job done, but I was a little worried for a second there since Electabuzz doesn't usually have very good attack.
Yeah, so gets the KO on Electabuzz, spins a pretty valuable resource in Sneasler, but it was going to be difficult to find an opportunity for Sneasler. With Grassy Glide available from Rillaboom, you're going to have to do some weaving to ever get an attack off. So maybe that was your way to one-shot Ursaluna at the end of this game. The Stellar boost for fighting hadn't actually been used yet, and so you could have gotten a big close combat into Ursaluna. Now it's going to be all about Volcarona and Grimmsnarl up against Rillaboom and Ursaluna. You know, two very bulky Pokemon, both of which have leftovers plus Grassy Terrain. None of this is going to end that quickly. But it feels like the Volcarona probably has the advantage because it can Quiver Dance and because it has Light Screen. But Fake Out can disrupt that, so you've got to Protect on this first turn, and that leaves Grimmsnarl very vulnerable on this turn.
Yeah, oh, but Ursaluna actually does go for a yawn into the Volcarona, so maybe just a little bit more wiggle room here for Elise to work with. Unfortunately, the Rillaboom is going to follow that up with a drum beating into the Grimmsnarl, and no screens will save it from getting knocked out on this turn. Otherwise, you saw the vision. Go for the foul play into the Rillaboom. Hope that's going to help at least make sure that this Rillaboom is a little bit easier to KO. With the Assault Vest, it's going to be tough for this Volcarona to get through, and now the Reflect is also gone.
The Reflect is gone, but that doesn't probably matter too much without much damage coming from Rillaboom on the other side. But I think crucially the yawn is going to mean that Volcarona will fall asleep fairly soon. The Fake Out pressure making Volcarona Protect on that last turn lets Grimmsnarl go down, and the Electro Webs from Electabuzz meant that despite the paralysis, the Rillaboom was actually moving before Grimmsnarl on that last turn.
Really great speed control from Sierra in that mid-game to set up for this longer game, with this Ursaluna being preserved until this final moment. So despite getting this Quiver Dance boost, I mean, it's actually kind of okay for Elise to get another one?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Like, you can get it put to sleep, but it's going to be +2, +2, +2 by the time that it falls asleep. And then where is the damage against it? The Rillaboom on the other side can swing out with a neutral high horsepower. You can use Blood Moons from a not very offensive Ursaluna into you know, special defense boosted Volcarona, but it's getting this Grassy Terrain and leftovers recovery, so it might be able to go through these sleep turns, especially depending on how long they are. I think that could be the crucial decider here. Volcarona has not spent any turns of sleep. Somewhere between 1 and 3 turns, it's going to skip now. How much can Sierra get done during those up to 3 turns that Volcarona is asleep? There's the first one. That's the guaranteed one. We knew this one was coming. How much damage is coming out?
Wow, but I mean, the Ursaluna has the perfect opportunity to go for Blood Moon, but look at those +2 special defense boosts. Really making sure that this Volcarona can actually stick around, but it's looking quite tight. Grassy Terrain recovery and the leftovers brings it back up to about 50%.
The risk here is that if it wakes up, it will wake into Giga Drain probably onto Ursaluna, with Grassy Terrain, and the +2 will just be a KO and a full recovery. And so it's got to sleep, but it doesn't sleep. It wakes up.
It woke up to get the Giga Drain into 1 and knockout into the Ursaluna. And even though the light screen has expired and would have allowed this Ursaluna to do just a little bit more damage, that is a big amount of HP recovery for this Volcarona to have gotten back. Can this Rillaboom actually get through it now? High horsepower is going to look like about a 6-hit knockout. I think Volcarona has done it.
Yeah, there's no way for Rillaboom to get through this now. I mean, the Volcarona can protect itself to get extra leftovers recovery. You don't have to worry about yawn anymore. Volcarona has won it. It's got the only 1-turn sleep. It got the big damage into the Ursaluna on the other side, and the Ursaluna on the other side just didn't have the bulkiness to take a Giga Drain, didn't have the offense to get it done with Blood Moon, and so Volcarona comes out on top despite the yawn.
It's still going to have to whittle away at this Rillaboom, and so where there's a will, sometimes there is a way. But the Rillaboom gets paralyzed. Insult to injury here as this Volcarona takes a victory lap across this Rillaboom.
Yeah, even with critical hits, the high horsepowers just aren't going to add up fast enough. And so, yeah, there's the concession. Sierra recognizes what is there, and Elise wins it 2-0.
Wow, congratulations to both of them. Elise must be feeling just so much excitement. You can kind of see it's like taking a bit of a toll, the emotional state of being able to win. And also such a long match. I can't imagine how long some of these matches might have taken Sierra on her own or Elise on her own to actually be able to navigate through with all of the different disruption methods that both of these teams had. And despite that, what a marathon of a set we just saw. Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice base! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Over 750 hopeful trainers with their eyes set on victory road showed up to the Milwaukee Regional Championships yesterday, but only the best of the best have made their way to phase 2 of the competition, with their sights set on making it to the top cut, the finals, and trying to secure themselves a championship title. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Sierra Dawn, your host, joined here. We got Gabby, we got Evan. How are we feeling, friends?
I'm feeling pretty great. We saw some incredible battles yesterday. We saw some incredible team building. We saw some incredible moments of friendship. I mean, what else do you need from a Pokemon event?
Yeah, I'm wide awake and I am just so ready to get into these matches because this should be an incredible tournament. Everything I wanted out of Regulation H is here in Milwaukee.
It has been a lot of fun so far, and that's something that we got to see within yesterday's matches. It's Halloween. We're in for all the tricks and treats, and looking at our Swiss rounds yesterday, particularly this first match we have featured, it was Glowwick and a Whimsicott. Like, what is this?
New player, Golflick, showed up and did a great job. Wait,
Wait, what?
no,
Who's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Wait, is Wolf?
That's Wolf? The Wolf Glick.
What?
That's right. The Wolf Glick here in Milwaukee was running the Hisuian Zoroark, and you saw for a brief moment there exactly why this Pokemon has been doing very well. There's actually 6 Zoroark in the field here in Day 2, not just on Wolf's team. But one of the big things about it is faster than Ninetales. So Ninetales is often the fastest Pokemon on a lot of players' teams, and Zoroark is actually 1 point faster than, like 1 stat point faster than Ninetales, which means it can get the Icy Wind off first, and then partner Pokemon like Golden Go can go for the knockout. And we've really been seeing just how important that is, as a lot of these players have centralized around Ninetales as the fastest Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, being able to see, again, when we're looking at Regulation H, where we're expecting a lot of the same top Pokemon, to be able to see those creative choices and where exactly it fits into the meta has been really cool. And to see like 6 Hisuian Zoroark in phase 2, I cannot wait. Of course, you can also use the top Pokemon, but it's how you use them. And looking at the next Swiss round yesterday that we were able to feature, Leonard Craft III. And I mean, we get to see some typical Pokemon, but in interaction, we don't necessarily get to see as much.
Yeah, it's not just creativity about the Pokemon, it's creativity about the plays. And Leonard Craft III is probably the most knowledgeable person about Pokemon mechanics, and he correctly was able to use the fact that Psychic Terrain doesn't work on your partner Pokemon to attack his own Annihilate to power up its Rage Fist and then heal itself up with a Drain Punch and then really power through the remainder of this game too. And he's currently undefeated still here in phase 2 of the competition. Definitely one of the strongest players out there in the field, and you can see why. You have to have that intimate knowledge of the game in order to succeed in such a tough field, and I think he's probably on his way to top cut, honestly.
Yeah, and actually we just saw the 2 undefeated players that remain in the tournament. Both Wolfglick and Leonard Kraft are undefeated, still 9-0 in the tournament.
That is crazy. And a matchup I'd be super, super excited to witness. But we still have another match that we want to talk about from yesterday. And I thought that going into this, like, you know, Hisuian Zoroark might be one of the cooler Pokemon we've talked about. But let me introduce you to our friend Oricorio, the only one in our phase 1 field.
Yeah, the hottest club in Milwaukee is the Regional Championships. We got quiver dances, we got fiery dances, we got revelation dances. The beat is pumping, and Elise rocked out on this game, crushing it with this Oricorio.
What was really cool as well was it wasn't just the fact that Oricorio was able to use its dancer ability to copy all of these dances and get all of those stat boosts. Elise's play was very methodical. She was able to use the Grimmsnarl and the natural bulk that the quiver dances gave her team to great success. And I also just loved her smile at the end of that. Like, what a great moment to witness on stream.
Yeah, and that Swiss round was, I mean, to secure 7-1, winning the first one of the day as well. These are updated Swiss standings. As you called out, Evan, Leonard Kraft and Wolfglick are 9-0s, but those 8-1 players as well, sitting at a fantastic record. Ale was undefeated on phase 1 of the competition. So yeah, anyone at 8-1, looking really strong positions. You'll have a couple matches to close out, don't get me wrong, but you're close to that top cut.
It's so close.
10 wins.
You just have to dance a little bit further.
just a couple more steps. And, I do want to shout out Josh Lorsy here at 8-1. Also made it to the top 8 in Pittsburgh. So having an incredible 2-tournament series so far. I believe running very similar stuff to what he was running in Pittsburgh. So definitely someone that I expect to make it into top cut as well. But incredible trainers across the board here, including, you know, Monterey Regional Champion Stefan Mott, who I believe just dropped, got the unlucky pair up to Wolf and dropped that one to allow Wolf to stay undefeated.
Yeah, and of course, for the trainers competing today, the championship title is always nice. That's what we want to strive for. But valuable points are on the line as well. Of course, the whole season is all ramping up to the World Championships, but even benchmarks before that, because there's going to be things like travel awards, travel stipends on the line. So even for trainers who have secured a direct invitation, these points are still going to be really, really valuable. So each match, I mean, that could be the difference later on between, I mean, a travel award or not, World's Invite or not.
Exactly. So if you see trainers like Stefan or like Chupa Cross, who won in Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, competing throughout the year, that's because they want those travel awards. I mean, also to stay in shape, obviously, but getting a travel award to an international championship can be a huge boost in morale and, you know, an opportunity to get even more prizing and really feel solid going into the World Championships at the end of the season.
And I mean, we've talked about the players, we've talked about the stake, but let's talk about the Pokemon as well and take an eye of the top 12 Pokemon here in phase 2 of our meta. And I mean, going into this, that first line, Evan, is quite a familiar sight.
Yeah, I think we've seen these 6 Pokemon in exactly that configuration a number of times this tournament.
Emmanuel Briganti won Frankfurt with those 6 Pokemon. They're great. What else can you say? They're great.
It's really interesting to see sort of this, you know, we have the top 4 here all hovering around 47 to 52%. That's half the field is running some combination of these 4 Pokemon with additional partners, the most common being the Ninetales and the Sneasler because of that Frankfurt winning team.
I mean, it has been such a strong team, and it's really made people need to rethink what's happening with their own Regulation H team. So that definitely a configuration of 6 Pokemon to beat, but we'll have to see throughout the day which ones can take it down. Of course, you want to make sure you tune into all the broadcasts, Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's going to be all your information about this event and further events going on forward. And of course, for the channels, make sure that you are following them. Great opportunity. We highlighted some great matches from yesterday. There was many more. Great opportunity to go back to the VOD and see what you've missed. As for us, we have a competition to get started with, so let's go to our format video and get this started.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, what a way to set the stage for Phase 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Len Duel, and we are so excited to kick off the stream today as we power forward closer to our top cut and who will be punching their ticket to the World Championships in San Francisco in August of next year. Len, what do you think of the competition so far?
And there's so many interesting teams out there. The Zoroark that has got a couple of players pretty deep in the tournament, but so many other interesting things as well. And this is the part where it gets more serious round after round. You've got players out there who are undefeated, looking to get one more win to punch their ticket into top cut. You've got players out there with 2 losses, just trying to stay alive. So the tension is mounting.
It really is, and especially for those players that are looking at not just walking away with championship points, but also with prizing. We are offering a lot of cash here and a lot of booster packs for our players that are able to place in the top 16. So even if you maybe miss out on that top cut, you're really hoping that you get some money here too.
Yeah, there may be some players who manage to, at 3 losses, still get that $750, but if you can get there with 2 losses, you should have it. And so yeah, lots on the line here.
But we also have our travel awards, and that's another thing that over the course of these next couple of months, we'll be keeping our eyes on to see which of our trainers are going to get a nice little stipend or award to go to the next international championship. So right now we're looking at the qualification period of getting to the European International Championships. And so you know those trainers, especially as the lounge was talking about, if you have a regional win, you're in a pretty good spot. But we also took in the leaderboards yesterday, and everyone is within arm's reach of each other. Yeah, I mean, Sheppa has won a regional, but he wasn't at the top of that leaderboard, right? It takes more points than that to get up and earn one of those travel awards. And so players trying to string it together over several events. Well, 2 of those players that have a chance at getting more championship points and also making it into the top cut, we've got Golf Lick and Leonard Craft III. Oh wait, there he is.
Different kind of disguise this time.
Yeah, oh, that Farfetch looking a little sus over there as 2 of our players on stage are sitting at 10-0. Wait, they've got a lot of wins right now.
I think they're 9-0 now. Third option in the middle, so trying to become 10-0 and into that top cut with a win here. And so this is a really pivotal match. I mean, of course, for neither of these players is the story over. With a loss, they would have more opportunities to get that final win and punch their ticket into top cut. They'd love to just get it done here and be ready to keep moving on. We saw this team from Wolf yesterday. Pretty aggressive Tailwind team with Whimsicott and Fake Tears to help these special attackers, Ursaluna and Golden Go, and then Zoroark that with Icy Wind can also provide speed control, Dragonite that can add in some physical damage, and it wouldn't be a Wolf team without an Incineroar there as well, right?
Absolutely. Definitely one of his favorite Pokemon for sure. But it's the rest of the team that I feel like has given a lot of people trouble. The fact that it's just so powerful right away. There are very few teams in the format, I feel like, that have the defenses to withstand that onslaught.
Right. It can be very overwhelming overwhelming offense instantly, and it's scary to be up against possibly overwhelming offense instantly, and you don't know exactly which Pokemon are out there. If you're prepared for Tailwind, but Icy Wind breaking Focus Sashes is a problem, then it's scary that it might actually be a Zoroark in one of those spots.
But if there's anybody that can kind of figure this out, I feel like it's going to be Leonard Kraft III, another incredibly well-respected player. And despite the fact that he hasn't had a regional win yet, that's surprising to a lot of people because his level of play is so high. And he's also the mechanical master. He knows more about the intricacies of the mechanics in this game than anybody else.
Yeah, such a strong player, but like you said, that depth of knowledge really stands out against any other player in the field. Piloting a team here that's also seems pretty dependent on Golden Go and Ursaluna, but in different ways. Golden Go with Nasty Plot to set up with Life Orb, Ursaluna that's going to run a little bit more slowly, but then Mousehold that can support and help those Pokemon run a little bit more slowly. And then, of course, Annihilate as well could be really useful, naturally faster than the Golden Go on the other side. So if you can avoid Tailwinds and maybe take an Icy, Icy Wind's a little bit more dangerous to throw out against Annihilate because of the Defiant that would give over attack boost. But if you can avoid that speed control, Annihilate can be a really important tool. And then Ursaluna, with the Assault Vest, can take those special attacks from the other Ursaluna and Golden Go quite well, especially if Friend Guard is supporting it from Mousehold, and respond with good damage from Earth Power into the Golden Go on the other side. So I think there'll be some kind of dance there of how can you get enough damage into Ursaluna? Can you lower its special defense with Fake Tears? Can you use that very signature, low kick on the Dragonite on the other side to put a ton of damage into Ursaluna? But if you can break through that, if you can deal with the speed advantage of Annihilate, then the offense from Wolf's side starts to come through.
I'm looking at this Dragonite, and maybe it's something else that Leonard can actually leverage in this match. You've got the multi-scale, so maybe that's one way that you can actually have that defense. And then, Tailwind. Can you actually get this Dragonite into a position where it can survive an attack and then also match a Tailwind?
Maybe, but Dragonite is probably the Pokemon most threatened by a surprise Zoroark because Icy Wind breaks the multi-scale, drops the speed, and just lets it get KO'd. So a very dangerous Pokemon to lead.
So that's why we're not going to see it in the lead now. For Leonard, it's going to be that Golden Go and Mousehold, and Wolf is going to have that Golden Go as well, but Blood Moon Ursaluna. Or so we think.
Yeah, so Leonard may think, or maybe he's onto it. We won't know until those first inputs come through. But despite looking like it's Golden Go and a slower Pokemon next to it, it's actually Golden Go with Zoroark threatening Icy Wind. And so you can use Icy Wind to slow down the Golden Go on the other side, but Super Fang moving first and into an Ursaluna that's not an Ursaluna.
That's going to be information right away for Leonard to know that that's the Zoroark on the other side. So you can already start to play around the fact that it's got that Focus Sash and you took the Icy Wind as well. So enough information for you to now think about how you're going to approach the rest of this game. But Leonard is just going to go on the offensive right away, brings that Zoroark down to its Focus Sash as Golden Go on Wolf's side gets set up with a Nasty Plot boost.
So Wolf takes the opportunity to boost his own Golden Go while dropping the speed of the Golden Go on the other side, meaning that his Golden Go will move first on the next turn. We saw this yesterday too. Wolf willing to let Golden Go sit on the field in front of Golden Go's on the other side. We saw it take a Life Orb Shadow Ball without a Terastallization yesterday, so a situation Wolf was prepared for. Instead it is the Make It Rain, and with a critical hit still does significant damage to Golden Go, takes Zoroark down to Focus Sash, but now the Golden Go on Wolf's side has those boosts. Probably can't just KO Golden Go through Friend Guard and through Make It Rain being resisted, so it's still a dangerous position here. Another Make It Rain can chip more damage on the Golden Go, can KO Zoroark, and you have to worry about what Mousehold can do as well if the Golden Go isn't, doesn't go out on the offense with Make It Rain this turn.
It's a little tough because the Zoroark, biggest source of damage it's going to have is going to be that Bitter Malice, and then you have this Mousehold on the other side that if it goes for Follow Me, would redirect away that attack, and then you're doing nothing. But Leonard is going to actually preserve his Golden Go for later. It's kind of got the job done with that one Make It Rain, and it's going to be a little risky to switch in this Ursaluna now, but if you were expecting the Bitter Malice, you now have two normal-type Pokemon on the field that will be unaffected by that, and this Ursaluna with the Assault Vest should be able to take this Make It Rain a little bit better, but that is a +2 special attack-boosted Make It Rain. One more, maybe the Ursaluna actually does get through that.
So you can see the idea from Wolf on that turn. Using both the Bitter Malice and the Make It Rain means that if you want Golden Go to stay around and get an attack off that turn, then it had to be a Follow Me, which would have been Mount's Hold get turned over. So Leonard opts out of that gambit, doesn't want to give up either of those Pokemon and brings in Ursaluna instead. We talked about this before the game, but the combined bulk of the Assault Vest on the Ursaluna with Friend Guard can help Ursaluna take some really big hits from Golden Go on the other side. That still looked like a lot of damage, right? It was more than 50% onto Ursaluna, but with the special attack drop on Golden Go, you probably can take another Make It Rain and could respond with an Earth Power. So right at the edge of being too much damage to overwhelm this Ursaluna, but looks like it should be able to stay on the field and get some extra damage off.
Unless there's a critical hit, but we won't get there until we actually see that come through. But for now, Wolf has said, okay, my Zoroark has also already gotten quite a bit out of this, but still not really a lot else I can do outside of just pressing Icy Wind. And Ursaluna just goes for the Vacuum Wave. What a big deal to be able to get some extra damage down onto that Golden Go, just to make sure it's going to be easily chipped away. But you called it out, Len. The Friend Guard plus the Assault Vest at +1 special attack on this Golden Go. This Ursaluna is going to be able to tank it, but how much more can it withstand? With the Mouse Hole gone, you don't have any redirection. You're going to just be looking at your own Golden Go to try to dish out that same type of damage that Wolf just did to you. And this Whimsicott's got the Terra.
Whimsicott can Terra, Whimsicott can also Tailwind. So the Golden Go earlier fled the field because it was at -1 speed. Now it's back to neutral speed facing Prankster Tailwind on the other side. Meanwhile, Ursaluna, Leonard, not confident that it could take a Make It Rain, and I think with 2, of course, that was very close to being a KO, and so doesn't opt to Earth Power the Golden Go on the other side, just tries to get the Vacuum Wave damage to make sure something is accomplished on that turn, but it means the Golden Go sticks around. That said, Prankster Tailwind's not going to save you from another Vacuum Wave coming out from Golden Go, towards Golden Go on the other side. So Whimsicott maybe has 2 jobs here. Both may need to clean up the KO onto Ursaluna to stop Vacuum Wave from KOing Golden Go, and then eventually get the speed control to go faster than the Golden Go on Leonard's side.
And that's why you see Wolf invest the Terrestrialization onto the Whimsicott. The Terra Fire is going to be nice against that opposing Golden Go that Leonard has. But in terms of this Ursaluna, is this something that actually Leonard can kind of read into? Knowing that Wolf will go for the Protect, do you actually decide to go for something else with your Blood Moon Ursaluna instead of the Vacuum Wave? But no, it just goes for the safer play, trying to knock out that Golden Go and hoping that his own Golden Go will be able to get something out of this turn. That Nasty Plot is going to feel really good. But now with the opportunity for Tailwind on the next turn, you might just get knocked out to something in the future. The Moonblast is good to finish off that tiny little bit of HP that Ursaluna had left. And so Leonard, just like that, is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game. The Annihilate now hitting the field.
Annihilate hitting the field, but we talked about it needing to have some speed advantage. It doesn't have that with Prankster Tailwind on the other side. Whimsicott needing to fulfill these 2 jobs, both landing the Moonblast and getting the Tailwind off, is why the Fire Terrestrialization was used. Wolf couldn't afford to let it go down to Make It Rain on that last turn, and needed to just get that Moonblast KO. Of course, Ursaluna couldn't protect itself. It was going to move slower than Whimsicott anyway, and so that couldn't do anything better than just try the Vacuum Wave. But there's the Tailwind. Whimsicott getting both those jobs done and setting up this Golden Go.
Wolf's Golden Go is going to miss this Shadow Ball damage into Leonard's. With that Protect, it's going to be nice and safe for the next turn, as Annihilate is able to fight back. With it, that super effective hit into the Golden Go was already quite low, but that's a big knockout for Leonard to take to start to even up this Pokemon count. With what's in the back, though, this is where things also still start to get a little worrying.
Yeah, maybe a crucial 50-50 there. You can look at it as only one of Annihilate or Golden Go could protect itself, and the other was going to be at risk of a Shadow Ball, and Wolf doesn't land the Shadow Ball into the right spot. But what Wolf can do is set up to, Golden Go protected itself last turn, you threatened it with a Shadow Ball, now you can bring in Ursaluna and threaten once again with an Earth Power that will move before either of these Pokemon attack, and just threaten the KO that way. The Golden Go is going to try a Double Protect, going to get a Double Protect.
That's a really big deal, because you saw Wolf double target into that Golden Go, hoping that the double up would be able to pick up the knockout into the Golden Go that is already at +2 special attack from the Nasty Plot a couple of turns ago. And this is going to buy Leonard some time to use this Annihilate and hopefully get a KO. The Drain Punch in the Ursaluna is good to chunk it to half, but this is a bulky Pokemon. Annihilate is going to be around for another turn at full HP, but this Ursaluna can still fight back.
Right. Wolf is going to continue to push on the same spot. Just keep pushing that weak point and try to get the KO in the Golden Go and simplify it down to Ursaluna stuck by itself. Maybe considering some other options, but that's the pressure that you've created. You know, triple protect becomes even riskier than double protect. It does need to be the Moonblast and the Earth Power because Terastallization hasn't been used from Leonard's side yet. And so if it were to become a water type Golden Go, you might need the extra damage to clean up the KO despite the little bit of Life Orb chip onto the Golden Go on the other side.
Oh, tried to go for a triple protect there, but it is not going to work. So this Golden Go is going to have to take this Moonblast as well as the combo attack from this Blood Moon Ursaluna that Wolf has been trying to land this whole time. With the Earth Power super effective hit, that's going to be a knockout onto the Golden Go. And this Annihilate has a lot of work cut out for it. It was a critical hit, but I'm kind of wondering whether that mattered.
Definitely did not matter.
Yeah. Poor Golden Go. Poor Ursaluna too, as it's on the receiving end of another Drain Punch that will finish up that damage. But in this 2v1, this is a full HP Annihilate versus two Pokemon where the Zoroark can go for Icy Wind or Bitter Malice in terms of its attacks.
Right, I think the key thing is that Leonard has preserved Terastallization until this point. So if the Fire Terastallization had been used on Annihilate earlier, it would have been vulnerable to Earth Power. Wolf could have shifted gears and tried to pick up that KO. And also by having preserved the Terastallization, he had to throw the Moonblast and the Earth Power at the Golden Go in the previous turn. But by not actually using the Terastallization on Golden Go, it's now preserved for Annihilate, which, once it becomes a Fire type, is very difficult for these two Pokemon to KO. And so far, Wolf has avoided proccing Rage Fist. It's still a 50 base power move, but you have to do the damage at some point. It's going to take, you know, multiple Moonblasts and Bitter Malices to get that KO. You can try to fake Tears instead to up the Bitter Malice damage, but that's still going to proc Defiant and give over attack boost. So one way or another, you're increasing the damage from the Rage Fist.
With Tailwind active, both of these Pokemon are going to be moving before this Annihilate. And I really wonder if this combination is going to be enough. You see Leonard finally use that Terastallization, knowing that this Annihilate will be able to take those Moonblasts a little bit more comfortably, as well as this Bitter Malice from the Zoroark. But this Wombo combo, can you actually reduce the special defense capabilities of this Annihilate enough and not get punished by a Defiant boost that you are willingly giving over to this Annihilate? -2 special defense and the Bitter Malice on the Annihilate is going to do quite a bit and actually reduce this Annihilate's attack again. So we're at +1 here with the Defiant boost and the Bitter Malice balancing each other out. Citrus Berry is going to help recover, but if you take one more Bitter Malice, I think Leonard will lose with the Rage Fist into the Whimsicott picking up the KO. It's a Zoroark versus Annihilate endgame.
So I think another little 50-50 there. If the Rage Fist had been into Zoroark, then Leonard cleans up this game. Whimsicott can't do that damage with Moonblast, but Leonard expecting that there was a chance that Zoroark would protect itself. If you can get 2 fake Tears onto the Annihilate before that Bitter Malice comes out, then it's just a KO. And Wolf gets that guessing game right. Goes ahead and attacks with the Zoroark on the first turn. That means that he can Bitter Malice again on this turn. We saw the Bitter Malice damage on the last turn. It should be enough to just clean this up. So, you know, a lot of little guessing games there about where the damage was going to go, where the protects were going to come out, but it seems like ultimately Wolf should come out on top of this. We just need to see one more Bitter Malice come through.
What a way to be able to end it, especially when you know that you have to give over Defiant boost to this Pokemon as well as boosting up its Rage Fist. Love that Wolf was able to see this endgame, be able to play to it, and the Bitter Malice will finish off this Annihilate. Wolf Glick winning the first game of this set in Swiss round number 10.
That was very, very close. It felt like so many turns hinged on guessing what the opponent was going to target into, where the protects were going to come out. It could have swung either way right up until the last moment with whether or not Zoroark protected itself.
Especially because Leonard got that critical double protect on the Golden Go that was able to stall out some turns and buy his own Annihilate time to actually get those Drain Punches into the Ursaluna. If that triple protect had come through, Leonard has this incredible Pokemon advantage there.
Sure, yeah, whether it's the triple protect or the targeting, right? That's what a lot of small things could have shifted the outcome of this. So I don't think either player will come away from this feeling if they had, you know, the clearly strong game plan that's able to just be followed through again on the next game.
Yeah, this is, wow, what an amazing way for us to start out our stream between two incredible players. Leonard Kraft fighting to get back into a top cut. His best finish has been a top 4 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships in 2024. And Wolf Glick, of course, wants to get into a top cut to win another regional. Make that 10 and 11, why don't we?
Yeah, just tries to keep doing it one tournament after another on another tear with another amazing team. This Zoroark, whether it's getting great illusions off. We saw the Super Fang into Zoroark on the first turn, and then we saw the damage from Zoroark at the end of the game. We saw the Icy Wind at the beginning of the game that helped open things up for Golden Go in the first place, just providing a lot of value here.
I think that was really smart for Leonard to go through with as well for that first turn, because you got that information right away. And then it's like, oh, okay, even if it had not been the Super Fang missing, but also just seeing the Icy Wind, Leonard was able to pivot beautifully to know, hey, this is a Hisuian Zoroark. I've got to be really careful. And I know that this Blood Moon Ursaluna is waiting in the back.
We heard Wolf talk about this yesterday, that both Pokemon Leonard had on turn 1 had Protect. There was an option to just double Protect, see that it was Icy Wind, then you know it's a Zoroark. But the punish for that would be that also in turn 1, Wolf used Nasty Plot. And so you don't have that free time to learn whether either of these Pokemon is actually a Zoroark. You have to start making plays immediately. Now, you know the Incineroar is not a Zoroark. The Intimidate gives that one away, but you still don't know what the Ursaluna is. We know. We can see that the Zoroark is there. So once again, the same bluff being made. The Ursaluna is not real. Now, these two Pokemon are a little bit less vulnerable to Ursaluna, a little bit less worried that they need to put a Super Fang in there. Maybe Leonard opting for just bulk up front so that the risk of guessing the Zoroark wrong is lowered. If there's less volatility in the situation, then you don't have to be so precise with it. But for now, Ursaluna leaving the field, going to get out into the back and bring out the Golden Go.
Golden Go actually does feel like a bit of a safe switch here, as both players are giggling at this Ursaluna not being able to get hit by Super Fang for a second time in a row. And that is for sure the Zoroark, as it also gets that Icy Wind drop. With the Flare Blitz into the Mousehold, it's brought pretty low here, but it's still alive for this next turn, so it's able to provide that Friend Guard support for this Golden Go that Leonard has switched in.
Right, the Friend Guard pretty helpful to keep Golden Go around, but switching into an Icy Wind is pretty devastating for Golden Go. It means another Icy Wind will make it slower than the Incineroar on the other side. The Mousehold already took a lot of damage on that turn. Incineroar can clean up that KO as well. And if you want to attack with Golden Go, you have to be pretty interested in Follow Me, because otherwise Golden Go itself is risked. So yeah, just Follow Me here, which means that the Mousehold should go down on this turn.
Yeah, another Icy Wind here is going to put this Golden Go at -2 speed, and this Incineroar will follow it up. That actually got really close there in terms of the Icy Wind damage onto the Mousehold, but critically it survives so that it's also able to redirect away this knockoff from the Incineroar. And so this Golden Go actually does get a chance to do something else on this turn. We saw Leonard try to go for damage on that first game, and he's going to do that again, bringing this Zoroark back down to its Focus Sash and taking a little bit of chip onto this Incineroar. But you're at -2 now. Can you actually find a way to pivot out a Pokemon to reset those speed drops? And what is that fourth Pokemon in the back there for Leonard? Can that help get the job done?
Yeah, but so far this early game is not going Leonard's way at all. Giving up the Mousehold and that extra bulk to make sure that the Ursaluna with its Assault Vest can really carry through is a huge cost. Giving up the speed in Golden Go is a huge cost. Now, the Rillaboom coming out means that the Zoroark is immediately threatened, but to some extent it's done its job, right? It's already gotten 2 speed drops onto the Golden Go on the other side, and the Rillaboom is not going to be a huge threat against Incineroar. Maybe if this is a more frail Incineroar, high horsepower is already a threat. Of course, Rillaboom not intimidated because it came in second. But if you don't go for the Grassy Glide into Zoroark, the Icy Wind can just go into that slot as well.
Yeah, so I feel like it has to be a Grassy Glide into the Zoroark to at least get that knockout, but then your own Golden Go is also pretty vulnerable. Maybe you just end up going for a Protect instead. Or, yeah, I mean, but you also have to consider, what is this Incineroar going to do? So Leonard says this is the time to at least be able to shed these speed drops from this Golden Go and bring in the Ursaluna. That's not super threatened either outside of something like the Icy Wind, but if the Rillaboom just knocks it out, then you don't have to worry about that.
Giving up the Assault Vest will be a huge cost, though. Friend Guard is gone, and Assault Vest is gone, and there's damage onto this Rillaboom, this Ursaluna, then suddenly Make It Rain from a Golden Go in the back is hugely threatening.
I think you just have to, oh, well, actually, it's not even going to be the Grassy Glide here because the Zoroark is able to move first with Bitter Malice, and so Incineroar is able to land that knockoff. What a big deal for this Assault Vest to be removed from that Ursaluna, as the high horsepower is gonna miss the Incineroar. Oh no! Leonard would have loved to be able to get that major damage down at the Incineroar, but high horsepower does have that small chance to miss.
Things go from bad to worse. We learn a couple of things there. First, the Incineroar didn't need an Icy Wind. It just moved before the Rillaboom naturally. So an unusual speed relationship between the two. And then the Bitter Malice to drop the attack meant that the high horsepower wouldn't have done so much to Incineroar regardless. But now you didn't even get that much on the Incineroar. The Incineroar continues to look very healthy, of course threatened by the Ursaluna on the other side. But an Ursaluna that itself starts to look pretty frail, has taken damage, has lost its Assault Vest, has lost its Friend Guard. At some point, there's going to be a Golden Go in this match.
Well, at least Leonard has gotten one KO secured. That Zoroark, which was so pesky at the beginning, has finally been felled. But Wolf still has 2 full health Pokemon in the back. We're going to see one of those now as Incineroar lands the parting shot onto the Ursaluna too. So not only do you not have your special defenses anymore, but you're also not able to dish out that much special attack without having to bring in that Golden Go to try to shed some of those drops. As we see, Wolf now can really go all out on the offensive. With this Whimsicott hitting the field, it's going to also have to take the Earth Power, but it takes it so much more comfortably than when that Incineroar would have.
Yeah, the fast Incineroar able to parting shot, get a drop, and just take very little damage of Whimsicott. We see Wolf's last Pokemon is Ursaluna, so even better positioned here to take advantage of the lack of special bulk on the other side. The Fire Terrestrialization already used on Rillaboom means it's vulnerable to Earth Power. Golden Go in the back, vulnerable to Earth Power, and everything vulnerable to Hyper Voice on the field right now. Fake Tears can amplify that damage even more beyond the already missing Assault Vest.
Whimsicott's, yeah, still threatening that Tailwind, but I feel like no need for Wolf to do that when he can already figure out a lot of the speed interactions from these Pokemon.
Right, Wolf may already know, based on the speed of his own Incineroar, that Ursaluna can just move before either of these Pokemon here, and so can just, it doesn't look like he's going for a Tailwind. It's just going to put out as much damage as he can on this turn.
It's really risky for Leonard to switch back in this Golden Go to take this attack. It's just not going to be super good with this Terrestrialization on top of the Ursaluna as well. You're getting even more damage out of your Hyper Voice.
More damage and lowering incoming damage from Grassy Glide or Wood Hammer from the other side. So valuable to both get the resistance, and this damage is just going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the Moonblast at least is resisted by the Golden Go, as the Woodhammer from the Rillaboom is still able to fire first, but that Bitter Malice attack drop can be felt from that. It's just not nearly enough to get this Ursaluna into KO range, unless this Golden Go is able to survive onto the next turn, but then you still just switched it in. It can't attack yet. The Rillaboom has gone down, and you're forced to bring this Ursaluna back in yourself. 2 Pokemon left, but it looks like Wolf firmly in the driver's seat for this one.
Yeah, definitely in the driver's seat. There's still some obstacles in the way. Vacuum Wave is a threat to Ursaluna, but it looks like Ursaluna is healthy enough to take that, and you can, of course, protect for a turn and get even more Grassy Terrain recovery. The Ursaluna on the other side, despite missing its Assault Vest and its Friend Guard, can probably take a Hyper Voice, so it's not as simple as just Tailwind plus Hyper Voice to get 2 KOs here. The other obstacle in the way for Leonard is that the Incineroar in the back will still be a win condition against Golden Go. So you cannot just trade Ursaluna for Ursaluna here, because you will lose that in-game to the Incineroar. So you have to make sure to preserve your own Ursaluna so that you can beat the Incineroar in the in-game, and not just preserve it with enough health that it can take a Flare Blitz, because we've already seen the Incineroar is going to move before the Ursaluna on the other side.
Ursaluna going for Protect here for Wolf. Did Leonard call this right and actually direct those attacks into the Whimsicott? He's able to get away with a nasty plot on his own Golden Go, so if you are able to actually take out this Whimsicott, then maybe this Golden Go can actually weave in enough damage, as the Ursaluna does go for the Blood Moon into the Whimsicott. That is enough to get the knockout, so that's a big deal for Leonard. He's removed another Pokemon and brought this down to a 2v2.
Yeah, that's a huge deal, because the Tailwind was never used, and so now the Golden Go on the other side will move before the Ursaluna on Wolf's side, before the Incineroar on Wolf's side, and now at +2 special attack because of the risk that Leonard took on the last turn. It's a huge threat. Fake Out is available to Ursaluna, but not to the Golden Go on the other side. And so Make It Rain, a massive threat here. Ursaluna just protected itself, can't do so again.
Oh, he's gonna try. There's a there's a way, and there's a double protect for both of our players. Leonard in game number 1 and Wolf in game number 2. As the vacuum wave from this Blood Moon Ursaluna helps to chip away at this Incineroar, and maybe it's able to get it down low enough that this +2 Make It Rain from Leonard's Golden Go can finish off this Incineroar before it can finish off. It's a big KO again for Leonard, as that 2 turns ago was on such a razor's edge, but Leonard is able to claw back and swing back into his favor with just those 2 Pokemon KOs back to back.
Yeah, just a couple of very strong, very risky turns. Finding the Blood Moon into Whimsicott to deny the Tailwind, finding the nasty plot during a protect from the Ursaluna on the other side, taking some big risks and steaming ahead in this game. Ursaluna now slower than the Golden Go on the other side, has no chance here. Was just going to go down to the Make It Rain on the next turn, so we should be going into a game three. Two very close games that hinge on single targeting decisions. Both players getting double protects and then still not being able to come through anyway after just not quite getting the targeting right.
Wow, I'm so excited to see what this game 3 is going to hold, and you can see both of our players taking their time because they are thinking so critically about this. One more game win for either of them, and they will make it into the top cut of the Milwaukee Regional Championships with a great shot to win. And so Leonard gets Evacuate and this Make It Rain to firmly lock up this game number 2 and bring us into a third game of this set.
So well played down the stretch, identifying what opportunity he had to make a comeback and executing on it, getting rid of the Whimsicott, finding the boost to make sure that he could KO the Incineroar in the end game and it wouldn't be a check against Golden Go.
Just watching back some of the highlights of this second game, I'm just always so impressed with Leonard, just kind of the confidence to leave this Golden Go on the field. Know that a lot of this damage might just rack up later if you're able to land these Make It Rains. And then he did such a great job in that mid-game of preserving these Pokemon, even though he had to give up the Assault Vest. And it started to look a little worse for wear. He was able to just keep this Golden Go alive, get that smart targeting, as you said, and completely swing that game back. What a back and forth between Wolf and Leonard. One of the best sets of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. I'm amazed at Leonard's comeback there to be able to withstand those early Icy wins. Getting Illusion wrong once again, throwing a Super Fang into the Zoroark, and it felt like the early game had gone so far out of his favor. Those first few turns where Golden Go lost its speed, where Ursaluna lost its Assault Vest, and damage was mounting on Leonard's side, but managed to find the comeback. So, to me, the story of this is both players, they can win if they get the right, the calls right. They can lose if they don't. I don't see any massive adjustments for either of them. It feels like we're going to be down for another close game. The speed control can be so important. Wolf kept deferring the Tailwind to the future. Had an opportunity to Tailwind, but went for Moonblast plus Hyper Voice to try to confirm the KO into Ursaluna on the other side, and Ursaluna that just switched out. Had the opportunity to Tailwind, but instead went for a Moonblast into the Ursaluna once again, trying to get that extra damage in, and then lost the Whimsicott, lost the opportunity to Tailwind. And so I think both players are going to be very mindful of the speed. For Leonard, it's got to be avoiding early Icy wins that took his Golden Go out of, damage threat in both games 1 and game 2. Had to quickly switch it out in the early game because it had lost speed. For Wolf, it's got to be finding that in the game speed to be able to close it out.
Whoa, we've got an adjustment here for this third game. Leonard was able to switch it up in that second game by bringing that Rillaboom over the Annihilate, but in the third game, Wolf has decided to lean into this Dragonite for the start of the game.
We talked before the match that the Dragonite is a great answer to the Ursaluna on the other side. Unusual that it does not have Tailwind because the Tailwind is covered by Whimsicott. Instead, it is Terra-fighting with Low Kick. It can probably one-hit KO this Ursaluna if it wants to. Of course, no Ursaluna on the field right now, and so a worse matchup for Dragonite. Still can't do significant damage to Golden Go on the other side, but Incineroar is helping to cover for that. Maelstrom for now just going to protect itself, doesn't want to take a scale shot on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the Golden Go probably doesn't either, so we're actually just going to see a very safe double protect here from Leonard. Gets a chance to fish out for the fake out from the Incineroar, but also just kind of see what this Dragonite's going to want to lean into. And the knockoff as well is actually what's going to be revealed from the Incineroar on this first turn. So now no more fake out on the board, but you still have a lot of damage on Wolf's team, so Leonard's still going to have to play this quite safe.
Right, the same targets are available, and they're still punishing into either slot that you let it happen into. And Wolf doesn't have to play a guessing game anymore, knows that Leonard's not likely to double protect this early on in the game, and so can focus the damage wherever he wants it to be.
Oh, Dragonite's actually going to go for the protect this time around. Knows that Leonard has the opportunity to just kind of go for damage, and with the follow me onto the mouse hold, Incineroar is going to have its attack redirected. Gives the perfect opportunity for Leonard's Golden Go to go for a nasty plot. Get that special attack boosted up for future turns of this game. But he's going to need to be able to get away with a little bit more than that. Mirror Herb actually does copy those special attack boosts. But it's not going to help out this Incineroar since it only does have access to physical attacks. Just a funny interaction.
So Leonard gets a lot out of that turn, right? Wolf wants to protect Dragonite. He's worried about maybe a Super Fang, Make It Rain, double up, just taking the Dragonite KO before Dragonite moves, and so he protects it. But in the meantime, Leonard once again finds a way to weave in the Nasty Plot and just redirects away the knockoff. The Incineroar, of course, the big threat against Golden Go. The Mouse Hold has to be either follow me or the Golden Go has to be protecting every turn to make sure that too much damage doesn't land into Golden Go on the other side.
But there's a terrestrialization earlier on in this game here for Leonard as that gets given over to the Golden Go. So now it will not be taking super effective damage from a knockoff. And I think that's really smart, especially if Leonard is expecting there to be 2 attacks coming out from the Incineroar and the Dragonite. Actually goes for the beat up, which is amazing. Leonard is able to break the multi-scale with that attack.
Why risk a Super Fang miss? Once you have the boosts on Golden Go, you don't need the Super Fang damage anymore.
Yeah, the Make It Rain is gonna hurt like crazy at that +2 and just take the knockout onto the Dragonite right away. And Incineroar is gonna get chunked down pretty low as well. What a fantastic turn here for Leonard to remove the threat of the Dragonite. It's not gonna be able to provide any of that value versus an Ursaluna in the back. And even though Golden Go does have that Life Orb knocked off, you're still at +1 special attack because of the Nasty Plot Leonard was able to use on it early on this game.
Right, the Golden Go is still a potent offensive threat. Uses the Terrestrialization now, so use Protect in the first turn, Follow Me in the second turn, the Terrestrialization in the third turn to continue to keep this Golden Go safe from Incineroar on the other side. Now we have the same bluff once again, an Ursaluna presented to Leonard that's actually a Zoroark, but this time happening while Wolf is already down and has to be much more careful in this position. Just going to protect the Zoroark on this turn, can't afford to get it down to Focus Sash so quickly, even though it would have been, once again, the Super Fang into Zoroark.
And it probably would have been revealed as that Zoroark if it actually connects. But Leonard can still go for another Make It Rain here, as that's going to pick, very closely, not pick up that Incineroar. I was kind of preparing myself for it to actually get the knockout there, but just not quite enough. The Flare Blitz recoil, I might, but with the critical hit into the Mouse Hold, that's actually not going to amplify the damage of the recoil that this Incineroar takes. But it's still enough for this Incineroar to knock itself out to recoil damage. Leonard still has 2 full HP Pokemon in the back, as Wolf is brought down to just his final 2 in this game 3.
You're going to have 2 Ursalunas on the field, up to Leonard to guess which one is a real Ursaluna. We'll make that 3 Ursalunas on the field with the Ursaluna on the other side.
So many bears!
Between the Make It Rain special attack drop and the Life Orb missing because of knockoff, Golden Go didn't quite have the damage to finish off Incineroar, which means it could get that KO onto the Mouse Hold on the other side. That's pretty significant because it opens up, it gets rid of Friend Guard, opens the path for like Icy Wind plus Hyper Voice to just pick up the KO onto the Golden Go here. No speed control right now from Leonard's side, and Ursaluna itself can't easily just take a one-hit KO against either of these Pokemon. I don't think that the Blood Moon would be enough to KO the Ursaluna on the other side. And then Wolf also has Terrestrialization available for himself. So this can be a Terra normal Hyper Voice to really add in the damage.
Okay, well now you know which one is which, because this Terra Normal is going to give away that is the Ursaluna, because the Zoroark has Terra Ghost. So if you weren't sure before, you know now with that Icy Wind, dropping those speeds, maybe Wolf was able to carve out an attack into this Ursaluna on Leonard's side. But as you said, it still has that
It's not Hyper Voice, it's Blood Moon. Trying to call Protect, the Golden Go is going to get a free attack off.
Yeah,
but a
that's
KO
a
into
one-hit
Ursaluna.
knockout too. Wow, that is one way to even up the Pokemon count here, but Leonard still gets a chance to attack with this Golden Go. Yes, it's missing that Life Orb, but it's still going to be valuable damage that starts to stack up. That Zoroark takes a lot, and so does this Blood Moon Ursaluna for Wolf.
If this is Rillaboom in the back, both of these Pokemon are going to be in Grassy Glide KO range, both so low after taking that Make It Rain. Wolf wanted the KO into Ursaluna, was worried that it would just be Protect plus an attack from the Ursaluna on the other side, and so goes for the big Blood Moon, but pays a huge cost for it with that Make It Rain landing into both of his Pokemon, putting them both into KO range for this Rillaboom. It's hard to see how the damage comes into Rillaboom now. Zoroark is going to need multiple turns to KO as a Rillaboom, and so the Ursaluna would have to get the job done itself. That's going to be an uphill battle with Grassy Glide coming in from the other side. Maybe if you can protect with both Pokemon through a turn and get some more Grassy Train recovery, you might be able to take a Grassy Glide. That seems like it's going to have to be the path.
Wolf is going to start out this first turn with just to protect onto the Zoroark, as the fake out from Leonard's Rillaboom is going to stop this Ursaluna in its tracks. Leaves the way for this Golden Go to just go for the Make It Rain. And with the Ursaluna knocked out, it's just the Zoroark left.
Yeah, Ursaluna doesn't protect itself, hope to find the Grassy Glide into Zoroark, but there was no luck. Fake out into Ursaluna, instead locks up this game. Zoroark, already so low, is going to just go down to Grassy Glide. Leonard finds the path through, finds the great early game, using the mouse hold and the golden go to easily dispatch Dragonite, put Wolf on the back foot, and it felt like Wolf had momentum for a moment.
And now it's taken away. Rillaboom was the adjustment in game number 2 to get Leonard that win, and it's going to be the one that seals the victory. Leonard Craft III with an undefeated record after Swiss round number 10 locks his spot in the top cut here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. What an incredible 3-game set for us to start out our day.
Just such a delicately played match. Two teams that could put out so much offense so quickly, especially once either Golden Go had a nasty plot behind it. Felt like all 3 games came down to targeting decisions. If Wolf had KO'd the Golden Go on that turn that it went for Make It Rain, then probably he walks away with this. And all 3 games had a moment like that, where if a player had just targeted slightly differently, they could have come away with the win. Sometimes with offensive Pokemon, that's how it plays out, that it just is down to the razor's edge of where your targets go. Can you find the damage at the right times?
The little eyebrow raise, it's really funny. I like how both of them are kind of still having fun with it, especially because, you know, Leonard being on the receiving end of having to deal with this Zoroark and also getting that turn 1 call wrong with the Super Fangs 2 games in a row, still having fun with like the, ooh, I know which one is the Zoroark, or, you know, the reveal is funny.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately 3 times, right? Through a Super Fang and protecting Zoroark
yeah.
in game 3. But then still ended up winning the set, right? Like sometimes even guessing the Zoroark wrong, you can still come away with the victory. It does reveal itself pretty quickly in all 3 games because it has to click an attack at some point. But Zoroark giving away consistent advantage with Illusion, giving consistent advantage with Icy Wind, but then also didn't have that much damage to follow through, was very frail. We saw it go down to Focus Sash or quite low from Make It Rain every time. So, you know, the joys and sadness of Zoroark, I guess.
I know. But there are 6 Zoroark that made it into phase 2 of our competition, and Wolf is just one of them. And of course, has still been doing an amazing job. Even though he's now going to be at 9-1, he only needs to win 1 more match in the next 2 rounds of Swiss that we have left remaining in phase 2. And then he will be able to move into the top cut. So I really hope that, you know, 1, we get to see more Zoroark, but 2, maybe we still get to see Wolf in that top cut.
Yeah, we might still get to see more Zoroark today from Wolf, from others playing the team. We'll definitely see more Leonard in top cut. You know, one of the things that Zoroark kind of warped this match with is that we never saw the Annihilate from Leonard. That's because Zoroark is immune to both of Annihilate's stabs, and so couldn't couldn't finish off a Zoroark in the end game. And Leonard was able to make the adjustments to find other paths through to win the game off the damage of Rillaboom and Golden Go and Ursaluna without needing to capitalize on Annihilate.
Yeah, it just didn't work out quite as well in the game number 1 that I think Leonard was really hoping for. So being able to have that Rillaboom, it just was perfect. Even in that second game where it really felt like, okay, Wolf has the edge in that final couple of turns, that Rillaboom stood out and was able to get that path to victory. We've got Leonard Craft III waiting for an interview, so let's hear from him about how he's feeling moving into our top cut here.
I'm here with the only undefeated player left in the field, Leonard Craft. Congratulations, 10-0. You're in the top cut. How does it feel?
Absolutely amazing. You can't ask for anything better. What better way to make it into the single elimination bracket of the tournament, but by getting it basically 2 rounds early. But the rounds, it's not finished yet. You know, I haven't heard of someone winning a regional undefeated in a while, so maybe I'll try that.
Yeah, that's kind of the curse, right? Like you go undefeated and
maybe I can do it. I don't, maybe.
maybe. I want to talk a little bit about that set because that was a crazy best of 3 that we just saw. And I said it before the interview and I'll repeat it then. During the game 2, I didn't know if I would have the opportunity to talk to you. It was looking a little bit stark. So talk to me about that game, how you're able to then find the win con, and then what you learned then going into game 3.
The tricky thing about Wolf's team is that most of his Pokemon tend to be faster than mine. We saw, for example, in the game that Incineroar was faster than my Rillaboom, Wolf's Blood Moon was faster than my Blood Moon, and then Wolf also has very easy speed control with Icy Wind and Tailwind. The one good thing I can do is that my damage traits tend to be a bit better. My Golden Go, for example, deals heavy damage to all the Pokemon on Wolf's team. You saw in Game 3, for example, Make It Rain did huge damage into the Incineroar even, which resists the attack, and there's not too many other resists on Wolf's team. In Game 2, the real critical turn was the turn where I called out the Ursaluna Protect. If I'd gone for the Vacuum Wave into that slot, it probably would have picked up a knockout, but expecting Wolf to make a defensive play, I decided to Blood Moon to Whimsicott, and it actually KO'd. I was not expecting it to get there, but getting that KO was very critical. It meant that now all of a sudden Golden Go is faster than the final 2 remaining Pokemon, and Vacuum Wave making Rain is able to clean up.
It was a crazy set, and I want to note then too how you're feeling going on into the rest of the tournament. The parents are live, so it was the last question I'll ask you, but how are you feeling now that you already have this record going on forward to try and make sure you can get the best possible record?
Great. I'm going to continue to play my matches seriously. I'm going to try to keep doing my best. I'm humbled to have the opportunity to be here today.
And best of luck going forward. And before you play, any final words to the crowd?
I hope you guys liked the triple Blood Moon that was on stream. That was pretty funny, I think. Also, shout out to my friend Christian as well, who is helping me from home.
The triple Blood Moon was a little less crazy. We were all having a laugh at that. Good stuff, good stuff. Leonard, best of luck going on forward. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
As for us, a competition that's going to be getting going sooner rather than later. Quick break up next, our next round of Swiss.
After animation's finished, do you want to shake hands or hug?
Sandygast is born from a sand mound playfully built by a child. Grudges of the Dead possesses this mound of sand and become a Pokemon. It takes control of anybody who puts a hand in its mouth, adding to the accumulation of its sand mound's body. If you build sand mounds when you're playing, destroy them before you go home, or they may get possessed and become Sandygast.
I am here with Alessio, 8-0 on phase 1 here in Milwaukee. First off, 8-0, very, very impressive record. How are you feeling about the tournament run?
I'm feeling good. Honestly, coming into this tour, I was debating whether I even play in the first place. I was really close to just spectating and maybe playing some sides. I was kind of feeling bad about the team at the very end, but I mean, I'm glad I made the other decision. Yeah, I'm feeling good now.
I mean, the team's obviously working out, right? So what was it like doubt? Was it just the meta, like practice? Like what made you kind of doubt this team and like reaffirm, okay, maybe I should give it a go?
I mean, after Frankfurt, the Lele team, or I mean, the team that Briganti used to win the tournament was like everywhere on ladder. And it's kind of annoying for the team that my friends and I had been using for, at this point, the whole format. So that meta development that then started spamming, like the people were spamming on ladder, was pretty like hard to get over, and it was kind of like a weird mental block to just get over, where like it made me want to practice less, because I knew that like I'd have to go up against a team that like was really annoying to beat and really annoying to play against, and I wasn't getting too much like diversity in my practice. And I mean, here I ended up playing a bunch of different teams, and I know that ladder isn't super representative of what you're going to end up playing at the majors. It just, like, I was just feeling bad. It's not a format that I am super drawn to in the first place, and with how I was feeling about practice and ladder, I was just kind of thrown off. But again, I mean, I'm glad I came, and yeah.
I mean, going into the event too, I mean, from Canada, it's a long ways travel, so like that was also chaos.
Yeah, I landed at 6, and my carpool had another player, Joseph Ugarte, in it. His flight inbound from Miami, his inbound flight from Miami to New York was held up by a storm in Miami, and ended up leaving New York like 4 hours late to get to Chicago. So the carpool from Chicago to Milwaukee left Chicago at like 10, and none of us had dinner at that point because we didn't know when it was going to land. We didn't know when they were going to get a gate, so we had to stop for dinner as well at 11 at night. We got in at midnight. I still hadn't finished my team. I ended up getting to sleep at like 2 in the morning. And yeah, it was the worst travel story I've had at a regional so far. But I honestly, that was the first thing that gave me like that sort of glimmer of hope going into this regional, because I know that every regional there's the one awful travel story that ends up at the top. So hoping I can take it there.
I mean, you've had the bad travel story. You have the 8-0 on day 1, so slowly climbing the ladder there. I mean, now that you've made your way strongly into phase 2 of the competition, now how are you feeling going on forward? Do you have more confidence now that you've managed to get this result?
I mean, the way I always take regionals is just, or the way I try to, is just taking it one step at a time, to one round at a time. Even like when I was 4-0, I wasn't thinking, okay, I need 2 more to lock day 2. I was just thinking, okay, next round, one more. I try to think of it that way. So I'm still just looking at the next round and just trying to win that one. And I mean, what happens, happens. That's just the mindset, to not let whatever happens affect me and just keep going. Same mindset as round 1.
Makes a lot of sense. And last but not least, I know there's people that help you out with this team. So opportunity to help them out, give them their thanks.
Yeah, I mean, first shout out NJ11, Navjit Joshi, who put the 6 together in the first place. I mean, he built the team and we've been working on it since the start of Reg H2. Huge helped me with game planning, helped me with mental, helped me like with the team, like played online tours with me, laddered with me, just helped with everything. We changed mons, we've been committed to this team from the start, but like he's been with me the whole time. And yeah, then Juanma Santizo as well, Guatemalan player Teca, who, if he hadn't been there, who hopped on the team later, if he hadn't been there, we wouldn't have had the Ursaluna on the team, the Ursaluna Blood Moon rather on the team, which one of the MVPs, we replaced a Dragonite for Ursaluna Blood Moon like 4 days ago. Thanks to Juanma, who was also grinding with the team separately. I mean, he not separately with us, but he took a separate route with the team and decided on Blood Moon. And when we took another look at the team, we decided his route was better. Also helped with game planning, also helped with mental. And I mean, that was like, without you guys, I definitely I would be so lost for this regional. I really disliked the format until I picked up this team. And I mean, yeah. I mean, thank you to Tara for being here, for supporting me, for everything. All my friends, everyone back home. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, best of luck going on into phase 2 of the competition now. As for us, time to see who else is going to do well at phase 2 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Would you look at that? We look a little different today, but it has been so much intense action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We really had to lock in for phase 2 of our competition. We already started off things strong with an incredible 3-game set between Leonard III and Wolfblick. But now as we enter into our Swiss round number 11, we've got one more player we've got to send to this top cut, don't we, Len?
Yeah, every round it's fun. We get to send someone on into the top cut. What an amazing match last round to send Leonard onto the top cut. I'm excited to see who moves on this round.
Wow, we have the match for you. We have Joshua Lorsy versus Alex Arendt that will be taking the stage. One of them at a 9-1 record will be able to walk their way into that top cut. So super exciting to see which one it's going to be.
Yeah, for Lorsy, top cut, a familiar sight in Pittsburgh just a few weeks ago, was into the top 8 there as well. So trying to make it back-to-back strong finishes.
We have a couple of other players that are going to be at that 9-1 record. So looking at Brian Collins, Jose Torres, Enrique Grimaldo, and Wolfblick, of course, that still wants to get that one win in order to make it into that top cut. And then everybody else that's at that 8-2 record, they gotta keep playing perfectly. They have no room for error now.
And even once you're into the top cut, it doesn't stop there. Only some players will get a bye through the first round of top cut. And so everyone just needs to keep winning their games the rest of the day.
And this one's going to be a doozy as we look at this matchup between Alex Aaron and Joshua Lorsy. You see kind of what the other matches that we've got going out there on the field. A lot of these players are going to be at X2 records. But for Alex and Lorsy, they are going to be running teams that are going to look pretty familiar. In fact, actually completely the same across the board in terms of the 6 Pokemon that they both brought.
Yeah, both players using those top 6 Pokemon from our usage stats. I think I heard Evan call it out earlier that that is a team unto itself, a team that, won a regional not too long ago, and here both players are using it. It feels like the team that is defining this moment in Regulation H. But just because it's the same 6 Pokemon doesn't mean it's exactly the same team. There are a couple subtle move and item differences through the team. The Incineroar on Lorsy's side has a Citrus Berry, while the one on Alex's side has Safety Goggles, for instance. But beyond just the item and move differences, there can be training differences across these Pokemon. Most of them not trained to be maximum speed. We might expect the Ninetales, it's just maximum speed. Most of the rest of the Pokemon might have an opportunity to drop down some level of speed. So it's going to be really important to watch throughout this match, which Golden Go is faster, which Incineroar can get a Fake Out off first, which Rillaboom can get a Fake Out off first, which Blood Moon is going to hit the other one first. It can cause ripple effects throughout the match as those pieces of information are revealed.
The 2 biggest differences, though, as we take a look at these team sheets in particular, is that Lorsy's going to be rocking, the same team that he actually ran in Pittsburgh, but with the choice of this Terra Ground Terra Blast on this Ninetales. Talk me through that, Len. What do you really feel like that is targeting in the meta right now?
It can help with a lot of different Pokemon. It seems like Golden Go has to be the first thing you mentioned because Golden Go, #1 in usage in day 1. Probably Incineroar, the second thing you mentioned, since Incineroar is the second thing in day 1. A lot of important ice resists out there that are then weak to ground, and so can provide some valuable extra damage. We saw him on stream in Pittsburgh get a lot of valuable Terra Blasts off, but that comes at a cost. There's no Icy Wind, there's no Encore on Lorsy's Ninetales. Instead, it's also opting for the Aurora Veil, which we don't see on that many of them. That could play a role in this match as well to open up some bulky options that Alex doesn't have on his side.
We also have one more change here, and that's going to be in the held item of the Incineroar. We have Lorsy that has a Citrus Berry. Incineroar here for Alex is going to have these Safety Goggles, and so there's no Spore. It's not going to be super effective. No Rage Powder either, and so I'm not sure how much value that's going to provide.
Right, no value in this match at all, so it's just some slight incremental advantage to Lorsy to have the Citrus Berry where there's a dead item on Alex's Incineroar. But ultimately, these kinds of subtle differences will probably matter less than the team preview decisions that the players make, which Pokemon they prioritize, what the game plan is, and how that matches up into what the opponent chooses. You can, have 6 Pokemon that match. You probably won't have 4 Pokemon that match once you get into the next phase of the match. And then so many decisions down the stretch about how to play it out. And then once again, speeds. Once you start learning, if one Golden Go is faster than the other, then maybe only the player with the faster Golden Go kind of has that avenue to just protect the Golden Go, set up nasty plots, and try to sweep with it, because the other player has to worry about just getting outsped by the other Golden Go on the other side and kind of that avenue being cut off. I think the Icy Wind can also make a really significant difference for the same reason with speed. Alex is the only one with Icy Wind on Ninetales. It might be the fastest thing in this set without other than the Sneasler. Of course, once it has unburdened on either side, will be easily the fastest thing. But if the Ninetales is able to fire off Icy Winds to slow down, the Blood Moon, slow down the Golden Go, that can really open up some opportunities to stymie Lorsy with just kind of offense that's preventing his own attacks, controlling him with offense.
I wonder how much the Aurora Veil on the Ninetales, if it does come to this match, would help to kind of negate some of that offensive pressure. Alex is going to lead into the Ninetales of his own with alongside that Golden Go, but for Lorsy, he's taking a different approach. He's going to have this Blood Moon Ursaluna for that big source of damage next to Incineroar.
Yeah, so immediately differences in the prioritization, what players are bringing to the field, and it seems like a significant advantage for Lorsy to have the Incineroar and Ursaluna up against the Golden Go on the other side. Golden Go immediately does not like this position, doesn't want to be fighting against Ursaluna early on in the game when it doesn't have boost, doesn't want to be fighting an Incineroar at any point in the game. Now Ninetales a little bit better position, but still has to watch out for damage coming in from Incineroar on the other side, or just to take a Fake Out that breaks its Focus Sash early on. And so I think an opportunity for Lorsy, but it's not immediately easy to capitalize on it. You'd expect the Golden Go is likely to just protect itself or switch off the field. There's several safe switch-ins that could come in. Terra could be spent early to block Fake Out with Ninetales, but probably the terrestrialization is too important for the Golden Go in the long term in this match that you're not going to spend it just to avoid a Fake Out. Instead, easier to get Ninetales out into the back.
Save that Focus Sash for later, but Lorsy's already looking at this board state and going, it is time for me to at least get some damage down. The Incineroar comes in place of that Ninetales, and so you do land an Intimidate drop that will matter onto Lorsy's Incineroar, but the terrestrialization on Lorsy's end expended so early to make sure that this Blood Moon Ursaluna is not going to be taking too much damage from something like a Blizzard if that Alolan Ninetales had stayed on the field. But this Golden Go, Alex is hoping maybe you were able to get away with such a risky play of going for the nasty plot, as it is going to be the Incineroar on Alex's side that has to take that knockoff. Oh, and the Blood Moon as well to actually follow that up. This Incineroar is so close to getting knocked out, but that Intimidate drop mattering onto the knockoff from the Incineroar, just barely missing out on that KO.
Yeah, Lorsy finding a way to just get some really safe damage out. You know, the Ninetales could have protected itself that turn, but if it switches, nothing wants to take that combination of knockoff and Blood Moon. The Ursaluna terrestrializing quickly. Probably the two most impactful terrestrializations in this mirror are going to be the Ursaluna to become an electric type to resist Make It Rain, and the Golden Go to become a water type so that it resists Shadow, or is neutral to Shadow Ball and still resists Make It Rain on the other side, neutral to Earth Power as well from the Ursaluna on the other side. Of course, the risk of a water terrestrialization is that you're then weak to Rillaboom in the future, so it's hard to commit to that until you see all four Pokemon. And so the Ursaluna much easier to commit to early because there's no big threat from it on the other side. But now you are neutral with the Shadow Ball, so Shadow Ball immediately out into Ursaluna and so much damage at +2.
Oh my goodness. Well, there wasn't a Fake Out from this Incineroar on Alex's side, so that isn't actually going to just be a straight knockout onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It does hang on with just a little bit of HP, as Alex's Incineroar is going to move very quickly with that parting shot, even before we actually get a chance to see this Blood Moon Ursaluna move on Lorsy's end. Ninetales now comes back out in its place as Incineroar gets a nice knockoff into the Golden Go that has not terrestrialized. And so you're taking super effective damage from that, but you're also taking super effective damage from this Earth Power. Another knockout here for Lorsy, as that's a big deal to get rid of that Golden Go right away. You don't get to use those nasty plot boosts anymore.
Right. Two huge things happen in that turn. The Golden Go going down is obviously immensely impactful. The boost had already been gained. The Golden Go is one of the Pokemon that has the potential to sweep through. But the other really impactful thing is that while Ursaluna didn't get KO'd, and maybe that's a training difference or a roll, and Alex expected there was a good chance that Shadow Ball might have picked up that KO, the Ursaluna is still very low. This Ursaluna set relies on being bulky and using leftovers and Grassy Terrain to stay bulky throughout the match, but once it's this low, it's very crippled. It's hard to ever get it back to bulky enough to take a hit again. For instance, either the Ninetales or the Ursaluna on the other side can just KO it at this point. And so while it isn't KO'd, it can be sometimes kind of a net negative momentum to have a Pokemon that is this low on the field. Incineroar, though, still untouched, took a parting shot, but isn't really at a damage threat from Ninetales. Has to watch out for Earth Power from the other side, and has to watch out for Icy Wind as well to drop down the Incineroar slower than the Ursaluna on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard too, though, because this Incineroar is actually at -2 attack. It took the Intimidate as well as the Parting Shot, and so really how much damage are you going to do to either of these Pokemon? The Earth Power from Alex's Ursaluna is not enough to actually knock out this Incineroar, and that's also why the Citrus Berry is actually going to come in super clutch. Quite a bit of recovery here for this Incineroar, as it's also going to go for a Parting Shot. So nice to be able to shed the drops that it had from that attack, and also get a nice drop of that special attack onto the opposing Blood Moon Ursaluna.
We're starting to see these training differences come into play. We saw that Incineroar on Alex's side was faster than Incineroar on Lorsy's side earlier. We also saw that Lorsy's own Incineroar is faster than his own Ursaluna, but Alex's Ursaluna is faster than either the Ursaluna or Incineroar on Lorsy's side. So significant speed advantages for Alex. That shifts things. If that turn had been Lorsy's Incineroar moving first, getting a parting shot onto the Ursaluna and Rillaboom coming in, then Rillaboom holding an Assault Vest takes a -1 Earth Power, and it's really not that much damage. But because the Ursaluna on Alex's side is so quick, it moves before the Incineroar, gets a big Earth Power on, and does a really significant damage to a Pokemon that's otherwise, you know, an obstacle for Alex's path. Now you have two Pokemon that are both vulnerable to Blizzard out onto the field. Ninetales looking fairly well positioned. Of course, Rillaboom with the Assault Vest isn't going to be immediately threatened by one KO by any means by the Blizzard, but still you're starting to look at a team that, despite having a Pokemon advantage, advantage is quite low in health. Now, the one Pokemon that's not low in health and not threatened yet is the Golden Go that we see revealed in the back. That's Lorsy's advantage here, that he took the quick KO on Golden Go on the other side, but has his own Golden Go preserved and unrevealed so far.
Well, the Incineroar comes back out just to at least maybe give this Ursaluna a chance later on, or to use it as a piece to help pivot through later. But Terrestrialization has not yet been expended on Alex's side, so the perfect target will be this Ursaluna to remove its weakness to these grass-type attacks. That's not going to be a KO anymore, usually from something like the Wood Hammer or even this Grassy Glide, as even Rillaboom actually takes that Blizzard like a champ. That's the power there of the Assault Vest, on top of the fact that, you know, maybe just not super worried about this special attack from this Ninetales, but look at the Rillaboom survival from that Blood Moon. That's the parting shot, paying off dividends there to make sure that this Rillaboom could stick around for another turn, even though it took recoil.
Yeah, so close between the Blizzard. You know, Ninetales not a super offensive Pokemon, and so Rillaboom able to take the Blizzard pretty well. But the Blizzard combined with the recoil from Woodhammer, combined with the Blood Moon, you'd think it'd be enough, but Rillaboom just barely hanging on. And that can be impactful because now it can still, despite moving slower than the Ninetales on the other side, it could Grassy Glide or it could just pivot out of the field to preserve a Fake Out or more grassy terrain in the future. But that comes at some risk. That damage, we talked about it mounting last turn, it's mounting even more now. Rillaboom quite low, Incineroar below 50% health. Golden Go, that like shining star in the back at 100% health, you can't risk it because if it takes too much damage or is just KO'd, at the same time, you have to deal with the Ursaluna somehow. Golden Go has so much trouble dealing with this Terra Electric Ursaluna on its own. We saw even when Alex had the boost, it wasn't able to one-shot the Ursaluna on the other side.
Ooh, Incineroar comes back in, and this is actually going to be, I think, another knockout for Lorsy. As you got the Fake Out into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but this Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide, and it's at such a low enough HP that it doesn't matter that this Rillaboom got intimidated to be able to pick up that knockout. And so Alex is down to his final two Pokemon. Mostly full HP Ursaluna, but you do get a chance to reset back up the snow since that just expired and Ninetales is going to come back in. But it's a little worse for wear.
Yeah, Ninetales able to come back in. Alex kind of spending the Incineroar there to both get an Intimidate into Rillaboom and Incineroar, which could be impactful if you're trying to make sure that Ursaluna doesn't get chipped down low enough for Golden Go to clean up that KO. Or you don't actually know yet because the Golden Go hasn't been revealed what the Pokemon that you're trying to keep Ursaluna healthy is for, but you regardless need to keep it healthy. And then like you mentioned, the snow being reset up is important because you'd like to throw out more Blizzards. Now Ninetales still has to watch out for Grassy Glide. With the snow up and the defense boost, it takes less from the Grassy Glide, but looks like it's probably still in KO range from it. Maybe with the Intimidate and the Snow Boost, you get out of that. Maybe with another turn to protect and get more Grassy Terrain recovery, you can get out of it. But Ninetales, as one of the last two Pokemon for Alex, really has to be carefully preserved.
Oh, wow. We're coming down to the wire on that turn to make this crucial decision. It's not over yet for Alex, and Lorsy knows that he is still playing on a very, very thin margin. As Ninetales goes for the Blizzard, he has to bring in this Ursaluna and sacrifice it to get it pivot. Maybe now being able to reveal that Golden Go in the back and at that full HP. But hopefully this Incineroar is still able to get away with just a little bit more. As the parting shot from the Ursaluna, onto the Ursaluna, you might have hoped would lower that special attack enough, but this Incineroar is unfortunately going to get knocked out in the process. And kind of rough timing. You saw there's only one more turn of grassy terrain left after this Rillaboom comes back in. It's going to lose its ability to go for those priority Grassy Glides on just another turn.
Right, you can protect it or to the Grassy Terrain. Now the risk of that, taking a passive turn here with a Golden Go on the field is always a risk. If you take that passive turn while Golden Go just protects itself, that's a problem. But at the same time, if you protect only Ninetales and Ursaluna gets faked out while you get a nasty plot, that can be a problem. So definitely some obstacles here. It does seem like Ninetales should probably protect itself unless you think it can take a Grassy Glide, because that's what's going to, be able to Icy Wind and drop the Golden Go on the other side down below the speed of the Ursaluna on Alex's side. We see these speed advantages continue to mount for Alex. Last turn, the Ursaluna being able to Earth Power before the Incineroar, once again significant. Incineroar had clicked Parting Shot. If it had been able to get off the field and drop the Ursaluna special attack again, and this maybe looks quite a bit different. But instead, the speed advantage firmly in Alex's favor.
And Ninetales does protect itself. Knows it cannot go down here to at least give Alex that advantage in this later parts of this game. And that Protect is going to be good to block this fake out. But as the Golden Go actually doesn't go for a nasty block here, Lorsy has opted into just being able to get some damage down, and another Shadow Ball would be able to knock out this Ursaluna. But Golden Go has to take that Earth Power first. It's in a precarious position. It is able to survive that Earth Power, but we're in a really tough territory. We're going to see this final little round of HP recovery as Ursaluna gets that grassy terrain as well as that leftovers. But then, how is this Rillaboom going to be able to fight back against this Ninetales?
The grassy terrain expiring right now is so important because it also mitigates Rillaboom's damage into the Ursaluna on the other side if it wanted to just swing out with Woodhammer while Golden Go protected itself, for instance. Of course, the Ninetales, the most oppressive thing here, can either Icy Wind to slow down Golden Go or Blizzard. We do see the cost of all of that speed on Ursaluna on the other side, though, taking significantly more from that Shadow Ball than we saw Lorsy's Ursaluna take from Shadow Ball earlier on in the game.
Well, the Blizzard comes out for the Ninetales first, not even worried about these speeds because Ninetales knows that it's going to have that in spades versus this Golden Go in the late game if it becomes a 1v1. And so Alex is kind of okay to just give up this Ursaluna here. Shadow Ball comes out again, and it is enough to pick up the knockout. But now, Ninetales versus Golden Go, both of them sitting at such low HP, one more attack will knock them out. But actually, Golden Go, so close. I really thought maybe the Life Orb recoil had it there. But Ninetales Blizzard goes first with only a little bit left. Lorsy is going to have his Golden Go knocked out, and Alex wins the first game of this set.
Such a close match, right down to the wire. But Ninetales, this able to close it out. The consistent speed advantages from Alex's side. Having the Ninetales that was the fastest thing moving while Lorsy left his Ninetales back at home in order to bring the Rillaboom, a significant difference there. And then the trained speeds of these Pokemon, the fact that the Ursaluna on Alex's side was moving so quickly made such a significant impact in this game. So that despite Alex giving up that Golden Go early, kind of a virtual trade for the Ursaluna, even though it stuck around for a long time and was able to be a pivot later on, it still had it never attacked again after taking that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, you maybe would have wanted to actually get this Ninetales removed from the... Well, you definitely would have wanted the Ninetales removed a lot earlier. It's because it did have that speed advantage at the end, but where would that turn have been for Lorsy to actually get that KO?
Alex did a great job of preserving the Ninetales, right? Let it to present, the threat of Icy Wind or Blizzard in the early game, got a Terastallization early from the Ursaluna on the other side, but quickly switched it off the field to save it for this end game. It really feels like it can enable a lot of closing options for Alex. Part of the reason Lorsy leaves his at home is that his doesn't enable quite the same in-game options. It can be really impactful early game because it has Aurora Veil and because it has Terra Blast and can just start spreading damage everywhere. But without Icy Wind to close, to try to get the speed advantage between the Golden Goes or get an Ursaluna faster than a Golden Go on the other side, it's much harder to kind of create pins and win conditions using the Ninetales that's on Lorsy's side. Now that said, Alex didn't end up actually having to use any of those options throughout the game. Just clicked Blizzard a lot, because Blizzard was valuable damage, it was hitting both Pokemon, and that chip was adding up. And so, if Alex can make it happen with just Blizzard, maybe Lorsy sees an opportunity there as well.
As we head into this game number 2, Alex is leading this set 1-0, so Lorsy has to win this one in order to keep his hopes alive of just moving into the top cut after a match win here. And for Alex, it's going to just be, hope you win now, and just take a breath. You're in top cut. Ursaluna and Incineroar for both parties as we go into the second game.
Yeah, Alex sees Lorsy's lead from the game 1 and says, if you can do that, I can do that too. No kind of negative momentum from having Ninetales and Golden Go immediately on the field against Incineroar and Ursaluna this time. Instead, both players have the Incineroar and the Ursaluna. That may mean we're in for a bit of a slower match. Neither of the Ursalunas may want to risk, immediately going out on the offensive, maybe more worried about yawns and just trying to stay healthy. But impactful knockoff here. That's the Citrus Berry gone from Lorsy's side. We talked about that as one of those incremental advantages in the team builder. Immediately gone here.
Wow. And this Blood Moon 2 to come out. Alex just decided to go all out on the offense. But Lorsy decided to take a different approach to try to slow down this game. Both Alex's Incineroar and Ursaluna move faster than Lorsy's. And so real good confirmation of how these Pokemon are trained. Lorsy's Ursaluna still has yet to move, but I feel like the damage has already been done. You've taken a huge Blood Moon, and you're trying to still slow things down, but your Pokemon are already pretty low.
They're low, but an Ursaluna that's low can really come back quickly. With leftovers and grassy terrain, early damage on Ursaluna doesn't always pay off if you're not able to capitalize on it immediately. And one of the things that normally blocks you from capitalizing on it immediately is Yawn coming in from the other side. Now, if you want to swing out again with that Ursaluna on the next turn, you're just going to fall asleep. So most likely it's switching between the -1 special attack and the Yawn on it. You'd expect Ursaluna to switch. That means only Incineroar's on the field, but it's been intimidated, so it's not a huge damage threat into the Ursaluna on the other side. So probably there's no KO available in the Ursaluna on the other side. And if you worry too much about Lorsy's Ursaluna, you're ignoring the Golden Go. That's probably the bigger problem here. So for now, Ursaluna takes a bunch of damage, but probably has the opportunity to start trying to regain that health and start throwing out damage of its own. Didn't opt for the Blood Moon on turn 1, but can go out for big damage one way or another here on turn 2.
And as you predicted, that Ursaluna is going to take a reprieve, as we will see a third Pokemon revealed here for Alex, and it's going to be his own Golden Go. So we've already seen both of our players match those leads, as well as, so far, what has been in the back, as Lorsy's Incineroar makes a reappearance. Nice Intimidate drop onto Alex's Incineroar, and maybe that will help out a little bit to try to soften up some of this damage, but Lorsy isn't even going to try to take that risk. Golden Go protects itself in a lot of fear of what this Incineroar is capable of.
Right, protects itself despite the Incineroar on the other side being -2, and kind of doesn't get much out of that negative momentum turn that Alex had, right? Alex forced to switch the Ursaluna there, has a -2 Incineroar, but gets away with it free, right? They both just end up with Golden Go and Incineroar on the field, and the only advantage being, Fake Out available for Lorsy and -2 attack for the Incineroar on the other side, but the Golden Go's on even footing up against each other. We haven't seen the Golden Go's on the field at the same time as each other yet, so we haven't learned about their speed relationship, something we talked before the match. Could be really impactful if one of these Golden Go's can consistently swing out before the other. We also talked about the Terastallization options. Both players opted for Electric Terastallization on Ursaluna in Game 1, but when you see two Golden Go's facing each other down, you're often very tempted to quickly press that button, keep your own Golden Go safe. You can't afford to take a Shadow Ball, you can't afford to take a Flare Blitz or a knockoff. So yeah, at least one Golden Go going to become a Water type here.
The Water Terastallization is available on both of these Golden Go, but if they both end up going for Terastallization, that might actually help us kind of identify some of these speed interactions. But it's just going to be Lorsy's that decides to use that Terastallization. But Alex's still moves first. So Lorsy's Golden Go has to take a huge Shadow Ball, which chunks it down to below half of its HP. One on the return, though, and that is going to be a super effective hit and basically a one-hit knockout onto Alex's Golden Go. That's a really big Pokemon to get knocked out right away.
It's a big trade, but the fact that the Golden Go on the other side was able to land the Shadow Ball first means that the Golden Go on Lorsy's side is still quite low, and Alex didn't have to spend his Terastallization to make this happen. That means he still has it available for that really impactful Electric Terastallization on Ursaluna. Now, part of the reason that Lorsy doesn't need to prioritize that is that his own Ursaluna is already quite low. You probably don't want to spend resources on a defensive Terastallization on a Pokemon already sitting at 35% health, but Alex has preserved his Ursaluna. It took the Parting Shot, took the Yawn, but got off the field and back on the field. All of that is gone. All of that is in the past now, and Ursaluna still has Terastallization available, meaning it's not hugely threatened by this Golden Go on the other side. And Golden Go now so low that it has to be worried about either Ursaluna. Probably not at this point worried about the Incineroar that's at -2 attack. You become a Water type. But if Incineroar were to leave the field and come back in, you have to be worried about knockoff again, just being a KO despite being a Water type.
It's just so tough when this Incineroar is packing all of these different tools, because I think even seeing how valuable the Parting Shots have been, that's something that can also help you make sure that you can pivot out this Incineroar, get it safely back in. Lorsy's not even going to take that chance. He decides to just make a manual switch, bringing this Rillaboom in and revealing as his 4th Pokemon in game number 2. Sets up the Grassy Surge. That's going to be nice to have that terrain active, but as you called out, Alex still has this Terastallization available, so that super effective damage into that Ursaluna has been taken away. This Electric Terra, a perfect choice for this full HP Ursaluna.
Yeah, Ursaluna feels like it's going to have a dominating impact on the rest of this match. That's going to start with taking very little from this Make It Rain, now resisting it as an Electric type.
And Golden Go is now so low. Not only is it going to drop its special attack, but it also takes a little bit of recoil from that Life Orb. And Rillaboom has to take a Flare Blitz as it switches in. It's going to be below half HP as well, as Ursaluna follows up with that Earth Power. Ooh, Lorsy's Golden Go is able to stick around for one more turn, but it's looking very tight. All of the Pokemon on Lorsy's side of the field are very low.
Right, I think a really smart turn from Alex. So recognizes that if he can use the electric terrestrialization, he's not immediately threatened by the Golden Go on the other side. He's never had a chance to nasty plot because he had to fight the Golden Go down. And if you throw both an Earth Power and a Flare Blitz into the slot that was an Incineroar, the Incineroar can't protect itself. So you're hitting one of three things with that combination of attacks. We saw it hit the Rillaboom, really significant damage there. If it had been the Ursaluna, that would have been a KO. If it had been the Incineroar, it would have been even more significant damage with a super effective Earth Power. So one way or another, you're getting massive damage out of that turn, and you're continuing to get chipped down these Pokemon. And that's so impactful when you're trying to lean on this bulky Ursaluna. You want to just keep spreading damage, get the most value damage out of every turn so that Ursaluna can start slowly closing these KOs. And you can see how little the damage back to Ursaluna was. You know, the Make It Rain looked like a decent amount at first, but then after leftovers and Grassy Terrain, it's getting healthier. Golden Go now at -1 special attack will do even less damage on the next turn. It'll be a Shadow Ball still. We saw the Shadow Ball in the last game. It's significant damage, but that was neutral. This is -1, so it's a little bit less.
But it still looks like it might be able to get a knockout with a double up. But oh, it's going to be the high horsepower hitting the mark. So Ursaluna just gets knocked out to that double up. So Alex also now down two really big offensive threats. The Golden Go and the Blood Moon Ursaluna both KO'd and out of this game. With this parting shot, we get that attack drop onto the Rillaboom, but more critically for Lorsy, he gets to see what that fourth and final Pokemon is. If it's the Ninetales, he might be in trouble here.
The Ninetales might have a hard time closing damage against the rest of these Pokemon. You know, the Ursaluna as an ally for Ninetales means that Ninetales can focus more on, you know, lowering speeds, helping you deal with the Incineroar in the back that way. But now with the Ursaluna gone, you're looking at the Ninetales and the Incineroar to do all of the damage against multiple Pokemon. Golden Go as a water type will, you know, need to take more than one Blizzard. The Incineroar in the back, still relatively healthy, is going to need to take a lot of attacks. Alex takes a big risk there. Protect was available on the Ursaluna. It could have just protected itself, gotten the parting shot to lower the damage from the other side, maybe reset Intimidate for a future turn, but tries to just swing with the Ursaluna. Maybe thinks that the Make It Rain drop in the Golden Go has incentivized Lorsy to switch it out and wants to be a little bit ahead of that situation and not protecting and taking a passive turn while Lorsy repositions, but instead pays an enormous cost for it by losing Ursaluna. It felt like the key piece to close out this game, and it was gone so quickly.
Looks like that Protect might come back to bite Alex, but the job is still not done. Lorsy is able to bring in this Incineroar and get a pretty critical attack drop onto Alex's own Incineroar as Lorsy finally decides to play a little bit more safe. Goes to Protect on his own Golden Go to deny some of this damage coming through from Blizzard and also get a little bit of that Grassy Terrain recovery. The Ninetales can still do some impactful things in this game, especially if you are able to get a Blizzard freeze. The knockoff doesn't do a whole lot because Lorsy actually lost that Citrus Berry already from a knockoff earlier on in the second game, but it's still some amount of chip damage. And imagine if that had actually been the Rillaboom and you remove the Assault Vest there.
Right, but that's why Incineroar comes in, takes these attacks so well, stands up against these Pokemon so well. It's going to have plenty of time on the field to really do whatever it would like. Fake out pressure is impactful on this turn. You're either faking out Ninetales to break Focus Sash, maybe only temporarily if Grassy Terrain can recover it quickly, but maybe also important, you can fake out Incineroar to protect Golden Go for another turn. Let it continue to get healthier and healthier.
Ninetales does go for Protect, and so that is going to keep that Focus Sash nice and healthy to get this Ninetales another turn in the game. But with a fake out into Alex's Incineroar, Golden Go's able to follow that up with a Make It Rain. And so that's a lot of damage that Alex's Incineroar is going to have to take. But of course, because it's a resisted hit, it still takes that quite well. And Golden Go is going to continue to drop its special attack. It means that all of these attacks into the Ninetales even might not do as much damage as Lorsy would like. He still has some Pokemon to play around with though in the back to shed those special attack drops.
Yeah, the -1 special attack means it doesn't do much damage to Incineroar. Ninetales though would still easily go down to Focus Sash. 4 times super effective, Make It Rain. We don't have to worry too much.
Oh, so true about that.
About how much damage that will do. Lorsy again taking a pretty safe turn there. If Ninetales does not protect itself, it takes a Make It Rain on that turn. Can't deny it on its own, and so you expect it to protect itself from Fake Out from Make It Rain, so you just get some safe damage with Make It Rain plus Fake Out into Incineroar. You're expecting that if you're going to win this, it's going to be a long, drawn-out thing. Ninetales, though, needs to protect itself once to not take a Make It Rain, but it's not a Make It Rain anyway. Just Golden Go protecting itself.
So maybe that was a missed opportunity for Alex to actually try to get some damage as he tried to protect the Ninetales and go for the knockoff into Lorsy's Golden Go. Leaves this Ninetales vulnerable to have to take this Flare Blitz, and that brings it down to its Focus Sash as well. So this Ninetales on borrowed time as it only has that 1 HP remaining. Lorsy still has 4 Pokemon to work with. Feels like this is wrapped up.
yeah, it feels like Lorsy continues to get further and further ahead. Now, of course, Ninetales vulnerable to Grassy Glide. In the future, the Incineroar may have problems with the Ursaluna that's probably still bulky enough to take a hit. And so it seems like Lorsy should be able to close this out. Alex had the opportunity to encore Incineroar there. Could have just locked it into Fake Out, but was more worried about, you know, the Golden Go going out with Make It Rain while Incineroar attacked. And so tries to double protect the Ninetales and pays a big cost for it. It feels like he was already quite far behind in this game because it was difficult to see how he was going to find the damage against all of these Pokemon anyway, with Fake Out remaining, with Ursaluna remaining. But really after that last turn of giving up that massive damage into Ninetales at a very low cost, the path is that much harder.
This Incineroar, like, you're kind of hoping if you're Alex that it's still able to secure a couple of knockouts here, but it's just such an uphill battle, especially because this Golden Go is continuing to chip away at it, and there's going to even be a follow-up attack from Lorsy's own Incineroar. But with the knockoff first, you finally get a KO here in the second game onto this Golden Go, but it stayed on the field for so long that all of that damage just continued to add up over time. Lorsy still has an Ursaluna and the Rillaboom in the back, and this final Flare Blitz here from this Incineroar is going to be able to knock it out for good. 1 HP, Ninetales, and a Dream here, as Alex is going to have to start thinking about this Game 3 with Lorsy.
This game felt like it hinged on two really significant moments. The first were when the two Golden Goes were staring each other down. Alex doesn't spin Terrestrialization and gives up his own Golden Go. And we saw it work for him in game 1. Gave up Golden Go in a trade and made it happen, made it work later. And it felt like he was on the path to do that because his Ursaluna had the Terrestrialization, felt like it was going to provide so much pressure. But then the second moment where the game hinged was when Ursaluna just went down to that double up of the Shadow Ball and the high horsepower, and Alex lost that key piece and then just didn't have the damage, right? Was stuck with two Pokemon on the field, no ability to pivot. Incineroar, again, no real way to do damage to the Incineroar on the other side. And so then we just had several turns for Lorsy to very safely kind of close it out by mounting damage, not giving over Grassy, trying to let the Incineroar on the other side start healing, just kind of slowly dealing with those Pokemon. I think for Alex, you have to decide which trades you're able to take and maybe play a little bit safer with some of the Pokemon. In game 1, he gave up the Golden Go, but was very safe with your Ursaluna, never gave it up. In game 2, gave up the Golden Go, but then was risky with the Ursaluna.
I want to just call out this play here because Lorsy locked into this as just a very safe option. The Fake Out into the Ninetales is actually going to side Parting Shot off of his own Rillaboom in case there was a Protect that came through. It just gives you the pivot. I think it's really funny, even though we're seeing both players stall out this game just to give themselves some time to think about what to do in that game number 3. I just thought that was a really cute little interaction with the side Parting Shot.
Just making it happen, eventually trying to find the safest path. Ninetales really has no way through this. It would have to somehow stall all of the Grassy terrain and then stare down at Ursaluna that by that point would be at full health. So.
Yeah. But hey, if there's a will, there's a way sometimes. And we do end up... Oh, goodness, Lorsy. Don't Blood Moon your own Rillaboom, please.
I think the lead is such that even if the Blood Moon is on Rillaboom, it probably works out with Incineroar in the back. Both players sticking to the same 4 Pokemon as game 1. You know, the Ninetales, we saw how impactful it was in game 1 for Alex, and we talked about the reasons that Lorsy's Ninetales doesn't have quite the same impact, and Rillaboom feels like it's having a pretty good impact here. The Grassy Glides are consistently threatening.
But no double protect this time for the Ninetales. It's just going to fall to the Grassy Glide, and we will see Lorsy take this game 2, tie up the series, and it's going to be another Game 3 to decide it all. Which player between Lorsy and Alex will move on to our top cut to join Leonard Craft III?
Such a close set. It really feels like it hinges on a few different moments. We see consistently the speed advantage for Alex. The Golden Go moving first, the Ursaluna moving first, the Incineroar moving first. And so that comes at a cost, though. It comes at a cost in bulk. It means that things like that double up into Ursaluna probably wouldn't have worked against Lorsy's Ursaluna, but it works against Alex's because it's been trained more in speed than in bulk. And so that key KO, taking the Ursaluna off the field, swings things so quickly.
Yeah, that was such a difficult turn to watch, you know? With that Protect available, I kind of thought maybe Alex would just try to bait that out and get a little bit more damage down, and then just wasn't able to do that. So I think Lorsy really taking an inch and turning it into a mile in this second game, and maybe he's able to do the same in this third game. But Alex already found success in the very first game of this set, and like, just to remind people of how that went, even though he gave up that golden go, he was able to still leverage his own Blood Moon or Saluna to finish the job.
Right, he gave up his own golden go, but traded it for most of the Ursaluna on the other side, and then felt like Blizzard was kind of oppressive at that point, because the Ursaluna was stuck on the field in this negative momentum situation where it was threatened by Blizzard, had to leave the field, and just they kept mounting damage slowly but surely across the board. You know, I'm sure Alex would love to make the same thing happen again, but it has to start with getting, you know, really big damage in the right places. The other key thing is that the Incineroar was when Ninetales is brought on Alex's side, the damage in the Incineroar is actually fairly little, right? Golden Go and Incineroar and Ninetales all do very little damage into Incineroar, so you've got to land the Earth Powers. In game one, Alex landed 2 Earth Powers into Incineroar. Now, part of that might be that Lorsy was surprised in game one by the speed relationships of Incineroar and Ursaluna, and so took the first Earth Power, not quite realizing what he was doing. And now that information's been revealed, so it's going to be a little bit harder to find that Earth Power into Incineroar. But already, we see a big adjustment. Ninetales on the field for the first time in the game for Lorsy. And like we talked about, with Lorsy's Ninetales set, it's more impactful early on in the game. So having it led here means that it can threaten Aurora Veil, can threaten Terra Blast into Incineroar to get damage off. Just try to kind of start putting holes in, and then we get to see what Lorsy left behind in order to get this Ninetales brought in game 3.
Then Blizzard is going to be super important here too, I think, for a lot of that pressure onto the Ursaluna, and I wonder how Alex will actually respond to this. Because we saw Lorsy actually just go ahead and opt for Protect on the Ninetales, but do you really Terrastalize the Ursaluna here, or do you remove it?
Well, we know that Alex's Incineroar is faster, so, and that both players will know that as well. And so Alex has the Fake Out pressure into Ninetales if he wants it on this turn, so probably not immediately forced to Terrastalize. Interesting, we do see the Rillaboom come out of the back, and so it's not that left behind for Ninetales. It's going to be one of Ursaluna or Golden Go, the 2 Pokemon that felt most key so far.
And that's going to be really risky, because then you're really putting a lot more pressure onto this Ninetales to actually accomplish something. Oh, Bake Out into the Rillaboom as the Earth Power as well is going to follow that up, and Lorsy actually gets a really great safe switch here with the Rillaboom coming in.
Yeah, you can see the prioritization from Alex. We talked about the Earth Powers into Incineroar were going to be crucial, and were going to be harder to find. And so Alex immediately looks for one. Tries to just get a Fake Out to stop Incineroar from getting, Fake Outing the Ursaluna on the other side. Make sure that he could try to land that combination of Fake Out plus Earth Power, but Lorsy is one step ahead, recognizes the risk to Incineroar in that situation, and gets Rillaboom on the field instead to take that hit, and now it finds itself in a pretty good position, has Fake Out pressure against either of these Pokemon, can threaten damage into Ursaluna quickly if Lorsy wants it. I think we saw the Terrastalization hovered there. You can be worried about Flare Blitz on the other side. I'd be surprised to see that one locked in, but you had a lot of damage potential for Lorsy into the Ursaluna on the other side at the moment.
Well, actually, we're going to see the Terrastalization used, so Ground Terra here for the Ninetales to break this Terra Blast into a Ground type. As though you're just going for a double damage into this Incineroar. You really want to get rid of this. Once that's out of the way, you lose a lot of your pivoting potential as well. But there's going to be a Terrastalization matched here for Alex. Turning this Ursaluna into an Electric type could really come back to hurt you later, knowing what this Ninetales is about to do.
Right, we talked about all the targets for Ground Terra Blast earlier. One of them we didn't mention was Ursaluna, now weak to that Terra Blast. But like you said, the first target, Incineroar, trying to be the first player who can land big damage into the Incineroar on the other side. It's more than 50% out of that high horsepower with no Intimidate, can finish it off.
That Incineroar getting knocked out now is so big already. Lorsy up 1 Pokemon count, and with this Incineroar gone, you just have to deal with this Blood Moon and probably the Golden Go that's in the back. Rillaboom with his Assault Vest takes his Blood Moon from this Ursaluna like a champ, and you still have this Rillaboom on grassy terrain, not intimidated to deal with either of these Pokemon. Luckily for Alex, I feel like you still have this Golden Go that you can't Terra Water, so the Rillaboom's not doing super effective damage. But on the flip side of that coin, you got 2 Pokemon on the field that can do super effective damage with ground type attacks.
Right, the Terrastalization being used early against the Ursaluna means this Golden Go is very vulnerable. Not just vulnerable to the Ninetales now, but to the Incineroar later. And with Incineroar gone from Alex's side, all access to Intimidate is gone. And so the Incineroar in the back is going to have plenty of damage potential. The Rillaboom also can swing out with the high horsepower into either of these Pokemon. Now the problem for the moment is the speed. The Golden Go will move before the Rillaboom. Ninetales can't do anything about that with no Icy Wind, and so Rillaboom can't quickly go out on the offense now, has to probably get out into the back. And at the same time, Ursaluna wants to be out into the back as well. Can't Blood Moon on this turn, doesn't want to take a Terra Blast, and needs to get Rillaboom on the field to help support the team.
There's a little bit of a 50-50 there, right? Because you could kind of expect, if you are Lorsy, that this Rillaboom is going to come in to tank some of these attacks. This Rillaboom will for sure fare a little bit better versus this Terra Ground Terra Blast, as well as that Grassy Glide. And so, yeah, take a look at this. With the Assault Vest, Rillaboom takes basically nothing from that resisted hit. So either of these Pokemon, I think, would have been pretty safe to actually stay, and then where does the Rillaboom come in?
Right, Rillaboom able to come in the field fairly safely. Golden Go can protect itself on that turn. I think the Ursaluna important to preserve into the end game. We talked about that it's the damage potential against Incineroar at the end. We see Ninetales has been left behind for Alex this time, opting for his own Rillaboom as well. That gives you another damage threat into the Incineroar on the other side, because that Rillaboom also has high horsepower, and so kind of recognizing the problems with Incineroar in the previous game is both preserving Ursaluna and making the adjustment to have more damage into it. Before you get to dealing with the Incineroar, you've got to deal with the Pokemon out on the field, and that starts with the Ninetales that has Focus Sash intact, looks very healthy here. Now the cost of the ground Terastallization is that you are weak to Grassy Glide, you have no more snow boost to defense, it's very vulnerable, but the Focus Sash is going to keep it safe for at least this moment. But you know, something like a Grassy Glide plus Make It Rain will just KO Ninetales, and I'm not sure if a Terra Blast into Golden Go is a good enough trade for that.
Yeah, and that's why you see actually Lorsy continue to opt into even more of a safe play, just going for the Protect on the Ninetales. Kind of hoping that that's going to bait out some of this damage from Alex and give Lorsy this opportunity to bring in the Incineroar, but kind of see him actually roll his eyes there a little bit at the nasty plot that this Golden Go is able to take for free as the Incineroar switches in to a high horsepower.
Yeah, so Alex fully makes the read, expects Incineroar to come in, throws a high horsepower in that spot, expects Ninetales to protect itself, and puts a nasty plot on Golden Go. You can see why you roll your eyes. You're like, you risked so much there, and I didn't capitalize on it. There was no Blizzard into Rillaboom, there was no Terra Blast into Golden Go. Instead, it's just Incineroar coming in, taking a little bit of damage for it, and Ninetales kind of burning that Protect, now still vulnerable to Grassy Glide plus Make It Rain. Now, of course, fake out pressure from Incineroar makes things a little bit harder for Rillaboom. Could just be faked out on this turn.
Yeah, and that's where it gets really scary too, because this Ninetales, like, it still could go for Blizzard, but it could still go for Terra Blast. Both targets would take super effective damage from one of those moves. So it's still a 50-50 for Lorsy on kind of what happens here. Golden Go could just protect itself after getting that nasty plot boost. But Alex also makes another decision to switch out this Rillaboom and actually bring back in the Ursaluna. Golden Go does go for the Protect here, so missing valuable damage on that Pokemon. But then if Lorsy can get enough onto the Ursaluna, then I think you're feeling pretty good about it. At least you get the fake out, maybe that's a little bit, but Terra Blast did go into the Golden Go, and so Protect, perfect. Alex is going to be able to keep both of his offensive threats pretty healthy as the snow also expires.
Yeah, both players just taking turns diffusing each other's pressure. One shows fake out, and so the other makes a defensive play to get away from it. Then the other shows fake out and makes a defensive play to get away from it. Now that chain has stopped a little bit, Ursaluna not providing the same kind of offensive pressure next to Golden Go. Alex forced to stop the chain because he didn't have his own Incineroar to go to, right? Has to go to Ursaluna instead to get Rillaboom off the field. The Golden Go, you know, has huge damage potential, but is also at risk. The solution to that is getting Ursaluna on the field. We've seen that the Ursaluna moves faster than the Incineroar on the other side, so now you can do something like Make It Rain plus throw an Earth Power at the Incineroar slot. No Pokemon can take that. You know, the Incineroar will go down, the Rillaboom will go down, the Golden Go will go down. That combination of attacks will one way or another KO a Pokemon in that spot. Lorsy can throw a Terra Blast onto either Pokemon, but I don't think in either case it's a KO. And so if you don't take that KO, then you're opening up the damage back. And of course, if Ninetales takes the Make It Rain, it's going to survive the turn, but it's going to be down to Focus Sash on its own. So first step, here's the Terra Blast.
Terra Blast is going to be super effective damage into this Golden Go, and you're just hoping to chip it away enough that maybe you're able to get that follow-up. But Golden Go's Make It Rain and fires back first. Incineroar actually does hold on through this, but even with the critical hit, that's actually kind of wild, as Ninetales does have to utilize its Focus Sash to actually stick around on the field. but can we actually see this Golden Go get knocked out in the next turn or so? Incineroar does get this Citrus Berry to recover some of its HP, but based on how we actually saw these speeds interact before, this Ursaluna gets to follow with Earth Power before the Incineroar gets a chance to move again. But I think the fact that this Ninetales is still around to be faster than either of these Pokemon is pretty big. It gets another turn to do some damage.
The problem is it's going to be a little bit hard to find, right? The Golden Go can protect itself. Ursaluna still looks relatively healthy to be able to take any attack from Ninetales. And then there's also a Rillaboom in the back for Alex that will happily finish off Ninetales with a Grassy Glide. So while Ninetales has the speed advantage against Golden Go on the other side, it's maybe hard to find that opportunity. Meanwhile, Rillaboom hits the field again, offers either Fake Out into Ursaluna. You might even consider a Make It Rain, or excuse me, a Grassy Glide into Golden Go if you want to reach for that KO. But these Pokemon just look so low. The moment Lorsy wants to preserve that Golden Go healthy in the back, it's really the closer to be able to deal with Rillaboom and Golden Go in the end of the game, but it can't yet fight an electric type Ursaluna that is at full health. If you send it in to fight that Pokemon, it can throw out a huge Shadow Ball, do 60%. It will simply get Earth Powered back in exchange and KO'd without Terastallization available to protect it. And so instead, it has to be a Rillaboom hitting the field, and these two very low Pokemon searching for some avenue back, but it just looks so difficult. This is the problem with this Terra Electric Leftovers Ursaluna, that it just seems so difficult to get the damage on it.
Oh, this is a risky play. Lorsy's actually going to opt to switch out this Ninetales at 1 HP and bring in this Golden Go he has been waiting for, this endgame for, and maybe he actually gets this call right, because Alex is going to switch out the Blood Moon Ursaluna and bring in his own Rillaboom here. And so Rillaboom staring across for each other, Golden Go staring across for each other, and the Golden Go goes for Protect, so Lorsy gets his own Golden Go in scot-free on this turn.
The problem is that even with your Golden Go on the field, we already know that Alex's Golden Go is faster. We know that it is healthy enough to take a Grassy Glide, and we know that Terastallization has been used from Lorsy's side. So there's kind of a simple play to just click Shadow Ball with Golden Go from Alex's side into the Golden Go on Lorsy's side. We saw Wolves earlier in the day take a Life Orb Shadow Ball. I'm not sure if this one will have been trained to do the same thing. And if that is just a KO Shadow Ball into Golden Go on the other side, then you've repositioned here, but not to much benefit. You're still completely on the back foot, facing down a Fake Out into your own Rillaboom and a Shadow Ball into your own Golden Go, and a turn where you can't accomplish anything. And Ninetales isn't going to come out of the back and solve it for you. Ninetales can't switch in, obviously, to any of those attacks, and if it hits the field, it's simply bait for Grassy Glide in the future. It's just so hard to see how, with the speed disadvantages that Alex has, that Lorsy has, how he finds an opportunity back here.
I think Protect is at least one option. So maybe if Alex does try to go for the Shadow Ball play into the Golden Go, you at least kind of save yourself from that. But as you called out, the Rillaboom is still vulnerable to the opposing Fake Out. So you can't actually get that Grassy Glide into the Golden Go. And now you just get knocked out for all of that trouble. Rillaboom goes down to this Make It Rain. But maybe, are we in a position where the special attack drops might start to actually matter here?
Yeah, the special attack drop may mean that Lorsy's Golden Go can take a Shadow Ball now. You see Alex willing to take some risks, right? That could have been Golden Go just attacking with its own Make It Rain on this turn and doing really significant damage while only taking a Make It Rain, but Lorsy doesn't get that call right. Alex may be expecting even if that happens, then the Ursaluna can close out the game as long as Rillaboom is gone and off the field. And then is no longer threatening, a Wood Hammer or a high horsepower that outspeeds Ursaluna. So now Ninetales hits the field, but Ninetales, fully suppressed here. Will just be a Grassy Glide going into that slot, meaning that you cannot throw out a Terra Blast. Golden Go can try to start solving this problem. If it can take a Shadow Ball, it can get out, its own Make It Rain to probably KO Golden Go and do really significant damage in a Rillaboom, but it probably can't KO Rillaboom. If you can't KO Rillaboom, then there's just a Grassy Glide coming again a turn later.
This could be the end of the game with this final turn, as Rillaboom actually does go for the Grassy Glide into this Ninetales, so the Protect is great to keep it around for one more turn and hopefully try to stall out this grassy terrain. But can Alex get the knockout with this Shadow Ball to the Golden Go? Even at -1, it's still enough for a one-hit knockout, and it's just the Ninetales left. Alex is so close to being able to close out this game and the set.
Has the damage into Golden Go, and that's it. Ninetales cannot do this on its own, has way too many things in front of it, has priority Grassy Glide on one side. So yeah, Lorsy locking in the concession, just really well played by Alex.
Alex is going to win this 3-game set. with a sigh of relief, as this win will lock him into that top cut with several other players. We already saw Leonard Craft III win on stream to get those 10 wins. I'm also getting word that Brian Collins has also made it into our top cut, and so Alex with this win will also secure a spot there. Of course, it's still not over for Lorsy. He still has one more round where he can get that win, but right now for Alex, he must be feeling pretty good. He might be able to get himself another win and just kind of solidify his standings there for that top cut.
Yeah, try to get that bye into the next round of the top cut. Man, it really well played by both players. It felt like the story of that match were those speed advantages. Every turn, you know, whether it's the Incineroar being pinned because it was slower than the Ursaluna on the other side, or the Golden Goes at the end of the game being, you know, Lorsy's being pinned because it was slower than the Shadow Ball coming out of Alex's on the other side. Consistently, you know, in a match where you are mirrored, you have the same Pokemon on the other side, if all of yours end up being slower, it is very hard to fight back.
Yeah, already it felt like Lorsy was fighting an uphill battle for that reason. Got all of that information in game 1 and still was able to find the adjustments to win that game number 2. But unfortunately, even though we kind of reversed the adjustments with Lorsy bringing the Ninetales and then Alex bringing the Rillaboom in that last game, Alex did an amazing job of preserving all of those pieces to keep the Blood Moon Ursaluna around as such a big threat, and then the Golden Go as well.
The Rillaboom ended up being like the perfect adjustment, right? Once the ground terrestrialization had been spent on Ninetales because of Lorsy's own adjustment, had it been Ninetales in the back, you would have maybe been worried about speed ties in the end, which Ninetales is going to move faster. But because it was Rillaboom in the back for Alex, he always had the suppression of Grassy Glide into the Ninetales. It forced so many protects, eventually forced the concession when Ninetales just couldn't attack. And so was a little bit one step ahead there, right? As Lorsy makes the change to his own game plan to try to find all that Terra Blast damage, Rillaboom ready to answer.
Yeah, it's tough because I go back to that one turn where Lorsy did end up protecting with his own Golden Go, and maybe when that wasn't the target, how different does that game even look if you actually decide to make the risk of actually attacking with that Golden Go instead?
Yeah, and you know, if maybe
really hard to say.
Could have been able to take a Make It Rain and just swing in. I think ultimately the problem was going to be the Ursaluna in the back. Lorsy was forced to lose a Pokemon on that turn because of the speed advantage between the two Golden Goes. So even had he swung out with his own Golden Go, still loses Rillaboom, still ends up with Ninetales out on the field, threatened by Grassy Glide, and then a full health Ursaluna in the back that is just ready to fight the Golden Go. So I'm not sure that was, you know, a free opportunity back. It would have made things a little bit closer, but going to be such an uphill battle with that Ursaluna still waiting in the wings.
Well, Lorsy, again, still has one more chance. Did come off the back of a top 8 at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships and still made that match look so close despite the odds being stacked against him. And then congratulations to Alex. I mean, this is one step closer to that regional championship that you have been hoping and dreaming for. I think for both of them, of course, they would love to be in that top cut to have that chance again. But I know Alex, this is something that he's been looking for quite some time. And so he must be feeling really great that he was able to secure that spot, at least in top cut for now. And then the work's still cut out for you, but one hurdle at a time when it comes to these regional championships.
Yep, just have to take it one match at a time, keep making progress, keep earning more points, more prizing, and making your way through the day.
Oh, well, we have been the last match to decide what's going to happen for our next round of Swiss. So as we get our final round of Swiss ready to go, we're going to take a short break. But don't go anywhere, because we've still got more action to see here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Sometimes, on a dark night, your shadow thrown by a street light will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. Gengar possesses potential victims' shadows in an effort to steal away their lives. Should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There's no escaping it. Give up.
Here at Milwaukee, one of our trainers to watch was none other than Lorsy. Lorsy, phase 2 of the competition, looking strong so far. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. Consistency is key. I wanted to come to this event and make day 2. That was the goal. I always end up like day twoing and then missing day two and then day two. So this season, I took it upon myself to set a goal to try to day two almost every event that I go to. Well, majority of events, and make sure that I come well prepared for the event.
So that goal, we got that one, and you're coming off of a top 8 at Pittsburgh. So I want to know then, going from that event to this event, if it's just something you're kind of running back, same team, or like if there's different approaches to this event.
So I just thought that comfort was essentially the best route to go for this event. It's very soon from Pittsburgh, so I didn't want to change anything too drastic. I was getting in my head a little bit because I know that NA likes to counter team or have great positive matchups into teams that are doing really well, and this team is breaking the internet basically because it's having phenomenal performances online and offline. So I spoke to a couple friends, Silver Room, Cruz, so many other names that I'm just forgetting. DDD. I spoke to them and I'm like, yo, should I just run it back? They're like, yeah. I mean, comfort is key and you're one of the balance kings, so might as well do it. So yeah, I enjoy the team. I mean, it's very boring, don't get me wrong, but it's something that I'm just so used to playing. Been playing for almost like 10 years now, and balance is kind of like the best approach for me to go about the game, and the team fits everything a balanced player wants.
I mean, it's definitely working out well because you've roasted through day one. And I want to know how you felt on your end it was. Was it difficult because people are trying to counter, or were you just like too well prepared that you felt still like a step ahead?
So at the end of the day, I had to come to terms and realize that although the team is very public and people know about it and people are prepping into it, you still have to beat me. You could know the team, but you still got to beat the player that's running the team. So with that mentality, I just went with every game with every game plan that I had, and I played effectively well throughout 8 rounds. Lost the Rally Factura. I also lost the Rally Factura a couple years back in top cut of the internets in Brazil. So it was rough. It kind of put my head down a little bit, but I brought it back up and said, you know what? It's okay to lose, but as long as we can bounce back and try to make it into day 2, it'll be all right. And here we are, 7-1, so I feel good.
And then with that bounce back, I want to know how you're feeling going into phase 2 of the competition and eyeing up the potential run at the top cut.
I feel really good. My day 2 conversions are not the best, but with this team, I think that the team is carrying me more than the player, so we'll see if I can pull some good matchups. The most important thing with this team is you need to win your neutral and positive matchups, because once you run into a bad matchup, you got to accept that loss for the most part, if you can. But if you could win, then you take your wins as you can. But yeah, I'm just focusing on just playing the best possible Pokemon I can in my neutral and positive matchups. And this team has really showcased how consistent it could be with when good players pilot it. Not only there's other players internationally in Europe that are also piloting offline tours, like I said, and other online tours that people are just using this team. And I haven't found really any problems with it. But this is probably the last rodeo for me utilizing this team. I don't think I'll bring it to LAIC. I haven't told anybody yet. I'm going to LAIC as well. So, but I need to switch it up, I think, going into LAIC, because all the heavy hitters are going to this event and they will be well prepared for this team.
So definitely a last ride with this team that you have to make worth it. So I'm excited to see how you're going to fare in the competition. I know there's a couple people that you had shouted out. Final opportunity for any other shout outs, so you have final words.
All right, so I'm very thankful for Silver. Silver is somebody that I contact almost on a daily. He's the one that actually got me back into Pokemon. I was not gonna go to Pittsburgh. And he called me and was like, you're like one of the best players. What are you doing? You should go to this event. And I'm like, nah. And then he's like, no, bro, sign up. So I ended up signing up, and then top 8. And then he told me to come to this event again. And I'm like, And then he's like, no. And I just listened to him. So Silver, I'm very grateful for you. Very grateful for all my homies, and also my EU homies. Is it okay if I speak Spanish? Pero mucho gracias por todo, amigos a España. Poki Alex, Jordi, Jamadri, pero mucho gracias. Without them, I wouldn't have had the team in my hands. They're the one that actually gave me the team and gave me a little tips and tricks on how to utilize the team. And without them, I'll be honest, I don't know where I'd be right now at this current moment. So very, very thankful for my friends in Spain. So, yeah.
I mean, friends are really what make the journey so worth it. And I'm also learning, always listen to Silver. That's
Yeah, Silver is the GOAT. People don't know, Silver top 8, 2 back-to-back regionals. end up losing to Wolf at Hartford Regionals in top 8, which is not a bad loss. And it came down to some, I think a paralyzation happened on Silver's end to end up losing the match. And he's a person that, he's older than me, so I view him as a big brother as well. He gives me a lot of insight when it comes to the game and just life in general. So I think it's very important to always have that big brother around. So Silver is like one of those guys for me, and I'm very grateful to have him in my corner.
That's really, really sweet to hear. And Lorsy, best of luck with the competition. Thank you so much for chatting. As for us, time to see how the competition is going to be shaking up as we continue on with Milwaukee.
Morning, trainers. Welcome back to beautiful Milwaukee. We are in the end stages of our Swiss tournament here. It has been incredible so far. We already have 3 players qualified for our top cut bracket, and we're about to find out who is going to join them. This is our final round of Swiss for the tournament, and to get you through it, it's going to be myself, Evan Latt, and my good friend, Gabby Snyder. Gabby, how have you been enjoying the matches so far today?
It's been incredible. I mean, we've had some really amazing matches, some really close sets, you know, coming down to the wire on a lot of things that even though
1 HP wins.
I know, like literally 1 HP wins that came down to, oh, well, you just happened to land that parting shot on the right Pokemon at the right time. And that's the kind of high-level gameplay that we love to see from Phase 2. So even though this is the last round of Swiss, I think we're only going to start seeing these games getting closer and closer and closer in margin until, of course, we crown our regional champion here this weekend.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at who is still in contention here. Of course, we saw both Alex Arendt and Leonard Craft III punch their ticket into Top Cut on stream. They will be joined by Brian Collins, who also won his match last round and will be in the Top Cut with that 10-win record. You can see some of the other players here in contention at 9-2. You still need 1 win to make it into the Top Cut. So all of these players that you see on your screen still in contention and very much fighting for their tournament life.
Yeah, and the matches have started on the floor, so we might be able to give you some updates at the end of the round here on stream, but we have some incredible, notable matches here to share with you. And, you know, we just saw Lorsy in that incredible interview. We'll be facing off against Dorian King. Wolf Glick actually now fighting for his tournament life against Jeremy Cote, so best of luck to him. And, you know, other names we've seen on stream as well this weekend. Christopher Holland all the way at the beginning of Phase 1 the other day, facing off against Enrique Grimaldo. Same thing, both X and 2 fighting for that coveted Top Cut spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of these matches is a win and end. So half of the people you see on your screen here will be in the Top Cut, and half of them unfortunately will not. So it's going to be an exciting matchup as we get into the Top Cut. I am so thrilled to both see our existing players and who's going to join them.
Yeah, and I want to shout out one more notable matchup if that is okay. So we also have Sierra from the other day. She is also trying to fight for her tournament win and end. So best of luck to her coming back from that last round loss of Swiss, playing against Nick Williams. So best of luck to them out on the floor. We're going to go head to the stage though, where we'll be featuring a very fun match. I'm sure longtime viewers of the stream are very familiar with Riley Factura up there. No stranger to the regional stage. I think we've seen him up here how many times?
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
And most of them in the finals as well. I actually talked to him in Pittsburgh where he was feeling very sort of washed up heading into this new season and in Regulation H in particular. And I gave him a nice little pep talk there. So I mean, you couldn't be washed, Riley. You'll never be washed to me. And here he is, fighting for his tournament life on a win and end in Milwaukee on the next tournament. But of course, to do so, he will have to get through Ale Piscitelli, who is running an incredibly balanced team up against Riley's more throwback reign.
Yeah, and Ale still has some incredible accomplishments of his own, has gotten a couple of top 32 placements in the past at the regional championships. Just like you mentioned, running a more balance-oriented teams, does have a couple of more offensive techs. You see that Choice Scarf, Adaptability, Male Bascule Lesion, that's going to be a huge pivot on the team. You send it out early, flip turn it away, and then it can come back late game with a very strong Last Respects, which powers up for every Pokemon Pokemon knocked out. You also have the Defiant King Gambit. Isn't running that Terra Dark Terastallization like we see to get that extra dark type boost, and also has safety goggles as well to play a bit more defensively. But the Sword Stance kind of makes up for that at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually a really interesting team because it combines a lot of the new techs that we've been seeing in this second run of Regulation H alongside some of the, more traditional stuff from the first time we ran Regulation H. So that Choice Scarf Basculegion we did not see very much at all last time we ran this meta. It was always tied to Pelipper. As well, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, we have the Leftovers and the Terra Electric. We just saw how important that is if you're going up against Golden Go balanced teams. And he has mixed those with some of those throwbacks like the Swords Dance King Gambit, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to work matching up against Riley, who is running a much more familiar team with one exception that I think we have seen over the course of Regulation 8.
We also get our first Among Us on stream, at least for us this weekend. I have to go back and check if it is actually the first Among Us this weekend, but shout outs to Among Us. You're a real bro. We missed you.
We're here.
Maybe.
We're here, Among Us bros.
But no, in all seriousness, this looks like a very familiar Rain team with the Como-O in the room. It is running Overcoat, which means it won't be taking any chip damage from Sandstorm. Also won't be worrying about any Spore-like moves on the field. Not going to really come into play here, though. Also, given that the Ninetales on the opposing side of the field has Moonblast, I don't think Como-O is necessarily going to be the strong point of your team that I want it to be in this matchup. Instead, we really should be looking at how the Archaludon and the Basculegion and the Amoonguss are really going to fit into the matchup against Ale, as those are the Pokemon that, similar to what we just said, they're going to be the powerhouses. This Basculegion, it's holding Choice Band, but with Swift Swim, it's almost like it gets the Choice Band and the Choice Scarf, assuming Rain is up on the field.
Yeah, it's actually going to be, it kind of works out evenly. The Basculegion here for Riley is going to be a little bit faster in the Rain, but they both will have relatively similar power with the adaptability on Ale's side versus the Choice Band here on Riley's side, which is really interesting. They're both Choice, but they're both going to end up in basically the same place, even though they tried different things. One thing that you called out that I would like to highlight a lot is that Ninetales has Moonblast, which is really important because this Pelipper on the other side can turn off the snow. And we've seen a lot of Ninetales rely only on Blizzard, and having an alternate mode of attack that isn't going to be reliant on your weather is going to be really important here for Ale.
For sure, and being able to turn off the speed on the opposing Basculegion, especially knowing that there really isn't anything that Riley can do to shut off the adaptability ability on the opposing Basculegion, is a option for Ale as he approaches this matchup. You also could rely on that King Gambit. That dark type damage is going to force a Terastallization on the Basculegion. You don't necessarily want to send Incineroar into it as there's an Intimidate, but it's actually going to be that Como-O out in the lead for Riley. So you have to wonder, given that that Pokemon is very scared of the Ninetales, what can it do here? It has Clanging Scales and Clangorous Soul, so those are moves that boost it up at the cost of its health, and then it'll lower those stats in return. Can also go for an Aura Sphere, but I think Riley's comfortable terastallizing this Pokemon in this matchup, given that he led it, and that's a huge commitment to make in turn one of a win-in match.
Yeah, it's also relatively safe right here on this turn one. The Rillaboom and the Blood Moon, of course, with the Leftovers, isn't as much of an offensive powerhouse and will be much slower than the Como-O, which is threatening with just a Aura Sphere right away. So Como-O actually matching up pretty well here, but if Ale has the Ninetales, which you have to assume he does, you have to expect that that Como-O is going to have to, at some point, terastallize, but actually it's just going to be Riley's Archaludon that's going to do it, turn into the Bug type to protect itself from potential ground type damage from the Blood Moon or the Rillaboom. Rillaboom will just stop the Como-O from moving with that Fake Out, and a Dragon Pulse connects onto the Ursaluna, doing good damage there, and actually faster than the Como-O here, as just a Yawn comes out to try to force Riley to switch the Archaludon out.
So a good trade here. We get some damage on the field in exchange for a potential switch from Riley this turn. And at the end of the day, I think that switch is going to do a bit more for Ale, knowing that if the Archaludon does go to sleep, and knowing that it is one of Riley's more powerful Pokemon on the team, now you can catch it off guard. You could potentially throw a Blood Moon into that spot, hoping to catch maybe the Basculegion, maybe even the Incineroar. We've seen how much damage those Pokemon have taken from that attack throughout the tournament this weekend. That would be a huge win in your favor. You could also try and use the Rillaboom maybe to catch something off guard. It's very, very unlikely that you keep the Archaludon in, because once your Pokemon is asleep, even though you do get to attack this turn, you're going to be asleep from 1 to 3, 4 turns afterwards, and that's just a huge cost to take.
So as you're mentioning, Riley is going to retreat the Archaludon, does not want to leave that Pokemon to fall asleep. Going to be the Basculegion coming out here. That Choice Band Basculegion will threaten big damage, especially as Rillaboom has switched out. However, it is just one Predator of the Basculegion for another, as the King Gambit will switch in, tanking that Clanging Souls from the Kommo-o, which will drop its defenses, but crucially also activate that Throat Spray, giving Kommo-o a +1 boost to its special attack. However, it will also take a Yawn from the Ursaluna, and you can see why this Ursaluna has become so popular. It can force some of these Pokemon out, take those big hits, and then say, well, I'm glad you boosted, but if you want to stick around, you want one more shot, you're going to have to go to sleep.
You're going to have to go to sleep, and again, that's just not something you can take this early on in a game 1 of such a critical match. Riley could decide to switch in the Archaludon once again. It has a great spot where it will be resisting a potential ground-type attack from the Ursaluna. Also, if it gets hit by a physical attack here, it will be able to boost its defenses one stage thanks to that stamina ability, so it's not the worst thing. But there could also just be another Yawn from the Ursaluna, so it's a tough call to make here, and it looks like we're seeing one switch, but it's actually the Kommo-o remaining on the field for now.
Yeah, it's actually the Basculegion that switches out, as well as the Blood Moon Ursaluna on Ale's side. Got the Yawns out and figured, hey, I'm probably in a decent position right now. Let's bring the Rillaboom back in, as of course the Sucker Punch will fail on the switch in and just take that Aura Sphere. Riley is making the trade King Gambit for sleep on this Kommo-o.
And that's a fair trade. I mean, we talked about this in team preview. If there is that Ninetales lurking around in the back of Ale's party, you want to get the most value out of this Kommo-o as possible. And getting the King Gambit off the field, opening up the opportunity for your Basculegion to attack without worrying about any priority moves from the King Gambit at least, that is a huge advantage. Still have to worry about Grassy Glides, of course, but that's one Pokemon out of the way from a potential Last Respects win condition.
Absolutely, and Ale does have the Ninetales in the back, as we saw on the switch-in, but does not have to worry about the Kommo-o quite yet, because that Pokemon will have to take the first turn of sleep after the Yawn. That being said, going to have to deal with it eventually, because it will start threatening big damage onto Pokemon like this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Rillaboom just can't do anything to that dragon typing on the Kommo-o. However, Ale has made the choice that the Archaludon is the Pokemon that he wants to target down. Gets the fake out, so the Archaludon will flinch, but will take a Blood Moon coming out from this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Because of the special attack, the stamina boost doesn't quite matter, but the Assault Vest is still going to allow the Archaludon to hang on with a decent amount of health and start recovering on the grassy terrain.
So it can't protect itself because it is holding that Assault Vest, but it is at +2 defense now, which means those body presses are going to threaten a lot of damage into the Ursaluna, which would be super effective, but I think more importantly into the Rillaboom, which is something that is, again, the bigger threat when you're looking at the longer-term plan of this game. And while Ale could switch out the Rillaboom to try and protect it from a body press, you could also just try and maybe Grassy Glide and hope that you can maybe critical hit or something to get that little bit of damage to pick up the KO right there. That's a very risky play, and I like how he switches out the Rillaboom, just recognizing that it really is the Basculegion that he has to worry about for the long term.
Well, there is the teeny tiny Alolan Ninetales out on the field. This is a much more offensive Ninetales than we are used to seeing. Has the Life Orb as well as the double attacking moves. Blood Moon Ursaluna will protect itself, but Ninetales takes that body press on the switch in. Even at +2, thanks to the defense boost of the snow, Ninetales is able to shrug that off pretty well. And now both of these Pokemon, the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Life Orb Ninetales, are threatening big damage on the Archaludon. Archaludon. And you can see why Ale was targeting down the Archaludon. That is the best answer to this Alolan Ninetales on Riley's team that he's shown so far.
And it's a tough spot for Riley to be in as well, because you don't necessarily want to switch a Pokemon into this board's position, because it's going to be taking two very powerful attacks this turn. Maybe if you have the Incineroar in the back and you feel confident about where potential Earth Power, or if it's going to be a Blood Moon is going to land, you can switch that in, but it's actually the Pelipper to take away the snow.
Well, Ale is going all in on Blizzards here, but actually the Pelipper is coming in to change the weather. Riley will remove Ale's weather advantage by switching that Pokemon in. Ale will bring in the Rillaboom to regain Fake Out pressure and the grassy terrain for more healing. But here it is, Ale using the most offensive Alolan Ninetales I have seen in quite a while. Big things coming out of this teeny tiny Alolan Ninetales. That is a Terra Ice Pokemon firing off a massive Blizzard into both of these Pokemon, and it will connect onto both Pokemon here. The Blizzard knocks out Archaludon, and Pelipper takes big damage. Still hangs on just a little bit, but that is a huge knockout for Ale through the weather.
It would have been able to hang on no matter what, as Pelipper was holding the Focus Sash, but that was a Life Orb Terra-boosted Blizzard. Again, without the snow, it does have a chance to miss. So the fact that it was able to connect with the Pelipper and break the Focus Sash means that this Rillaboom now can threaten a KO with Grassy Glide. It could just go for a Fake Out if it wanted to stop this Pelipper from attacking this upcoming turn, and Ale could potentially switch the Ninetales out, send the Ursaluna back in, and yes, unfortunately, you probably will be taking some damage on that switch, because this is a great opportunity for the Basculesian to come back on the field. You will be able to remove the rain later, which means this Ninetales should be able to regain its speedy potential later on in the match.
Well, it's definitely going to be a weather war here as the Basculesian switches in. Of course, the Swift Swim will double its speed, allowing it to be the fastest thing on the field as long as rain is up. Both players, though, have 3 Pokemon remaining, so could always switch out their weather setters and continue to battle over who actually gets control of the weather for the rest of this game.
I think the thing, though, is that Riley faces the loss of Como-O, which at this point in the game would be unfortunate, but it's not necessarily the worst loss, whereas Ale could lose the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which feels like a bigger board piece for him overall. So yes, you are going to be able to reset the weather eventually, but losing the Ursaluna Blood Moon could be huge. That's so much damage.
Well, here comes the Ursaluna. Ale is forced to make the move first because Riley has the advantage. Rillaboom's Grassy Glide does pick up the KO onto Pelipper, which means that there will be no rain once Ale switches back in the Alolan Ninetales. But the Basculesian goes for a flip turn, picks up the KO onto Ursaluna, will switch back out for the Como-O and reset its choice item lock. But crucially, Pelipper going down means that the Alolan Ninetales will have the speed advantage.
So on the one hand, you do get to pick a new move here, which is going to be great for that Basculesian. You can lock into something a little bit more advantageous here, and honestly, given this board position and looking at Basculesian's moves, I think you want Aqua Jet at this point. Last Switch specs would be a lot more powerful, but you're going to be a little bit slower. You have to worry about your Grassy Glides, and if your Choice Spanned Aqua Jet can take out the Ninetales here, that might be your only win condition.
I just don't know that it does through the snow defense boost, though. And that Como-O is not going to be able to do anything here. It is slow, and it is threatened by both offensive options from Ale's Ninetales. And of course, this Rillaboom does still threaten priority pressure with the Grassy Glide, which could force that Aqua Jet, but Riley needs a little bit more damage out of it.
I mean, if somehow Riley's able to catch Ale, maybe focusing in a little bit too aggressively on the Como-O and a Moonblast or something, maybe that could open up an opportunity for the something, but I don't know. It's very tough here. With the Protect on Ninetales, if Riley's able to focus in on the Rillaboom this turn with the Wake Up, this might be possible.
Well, there's a Wake Up with the Clangorous Soul. There is no priority from either Pokemon here. The attack will raise, the defense will raise, the special attack and special defense will raise. Como-O going for the boost, but sacrificing its health for the trouble.
And even with the grassy terrain recovery, I don't know if it's going to be able to take a Blizzard and now a Grassy Glide too.
Yeah, but the crucial part is that it also then got a speed boost as part of the Clangorous Soul. So now maybe able to outspeed this Ninetales and knock it out with an Aura Sphere. By going for the Protect there, Ale missed an opportunity to deal damage, afraid of potentially getting knocked out by that Aqua Jet.
The nice thing about the Terra Ice here is that now the Ninetales is more susceptible to the Aura Sphere as well. So if the Como is able to land that knockout on Ninetales, and if the Rillaboom doesn't go for maybe like a high horsepower into a Grassy Glide for the KO here, or Woodhammer probably would still do more with the terrain boost, it's going to be a very close match here, and I think it's all going to come down to the damage rolls.
Como with the boost is faster, picks up the KO onto Ninetales, and Riley snuck that boost in. One turn, Ale played a little bit too defensively, and Riley now has activated the Como, picks up the KO, and shrugs off this Woodhammer.
Yeah, easily.
Como here. Gabby, this is what you love to see as a Como player.
I was a doubter here, I'm not going to lie. It was looking very, very dicey for this Como, but you're absolutely right when you say that Riley weaved in this opportunity and took advantage of some very defensive play from Ale there in that previous turn. I think that's exactly why you have to be playing to these win conditions when, even though you are on the back foot, if you do catch an opportunity here to sneak in a Clangorous Soul Blaze, and you do know that after that single speed boost, you will outspeed Alolan Ninetales, who I think 9 times out of 10 in this format have been training the maximum amount of speed possible. You can take advantage of that. You can land the KO with the Aura Sphere. I think the Terra Ice honestly helped a lot here as well. You can find these win conditions. So going into game number 2 eventually, I guess there's still some critical hit shenanigans that may be happening here.
I don't think there's enough.
I don't think there's enough either, but I have to call it out in case it does happen.
Riley doing some extra double duty with that Protect to get the additional grassy terrain healing and expiration.
Yeah.
Ale just has to go for the...
okay, there we go, yeah.
The Clanging Scales will lock it up right here.
Yeah, I love how he waited to use the Clanging Scales, though, so the defense drop wasn't in play, but I think Ale needs to just be on full-on offense. He needs one of those pep talks to make sure he doesn't necessarily put his foot on the brakes towards the end of the game, because had he gone for an attack on that Ninetales instead of protecting that turn, we'd be looking at a very different endgame.
Absolutely. Well, Ale, if you need a pep talk, I am here to give it to you. You went undefeated in Swiss in day 1. You are an incredible player, and clearly you have done great things to make it this far. But of course, Riley just closing that game out methodically, snuck in that one boost. Ale took his foot off the gas for just a moment, maybe unsure about the calculations for that Choice Band Aqua Jet, and wasn't able to close it out. But Ale was in a great position through most of the game. It was just that final moment that Riley was able to claw his way back in.
I think also unsure about the speed on the Como. I think that has to be called out as well, but Riley making a very good call prior to the tournament, knowing that that was a very important speed break point to hit. Kind of like your comment with the Hisuian Zoroark, right? The Ninetales is the fastest thing you're going to see most likely throughout Swiss and throughout, you know, potential top cut run. So you want to be able to hit that break point so you know, okay, if I am in this situation, maybe I can't use my dragon type moves, but Aura's feel pretty good.
Yep, absolutely. And looking into this second game here, Riley showing that recognizing the importance of the Ninetales and the weather control on a crucial moment switched in the Pelipper, but it did not matter in the end because Riley was just was able to sneak in that final moment. But if one of those blizzards had missed, you could imagine a situation where Riley didn't have to sneak that in. So
exactly.
Controlling the weather and recognizing that Riley is going to try to counter, especially this Terra Ice Blizzard Ninetales, like you have to bring the Pelipper, and if you're Ale, you have to know that as soon as you show that Ninetales, you're threatening big ice damage, and Riley needs to counter that.
Exactly. So going into game number 2 from Ale's perspective, I think if you play that Ninetales a little bit differently, you're still fairly comfortable. I think he also lost the King Gambit a little bit early on, didn't really get much value out of that Pokemon. I'd be interested to see the King Gambit swap for the Basculesian maybe to try and take advantage of the rain if it hits the field, but as we get started with game number 2, it's actually going to be the same leads for game number 1 from Riley.
Yeah, and the Ursaluna and Rillaboom for Ale. So both of these players figuring out, hey, things worked pretty well the first time. Let's try once more. Of course, last time the Ursaluna was able to yawn out the Archaludon, but the Como was still able to get big damage off and pick up the KO on that King Gambit, like you mentioned.
Exactly, and the Archaludon also locked in its Terrestrialization turn 1, which in the end didn't really help it out that much. I think the resistance, the threat of it was very good in this position, but again, it didn't necessarily like need it. So it's interesting to see that Riley is going for a turn 1 Terrestrialization again on that Archaludon. So just, I think, feeling very comfortable with this is the type I need this Pokemon to be.
Absolutely, and if there's one thing I know about Riley as a player is that if there is a safe option, he is going to choose the safe
100%.
option. This is a player that has no inaccurate moves on his team, with the exception of Hurricane out of rain here. But there's another Dragon Pulse, just like before, right into the Ursaluna, which will also yawn into the Archaludon once again, and the Como was baked out once again. So exact replay of game 1.
And then if we're going to see more replaying here, we'll see the Archaludon switch out. Very safe play. And then Como will be going on the offense here. But I guess we also have to wonder, you know, what move is it going to attack with? And will Ale anticipate the switch out of the Archaludon? Because this is the opportunity for Ale to adapt now.
Yeah, last time we saw Basculegion come in and Ale switching into the King Gambit, which is what sacrificed the King Gambit here.
Exactly. And if Ale took notes and remembers what happened here, this is the perfect opportunity to get some more momentum on your side.
All right, well, Riley actually switches in the Incineroar this time, making an adjustment, not bringing in the Basculegion, instead bringing in the Incineroar. Gets an Intimidate off onto the Rillaboom, while Como goes on the offensive with Aura Sphere, picks up a KO on the Ursaluna this time. Big damage onto that Pokemon.
Talk about safe plays. You intimidate the Rillaboom, so this Wood Hammer will do even less damage into a resisted Pokemon. You bring a Pokemon that your opponent wasn't necessarily expecting, and you KO the Pokemon that was using Yawn to threaten sleep on the Como-O. We're in a completely different board state compared to game 1, where we are now, but Riley's still relying on those safe plays that you mentioned that he favors. We do see a mix-up from Ale here with the reveal of the Basculegion, and it is going to be Choice Scarfed. It is going to still have that Ghost typing, so it cannot be flinched from a potential Fake Out. We could see an easy knockout for the Incineroar here if the Basculegion is allowed to target it, but knowing Riley and knowing that there is an option to sort of switch things around and keep that Incineroar safe for a bit, you have to think he's going to take it.
Yeah, I am really concerned, though, for Ale with the damage types that are available. Right now, just Grass, Ground, and Water and Ghost. This Como has a free Clangorous Soul if it wants to go for it.
I think you have to. I mean, we saw how valuable that was in game 1. If it's honestly going to be free, why not take it?
Well, Ninetales is coming in to threaten Riley should Riley go for that option and the next turn, but won't have anything to do this time, as Incineroar is actually going to switch right back out as well. Totally threatened by the Basculegion. Riley is not going to give up that Pokemon. Instead, brings in the Archaludon, which will happily take at least one attack from this Basculegion. There is the Terrestrialization into the Water typing, building up additional damage. The adaptability plus the Water Terrestrialization means that even this flip turn will deal good damage to anything on the field. The Archaludon, though, way better than the Incineroar. But that means that Basculegion now switches out, and there will be Fake Out pressure on the side of Ale for next turn.
But the Como-O still has to move. There still is an opportunity for those boosts. There's still an opportunity for an attack here, but Como-O just does what it does best. And I love this signature move from this Pokemon. I think part of me misses the Z-move animation a little bit, but that's a memory lane for later. For now, we're at a very advantageous board state for Riley. For Riley, as he has the speed boost now, he's going to be faster than that of Alolan Ninetales. We know that the Rillaboom is going to be very limited in how much damage it can do to really either of these Pokemon. And even though you have to worry about the Fake Out this turn, Como-O can very comfortably protect itself, take some benefit from the grassy terrain even.
Yeah, happily.
And the Archaludon can just hang out, maybe get a stamina boost if it wants, or attack, or, you know, just vibe.
Yeah, well, Archaludon actually will be switching out. Archaludon will be replaced instead by the Incineroar. So Riley getting another Intimidate down onto this Rillaboom, maybe trying to catch the Basculegion if it wanted to switch in on that, but instead just getting it onto the Rillaboom. But like you mentioned, Kobo goes for the Protect, totally safe here, will not take any damage, but that Incineroar will not be so lucky. Big Moonblast coming out from the Ninetales as well. You have the Rillaboom able to fire off an attack as well. But Incineroar eating that Citrus Berry after an Intimidate, even in a high horsepower, after the Intimidate may not be enough, and it is not. Incineroar hangs on, has fake out pressure, and this boosted Komo can continue to just feel totally safe in this position.
It's a great spot for this Komo to be in too. So again, has its choice of targets here. Can try to go for an Aura Sphere into the Ninetales if he thinks it's going to stay in and is worried about taking a potential Moonblast here. Can target the Ninetales with a Fake Out potentially and just go for a Clanging Scales if he wants to get the Dragon type damage down on the field. If you're anticipating a switch, you can also just go for Fake Out and Clanging Scales. Again, it's really Riley's choice of how he wants to play through the game. But again, given how safe he's been playing and given how he's been just keeping every single option open to him, I think Fake Out plus an attack here really is the safest approach. You don't necessarily want to go full on offense because if you get caught off guard, I mean, we saw how that went in game one. It could be really bad.
Well, Basculegion coming in instead of the Ninetales. As a water type, there's actually no way for it to dodge damage. In fact, it takes a little bit of fake out damage on its own. Here comes the Clangorous Soul. Will connect onto a both.
That's another boost.
Clangorous Soul. That's was not greedy. A Clanging Scales.
That's Riley. That's Riley playing unsafe.
It's greedy, but it actually was totally safe because the only option there would be for the Rillaboom to go for another attack onto the Komo, which high horsepower or Woodhammer, it doesn't matter because you have the fake out pressure onto the Ninetales.
True.
And probably needs that extra damage because the Terra was spent on the Basculegion instead of Ninetales this time.
True. I do have to wonder though about the risk of the Rillaboom targeting the Komo and then maybe a critical hit coming into the miss. And I do have to wonder if the second Clangorous Soul means that this Komo is just fully locked in on being Riley's win condition. You can certainly protect this turn and just sort of force your opponent to recognize the big threat that it is now and have your Archaludon take advantage of that fact. Can't necessarily go for any super effective attacks against the Basculegion or the Rillaboom and did lose its stamina boost upon the switch, but again, we're in a very comfortable position where Riley has his choice on how he wants to play through the end game, and we still honestly don't know his final Pokemon.
Yeah, there's still a fourth Pokemon, so there could be an ace for Riley in the back. Ale has to go on the offensive, and look at that! Can you believe that? That's an adaptability Terra Water Basculegion dealing 0 damage after this and getting knocked out in return by that Komo. Riley, by getting that second boost, is just going to run over the rest of Ale's team here.
And a Flash Cannon from this Archaludon as well. We'll be going into the Assault Vest Rillaboom,
Pitiful Archaludon, do better.
I mean, only Komo-O's doing big damage at this point, Evan. I think you have to stop comparing these Pokemon to Komo-O. This is unrealistic expectations here.
Fair, fair.
With the Ninetales back on the field, though, and Ale's final 2 Pokemon, you have to wonder if it is the Pelipper in the back once again for Riley, if this is when you switch the Archaludon out to reveal it. You remove the snow from the field, you remove that final, like, blizzard threat that does exist, but at the same time, I mean, if we're talking about safety and we're talking about board positioning, we know the Komo is faster. We've seen how much damage the Aura Sphere can do, and there really is no opportunity for it to miss, but Riley just keeping it safe and sound. Blizzard no longer 100% accurate, and we do get confirmation it is going to be that Pelipper as the final Pokemon.
Yep, Pelipper in the back. Ninetales will protect this turn, trying to just dodge any damage possible. Komo will fire back with an Aura Sphere into that protect, so Rillaboom, what can you do here? Can you take this Komo off the field with a Woodhammer?
Bonk.
Yeah, not quite.
No, I kind of miss Ogre Pond's like really big wind-up with the Ivy Cudgels.
would be more dramatic in this position. But
yeah, well, Ninetales went for the double protect, just trying to get as many bonks as possible onto the Como-O, but without getting that double protect, the Aura Sphere will pick up that KO, and with Pelipper on the field, plus this Como-O, this Rillaboom is not going anywhere. A little bit of damage back onto the Como-O, and it's going to take a Hurricane as Riley Factura sings his way into top cut.
Sings his way into top cut indeed, and what an incredible story for Como-O this weekend. A Pokemon that has been incredibly overlooked in Regulation H, you know, has had some, I would say, success in terms of like a content creation perspective. We've seen some teams with it, but never really was taken seriously, I think, until this weekend. You know, we've seen the overcoat varieties, we've seen the soundproof varieties do very well in this tournament, and you can see why. Riley just had that confidence in how it was trained, knowing where those breakpoints were, and just had the damage to back it up. Very well played from both these trainers.
Absolutely. What a standout performance for Como-O in this win and end. And of course, like you mentioned, not the only Como-O in the field. We saw some of those soundproof Como-O earlier, and you know, this is a Pokemon that we saw this actually last season as well. When you stop preparing for Como-O, at that point it was the Iron Defense Body Press version.
Yeah.
But this version where you have sort of the mini Geomancy of the Clanging Soul, or the Clangorous Soul, then, you know, it can get really out of hand really quickly, and Riley showed exactly how that happens.
And Ali even really had that like perfect counter to Como-O on paper with the super offensive Alolan Ninetales, but Riley's positioning was just too strong, and
yeah.
That just goes to show how good of a trainer Riley is, and to see him do incredibly well at yet another tournament when, what were you saying, he was feeling a little bit washed up?
Yeah, I believe he told me when I went to interview him at Pittsburgh that, I don't know why you're interviewing me, I'm washed up, I'm not going to do well.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself. I mean, that was, first of all, that was an incredible game of Pokemon, but second of all, like, I feel like a lot of people are very hard on themselves in this game, and at the end of the day, if you're having fun, that's great, but also, that was some incredible Pokemon. That was not washed up Pokemon.
Yeah, and I know when you're used to being one of the most winningest trainers in the field, having one or two bad tournaments doesn't feel great, but Riley proving that he is where he belongs, which is in the top cut of our tournament here in Milwaukee. Incredibly well played by him, but also incredibly well played, and congratulations to Ale for an incredible tournament run as well. Going undefeated on the first day of Swiss is a huge accomplishment. Very few people get to do that, and actually the only other people who did it this tournament were Leonard Kraft and Wolf Glick.
I mean, those are two names I'd love to see my name up next to, so congratulations to both of you. We're going to be taking a quick break here, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be looking at our top cut players real soon, and we're going to be entering the most fun part of the tournament, so don't go away. You're going to want to see that.
Chandelure haunts dilapidated mansions. It sways its arm to hypnotize opponents with the ominous dancing of the flames. The spirits, burned up in its flames, lose their way and wander this world forever. More spooky VGC stories here at Milwaukee, now with none other than Lorsy. Lorsy, you got a scary story to tell.
It's Philly Regionals 2016. I'm in top 4, on my way to potentially win my first regional, but there's a blockage. It's Chup across the third. We get into a game 3. All I need to do is hit Origin Pulse with my Kyogre, and what happens? I miss, but it's okay, because I get the rematch. This year, Pittsburgh. I play Choppa in top 8. It goes to a game 3. A Pokemon switches out into Goldango. I go for a Woodhammer knockoff into that slot, potentially being able to pick up the knockout. His Incineroar moves first. Flare Blitz my Rillaboom and burns it. Choppa Cross, please stop haunting me.
Such a scary story. Choppa is such a scary trainer. We got to go back to the competition. The story is too scary for me. back here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. So many spooky, scary stories out there on the floor. And now for a spooky, scary VGC story of his own, I have Colin Hire. Colin, what do you got for us?
The year was 2023. I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to take on the world and try my best to qualify for Worlds. I flew all the way to Australia, a hefty trip. And while I was there, I played against one of Europe's best, Eric Rios. Now, Eric, he's an incredible player and a very, very scary person to play up against. And during the second game, after losing the first game, I was on the brink of elimination, ready to be eliminated that round, and the stakes were high. I was 6-1 at the time, and a win would allow me to get into day 2 of my first ever OCIC. But Eric, he had different plans. He nasty plotted, and he nasty plotted again. And his Golden Go got so scary and so spooky. And then he protected. And as he protected, I was able to take out Tyranitar, and it all came down to an Iron Bundle speed tie. But fortunately for me, this story has a happy ending. And I was able to navigate myself out, and his Golden Go was actually able to deal no damage.
Amazing, a happy ending and a very, very spooky story. Colin, thank you for sharing. Hopefully we get some more scary stories with a good ending like that out here in Milwaukee.
Tell me, if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment. Would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
and again and again,
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made,
no regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our time. It's our time.
Wake up, Pikachu. We have a top cut that we are about to start here at Milwaukee. Going into this weekend, I mean, a lot of high expectations, a competition that has delivered so far, and I cannot wait for, as Gabby said it, the best part of the competition. I agree. We're in store for a treat.
It gets better round after round, more and more intense matches, more and more on the line.
And this top cut is looking pretty stacked. We still have a couple of matches that we're looking for the results for, just 3 more tables left. But I mean, we got Leonard Kraft III, Alex Aaron, and Brian Collins, who have all locked in their spot in top cut with at least those 10 wins a long time ago. Now they're all 11-1, and we've got some implications for that, don't we?
Yeah, with those 3 matches outstanding still, we'll eventually have 13 players left in the tournament. Nice and clean this time. I think we have 3 players who get buys, and the other 10 who have 2 losses have to keep playing. So lots more Pokemon to play.
Oh, there certainly is. And this is going to get really intense because, of course, now that we are at this point, it is the bracket. You take a loss, you're unfortunately out of the competition. But, I mean, Rose, I want to start talking about the players. And one player that you had called out was Leonard Kraft, because earlier we got to see him as the only undefeated player left in the field. That streak unfortunately ended, but there is always the curse of the undefeated player heading into Top Cut doesn't win. So maybe for the better, right?
Yeah, or you just tried to save some information in that last game. That's also a huge possibility. A lot of our players don't like to take those risks if they know they're going to be facing up against another player on that side of the bracket. You know, everybody's crunching the numbers before they go into that final round. So who knows? Maybe we'll see a rematch.
Yeah, you know going into that last round, if you're still undefeated, not only are you into Top Cut, you already have the bye in Top Cut. So not too much to play for there. You can kind of hold back if you feel like you need to.
And another player I want to talk about, someone who we haven't seen on the broadcast end of things, but is having a phenomenal run, is Brian Collins. Especially too, looking over at the teams, it's been a conversation about all the different meta teams to see going into the weekend, all the wacky Pokemon. And this isn't necessarily a wacky archetype. This is one we've seen before, but the Trick Room, the infamous, like, we're going all in on this Trick Room.
We got Lilycole.
Yeah.
This is a player who's an expert in this. You know, those players who play enough hard Trick Room to really figure out all the niche techs. I mean, this team's got some. It's got a clear amulet, close combat Incineroar. So Incineroar out to do some damage, not get intimidated, do damage on its own. And Brian's just an expert at playing this type of team.
Yeah, which I'm really, really then excited to see. I mean, it's one of those matchups too that sometimes going up against it, like, it catches people off guard because if you don't have the matchup, well, then you're done.
He's been on a tear at locals as well as won 3 recent Los Angeles Cups, including one that another Top Cup player, Riley, was at just last week. So fighting some good competition there as well.
Oh, so definitely getting some good practice, that's for sure. And it's paying off dividends here. I mean, Brian Collins is one of those players that always stood out to me because of just the sheer number of top cuts. And especially when you actually take a look at some of the results that he's had here, is reflected in the amount of practice that he's gotten with this particular archetype, with Trick Room. And so it's really awesome to see him make another top 16 in an event, hopefully able to repeat a performance here, maybe even go even further than that top 8 that he was able to get at Sacramento.
A lot of trainers have talked about the importance of comfort going into the event. Some people try and break the meta, some are comfort. And I mean, to be comfort on a team that not everyone has that matchup into, because sometimes it is disrespected, that can be everything. So I'm really excited to see the run continue. But we've talked about 2 of our 11-1s. I'm making sure I'm trying to do my math right, friend. But there was one more as well, someone who we did get to see earlier on the broadcast, looking at Alex Rant.
Did you? Sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?
You can't hear me? I'm talking about Alex. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about this match we saw earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand now.
It's loud in here. There's a lot of people in the venue, guys.
The announcements were I was like, oh, we actually have our final standings. That was what I was tuned into on the announcements.
Final standings.
So I have no idea how those other matches ended, but you know.
But yeah, Alex has those top 6 Pokemon from our day 2 usage stats, those kind of core of Regulation H. We saw him win in a mirror of those 6 Pokemon just a couple of rounds ago with a lot more speed to his side. So maybe that's been paying dividends all day. Obviously hugely successful to be X-1 at this point in the tournament and getting that bye into the top 8 already.
Yeah, I mean, Alex played so well, especially that adjustment to the Rillaboom in that second and that third game. It was just perfect to be able to actually utilize a lot of that speed. With the priority grassy glides too. I mean, that's something that I think a lot of our trainers have been relying on. And you can see that reflected in some of the other top cut teams that we have. I thought that the King Gambit was really cool, at least in that last match. Unfortunately, Ale just barely missing out on being able to make it into that top cut. But if you don't have the speed, then sometimes, hey, you might as well get some priority.
Yeah, get some damage off eventually.
Yes, at some point. But there are a couple of other players to call out in our top cut. And specifically, Len, I'm sure you're super excited that there are 2 Tyranitar.
2 Tyranitar out of the 13, so it feels pretty good. Both players playing it differently. Both, I think, have Excadrill, but only one Corviknight. So some looks. We haven't seen much Sand on the broadcast this weekend, but maybe we'll see some more coming up.
Yeah, we've got like the Tyranitar and Corviknight has Hydreigon. It also has a Moongus. That was a Pokemon that I feel like we haven't seen at all this entire tournament, but it's still in the top cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's still being respected, right? You still see safety goggles on a lot of teams, but definitely far down in usage. I don't think we saw any on the broadcast, but at least a couple into the top cut already. I think still some in those matches yet that we didn't have the results for. Another player who we saw right at the end of the day yesterday, Sierra, she lost that last round of day 1, but has not lost another match since then. Won all 4 today, and so is into the top cut as well.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Sierra. I think this was also something that was really amazing to watch her run, because this is her 2nd ever regional tournament. And
Very
to be able to make it into a top cut is so impressive, right? It's so difficult.
Especially too with the runs where going into the next day, you're kind of like, I have to take as much wins as I can, right? To really secure yourself. Like those are really, really difficult runs. So big congratulations to her. And I'm excited to see how she fares in this top cut. And maybe we'll get to see her a little bit more later on. But another trainer, I mean, that's been fighting through the entire day. Christopher Hahn was someone who we saw early on yesterday too. And start of day, starting at the exit 2 to make that run and has now secured a spot with that last win and in. So
a player who's been playing so consistently recently. I think I saw him mention 9 straight day 2s. I mean, that's such an impressive run. And now to be building on that, getting better and better finishes up into today's top cut.
And there's another player I'd love to call out here as well, Eric Schrader, kind of one of the older generation of VGC players, but has come back with an amazing resurgence. Got top 8 at the Monterey Regional Championships and is now also in top cut again at a regional after a pretty good performance at Pittsburgh. So 3 back-to-back regional runs.
Climbing those championship point standings for sure.
I know, like maybe in travel award range.
Yeah, because that's good. This event's going to have serious implications for that sort of stuff. Every event gets really, really close, but these races, as the players just get stronger and stronger, just get more and more intense. But going back on players that, you know, it has been intense competition out there. Lorsy was someone who we saw earlier in the day. Unfortunately, a curse of being on broadcast and was saying that he's not won a streamed match since 2023. That stayed true for earlier on, but then off the broadcast, won his win and in, so we'll be able to see him in our top cut.
Wow, amazing. Congratulations to Lorsy, one of our players to watch this weekend. And after that incredible Pittsburgh performance, is able to replicate that in Milwaukee. Maybe another top 8 on the horizon here for Lorsy.
Yeah, just one more match away. Still, it's such an impressive run.
And with the same top 6.
Right, those top 6 usage Pokemon that feel like they, you know, encapsulate this moment of Regulation H where suddenly Ninetales is ascendant and the leftovers on Ursaluna is everywhere. We saw him represent that in a very close match on stream earlier against these same 6 Pokemon. I mean, didn't have the speed there, but had all the bulk, and maybe that's helping him in these other matchups.
I mean, he had spoke a lot about like that comfort going into things as well, right? So even this is a team that a lot of people are prepared to be matching into. You have to beat the team and the player, right? And Lorsy's definitely one of those trainers that we've highlighted for, I mean, a good reason. He is exceptionally skilled.
And this is a team that has so many tools on it. I mean, you have multiple boosting Pokemon with Nasty Plot on Golden Go and Swords Dance on the Sneasler, and then supportive options all across the board.
And another player I think we've got to call out, Wolf Glick. Actually winning that last match in the win and in, able to make it into top cut. And with that Hisuian Zoroark team that I think had a huge target on its back coming into today because there were 3 players running that team.
Yeah, it felt a lot more difficult for that team today. Going into the last round of Swiss, the 3 players running this team were each 1 and 2 in the 3 rounds so far today, so having a little bit more trouble. But Wolf was able to pull out that last round of Swiss and buy his ticket into the top cut. Now has to play a top 16 match to get into the top 8.
Yeah. Apologies, I had to cough all of a sudden, but I'm really intrigued with this team going on forward, because yesterday, a lot more of a surprise for people, but today, people kind of more prepared for the Zoroark.
Yeah, it may take some time to find what you can like safely lead into Zoroark. Your first thought of like, how do I lead safely into Whimsicott? If it doesn't work, if it turns out to be Zoroark, right? I lead safely into Ursaluna, but it doesn't work if it turns out to be Zoroark, you have to rethink. And so I'm sure players spent a little bit of time kind of pondering their options.
Yeah, and especially when we also on that stream match saw Wolf lose to Leonard Craft. Leonard actually got some of those Zoroark turns wrong in terms of having the Super Fang into that Ghost type Pokemon, and then the reveal of the Icy Wind very shortly after that, but still finding a way to actually claw back from those positions to win.
Right, I talked a little bit to Wolf about how delicate it is. We heard him mention it in his interview earlier, that he's not used to playing this offensive of a team that doesn't have the tools to just take a step back, play a little more passively, and find his opportunity. He has to instead always be out on the offense, which means things can swing one way or another very quickly. And so always, every turn, a little bit of a risk.
And that's risk that's been really interesting to be able to watch like play out. And so I'm really intrigued if players, now that we've gotten to this point of the competition, a little bit more tuned into that or exactly how it's going to be shaking up. A couple of other players as well, as we want to make sure we can give as many players as prop as possible. I want to talk about Ethan Haperlake, because looking at this team, I mean, yeah, we just got a lot of the good stuff Pokemon heroes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the name of the game. I feel like everybody's had success with all the Pokemon that are just powerful in the meta, and I love that there are still those creative takes that people are making in order to actually give this team a little bit of identity. You know, if you can find a way to make the Alolan Ninetales the right thing for you, then that's going to be a great way to find success.
And Alolan Ninetales continues to be a Pokemon that would love to have 12 moves.
Yeah.
Everyone we see has a slightly different move set, and that has like a ripple effect across the rest of the team. If you choose to have Icy Wind, then you're really going to be focused more on getting the speed breakpoints to take advantage of that Icy Wind. If you don't have it, then you're going to be focused elsewhere.
And I mean, for another player, because you're talking about continued success and stuff, and there's a Pokemon to talk about, it is none other than a Sinisha. This is something that we saw a lot at Pittsburgh, and I mean a lot of, and Dylan Matthews making that run, I mean, King Gambit, Ursaluna, a Blood Moon, Sinisha. Again, a lot of like these good stuff Pokemon with a really bulky grass type.
Yeah, it can have a huge impact between hospitality, redirection, you know. We are rife with options for grass types, Rillaboom and Amoonguss, but to some extent, Sinisha can do a little bit of all of it. Can help heal the team like the Rillaboom would, but can also redirect like Amoonguss would.
Yep, someone else as well. Go down the list as I'm getting all of my updates. Dun, 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 dun. Kaylin Brown, have we talked about Kaylin? There's a Porygon 2 over on this team.
I think that was one of the matches we were waiting on the result for, so taking it with a team to me that looks like it's from an older era of Regulation H. An emphasis on Amoonguss and Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, and taking advantage of Trick Room without being one of these hard Trick Room teams like we saw Brian Collins on earlier.
If I'm not mistaken, it's actually the only normal Ursaluna. Everything else is the Blood Moon Ursaluna variant in our top cut. So I might be wrong because I didn't get a chance to look at the actual results of those 3 matches we were waiting on, but that's kind of amazing that despite all the odds that may be stacked against this Porygon 2 Ursaluna core that was so dominant at the start of Regulation H, it's still finding a way to get success and get a top cut here.
Right, it does feel like fighting offense is at a priority right now. You saw Wolf go as far as Terra fighting, low kick, Dragonite. We saw Aura Sphere from the Como-O earlier on.
Or like the close combat Incineroar.
Close combat and Incineroar, right? Like fighting offense is great because Ursalunas are everywhere and you need to be able to hit into them hard along with several, dark types like Tyranitar and King Gambit as well. And despite all that prioritization of fighting offenses, still be able to make work with Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. The team's got to have a lot of cool techs on it.
Oh yeah, and now that we have gotten our final results in, I have another update. We have our updated bracket so we can figure out how these pairings are going to be stacking up. This is our first time being able to take a look at it as well. Congratulations to Alex, Michael, Leonard Graft, as well as Brian Collins for just getting that spot in the top 8. Everyone else, they still have another one before they secure that spot.
Lots of good matches out there. Riley we saw last round with his Rain, now going to be up against Sand that Baby Sing has. We saw Lorsy with the common 6 Pokemon now also up against Sand. Wolf is going to have to take down one of those common cores using his Zoroark. Lots of cool matches.
Ooh, Man, I'm soaking this all in. I'm trying to figure out which is like my favorite that I want to be like watching, but I think each one has so much potential here. I'm really curious about the matchup between Kaylin's here. I feel like that one's going to be a lot of fun as well. And I'm just kind of, it'll be great. We have a great bracket here.
But it's funny enough, not that many Pokemon that kind of stand out to me as like really all that unique.
You're not impressed by Zoroark? You're not
Okay,
impressed by Lilligant? You're not impressed by Primarina?
Okay, I definitely am, but I think after the surprises that we saw in Pittsburgh, we don't have like Hariyama, which I think was really unique in the sense that there was only one player that was able to make it through phase 2 with that Pokemon. In terms of Hisui and Zoroark, there were 6 players that were able to make it into phase 2. Only one of them does find himself in the top cut, but I think when I look, that's what I guess my barometer is in terms of what is the most unique Pokemon. Who was the player that had this? The only player that had this in phase 2 that was able to make it. There are a lot less on this top cut than we had previously at Pittsburgh.
I mean, it's a tough competition out there, right? I mean, each one of these events, like the cool, unique Pokemon are really cool, do not get me wrong. I would love to see a lot more of those, right? But when you do have like the top 6 Pokemon that we've seen start off Regulation H 2.0 to then continue on and be so dominant, it's sometimes hard for those unique Pokemon to truly thrive because we just have the consistency at this point.
It also feels like it goes in cycles, right? You build up to something being quite common. It feels like we're on the upswing of those 6 Pokemon of the core with the Sneasler and the Ursaluna. But as they get too popular, like maybe they did this weekend, that's when people find those right niche picks that can handle a team like that, can give you a big advantage. And so maybe the next tournament is where you see the, these picks coming out and doing really well against that common core.
There was one other thing that stood out to me about that bracket, though, and that is we got a very high probability of seeing a new regional champion for the first time ever. When you go back, I think there are a lot of names that stand out to me as like Lorsy could get a first regional championship win. Leonard Craft III could get a first regional championship win. It's just really exciting. Okay, there's also Wolf that could lap people with like another regional championship.
Yeah, Wolf and Riley probably don't want you counting them out yet. Well, they want to add one more to their tally.
But overall, there's more players in that bracket that have not won, that have been so close in the past, where it could be a new regional champion crowned today.
Yeah, I think for a lot of players, this could end up being their best finish. There's a lot of players in that top cut who haven't experienced that level of success very frequently before.
And then trainers who have gotten to this point but are still kind of just chasing that first title, even though they are such an accomplished trainer, right? Which is really exciting. I love when we really get that mix of storylines. And I feel like, too, especially since we have gotten to see quite a few of those players throughout the competition, it really is anyone's game so far. And I cannot wait. I really hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage here at Milwaukee. Of course, let us know with the hashtag #PlayPokemon who you're rooting for, what Pokemon you'd like to see at this point out of the predetermined ones that we have. You know, we're kind of out of adding new fun Pokemon to it. You got to pick of what we have and who you think is going to be taking it all. And I mean, same question here. Like, what do we think as we get to this point in the meta? Do we think it is going to be one of those top 6 Pokemon teams, or someone that still has that smidge of a unique take?
I'm very impressed by Brian Collins' run recently and how strong that team looks. He's X-1 already into the top cut. I think that's a reasonable pick. He's got to, the more common teams there are, you've got to expect that he's got prep into them and is ready for that kind of matchup.
I think that's a great shout, but I think I'm still looking at maybe just some of these other teams that have, actually, I'm looking at Riley's team. That Como-O was one of those Pokemon that did stand out in a very unique way in this tournament, especially with all the different sets that people were running and soundproof.
I love it as an adjustment. I mean, that is basically the typical Rain team that we've seen for the last year plus. But the Golden Go, a spread attacking special attacker, replaced with Como-O, a spread attacking special attacker. But it really twists the matchup against those most common Pokemon, because with that prioritization of fighting offense, where Golden Go has to worry about this leftovers Ursaluna that's everywhere now, has to dodge Earth powers all the time, Como-O doesn't mind an Earth power too much and can Aura Sphere for a ton of damage.
And also in that match we saw in stream, Riley was not afraid to make some bold predictions and plays that would just kind of guarantee the win almost on the spot. And so I think that's also where Riley might have a little bit of that X factor.
Yeah, that Clanger Soul, while the Ninetales protected, was such an exciting moment to see it get those boosts, sneak them in despite the Terra Ice Ninetales on the other side. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, and it's really funny because Evan had spoken with Riley at Pittsburgh, and Riley called himself washed and is now finding himself within the top cut. And I mean, just a few matches away from proving that is definitely not the case. For the record, we never thought he was. Never. But it's been a fantastic run so far. I don't know, I'm eyeing up Leonard Craft. I mean, I feel like his matches that we've gotten to see, you know, sometimes where you just like watch a player through their runs and you're just like, ooh, this might just be the run. We're not always right on that, but I don't know, watching the matches, like it just kind of feels like this is the time.
it feels like a really solid level of play, kind of like Chuppa in Pittsburgh a few weeks ago, where you just get it locked in with a solid team, not that unique, but the right choices in all the right places could definitely be the run.
But about these unique Pokemon, I guess we can list out a couple more, right? Because I think that's where, if you want to really root for your favorite Pokemon and you're really looking at like who has the more unique take, we've got Brian Collins with that Hisuian, Lilligant, Torkoal, Hatterene, Farigiraf, that Hard Trick Room team. So that is definitely a good shout, Len. But we also have Dylan Matthews with the Sinistra. We've got both Eric Schrader and Baby that have the Tyranitar, as well as that Excadrill. There's a couple different flavors of sand if you want to lean in that direction. Riley Factura, I think, is the only Kommo that we have in our top cut. And then outside of that, of course, the Hisuian Zoroark from Wolf. Can't count him out either in terms of the just experience he has in these top cut brackets.
Sierra with Primarina, Pokemon that I know is a lot of people's favorites, the only one here in the top cut, and also giving a little bit of a different look to the team.
And I love that we get a little bit of everything, right? Of course, we've been talking about like the top team, the team that won Frankfurt, like that same 6 that just running away with our top 12 usage, right? And of course, we do get to see a little bit of that in our top cut, notably Lorsy, right? But I feel like it's not like overwhelming. Maybe the day 2 was overwhelming that team, but we do really get a nice variety of everything.
Our phase 1 versus phase 2 usage stats do tell a little bit more centralized of a picture when we see the percentages of some of those top usage Pokemon actually go up for phase 2.
Yeah, to me, the biggest thing is Ninetales is up, up, up. The day 1 is higher than previous day 1s. The day 2 is higher than the day 1. Just more and more Ninetales.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good. And I love how we gone from Ninetales wants 5 moves to Ninetales wants 12 moves, right? And really seeing like the different builds.
Yeah, there's just so many different options. I mean, Lorsy showing off probably the most unique one in the field with the Terra Ground Terra Blast, but it's not only hard to pick that because Terra Blast as a coverage move takes a big opportunity cost. You've got to spin Terra, but with so many moves that you want on Ninetales, so really, bold decision to leave one of those behind to have the Terra Blast, and it's paid off both times we've seen it in Pittsburgh and here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is the same team that Lorsy rocked in Pittsburgh, already found success there, and I consider a top cut here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, another one in the books. So hopefully he can go even further than that, but it's amazing. 2 top cuts back to back is very impressive.
And at this point, we've talked so much about the top cut, but I think we're ready to get it started. The top cut here at Milwaukee is about to begin, and with that, we'll head over to our casters to get that started.
Thanks, Sierra. We are indeed ready to get started with our top cut bracket. And I'm thrilled to be kicking this off with you, Gabby, because we have seen such an incredible level of play over the course of this tournament. Some really interesting choices, some really standard stuff played really well with some minor adjustments. And of course, we've seen all sorts of incredible plays from our players, and I'm just so excited to get into this top cut.
I am as well, and I want to continue on the conversation we were just having because I think it's interesting, and we are still waiting for one of our players to be seated. When you have like a centralized metagame, when you see the 6 Pokemon that won the Frankfurt Regional Champion on the top of our usage chart, on the one hand, like, yes, that does feel very centralizing, but you made a very good comment that it's because of that centralization that you can experiment. And then you mentioned Crobat, and I thought that was really cool. So why don't we get a little bit of a history lesson going here for a second?
When you have such a centralized metagame where you have Pokemon that are always like, in this situation, we have 4 Pokemon that 47% of the field in phase 2 are using. Like, that's a ridiculous stat.
Yeah.
That means that you can really narrow in on what makes those 4 Pokemon strong and then find the one tool that works against them. And of course, back in the day when we had Xerneas going off with its Power Herb Geomancies.
Oh, I remember.
Having a fast poison type that could actually withstand an attack from Xerneas and deal super effective damage back was extremely important. And the only Pokemon that could really do that was Crobat.
Yeah, so Crobat gamers were a thing. They still are, depending on what household you live in. But no, it is really fun to see the innovation, both in terms of moves, in terms of Pokemon. I think that Sierra, Rose, and Len did a fantastic job of sort of summarizing what we see emerging into Top Cut. And I hope that all y'all at home are looking at the results of this tournament and sort of getting a little crafty on your own. You have local tournaments that you have the opportunity to compete in. Of course, there's always the grand challenges that are happening in Regulation H for the time being. And And if you want to head over to a regional yourself, there are still a few planned for the early part of the year, which should be a lot of fun to play in. So
Yeah,
I just want to see more innovation. It's
Yeah,
so
if you
cool.
really want to run something rogue, the Grand Challenges and the Global Challenges are the place to do it.
Yeah.
Best of one, closed team sheet.
Yeah.
You can pull off some shenanigans.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Zoroark, though, I think.
There will
so maybe plan around that.
Yeah, maybe don't bring your Annihilate teams to the Grand Challenge in the future.
You think Primeape has a better chance or no?
Maybe.
Okay.
I would
you feel
believe
like
it.
Primeape?
Why not?
Okay.
Someone will try it.
Yeah.
You said it, Gabby, and that means that someone out there is going to try it.
We're cooking. I like it.
Tag as if you do.
All
We are
right.
getting ready for our first match of Top Cut. We have Christopher Hahn versus Dylan Matthews. I am thrilled about this matchup. Of course, we saw Chris play yesterday at the start of our stream, but going up against Dylan Matthews, who is running a really interesting balance team that is centered around the Sinistcha, as well as the Tailwind Dragonite. So you have both speed control options here in Tailwind and Trick Room, as well as Icy Wind on the Ninetales. So all in on adjusting the speed to make sure that Dylan is in the best position for his Pokemon to be.
Before we do a little bit of a more deep dive into these teams, I just want to read some fun facts for y'all. Christopher Hahn opened up the stream for us the other day. He actually won this tournament in seniors in 2023, which was the last time he was in Milwaukee. And Dylan Matthews, yes, he got top 16 in the Orlando Regional Championships, but I don't know if he drove 14 hours to attend that tournament, but he did drive 14 hours to be here today. So hopefully that trip paid off for him, and best of luck to both of these trainers. But
14 hours to match his best performance, so
I know, that's
pretty good. That's
pretty
a good work.
good.
Good work to me.
But I do love his team, and I'm so glad that you started out talking about the speed control options on this team, because that is really going to be key for him in this matchup. I think Christopher has a ton of options to use against Dylan that are going to just do big damage, especially the Annihilate. I mean, that's such a huge threat in this matchup. Dylan's going to have to choose how he's going to either overspeed or outspeed or underspeed that Pokemon to land damage on it, so that you don't have to worry about the Rage Fists adding up or the Drain Punches adding up or the Bulk Ups adding up. And if you can guarantee a Trick Room, or if you can guarantee a Tailwind, or maybe you can get the Icy Winds where you need them without activating Defiant, that is really going to be key to his strategy. So I know a lot of times when trainers run multiple forms of speed control, they'll use one game, one another game, depending on how the matchup goes. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a game plan already in mind, given how Christopher's running a more common team. So maybe we'll see one mode one game, maybe we'll see another mode another game. I personally would love to see more of this Trick Room mode here with the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the King Gambit as the core of the strategy, just because that Alolan Ninetales, yes, the Encore would be awesome, but that Icy Wind is such a threat with Defiant on the field. You can't take that risk.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important for Dylan to maintain. But of course, Chris will be leading out with these Annihilate and Mousehold duo that has been so strong in the return of Regulation H. And this really seems like the key core for this team in this matchup. We also have some of the more standard stuff here, the Nasty Plot Golden Go. We have double Dragonites here, both of the players using the Scale Shot and Tailwind variant. And then of course we have the Assault Vest Blood Moon Ursaluna as compared to the Life Orb version. So showing that Chris is using that more as a defensive pivot and a damage sponge, versus Dylan that may be relying on it for more serious damage.
But given that Christopher has the Rillaboom with the Miracle Seed and the Annihilate on his team, it's okay that the Blood Moon Ursaluna is taking more of a defensive role overall. Of course, there's also the Golden Go there too. How can I forget about that Pokemon? It's a very different type of team here, where his modes aren't necessarily the speed control on the team. It's more like, which offensive option am I feeling? Do I start out with the Annihilate? Do I save it for later on in the matchup? I think given how strong Annihilate is into this matchup, I wouldn't be surprised to see it out in a lead for game 1. Maybe plan on mixing that up for a game 2 or a game 3 situation. But Annihilate and Mousehold is such a safe lead here for Chris, and then having like the Rillaboom or the Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back as a pivot feels very comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that safe start for him, and then as he gets a feel for Dylan's approach, we'll see more and more sort sort of riskier, confident plays.
Well, here we go. It is game one of our first match of the Top Cut, and there it is, Mousehold and Annihilate, best friends forever, up against Dragonite and Ursaluna. So Dylan leading with the possibility of the Tailwind up against Christopher, who just has the option of starting to boost the power of that Annihilate right away.
Mousehold could try to redirect a Blood Moon here if Dylan uses that attack, but I think most trainers by now will opt for spread moves if they do have that option against these two Pokemon. Annihilate will take a couple turns to either boost its attack up via bulk up before those Drain Punches will really start to matter against this Ursaluna, but Ursaluna has another surprise tech. You were calling it the perfect 50-50 against Annihilate.
Yeah, are you going to Rage Fist my Ursaluna, or will you Drain Punch it? And Dylan has gone for the flipping the coin immediately and terrestrializing and gets the win for it. That is a Drain Punch into a Ghost Ursaluna while Dragonite gets Tailwind. Incredible turn there for Dylan. Absolutely gets the read right, and this Hyper Voice is going to deal big damage back to that Annihilate.
We'll still have the benefit of Friend Guard, and it's a huge benefit given how Annihilate is able to shrug that off. Also powers up the Rage Fist, which is going to be important now that the Ursaluna is going to be a Ghost type for the rest of the match. But Christopher does not have a way to outspeed this Ursaluna, and even though he could take another Hyper Voice, if there's a Scale Shot on top of that, it might be a tough spot to be in. So he could opt to follow me with the Mousehold, but instead it looks like that's just a Scale Shot targeting down the Mousehold outright.
Yeah, Chris is not protecting either the Annihilate or the Mousehold here. Of course, protected on turn one. Mousehold will take 4 hits of the Scale Shot. Dragonite's defense will drop, but its speed will increase. And now Ursaluna, with the speed of Tailwind, gets to fire off a Blood Moon, and Dylan's like, oh, Annihilate seems like a problem for my team. What if I just delete it in turn 2?
Making the call with the terrestrialization turn 1, seeing the damage on the field and recognizing that Blood Moon would be more than enough for the KO. Mousehold does get a nice Super Fang in return. Not only will that remove the multi-scale from the Dragonite, it also brings its health down perfectly to half. But Christopher has lost a huge tool in this matchup against Dylan. Still has a lot of good damage options on his team. That Ursaluna Blood Moon of his own, of course, is just as threatening with a Blood Moon of his own, but will have to play through the remaining turns of Tailwind before he can really have any sort of confident speed advantage. And even if you do get that against the opposing Ursaluna, that Dragonite, thanks to the Scale Shot, will just be naturally faster, could easily reset Tailwind.
Yeah, crucially though, that by taking that Super Fang, multi-scale is broken, and at 50% health, this Dragonite is feeling pretty vulnerable. However, because it's an Assault Vest Ursaluna, typically don't see a lot of big damage coming out from that. So we're gonna have to see if Chris is going to be able to come back from that really devastating 2-turn series here, and going to start off by protecting Ursaluna better than he protected the Annihilate. Follow me from Mousehold will mean that this Dragonite will pick up the KO onto the Mouse. But it's all down to this Ursaluna. Will it be able to pick up a KO on this Dragonite, or will it target into the Protect?
We'll have to wait a couple more seconds here as Dragonite takes those boosts that it loves.
Okay.
We get another Hyper Voice here. So both these trainers, I think, playing safe with their first attack on the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Not enough damage, though.
Which is a great strategy if you're worried about using the Blood Moon into a Protect, but you really did need the Blood Moon's extra damage there to pick up the KO on the Dragonite. That's good information for the future. Also, because this Dragonite is multi-scale, you could probably just use Fake Out to flinch it here and then follow up with another Hyper Voice if you wanted to for the KO. But you are going to be leaving your own Rillaboom and your own Ursaluna now vulnerable to another Blood Moon from the opposing Ursaluna, who's going to be a lot more powerful thanks to that Life Orb.
Yeah, and the damage was there onto the Dragonite, but Christopher has brought in 2 Pokemon that have access to priority to ignore the speed here from the Tailwind and the Scale Shot boosts. And this is not the Assault Vest Rillaboom, this is the Miracle Seed Rillaboom, so it will deal significantly more damage with its Grassy Glides than you are maybe used to.
Yeah, and that's, I think, exactly why we're seeing the Protect here from Dragonite. Dylan just wanting to try and get at least something more out of this Pokemon.
And that is going to be at least 1 turn where the Dragonite gets to stick around thanks to that Protect. Dylan will be able to fire back with its own Blood Moon. And without the Assault Vest, that Rillaboom goes down in 1 hit?
That's another key piece gone for Christopher. That was another one of those big damage dealers. And while the Blood Moon will be able to finally pick up the KO on Dylan's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, this is the first KO on Dylan's side of the field. He still has 2 very healthy Pokemon in the back of his party. The Tailwind does peter out, and while there is a Vacuum Wave on the Ursaluna, that's not going to necessarily do a lot. You have to wonder if that could even pick up the KO at this point.
Yeah, and, you know, the Ursaluna went down for Dylan, but congratulations. Great job. You got 2 KOs onto... 2 KOs, and then Dragonite took the other one.
Yeah.
So pretty good turn there from the Ursaluna. You did a good job there, buddy.
And even if you don't want to reset Tailwind, the Alolan Ninetales will just be naturally faster, does have the benefit of the snow. We know from the team sheet this is going to be a very powerful Blizzard because it does look like it's a little bit more offensive. So this Blizzard is going to do a lot of damage. Single target, at least it will be resisted.
Yeah, the Ursaluna will be able to resist any attack from this Ninetales by using the Terrestrialization into the fire typing. But of course, going to get encored and locked into Blood Moon, which of course, you know, you get the 1 turn, but now you're just going to be locked into it, and that means that this King Gambit is free to do whatever it wants next turn.
Exactly. Dylan has done a fantastic job this game of just limiting the options Christopher had turn after turn after turn. You know, it started that turn 1 with the Ghost-type Terrestrialization on the Ursaluna. It then switched over to recognizing the big damage dealers on Christopher's side of the field. And even though this poor Ursaluna will struggle a little bit in this end game, I think he's pretty comfortably locked up game number 1.
But it can Blood Moon this turn.
Okay.
That's good for it.
Yeah, into an Assault Vest King Gambit. That could do something.
That's something.
Yeah. It would have been interesting to see at least the damage there. I mean, knowing that it misses the KO on the Alolan Ninetales, I think is kind of huge. Maybe seeing if it does 50% to the King Gambit could have been another interesting damage point, but I don't think it would have necessarily been able to fire off that attack. So that's probably why you see Christopher lock in that forfeit.
All right, well, heading into game 2, it really was about that first turn and the second turn of this match. Dylan immediately going for the sort of rogue tech with the Ghost type, Terra type on the Ursaluna, was able to bait out the Drain Punch, deal significant damage back to that Annihilate with the Hyper Voice, and then able to pick up the KO with Blood Moon on the second turn after the Dragonite set up its Tailwind. So really well played there, and you have to wonder, is Chris going to go for the same thing and just maybe be a little bit more defensive and safe? Or did Dylan just show that he knows exactly how to beat this lead?
It's tough to say because on the one hand, yes, you could just try the same thing but predict the other thing is going to happen, or maybe the same thing would happen again. I mean, it's kind of like what we saw from all of our Hisuian Zoroark users in the tournament. You know, a lot of times game 1 they'd do one thing, and then game 2 they'd do the other thing, and usually their opponents didn't really guess the right thing, and that's just why you make these 50-50s. You try and catch your opponents off guard. But I do think that Christopher does have the benefit that he doesn't need to lead the Annihilate. You know, this team does have other modes. There are some other options for him to at least feel out the lead and maybe not leave that Annihilate susceptible to big damage right off the bat. You could try and lead your own Dragonite so you can match the Tailwinds at least, maybe with a Fake Out user as well, so you can try and get some flinch so you get your Tailwind first if you want it, but then you have to worry about your opponent then setting up a later Tailwind, and you know, it's a little bit dicey from there. So if I were Christopher, I'd probably try and switch up my leads. I think Annihilate in the back of my party is a little bit safer, but it looks like we are going to see a switch from Christopher and from Dylan as well.
Significant switch up from both players here. Chris will just go back to the drawing board entirely, brings out the Rillaboom and the Golden Go, while Dylan will keep the Dragonite that work, but bring in the Ninetales instead. So has the option for multiple types of speed control with this lead, but that Golden Go is really threatening. It loves to see Ninetales on the other side of the field.
And it can't necessarily terrestrialize away from a Steel-type weakness either, so Alolan Ninetales does have a Focus Sash, can decide to stick around for a couple of turns. You protect to avoid a Fake Out, and then you hope that you don't just get Grassy Glided, Make It Rain the following turn. But given how key the Alolan Ninetales was in the previous game, I think you want to keep it a little safer than that. Maybe protect it for one turn, try to feel it out, but instead it's just going to activate that Defiant.
There's the Icy Wind, opting for that method of speed control, deals decent damage, but the speed drop will connect onto the Annihilate and boost its attack by 2 stages. That being said, the speed drop is pretty significant, but also in addition to the speed drop, you're getting boosts onto that Annihilate's Rage Fist with this Scale Shot. However, Annihilate is taking really significant damage here, and another Scale Shot should be enough to pick up this KO should it land.
The other thing you have to worry about as well is that this Annihilate is just so much slower than the other Pokemon on Dylan's side of the field. It's great that it got the attack boost there, but I don't think Christopher was necessarily anticipating the fact that both Pokemon were going to do something that turn. The Nasty Plot on the Golden Go, though, is great because now he's in a position where the Annihilate or the Golden Go threatens big damage this turn, and while Dylan can certainly focus in on one of these Pokemon, he's not necessarily going to be able to deal with the threat of both. So yes, the Annihilate is in a bit of a tough spot. You can certainly try and switch it out to save the Rage Fist boost part of it for later, but you're not going to want Rillaboom to switch into a potential Blizzard, and depending on what your last Pokemon is, I mean, that's still a ton of damage to contend with. So
there's really nothing safe that can come in to protect the Annihilate. Maybe the Mousehold just to continue to give the Friend Guard to Golden Go, but that still feels bad.
It still feels bad, and at the end of the day, Golden Go just has a very comfortable spot in front of the Dragonite and the Alolan Ninetales anyways. I think a Make It Rain here is just a very comfortable play, and I love the Protect here because at least you can see what Dylan chose for his moves.
Well, Scale Shot connects into the Golden Go, so we'll deal a little bit of decent damage here depending on the number of times the scales will hit the Golden Go. Of course, by protecting, the Annihilate will stay out on the field. Another 5 hits of Scale Shot brings the Golden Go down to just over half of its health. Being said, it did get that nasty plot boost before, and after a Blizzard here is going to be under 50%, so you know, Chris is getting a lot of boosts, but he's taking a lot of damage in return for it, and this sometimes is what happens with teams like these. And the Make It Rain, because of the multi-scale and the Focus Sash, even with that critical hit, gets no KOs, and both of these Pokemon are in KO range from both of Dylan's.
So the only option now, if Golden Go is going to be the Pokemon to take the next 2 KOs on Dylan's side of the field, looks like a Scale Shot miss, which is not something you want to rely on in this position. You do, again, that Annihilate could try and do something, maybe a Terra Fire Terrestrialization, but it's at such low health. I don't think it could necessarily take a Blizzard even with that resistance. And of course, if you use the Scale Shot into that Pokemon, then it's gonna be knocked out for sure. So yes, Christopher could try and play safe, maybe protect the Golden Go, but then if Dylan doubles into the Annihilate, that's definitely over. If you attack with both Pokemon here, I think it's still just a very tough call for Dylan to make, but it's definitely still in his favor.
Yeah, Chris is really going to need to find some way to reposition in this game because right now he has no options. Like you mentioned, the Fire Terrestrialization will help resist damage from a Blizzard coming out from the Ninetales, but after so much damage having already been dealt to the Annihilate, will it be enough? Dylan, though, is not going on the offensive with the Dragonite, so a Protect there, a Blizzard from the Ninetales does not deal enough damage. Dylan opted not to go for the Terrestrialization to boost the damage of that Blizzard, and instead will take damage from this Make It Rain. That will knock out the Ninetales, but this Dragonite is still safe. Chris has managed to find one little out here, but Dragonite with the Scale Shot boost, Tailwind's an option always, and both of these Pokemon still have -1 stage of speed.
It does, but with the Ninetales off the board at least, that's one less thing for Christopher to worry about from the Rillaboom. So now, these Scale Shots are going to start punishing the Dragonite because you have to worry about the threat of Grassy Glide, ignoring all the speed boosts, connecting with that Pokemon, and you know, potentially just ignoring the natural resistance and picking up a KO after a certain number of attacks. It's the one downside to Dragonite, other than, I guess, the accuracy of Scale Shot, is that after a certain point, you're really just opening yourself up to more and more damage.
Yeah, and I think that the play that Dylan is making here has become obvious with this switch in here, sacrificing the Ninetales for a much more consistent win here by bringing in the Ursaluna. Of course, Christopher is going to opt to reposition, remove that speed drop from the Annihilate by bringing in his own Ursaluna, but Dylan now gets to set Tailwind as his own Ursaluna fires off a Hyper Voice, would be plenty enough to KO that Golden Go at that health, and deals a decent amount of damage even to this Assault Vest Ursaluna.
And with the Tailwind set up on the field now, Dylan is in a very nice spot where if he chooses, you could double into the opposing Ursaluna. You know it can't protect. Vacuum Wave, it will be priority, but it's a special attack, so those defensive drops are not in a position to matter as much right now. I think Christopher's best play is to follow Dylan's example, let the Golden Go down this turn so you can at least get the Rillaboom in without taking damage. And then you have the opportunity to maybe lean on the fake out, lean on your grassy glides, and hope that you can find a way out.
Yeah, I think the Golden Go is going to have to go down here, but I don't think Chris has a choice in the matter as well, with these scale shots hitting on this Ursaluna Blood Moon, getting so much damage on it, a critical hit and the 4 hits, plus this Hyper Voice should just barely be enough to pick up the KO on that Ursaluna, as well as the KO on the Golden Go. Double KO. Dylan's Ursaluna wants him in that top 8. Top 16 was not enough. 14 hours, I need at least top 8.
Christopher is down to his final 2 Pokemon here. Ursaluna on Dylan's side of the field is at least dealing itself a little bit of chip damage thanks to the Life Orb, but the grassy terrain is also healing itself up in the process and still has 1 Pokemon in the back, unrevealed to Christopher. We've seen how much damage this Annihilate has taken throughout the course of the battle. The Rillaboom as well, first time on the field right now with no damage on the yes, but anyways, it can go for fake out once again, can threaten those grassy glides into that Dragonite. Since it did switch away immediately earlier, I think that it being in this position now is the best that Christopher could have hoped for. You want to try and find an opening for the Annihilate to get a sneak and attack in. Unfortunately though, with Dylan's 2 Pokemon faster, I think all Dylan has to do is double into that slot and just hope that it doesn't protect. And then even if it does, you just wait a turn.
Yeah, you can always just wait a turn here. That being said, Dylan will go ahead and Terrestrialize into the Ghost typing to avoid any fake outs, but the Grassy Glides, the defense drops have added up. Dragonite has gone down, and Dylan, by Terrestrializing there, has maybe opened himself up to a big Rage Fist from that Annihilate. Blood Moon does pick up the KO here, but what is this Annihilate going to do? Christopher Hahn, if he went for a Rage Fist, will be able to pick up the KO on this Pokemon, or alternatively...
He called it! He learned from game 1! He was able to adjust that Rage Fist. It took the power up from the Scale Shot. That was such an easy KO! It's now a 1v1!
It's a 1v1, and it really matters what this 4th Pokemon is for Dylan. Will it have enough to take out this Annihilate? And King Gambit, it does deal a lot of damage, but this is the Assault Vest King Gambit. It is not Black Glasses. It does not have Swords Dance boosts, and Christopher is able to stall out for another turn of Grassy Terrain recovery. This could be close.
There's also a bit of a mind game going on here when the Tailwind expires. I believe there's maybe 1 more turn, and that was it. Now the Annihilate is faster. The Annihilate can choose to attack, or the Annihilate can choose to boost up its attack and defense with a bulk up.
If Chris gets a bulk up here, it's over.
Exactly, and if the King Gambit decides to Sucker Punch into that bulk up, it's certainly over. If we see a Kowtow cleave into that attack, then it's going to depend on just how much damage it does, whether or not there's a critical hit. There's still an option here, but if Dylan, again, Sucker Punch into the bulk up, the game will definitely be in Christopher's favor, and we're going to be going into a game 3.
Well, this is so
It's
intense.
so close.
A bulk up here onto a Sucker Punch would protect the Annihilate. There's the bulk up.
Oh, no Sucker Punch.
So here's the Kowtow Cleave. After this defense boost, will the Kowtow Cleave be enough to break through the Annihilate and give Dylan a win into the top?
Oh, he
1 hit point remaining on that Annihilate. With that bulk up boost, is able to survive, and there is still Grassy Terrain recovery for that Pokemon.
So now the Annihilate takes the free Protect this turn, takes the turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, and then we're just asking, how much damage does Sucker Punch do to a +1 defense Fire-type Annihilate?
It should be enough to take up the KO there at this, after 2 ticks of Grassy Terrain recovery, given the amount of damage that the Kowtow Cleave did. But again, you are still in that situation. There is a world where you could continue to bulk up in front of Sucker Punch here and continue to stall this out and become, undefeatable.
Unless you think there's going to be another kowtow cleave, at which point you Drain Punch. I mean, the mind game here is insane.
Yeah, it is a wild end game here. And didn't you miss these King Gambit end games?
Oh, I love me a good Sucker Punch end game because at the end of the day, this is all playing out in their heads. You know how much damage a Drain Punch will do. You know how much damage a Sucker Punch will probably do at this point. It's all just, do I think my opponent is going to give me this opportunity? Do I think my opponent is going to think what I'm going to think?
Oh, the Sucker Punch connects.
Oh, and he gets a KO!
Dylan Matthews wins the Sucker Punch mind games, is able to clock his ticket into the top 8. The 14 hours paid off. So much time to meditate during a 14-hour drive to get your head right for exactly this kind of situation. Congratulations, Dylan Matthews. Welcome to the top 8.
Making some amazing calls throughout that set, with the Ghost-type Terrestrialization on the Ursaluna. But that endgame was such a difficult endgame to navigate through. Again, it was all just in those players' heads. There's no other way to describe it. You knew that there was just a 1v1, and it's just, what do I think my opponent's going to do? And that is just the essence of Pokemon at the end of the day. Yes, there's always going to be the opportunity for some random chance, and while you do want to try and position yourself into outs where you don't have to make those moves, I think seeing that play out in a top cut battle, knowing that one of these trainers was going to move on to top 8, will be still in contention for that regional title. What a very exciting way to end that game.
Absolutely, and extremely well played by Christopher Hahn to find out, to make it that close at the end. We had that moment, we just saw it on stream, where the Grassy Glide picked up the KO onto the Dragonite to knock that Pokemon out, while the Ursaluna went for the Blood Moon into Rillaboom, and then of course was knocked out by the Rage Fist immediately. Dylan, by focusing in on the Rillaboom and Christopher going on the offensive and getting the 50-50 right, managed to get himself back into the game where he actually had a shot to win there at the end. But unfortunately, it was just not enough, and Dylan stayed calm, stayed collected, and managed to win that Sucker Punch mind game and make it to the top 8.
Yeah, but I mean, congratulations to Christopher as well. I mean, such an accomplished trainer coming from honestly one of the most accomplished families, I think, in Pokemon history at this point.
Yeah, all 3 of the people that we saw on the interview yesterday made it to the top cut of their specific division. So the Hans and their cousin are still doing extremely well across the board.
And this is not the last we're going to see of them as well. So congratulations, Christopher. Best of luck in your future battles. And Dylan, it was worth the trip, I hope. It'll probably be worth more of the trip potentially later. But yeah, I think worth the trip.
Already. Definitely covered the gasoline costs.
Yeah.
Really well played from Dylan to find the way to sort of, we were kind of talking, I thought this was a nightmare matchup for Dylan at first, but by having that Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna, was really able to flip it on its head.
I think as well, the way he played it, because if you think about it, had he terrestrialized at the wrong time, I mean, like we saw in game 2, we would have been in a completely different game 1, and we were almost in a completely different game 2. Like, it really was him as a player that set him apart. He had the tools, certainly, but it was how he played the team overall that gave him that edge. And that's just the sign of a very good Pokemon player at the end of the day. And I wish we had more time to talk about his team, because I think there's a lot of really cool tools and a little really cool techs on that team. Sinistcha without rain support is something that I really wanted to talk about going into this weekend. Completely irrelevant in this match, by the way. But I hope that those tools have been serving him well leading into this top cut, and you can only imagine they have, seeing just how close and how exciting that match was.
Well, good news, we're going to have plenty more opportunity to see Dylan and his team as he has made it into our top cut, so I am really excited to see how he continues to play throughout this tournament. And obviously he has proven before that he can make it to top cuts. He's made it to the top 16 before, but now making it to the top 8 of this tournament, that's where the championship points really start to multiply. That's when you start to really get get a sense of, oh, I can win this tournament now. I won the play-in round. I'm in top cut. I'm in top 8. I could do this.
It's also when the nerves start to kick in too, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
No, I do. No, it's definitely a very interesting mindset to navigate through the first time. You have to remember that at the same time as you have all these external pressures, I mean, you have the lights of the stage, you have the crowd, you have people, you have your own nerves, obviously, your heart's beating really, really fast, and you get warnings on your watch like, hey, maybe you should breathe a bit. You also have to remember that this is still the same game you've played thousands of times at this point, and really nothing at the end of the day changes that. And even though you're sitting across from maybe a world champion, maybe a previous regional champion, you still have to treat them like any other game, and you just have to get in your own head and just sort of tune everything else out and focus. And I mean, we saw Dylan do that in this match. Certainly if he's able to keep that up, I think that's a great start to a top cut run.
Absolutely, that's exactly how you want to get started in your tournament as you head into the 3rd stage of the play here. Of course, we will have top 8, top 4, and then crown our champion here today. And Dylan, by winning that matchup, has secured himself a spot in the top 8, alongside some of our other players who have already received buys, which is an incredible performance. It's really great for him. I'm so excited to have a player who has made their first top 8 after a top 16. When you come so close, it can feel really bad to then be like, well, what if I never get there again? And so when I always love the second top cut appearance for somebody, because it's always just like, okay, it wasn't a fluke. I did it. And I know that I can keep doing this going forward.
For sure. Dylan won't be the only one in top 8. Spoilers, 8 means there's 8 people in top 8. While we're still waiting for more results to come in, and of course we had Brian Collins, Leonard Kraft, and Alex Arend get their buys too in top 8. Wolf was able to win his match. And we also had Joshua Lorsy win his match. So those will be 2 of the other trainers making it into top 8. So we'll be featuring
They'll be joining
them.
Brian and Leonard, right?
Yes. So we'll see how that's going to work out. I mean, I really want to see Brian play. I've always been a fan of the hard trick room in DD Hatterene. I feel like there's just something about it. It calls to me.
Well, it's really interesting to see. It's really exciting to see that one of the classic combinations, we started Regulation A with Sci-Spam being one of the top threats, and here we are multiple years later now, and the #1 seed is an expanding Force player.
And Brian Collins just has such a record of, relying on that team. He has to be the most accomplished Sci-Spam player out there at this point, right?
Definitely up there for sure. We also had, I saw Aaron Clemens on the player roster list over the course of this tournament as well. Another player who's really well known for that archetype over here in the States. But, making it to the top 8, that's really good for Brian and for his status as one of the top Sci-Spam players in the world.
All right.
That being said, it is time now for us to go back and hear from Dylan himself about what it means to him to make it into the top cut and about that exciting matchup. Y'all take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm here out on the floor with Dylan, now top 8 here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. First off, top 8, back-to-back, really great performances after top 4 Pipper. How are you feeling?
It doesn't really feel real yet, honestly. I'm just kind of taking it in and trying to remain level-headed, but very happy with my results so far, hoping to take it further.
I feel like it has to be really difficult to feel level-headed after that crazy game 2, and that's where I want to start with this, because Sucker Punch mind games are not for the faint of heart. I need to know that your first reaction was to Kowtow Cleave. I need to talk about that, because that was a bold move.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like the sucker was so obvious there, because in those in-games, it wasn't the exact typical one, because it's getting healing and it click bulk up, but it's typically accepted that people will click Sucker Punch 8 times in a row, because eventually you're going to get it right. So you're forcing your opponent to make the move. But I knew that I had to stay proactive there, and I knew the Kowtow Cleave would cover for the bulk up, and it would cover for just another protect as well, which I guess would make too much sense to go for, but I don't know. I did think it would kill though, so.
Yeah, and that was the scary part, because a lot of the times these Sucker Punch mind games are really terrible, but you only have to live through the resolution once, right? And you have to do it a second time because you miss the KO. So then I have to know the process then, because now you guys both know that you're not scared to go for this Kowtow Cleave.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought process behind the follow-up Sucker Punch, because like I wanted to make him think that like, okay, now is when I'm just gonna start clicking Sucker because I'm scared, and I knew that he was gonna protect there, because second bulk up there would be kind of crazy after I just clicked Kowtow twice in a row, so I knew that would set up for the follow-up Kowtow as well. But I don't know, I think that being up a game, I was definitely like able to be more confident and make those reads. It's very difficult to play Sucker Punch mind games, and Chris played extremely well in that set. He made it very hard.
It was so intense to watch, and now you were talking about too, it doesn't really seem real going off the top 4 to now top 8, and I want to talk about that level of consistency and how you felt going into this weekend.
Right, so Phil, going into this weekend, I honestly felt awful. I was very convinced this team was not it. Normally I like to have a lot of practice with the team I use, a lot of comfort with it, but I kind of ended up stealing this last minute. As far as I'm aware, I think there's some players in Argentina that use this team at Belo Horizonte this weekend. So, I just had someone that was asking me for matchup prep, send me the team. I'm like, this is very similar to what I was already running. So it was just like getting used to the new pieces wasn't easy, but I'd say I got very lucky like in my matchups I played specifically. So happy to take it this far.
And I mean, you didn't feel the greatest going into the weekend, but you now find yourself in top 8. How are you feeling going now into the rest of the tournament?
Right, I'm here to play because this is just so much better than I expected to do. And I'm feeling good, it'd be great if I could take it further, but honestly, I think I'm going to Six Flags if I can't, so I'm all right either way,
You're either going to enjoy some time with friends or you get to walk away with a medal and a championship title. So that is awesome. And speaking of friends and everything else, any shout outs, any thanks for those who've helped you along the way?
Right, of course. First, shout out to all my friends. I'm here with Joey, Riley, Jay. Happy to be here with you all, Andrew as well. All the people at Triangle Area Trading Cards. Thank you so much to the shop for sponsoring us to be here. Team Tri Attack. And shout out to my family watching at home, my beautiful girlfriend, Sarah.
Well, I'm sure they're all very proud of you. Best of luck now going on into the top 8, and congratulations again on that match. As for us, our top 8 is coming up soon. Stay tuned for the Milwaukee Regional Top Cut.
Fear and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. It is said that when chased, it lures attackers onto the dark mountain trails where the foe will get lost.
It has been the spookiest time here in Milwaukee, and more VGC horror stories to come. Henry Rich, what story do you have in store for us?
I think we've all gone into tournaments, especially looking at the ones we're in now, where you're scared you're going to miss. Blizzards, out of weather, all these moves that just don't really hit. One comes to mind for me very badly where NAIC 2023, I was running Overquill and Kyogre. Most people are used to their Origin Pulse with missing, but I was running the ever infamous Hydro Pump. I was running Gunk Shot. They hit so hard, but God, I was always worried that they were gonna miss. Every time I click it, I'm sitting there praying that they'd hit. They got me so far, they got me all the way to top 8 where I'm versing, of all people, a world champion, Eduardo Cunha. I can't miss here. I absolutely can't miss. I need to hit these moves. It's a rough matchup and I don't know if I can get through it. The moves connect, the moves connect, the moves connect. It comes down to the final turn. I pray the move can hit. It does. But it's the wrong slot. The game is over. What I came to fear didn't happen, but it didn't need to, and the game still ended. It's such a loss. It was over.
Henry Rich, I am so sorry that happened to you. That is too scary. Hopefully it's not nearly as scary as what's happening in the field. Let's get back to our competition.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with another edition of Spooky Trivia. My name is Caleb Pang, and I'm joined with 2 of our trainers here at Milwaukee this weekend.
True Inferno.
And Blue Go. All right, True Inferno and Blue Go. Here are the rules. First to 3 points wins the special prize, and these are specifically Pokemon decks entries of various Pokemon in the spooky season. So ghost Pokemon, dark Pokemon, maybe some cats here or there, all right? And if you know which one it is, just raise your hand and I'll toss you the mic and see if you get it, all right? Ready to go? Yep. All right. This Pokemon was feared and loathed as the alleged bearer of ill fortune. This Pokemon shows strong interest in anything that sparkles or glitters. It will even try to steal rings from women. Okay.
What is Godango?
No, not quite. That's a good guess, though.
What is Sableye?
Nope, not Sableye. It is a dark Pokemon.
Purloin?
No, not quite. It is of avian variants. It's a bird.
Murkrow?
That's correct. It is Murkrow. Fairly meta-relevant these days in Pokemon Go, too. And all these Pokemon, I should say, are already in Pokemon Go. So nothing too wild there. All right. This Pokemon hides silently in darkness and waits for its foes to make a move. The rings on its body glow when it leaps to attack.
What is Hoopa?
Nope, not Hoopa. Good guess, though.
Umbreon?
That's correct. It's Umbreon. All right, 2-0 right now. Match point. We got kicking in high gear, True Inferno. All right, this Pokemon is attracted by feelings of jealousy and vindictiveness. If someone develops strong feelings of vengeance, this Pokemon will appear in a swarm and line up beneath the eaves of that person's home. It is a ghost Pokemon.
What is Gengar?
Nope, not Gengar. It evolves once. It is a pure ghost type Pokemon. No secondary typing.
What is Dusknoir?
Nope. All right, well, I'll spoil this one. It is Shuppet. All right, so we'll go for our next one here. This Pokemon's body is completely hollow. There's nothing at all inside. It is said that its body is like a black hole.
Duskull?
Nope, not Duskull. This Pokemon will absorb anything into its body, but nothing will ever come back out. It is a ghost type, though. Pure ghost. It is related to Duskull.
Dusknoir?
No, not Dusknoir. I'll toss it to you.
Dusclops?
Dusclops, that's right. That's Dusclops. All right, 2-1 right here. Almost there, Bluego. All right, still anyone's game. If a normally talkative child suddenly stops talking, it may have been replaced by this Pokemon. It is a dark type Pokemon. Think about any dark type Pokemon that might transform. They might be spawning in a future Pokemon Go Halloween event. Nope. Dark type. Blankin? We'll move on next one. It is Zorua, which does transform into Ditto in this game, right? All right, let's go with a mythical Pokemon. Dark type. Within dense forests, this Pokemon lives in a pack with others of its kind. It's incredibly aggressive, and the other Pokemon of the forest fear it.
Zarude?
That's correct. It is Zarude. All right, congratulations to Bluego for winning the Spooky Trivia. And of course, only most fitting prize for Spooky Trivia is a pumpkin. So here's your prize to take with you here. Any plans for the pumpkin?
I have no idea. I didn't think I'd make it this far.
It's a surprise to everyone as well. But hey, congratulations on the pumpkin. Best of luck in the tournament, and we'll get back to some Pokemon action.
And welcome back to to the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We are in day 2 of our competition, and we are well underway with our top cut. But we've got some incredible matches upcoming as we have our trainers ready for the top 8 of our bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm joined once again by Len Duel, and we've got our first top 8 match coming up shortly.
Oh, it's exciting. 4 top 8 matches, 8 players left in the tournament, all 3 wins away from being crowned a regional champion.
And a lot of those players in our top cut could win their very first regional championship.
Yeah.
And that makes it even more exciting. Is it going to be one of those big players that have already several? Is it going to be Wolf, who adds another one to his list? Maybe Riley Factura, if he can win that matchup versus Baby Singh, could add a 7th regional championship title win.
Man, a lot of regional championships for Wolf or Riley if they add one more. But like you mentioned, so many players here searching for the first one, trying to improve on, past top 8 finishes. Brian, Lorsy have been at this point before, but not able to take it all the way. And so trying to keep pushing further and set new achievements for themselves.
And that's the match we are going to be focusing in on is Joshua Lorsy versus Brian Collins. And let's talk a little bit more about these 2 players. Lorsy comes in already off the back of a top 8 at Pittsburgh. You've seen the success that Brian Collins has had in your local scene, and he also was a top 32 Worlds competitor from Anaheim just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, such an incredibly strong finish. Top 32 at Worlds, very impressive, very recent. So trying to keep that momentum going on into the next season.
But what about that Incineroar? Because Len, it is definitely the Incineroar of all time. Has a very uncommon move on it that you've even had to face off against.
Well, first off, Brian told us this is the first time using Incineroar in this generation of Pokemon. It feels like everybody's thrown on a team at some point. He's, held back, kind of had the restraints on. Now he's ready to go out with full power Incineroar, but already making his own spin on it. It's close combat and clear amulet. So not able to be intimidated by other Incineroars, able to close combat other Incineroars, and all the other dark types, normal types that you need to deal with if you're trying to use psychic offense. But huge damage potential from that close combat.
But what I really love about Brian Collins as a player is that he's been so good with Trick Room, and that's also going to be a huge part of the feature of his team, is looking at that Torkoal, looking at that Hisuian Lilligant, all of that pressure that he can put on in terms of the Indeedee as well as that Hatterene. He's been amazing with Trick Room, with all of the other top cut performances that he's been able to get at previous regional championships, and he's replicating that success here already with a top 8 at Milwaukee.
Yeah, it shows that building comfort, knowing all of the different ways to approach a matchup, it can be so helpful.
And on top of that, it would just be so exciting for either of our players to make it one step further, be able to get closer to their first regional championship win. And they've both been incredibly close. We already just focused on Lorsy's top 8 at Pittsburgh, but he's also gotten runner-up positions at regionals before, top 4s. I believe it was at Philly, and that was a couple years ago, but he's still, over the course of this last kind of era of VGC, has constantly found himself in top cuts.
Yeah, has been a very consistent player, but now has a big challenge in front of him. Running one of the most standard teams in the format up against Brian, who's got to have prepped against this composition before. Now, we've talked about the slight variations that the different versions of this team can have. It does seem like Lorsy's is a little more bulky, which can be really helpful against Trick Room. You're not going to be missing speed when you have a Trick Room team on the other side. Meanwhile, Brian, representing a lot of Pokemon, it's the only one in top cut with Farigiraf, Indeedee, Torkoal, Hatterene, and Lilligant. I think the only Pokemon that he's not uniquely holding in top cut is that Incineroar that he's using for the first time. And so trying to take this composition that you've probably seen at your locals, you've seen people play this style of Pokemon before, trying to take it to the upper echelons. He'd probably the foremost expert at trying to make this work and trying to push it all the way to the top.
And I think this is the perfect time to do so, because this isn't a meta where Hard Trick Room can be even more powerful because of the power level overall of what we're experiencing in Regulation H. We don't have these heavy hitting restricted Pokemon that are able to withstand the power of that. Like Ice Rider Calyrex, you don't want to set the Trick Room for that Pokemon. And so really all speed can be in your favor. And especially taking a deeper look at this team, there's 3 ways that you can set Trick Room.
Right, 3 Pokemon with Trick Room, 3 Psychic types, and then of course you don't have to have the Trick Room either. There's the Lilligant with After You to make Eruption or Expanding Force or some other slow move come out quickly. The Incineroar provides Fake Out pressure to help get up Trick Room, but also can provide a lot of damage. With Clear Amulet preventing Intimidate from the other side from mitigating it, you're swinging out for super effective damage against Incineroar, Golden Go, Ursaluna, Rillaboom, Ninetales. You may have counted that's 5 out of 6 on the other side that takes super effective same type attack boosted damage from Incineroar, can put out a lot of damage in this Trick Room. And that's not, your key damage dealers. Those are Hatterene with the Life Orb, the massive Expanding Force potential, or the Choice Specs, Terrifier, Eruption, Torkoal. If you let this team get its speed where it wants it, and you've lost your own, terrain control so that you can't Fake Out anymore, or lost bulk in the wrong places, then suddenly you can be getting run over very, very quickly.
I think that Grass Terra on the Incineroar actually also makes it quite hard. You look at like the Blood Moon or Saluna, sometimes that's been a really great answer to things like that Incineroar. But if Brian can actually just terrestrialize away that weakness, then Incineroar is able to fight back really, really hard. And so I think that's where my eyes are at for Brian's team is, do you actually want to use a defensive Terra, or do you want to go all out on the offense?
Right, can you just afford to do a ton of damage? Meanwhile, looking over at the other side, what are the obstacles for that rush of offense and Trick Room? The first one, of course, Rillaboom can disrupt terrain. Of course, vulnerable to Eruption, but if you can use it to stop Psychic Terrain at the right moment, can be really impactful. Incineroar always a key piece if you're trying to take down Side Spam. It's the only thing here that is immune to Psychic and resists Fire. So it really stops a lot of damage potential. That's why the close combat is there on the other side. But if you can get, valuable Fake Outs and resist damage while throwing out your own knockoffs, Incineroar can have a huge impact. And unlike some variations of this team, Lorsy has the Citrus Berry on Incineroar, which is going to give it a little bit more staying power, make it a little bit harder for Pokemon like Hatterene to burst it down with Dazzling Gleam, or Torkoal to just make do with Earth Power and Eruption through it. Golden Go, the other Psychic resist here, can also provide a lot of damage before Trick Room goes up. Golden Go probably the Pokemon that has the most potential to kind of make Trick Room a very high cost because you just click Eruption on turn 1. For that reason, wouldn't be surprised to see Incineroar led frequently, get it early, Intimidate off, and have something to withstand Make It Rain from the other side. Meanwhile, a couple of these Pokemon look difficult to bring. The Sneasler just really difficult to use here with no Focus Sash.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, and especially when your terrestrialization is also flying, you don't really want to have to utilize that tool right away. So wouldn't surprise me if Lorsy decides to leave that Sneasler at home, and we will see this Golden Go or Saluna here for Lorsy, and then Brian's ready to go ahead and set Trick Room with this Fergraph.
Right, so Golden Go on the field trying to get that early damage in while Trick Room goes up, but like we expected, Incineroar quickly on the field in order to threaten Fake Out and make sure the Make It Rain doesn't come at too high cost. Fergraph should be able to safely set Trick Room if Fake Out goes into Ursaluna on the other side. And then this Fergraph is a little more offensive than most we see. Has 2 damaging attacks, has the Throat Spray, can Expanding Force for itself instead of just providing priority protection.
And that Hyper Voice is still going to hurt a lot. Of course, Fergraph doesn't have that same Mind Eye ability that the Blood Moon or Saluna does, so you actually can't do any normal type damage to the Golden Go. But with this Nasty Plot, I wonder if Lorsy can actually kind of capitalize on this. I think Lorsy knows there's no way for him to actually stop the Trick Room, so he has to let that get up. But can you maybe now capitalize on Protects to get you through these turns?
Right, Protect can be used to start stalling out Trick Room, available in both Golden Go and Ursaluna. The Golden Go has the boost, so it can really threaten a ton of damage now, but first has to worry about the Incineroar on the other side. You, of course, can't Intimidate, so that's going to need to be Terrestrialization if you want to protect Golden Go and not while actually getting damage off with Golden Go and not just protecting itself. And if you Terrestrialize it, then Fergraph is a little bit bigger threat as well. And so wouldn't be surprised for Lorsy to go out for it quickly because you want to get the damage before the Throat Spray boost.
Well, Fergraph protecting itself, so it's not going to be able to boost up now, but Lorsy's also going to play it quite safe with this Blood Moon or Saluna. Knows it's going to be under threat no matter what, and we actually just see a round of Protects across the board, except for this Incineroar, hoping to get the close combat into this Ursaluna, but it has other threats besides that Lorsy's going to have to worry about.
You can see the diverse damage threat of this Incineroar, trying to use the pressure on the Golden Go to force a Protect in that slot to buy a chance for close combat to maybe just one-hit KO the Ursaluna on the other side. Meanwhile, Fergraph didn't want to go down to Make It Rain if Golden Go didn't protect itself and had just swung out with Make It Rain while Incineroar was busy with Ursaluna. But instead, we just get Protects all across the board. Lorsy content to burn away 1 turn of Trick Room, get us down to 3 turns left of that ever-important Trick Room. But no damage dealt yet on either side functionally. You have some Fake Out damage there on Ursaluna, and now the Protect used on Golden Go makes it that much easier for Brian to focus damage from Incineroar, from Fergraph out at that spot.
But vice versa, Lorsy can do the same thing. Farigiraf just protected, and so if that's a Pokemon that you think is going to deal an issue to your team later on, then you could also double target that.
If you can get a chance to attack. I mean, if it's knockoff plus expanding force into that slot, even with the Terastallization, the expanding force is now neutral. Both of those attacks will come out before Golden Go moves. The Terastallization shows us the Golden Go is not switching. It's not protecting, it's staying in. So this is going to be really crucial damage.
Well, knockoff goes first, and it's going to take that Golden Go to half. Terastallization at least keeping it safe from a knockout, but now that it is not a ghost type, it is also going to be taking damage from this Hyper Voice. Without the Throat Spray, you are not going to be able to KO here, but Throat Spray is now given an attack, a special attack increase to this Farigiraf for later on. It takes the Blood Moon pretty well, but now this Golden Go also gets a chance to attack. It's going to be a knockout onto the Farigiraf and a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar. But now Brian gets a chance to bring in another Pokemon while Trick Room is still active.
Right, Brian gets his chance to bring in another Pokemon, take advantage of Trick Room, but those turns are expiring very quickly, right? 2 left, and the potential for just another double protect next turn that would take us into the final turn of Trick Room. That's not exactly the position Torkoal wants to be in, with only maybe one chance to capitalize with damage. Lorsy pays a high cost to get through that turn, though. Spends most of Golden Go's health and the Terastallization. But if that is the trade you needed to get some valuable damage on Incineroar, get Farigiraf off the field, and crucially burn through now 2 more turns of Trick Room with the Protect available, then it might be all you need, because you're looking at that last turn of Trick Room. Brian would need to accomplish a lot. I didn't see what the 4th Pokemon was as he was selecting Torkoal to come in. You have to wonder if there's the potential for a second Trick Room. There are so many Trick Room Pokemon on this team that it's likely possible that a second Trick Room can be threatened at the end of the game. So the other thing is, if Golden Go goes down, Ursaluna, not a very offensive Pokemon on the other side, you have to wonder what damage Lorsy will have at the end of the game to prevent that second Trick Room. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. First, we got to make it through a couple of turns here. We expect a double protect from Lorsy's side, but there's always the chance to mix it up.
Now, well, Ursaluna protecting first, which was how we ended up seeing 2 turns ago start out as the Golden Go follows suit. So the safe double protector from Lorsy, and Brian, unfortunately, gets another turn of his Trick Room stalled out. This is starting to look a little bit risky. I mean, as you move forward to the rest of the game, what do you feel like either of these players are really playing for? Outside of Lorsy, of course, trying to get rid of Trick Room.
Well, sure, Lorsy has to get rid of Trick Room. You know, the other thing, you burn this turn of Trick Room, but there is one left, and now there's no Protects available. That gives a pretty easy position probably for Brian to reposition. You have to wonder if Torkoal is threatening a KO onto Ursaluna. No Assault Vest on the other side. If Sun and Choice Specs is enough to make Eruption a KO, then you can reposition Incineroar as Trick Room expires. There we got a hint at it. It is the Lilligant. So if you're threatening enough on this turn to let Incineroar reposition, then you'd come out of Trick Room with Lilligant next to Torkoal. And maybe that's enough if you take 2 KOs here to close out the end of this game. Looks like what's going to be happening. Incineroar out to the back, Lilligant on the field. This last turn of Trick Room is going to be up to Torkoal to capitalize on.
I mean, it's a pretty good bet that there's going to be physical attackers in the back for Lorsy. Blood Moon Ursaluna still going to get out of dodge as it's Incineroar that now comes back in. This Intimidate actually could be pretty beneficial onto this Lilligant, since it does have Solar Blade as well as Close Combat as attacking options. As Golden Go tries to go for a double protect, but it fails. So it will be knocked out to this Eruption from the Torkoal. As it's not a Jetpack though, as you called out, it is going to be the Choice Specs. So unfortunately, this Torkoal is going to stay in unless there is a manual switch from Brian to bring that Incineroar back in for that Torkoal's place. But you've got the Sun, and there's no way for Lorsy to shut it off.
Right, so staying in may be the goal here, right? You want Torkoal to be next Lilligant, you have that after you, but Incineroar switching in here is a great way to disrupt that. It both takes the Eruption for less than 50% health, but now crucially is threatening Fake Out. So you can put that Fake Out into Lilligant, and that leaves Torkoal on an island, the slowest moving thing, locked into Eruption, so that if you do quite a bit of damage to it, that Eruption is going to be very little damage. So it may incentivize a Torkoal switch here because you've got to get out of that Fake Out pressure. So Incineroar, really valuable to have right now at this moment. And we talked about the Citrus Berry as well. That makes things all a little bit more difficult because the Incineroar didn't quite eat it now, which is probably helpful for Brian, but you have to be careful about putting just a small amount of damage on because then you're going to end up healing the Incineroar. And meanwhile, Ursaluna is a big problem. That's something that can just Earth Power Torkoal for a ton of damage, no Terastallization to get away from it. And if you switch to Incineroar, also going to take a bunch of damage from Earth Power. So huge pin there. You can put Fake Out into Lilligant, Earth Power into Torkoal, and you know that you're going to get something positive out of this turn one way or another. And then there's still one more unrevealed Pokemon for Lorsy. Like you mentioned, that can be a Ninetales at the end of the game that would disrupt the Sun and then outspeed Lilligant to try to threaten that KO.
If it's the Ninetales, you're going to have to make sure that you keep it safe. You can't, I feel like that means you can't really switch out the Incineroar or the Ursaluna in this particular situation. And it is going to be Brian that makes a switch though. And as we see this terrestrialization now committed as well onto the Lilligant, means we will not see any more switches on this turn. So the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and the Incineroar are stuck. This Ghost Terror will be nice to be able to get around the fake out, but you've got to make sure that you're getting enough value out of these turns. Blood Moon, Ursaluna does go for another protect in the face of this Lilligant, as Lilligant does use the close combat into the Incineroar to get the knockout. You're going to bypass the Citrus Berry recovery entirely because you just do all that damage at once.
Right, has enough damage to just get through the Incineroar. Earth Power wasn't used from Ursaluna on the other side, fearing Ghost Terra plus close combat into that slot. And the fact that Incineroar didn't fake out maybe means it was trying to knock off or put some damage into either Lilligant or Incineroar itself. But that ends up being kind of disastrous for Lorsy because Protect is now burnt. Lilligant can't be faked out still because it's a ghost, so it's free to put close combat into the Ursaluna slot on this next turn. And meanwhile, the Incineroar is gone. So both these Pokemon much more vulnerable to Eruption if you can ever position to have After You plus Eruption again.
And that is highly possible. I mean, even if the Rillaboom does go for something like the Grassy Glide to break the Focus Sash on this Hisuian Lilligant, Hisuian Lilligant's probably knocking out this Ursaluna before it gets a chance to fire back. But it's tough since we did see the Intimidate drop onto the Lilligant, and there is going to be a defense drop on the Lilligant as well after using that first close combat.
Right, -1 close combat I don't expect is enough to KO Ursaluna, but of course Fake Out can be used in that slot as well, so that's going to force a Fake Out into the Incineroar slot to prevent Fake Out. That's why we see the flinch immediately as the next move. And then Solar Blade going to be super effective damage and Grassy Terrain boosted, which might be enough damage, more than the close combat would have been. Let's see -1 into Ursaluna.
And it's not going to get the KO, but it does look quite close, so maybe that was the difference, that Intimidate drop from earlier. Blood Moon from this Ursaluna does take this Lilligant down to its Focus Sash, and now in range that the Rillaboom can pick it off with that Grassy Glide. But you still have this Incineroar in the field that can threaten a knockout onto either of these Pokemon.
If it can move first, definitely. We haven't sweetened the speed relationship between Ursaluna and Incineroar yet. Incineroar low. If it's slower than the Ursaluna on the other side, and it will probably just go down to an Earth Power, especially since you have to imagine that with this moveset and item, Incineroar are trained more in offense than is typical for an Incineroar. So if the option here is just Grassy Glide plus a faster Earth Power than Incineroar, it's really difficult to see the way out. Because Incineroar can't switch, that would just be Torkoal taking the Earth Power instead. Lilligant can protect itself, but eventually the Grassy Glide is just going to stay there because the other slot isn't going to solve the Grassy Glide problem anytime soon.
But I actually wonder if Brian does want to sacrifice this Torkoal. How much is it going to get done in the face of both of these Pokemon that are faster than it?
If you can sacrifice the Torkoal and it actually goes down here so that you reset Fake Out pressure so that you can, get an attack off with Lilligant that way by preventing Grassy Glide, maybe there's a path here. But first it's going to be Torkoal coming in. Grassy Glide, though, just KOs. Lilligant gone.
Okay, and the Lilligant being removed means that you just don't have that speed anymore. It can bring back in the Incineroar, and so you still have that Fake Out pressure, but up before this Torkoal is going to be taking a pretty significant amount of damage. Since it was a Fire type in that slot before, this poor Torkoal actually just gets one hit knocked out by that Earth Power from the Ursaluna. That looks like game. I mean, Incineroar can dry here, but now that the Sunlight is gone, you don't have boosted up Flare Blitzes anymore, and you still have to deal with this Rillaboom that can just go for Grassy Glide here. But I wonder, is there actually a way for this Incineroar to get through both of these Pokemon?
No, I mean, we expect that it's slower than the Ursaluna. I think it'll be interesting to see if there's no concession and if we actually learn the speed relationship between Incineroar and Ursaluna. But assuming it's slower, it would just be KO'd by Earth Power before it moved. The Rillaboom can chip in a high Earth Power of its own, so easily enough. So Brian's not going to show us, does just concede this game and move us into Game 2.
I know Lorsy has not had the best luck on stream. I think he is on a little bit of a losing streak when it's come to being on stream, and you could kind of see him maybe breathing a sigh of relief in terms of, okay, I got one game. I just need one more, and then maybe I can finally break that stream curse. But he just did an amazing job of being able to get through Trick Room, and I think that is one thing that a lot of these top players have experience with. If you can find a way to get through the Trick Room, sometimes the advantage that the Trick Room team is going to have is just completely gone. Brian only brought one Trick Room setter for this first game. Do you think there's ever an adjustment to actually try to bring two to reset Trick Room, knowing that Lorsy did utilize those protects well to get through that first set of Trick Room turns in Game 1?
I mean, I liked what Brian's backup plan was, which was after the Trick Room expires, he had perfectly timed that Lilligant hit the field as Trick Room expired to have Chlorophyll, After You, or Close Combat, or Solar Blade available to it. Problem was that Lorsy had also well-timed the Incineroar on the field at the same time, so that it was intimidating the Lilligant, threatening Fake Out, and forcing the Ghost Terrestrialization onto the Lilligant. And then the Ursaluna on the other side was just such a big problem. It was protecting out throughout the early game, still had the damage. You know, Torkoal is such a frail Pokemon that even this less offensive Ursaluna on the other side was able to one-hit KO with Earth Power, and so the pins that Earth Power was putting down with these 2 fire types that Brian brought and the sustainability of Ursaluna was a big problem.
And it's going to be a problem again as we get into this game number 2. Lorsy has brought the Ursaluna and the Golden Go again to this match, and Brian's running back the exact same leads as game number 1. And I kind of wonder how much pressure these Pokemon actually put onto Lorsy's team. Lorsy just goes for the make it rain right away.
We saw in the last game Fake Out into Ursaluna. This time, no Fake Out into Ursaluna. We saw in the last game the Nasty Plot. No Nasty Plot this time. It's just damage into Farigiraf.
And that's going to be a Blood Moon to pick up the rest of that HP difference and get the knockout. There's no Trick Room set up on this turn for Brian. You are going to be able to get the knockoff and a KO into the Golden Go, but is that a worthwhile trade?
Oh, it definitely depends on whether there's another Trick Room setter back there. It's really hard to see how you win with Lilligant and Torkoal from this position, but that's all we've got so far. Just Lilligant and Torkoal and Incineroar to fight against this Ursaluna and its 2 partners hiding in the back. Lorsy showing a great demonstration of how slight adjustments in turn 1 plays can really condition your opponent for one direction, right? Uses the game 1 with a positive play where he nasty plots, uses Protects to burn through the turns of Trick Room, eventually gets a Make It Rain into Farigiraf, and then Brian loses that game. So now he wants a little bit more out of turn 1. He doesn't want to run back exactly how game 1 plays, so he searches. He wants to get the knockoff into the nasty plot while still getting Trick Room up. And Lorsy punishes him hard, takes away the Farigiraf, prevents Trick Room, and puts Brian so much on the back foot for the rest of this match.
You do have some speed advantage with this Lilligant if it's able to get that chlorophyll boost from the Torkoal. And you still have this Ghost Terra, but it could be punished here.
The other thing is the Incineroar on the other side. We talked about the Citrus Berry, how that might be helpful. The risk is the lack of safety goggles, right? So no Sleep Powder is available on this turn into either of these targets, and definitely at this point, you're probably going to need to be searching for some Sleep Powder hits and some Sleep Powder hits that extend turns of sleep to give you enough time to get the damage done.
Well, the Ghost Terrestrialization at least will get through the Fake Out from this Incineroar. It cannot Fake Out this Ghost-type Pokemon now, but it does land the Sleep Powder. It's going to target into the Blood Moon or Ursaluna, so it's able to put that to sleep. But this will be the mandatory turn of sleep and the knockoff. What a punish here from Lorsy to just get that Lilligant all the way down to its Focus Sash. So it's really on borrowed time.
Linking onto Focus Sash for the Sleep Powder onto Ursaluna really impactful. That Pokemon had such a huge impact on game 1. The close combat, not quite enough damage, not threatening a KO, just going to activate Citrus Berry here.
Yeah, and even though we had this clear amulet to be able to block that Intimidate from Lorsy's Incineroar, it's still just not enough damage here.
So maybe the close combat from Lilligant would be threatening a KO into Incineroar. Now, of course, Terrestrialization not yet used in this game, so Incineroar could just use a defensive Terrestrialization of its own. It is grass, so it would cover for both close combat and Sleep Powder into the Incineroar slot. Meanwhile, the Incineroar slot on Brian's side probably needs to start close combating Ursaluna. That thing's going to wake up at some point. Already burned 1 turn of sleep, and when the Sleeping Bear wakes, it's going to be a huge damage threat to the other side.
When they stop hibernating, they get very hungry. So maybe this Ursaluna will be ready to feast. It has the Turner Electric now, so these close combats will not be doing as much damage, but it's still going to be taking neutral hits. Look at how little it takes from that, though.
That's the Intimidate
so
onto Lilligant, reducing that damage. Such a bulky Ursaluna. Going to quickly heal that off with leftovers as well. And Knockoff can just finish this Lilligant KO since close combat wasn't aimed that direction.
Mother Pokemon down here for Brian. He just has that final Pokemon in the back alongside this Incineroar. And Ursaluna's gonna wake up with their 1 turn of sleep, gets the Earth Power into Brian's Incineroar and finishes it off. Brian is now down to just that Torkoal in the back, and Lorsy, 2 KOs on this turn, looks firmly in position to close out this set.
I mean, that's it. We've already seen the Earth Power as a win-hit KO on Torkoal, even if you ignore the other 2 Pokemon that Lorsy has. Lorsy has punched his ticket into the top 4, and just with, you know, a kind of disastrous final turn there for Brian, as the Electric Terrestrialization reduces the damage, the quick 1-turn sleep means the Earth Powers start coming out, and the knockoff on the ignored Incineroar finishes up 1 KO alongside it. Just everything going right for Lorsy in this game too, and going into top 4.
Congratulations to Lorsy, breaking his stream curse winning to get to top 4, and now has a very real shot of winning this regional championship.
You can see the emotions after wanting to be at this point, after having lost matches on stream, not being able to get into this top 4 position again. 2 more matches away from trying to become a regional champion.
Commiserations to Brian, though. I think this is one of the coolest teams by far that we have in this top cut, and he's been able to just really continue to iterate on like Trick Room, just his experience with it. I mean, the close combat Incineroar ended up being such a great tech choice for this tournament, and unfortunately just didn't quite pay off in this match, but you saw how much mileage he was able to get out of the Incineroar, and you can only imagine how that was applied in previous matches.
Yeah, it was still a very helpful Pokemon, of course, getting the knockoff into Golden Go, but just such a devastating turn 1 where Lorsy gets the call right, prevents Trick Room. That's always what you imagine when you see Trick Room on the other side of the team sheet, that you're just going to blow up the Trick Room setter, never let it click that button, and when it happens, oh, it can put you at such a huge lead right off the bat.
Yeah, you could see Lorsy just celebrating the fact that even the Ursaluna waking up was such a big deal to be able to close out that game, and I must imagine, like, just seeing the emotion on his face after. There's some mental damage, I think, that comes with being on such a big stage and just not being able to win. You kind of sometimes feel like the universe is working against you in those moments.
Yeah, feeling
it
like
can
you
be
get
tough.
close and just can't quite finish it so many times. You can definitely see the emotion of making it through this point.
And especially because Lorsy is able to already do better than that top 8 at Pittsburgh. You have to wonder how much further he's able to take this now, being so close.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more stressful Pokemon, a lot more emotions on the line with those last couple matches left to play.
We still have 3 more matches in our top 8 to figure out who is going to be joining Lorsy in the top 4. As we continue through this bracket, we are just so stoked to be able to showcase our matches. But before we get there, as we get a next set on stage, we've got an interview with Lorsy. So I want to know definitely how he's feeling after winning on stream to make it to top 4.
Congratulations to Lorsy. Top 4 here in Milwaukee. Lorsy, we can see the emotion as soon as you won that match. Tell me what's going through your head.
As everybody knows, I always lose on stream, so and this matchup is definitely not easy against one of the best hard Trick-Room players in the world. I was already down. I'm like, all right, here we go, another top 8. I'm not gonna get past this hump. And I don't know, I was going over the matchup with my friends, and I was literally texting them and saying, well, at least I just topped 8. I got back-to-back top 8s, and then, I don't know, in the match, I said, it's time to get gangster a little bit, you know what I mean? Try to like, outplay the hard Trick Room player. I know he likes to play aggressive, so I kind of played aggressive back, especially in the game 2. Like, Make It Rain and Blood Moon is like the least you would probably expect. A lot of players would probably try to set up or maybe Earth Power the Incin. I didn't want to give him the free switch. And then Trick Room, the goal is to get rid of the Trick Room setter, and then I'm able to play the game a little bit better. But I was scared of Terra Water onto the Farigiraf, but I was just thinking, like, he's probably wants to preserve Terra to either get the max amount of damage on Torkoal, and or if he has Lilligant, which I didn't expect game 1, he brought game 1, so game 2 I figured he would try to preserve his Terra. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy. I knew like a Silver, Jeremy Odina, KD, Diddy, Slim, those guys, Pokey Alex for sure, Jordy, Jamadri, like all of them believed in me. I haven't really believed in myself in terms of being one of the best and being friends with a lot of the best players in the world. It's kind of like, when's my turn, you know what I mean? And I had it in the past, and I'm back. That's it. I don't know. I'm here to play. So hopefully, you know, top 4 is good, but I need this medal so I could just get this regional win hopefully today. So I'm trying to just do this for my friends that I shouted out, and yeah, my mom, and like this means a lot. Like, I don't even know. I got no words.
I mean, you said for it to finally be your time, and I want to hear about that more, because you were saying beforehand you felt
like almost like defeated because going on stream, you have the stream curse, etc. But now that you have that win, is that like a new breath of confidence that, yeah, it's not just medal, but you can take down this regional?
Oh, I'm coming for blood. I'm coming for everybody now. I broke it, so now it's time to play Pokemon. So let's do it.
And you have played some great Pokemon so far. And I mean, the crowd behind you as well, you're coming off the stage, people are cheering for you. Like, I want to talk about that moment as well, because that's not something that everyone gets to really experience.
Thank you to the crowd for applauding me. But like I said, if it wasn't for my friends that encouraged me to play, because I honestly wanted to stop playing, and like I know I shot this guy, Eric Stewart Silverbroom is the person that really got me back into Pokemon. I would have not went to Pittsburgh. He believed in me. He was like, "You're too good at this game to just not play." Like, and I'm just like, "Nah, I'd rather just go work and like kind of just chill and enjoy my time at home." And he's like, "Nah, I play with you. I know you. You're like one of the best Pokemon players in the world." And today I'm here to prove it to him and to others that believe in me.
And I know you've had a lot of shout outs, but I want to give you the final opportunity for any that maybe come to mind as well. Any advice or words for those out there that maybe have lost a little bit of that belief? Anything to help re-inspire them to know that they can do it too?
Man, I came from nothing. I came from literally zero. I played from literally absolutely nothing. I knew nothing about competitive Pokemon. I watched the YouTube video, and from there, I became one of the best players in the world. And if I could do it, trust and believe, you can do it too. This game is really, really hard at the top level, but I'm somebody that, like, my life has not been the greatest, but in terms of like playing Pokemon, it's one of the best accolades in my life. So like I said, I'm not the most accomplished, I'm not the smartest, I don't make the best plays. Sometimes I fumble on plays. So like I make mistakes, and you will make mistakes too when you come out to these tournaments. It's just natural to happen, but you got to give it a try. You got to give it a try. For those at home, I'm telling you, I was just like you, just watching these streams, and I'm like, nah, I can do this too, kind of thing. And then when you come out here, listen, you might not have the best performance the first time, maybe not the second, maybe not the third, maybe not even the 15th time. But as long as you're playing and you're gradually getting better and learning from your mistakes, I think that's the best you can take from this game. And then, I don't know, anybody can do this. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. So please come out here. These events are amazing. I made some of my bestest friends, the Flock, other groups. Like I can't imagine where I'd be without Pokemon, to be honest. And like I said, it's bigger than me. It's bigger for me now. Like I was saying earlier to a lot of people, it's bigger than just for me. I'm doing it for others that look like me too. I know there's a lot of people out there that might not see a bunch of people that look like me, and if you do look like me and you're a person of color, I want to tell you, this is a message to you. I'm playing with the best players out here. I'm playing with the Wolf Glicks. I'm playing with the Poke Alexes, the Eric Rioses, world champions. I've beaten world champions, and like I said, I came from nothing. So if I could do it, last message I gotta say, you could do it too.
Lorsy, thank you for all the words, everything. You know how much this means to you, and it's honestly, truly inspirational. Best of luck for the top four. I mean, they're all rooting for you. As for us, we still have other matches. We still have to figure out who else is in our top four. So for now, back over to our casters.
Wow, thank you so much, and congratulations once again to Lorsy. Such inspirational words of encouragement to our community, and truly a man of the people. Lorsy's one of those players that I looked up to when I first started playing competitive Pokemon, and to see him have this success and to be able to continue to just like get better and better. He's so relatable in that way, like really someone that's living the dream of just playing Pokemon and being on this big stage.
Yeah, his message is really powerful too. You can see the emotion coming through as he talks about all these players that he wants to compete with, be on the same stage for, and the way he wants to role model that for other players as well.
I'm just getting choked up because like Lorsy is also one of the nicest people I've ever had a chance to interact with in the community, and the fact that it feels like such a full circle moment for him to be able to have all of those people, as you said, supporting him. And I can't imagine the amount of imposter syndrome you must feel for not having kind of that same a number of accomplishments or accolades or the same shiny accomplishments. Like, I just hope that maybe this is his time, or at least he can be really proud of himself for making a top 4 and breaking that stream curse.
Well, a couple more stream matches hopefully to come for him. Definitely going to be rooting him on through the rest of this tournament.
Well, we have a couple more matches coming at you for this top cut bracket. So let's go ahead and take a look at what is next up on our docket. Lorsy beating Brian means that he is going to be in that top 4 and waiting for the winner of Riley Factura versus Dylan Matthews. You can also see how the rest of the bracket has filled out from there with the remaining top 8 matches that we will feature after Riley versus Dylan.
I think we're going to go through these matches in the order they're presented here from top down. So first we're going to see Riley and Dylan. Before the match we just watched with Lorsy winning, those were our last 2 winners. Riley winning in round 12 and Dylan winning in top 16. So it'll be exciting to see them now up against each other. We saw Leonard win against Wolf earlier in the day. We actually saw Sierra lose yesterday in round 8 in Swiss, but she hasn't dropped a set since then. All the way the 4 rounds of Swiss today, the top 16 match, the top, and now going into the top 8 match. And of course, then we'll get to Wolf and Alex, who we've both seen win earlier on in the tournament at the end of those top 8s.
Yeah, Alex has just been kind of waiting with that bye that he was able to get for the record throughout the tournament in phase 1 and 2, and now has to play up against Wolf. All of these matches look like they are going to be amazing, so I hope that you are all staying tuned to see all of the amazing Pokemon action that we've got ahead. But honing back in on this Dylan Matthews and Riley Factura match, since we got a chance to see them both on stream already, I feel like it's kind of safe to start talking a little bit about what to expect out of both of these players. One, Dylan is hoping to get this regional championship win. Riley wants to add to that list of accolades. A 7th regional championship title could be on the horizon for him.
Yeah, we saw Dylan win that top 16 match with some intense sucker punch mind games. I know I'm not cut out for those. I wouldn't be able to do it, but getting it right 2 turns in a row to be able to close it out. And it feels like sucker punch will be impactful in this match as well. With Basculegion on the other side for Riley, the sucker punch is going to be an important way to contain that. We saw Riley actually up against King Gambit in round 12 just earlier. That one also King Gambit plus Ninetale, so a way to disrupt the weather and a sucker punch to help with Basculegion. But a key difference, that team had Rillaboom, where the grass type of choice for Dylan is Sinistra. So maybe provide some other support, can help with hospitality, but doesn't have that priority grass threat into Basculegion on the other side. The other thing I think is really interesting here, Riley mostly playing a pretty typical Rain team. We've seen 5 of these Pokemon together as a mainstay of Rain and Regulation H for more than a year now. But that team usually rounds out with a Golden Go, where King Gambit is hugely impactful against that Rain team because you're both suppressing the Basculegion and you're doing work against the Golden Go if it shows up. But Riley's adjustment to have the Como-O instead really turns this on its head, because you go from that extra spread attacking special attacker being weak to King Gambit to being extremely strong against it. It can Aura Sphere to get a KO, it can just boost in front of the Como-O on the other side, and that's going to really present a new challenge for Dylan. He's probably not, game plans he's used to running against Rain are going to have to be shifted because of the threat of Como-O on the other side.
Yeah, but wow, with his accomplishments listed out like this, I mean, it really is another kind of David versus Goliath matchup. Dylan, of course, already having one of his best finishes yet after that top 16 in Orlando in 2024, now has the top 8 in Milwaukee. But Riley also just with amazing accomplishments, even outside of the fact that he's a 6-time regional champion, always finds himself in the top cuts of like Worlds, ICs, just everything.
Yeah, Riley, one of the most successful players in the history of the game, and has done it over a really long time span as well. Has had eras in old generations where he was extremely successful, and then just a couple of years ago, he was #1 player in North America, felt like he was on top of the world. Had a weaker season last season. You've heard him talk about, calling himself washed up. We would never do it. He still had success, but trying to come back to the forefront this season.
I mean, one of the big staples for him is that he doesn't like using moves that are inaccurate because it opens you up to variance. And so I feel like whenever we've seen Riley really at the top, it's because he just has amazing fundamentals, and he has teams that can also back up the inaccuracy. Like, you just go for 100% accurate moves all the time.
And he's stuck to Rain throughout Regulation H. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's going to be some snow interrupting that Rain for Riley. You've got Ninetales alongside Sinistra, Ursaluna, Gambit, Incineroar, Dragonite. Mostly pretty typical Pokemon. The Sinistra definitely shifts things up, and the King Gambit, a Pokemon that we don't see all that frequently, but can be a very good answer here. And then, yeah, Riley sticking to Rain throughout Regulation H. The we've seen these Pokemon work together. Archaludon and Basculegion, when they're supported by Pelipper, can have such a huge impact. And then you have that secondary mode where Amoonguss and Incineroar can support Como-O, in this case, to provide a very different look for your opponent. Both are hugely a threat. And yeah, you mentioned Riley's aversion to inaccurate attacks. We were joking that he's escalated from simply wanting 100% accurate attacks to now he's trying to sweep teams with Aura Sphere. So he has attacks which simply bypass the accuracy check.
I was looking at the Hurricane as well, though. Even though it is going to have inaccuracy outside of rain, if he has the rain set up, then that also is going to bypass the accuracy check for that Pelipper. So, you know, Riley really does like to make sure that he can play super methodically and clinically. And when you do have that variance from moves that are inaccurate, sometimes you just get on the receiving end of bad luck.
Well, I think you're hitting it exactly why he likes it, right? Knowing that your moves will definitely hit lets you kind of slowly suffocate your opponent because you can take away options from them. You can say, they can't use this attack this turn because I will be threatening a KO on them before they move, and that attack cannot miss. There's nothing that can go wrong, and so that option is not available to them. And you take away options one by one until there's nothing left. And Pokemon like Basculegion, Archaludon, and Como are all very good at this because Basculegion can threaten huge damage very quickly with Swift Swim. Como can threaten spread damage. That means that both Pokemon are kind of suppressed from being able to take actions at the same time. And Archaludon can threaten huge damage with +1 Electro Shots into Pokemon that would otherwise be difficult to take down. But all of that hinges on some speed control, and speed control that often starts with weather. And so the Ninetales on the other side going to be trying to disrupt that. Has both the weather disruption and the Icy Wind to try to slow things down. So even if, you know, this Como gets a boost, maybe you can get the Icy Wind to take away that boost, get your own Pokemon moving more quickly. So I'd expect those to be very pivotal Pokemon. The Ninetales on one side and the Como on the other.
How do you feel about Sinistra in this matchup? Because you mentioned speed control, and there is Trick Room on this Pokemon, but it also offers Grass-type resist to these Water-type attacks.
Yeah, I think Sinistra will probably get brought. It's a lot harder to use than other grass types against rain because it is already weak to the last respects from Basculegion on the other side. Trick Room could be valuable. Of course, Pokemon on Riley's side, several very quick, and maybe trying to go even faster with Tailwind on Pelipper, but using Trick Room against an Amoonguss on the other side, always dangerous. You do at least have a grass type of your own, and Sinistra is safety goggles on the Incineroar as well. Despite the downfall of Amoonguss with so few in the tournament, most players sticking 2 safety goggles on their Incineroar and it paying off this time for Dylan with an Amoonguss on the other side, and that definitely opens up some options. You'd at least have 2 Spore immune Pokemon if you set up Trick Room, but 2 isn't always enough. Amoonguss would be quickly suppressing anything that Ursaluna, Gambit, Dragonite, or Ninetales would try to do if Trick Room was up.
And that's where I think things start to get a little bit tricky, though, because you could set Trick Room, but then what if Riley also helps deny that or even goes ahead and sets up his own Tailwind? I think that's another thing that you just have to balance out here. Don't give up too much to your opponent while also making sure that you're getting good damage.
Right, you have to kind of avoid letting Riley get that runaway offense, that kind of pressure that takes away your options. I think Dragonite could be a useful tool for that, both because with Multiscale it can withstand 1 attack, so it's easier to make sure that it can get an attack off. Scale Shot can offer a big damage threat. Against some Pelipper, it's actually a threat to just KO despite the Focus Sash, which can be very suppressing. And then once you have a boost, you can use your own Tailwind to try to, you know, get things up past the Basculegion if there's no rain, or get past the Como despite it having a boost. But there's not that many Pokemon on Dylan's side that are that fast. So you start to compare, you know, if there's Swift Swim on one side and Tailwind on the other side, well then Ursaluna, King Gambit, they're still going to be slower than the Basculegion. Similarly, they might be so slow that they're still slower than +1 Como. So, you know, if you look at an Ursaluna in Tailwind, is it going to be faster than a Como with 1 boost? And so that can make the Tailwind a little bit harder to use, but it feels like the Dragonite itself really impactful. Now, one thing that could get in the way of that, you know, the terastallizations, I think there's a lot of options across both teams. We saw Riley lean on Bug Terastallization on the Archaludon in the previous match against a similar team like this because it helps resist Earth Power, but Fairy Terastallization on Como could also be impactful because it would stop the threat of the Scale Shot into Como and give you a chance to boost, especially if you get a wasted turn from Dragon on the other side. That said, you know, both Dragons can go Terra Fairy, and if the Dragonite on Dylan's side opts for the Fairy Terastallization, Como is going to have a pretty hard time breaking through it with only fighting and Dragon coverage.
I'm so excited we've had a chance to preview this match, but unfortunately we are going to have to wait just a little bit longer. We are having a technical difficulty on stage, so we'll taking a short break to get that all sorted out. But when we come back, we will have this top 8 match between Dylan Matthews and Riley Factura.
back here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. So many spooky, scary stories out there on the floor. And now for a spooky, scary VGC story of his own, I have Colin Hire. Colin, what do you got for us?
The year was 2023. I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to take on the world and try my best to qualify for Worlds. I flew all the way to Australia, a hefty trip. And while I was there, I played against one of Europe's best, Eric Rios. Now, Eric, he's an incredible player and a very, very scary person to play up against. And during the second game, after losing the first game, I was on the brink of elimination, ready to be eliminated that round, and the stakes were high. I was 6-1 at the time, and a win would allow me to get into day 2 of my first ever OCIC. But Eric, he had different plans. He nasty plotted, and he nasty plotted again. And his Golden Go got so scary and so spooky. And then he protected. And as he protected, I was able to take out Tyranitar, and it all came down to an Iron Bundle speed tie. But fortunately for me, this story has a happy ending, and I was able to navigate myself out, and his Golden Go was actually able to deal no damage.
Amazing, a happy ending and a very, very spooky story. Colin, thank you for sharing. Hopefully we get some more scary stories with a good ending like that out here in Milwaukee.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
Get in, we're going somewhere, and we're bringing all our friends. Adventure is in the air, and the journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get that gold. But first things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the
gonna continue to roll here as we have sorted through our technical difficulty, and we will be going back to our top cut matches here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And I'm so stoked about this. We already have Joshua Lorsy waiting in that top 4, but we have to figure out who his opponent is going to be between Riley Factura and Dylan Matthews.
Yeah, 3 exciting matches upcoming in the top 8. But first we have Riley and Dylan, who we saw both win just recently on stream, now up against each other. Rain versus Snow and King Gambit and Dragonite. Some of the mainstays of the format, but with Sinistcha added into the mix, should be a pretty exciting match.
And the Como, I think, is the really big thing on this Rain team that you were already calling out before we got into this match, and that's going to be playing a big role here too.
Yeah, it's going to really shift how this matchup works, where King Gambit would normally do a little bit more to suppress Basque Legion and Golden Go. If it was Golden Go rather than King Gambit, now King Gambit mixes things up and gives Dylan a different look than he's used to seeing. So while he might have kind of ordinary game plans against Rain, they are not game plans against Rain plus Como-O. And so now you have to start improvising, you have to start figuring out new game plans, and you've got to do it against one of the best players in the world, and Riley Factura, who is trying to make it not 6 but 7 regional championships if he can get through 3 more matches here today.
And Dylan is hoping to win his very first one. Already going to have the best result ever in his Pokemon career for the top 8 here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but still wants to be able to get that regional victory. So let's get started in our top 8 match as we head into game number 1 between Dylan Matthews and Riley Factura. See where both of these trainers want to lead, and we are going to see the Basque Legion and Incineroar here for Riley and the Ursaluna and Dragonite for Dylan.
Oh boy, that is I don't think King Gambit is going to be led kind of lead from Riley with Intimidate out and Basque Legion next to it, but no King Gambit on the other side. The Dragonite, like we previewed before the game, a great way to withstand some early pressure from Riley and try to set up your own early pressure, either with Scale Shot for a lot of damage or Tailwind, but now has to deal with Incineroar on the other side, both intimidating the Dragonite and threatening Fake Out on this turn, but no Fake Out. Simply Incineroar showing the threat of it and fleeing out to the back to get the Rain going. Pelipper has its Rain. Basque Legion is going to be moving quickly if it swings out, and Dragonite for now just protecting, has to worry about Fake Out.
Both of these Pokemon are going to be going for Protect here, because not only do you get through the Fake Out from the Incineroar, but you also get to see what this Basque Legion is going to be locking into with this Choice Band, and it will be the Wave Crash. Ursaluna protecting itself isn't going to take any damage this turn, but how does Riley fare now that you could have your weather taken away from you here?
You could, but Wave Crash is a huge threat, and the Basque Legion should be faster than Ursaluna even if the weather is taken away, so you'd just be worried about the Scale Shot on the other side. The Scale Shot is already at -1, and I honestly wouldn't be that surprised to see Incineroar switch right back in and set another Intimidate on this Dragonite to really make sure that it's not threatening a ton of damage. But first, Ursaluna going to be leaving the field, doesn't want to take that big Wave Crash, and we know there's a Grass type in the back, so Sinistcha not going to get any Hospitality value, but should be able to switch into this Wave Crash better than anything else.
Yeah, and Basque Legion just goes for it. The Wave Crash into the Sinistcha is still going to reduce it to under 50% of its HP, but thankfully it has that Citrus Berry to recover just a little bit of that. But this Pelipper could follow that up with another attack as Dragonite sets the Tailwind, but Pelipper could match that. So there are a couple of options that Riley could go for here, but it is going to be the Weather Ball. So a double attack into the Sinistcha brings it down to pretty unhealthy levels as the crit is going to help out with that damage too.
Yeah, not opting for Hurricane there, maybe worried that it was Ninetales coming and not Sinistcha, but now Sinistcha very low. Well, we said that it takes Wave Crash better than anything else, but it still takes a lot from it. Basque Legion, a huge damage threat with Choice Band and Rain on the other side. Meanwhile, Dragonite at -1 attack isn't ready to swing out with Scale Shot, so it just Tailwinds. But then we will learn about the speed relationship of Basque Legion and Dragonite. Both have their speed doubled at the moment, so if there's no other changes, no weather shift here, then they would just be comparing their ordinary speeds against each other.
For now, it's going to be the Pelipper taking a reprieve, does not want to get caught in a situation where it is going to be the Ninetales without having a chance to reset the weather. And the added benefit, as you said, of this Intimidate onto the Dragonite might actually do enough that you're not going to be taking a significant amount of damage from a Scale Shot. Sinistcha is going to help this Dragonite to maintain its multi-scale as the Dragonite goes for the Scale Shot first. So we now know this Dragonite is going to be faster under Tailwind conditions. This Basque Legion on a limb might be a little bit of that slower side. Skill Shot's still going to do a lot here with that 4 hits, but you can see how those Intimidate drops have really helped to make sure that this Dragonite doesn't get too out of hand. This Basculegion can still fire off one more Wave Crash into the Sinistcha, and Incineroar is now on the field to fake something out.
Right, fake out pressure really valuable into Dragonite here. Dragonite that's not doing much damage at -2 attack, and now down 1 stage of defense means that the damage threat from the other side is larger as well. And Sinistcha, I guess, has done its job. It took 2 Wave Crashes, but it goes down very quickly. A problem dealt with for Riley. One of only 2 grass resists or water resists, excuse me, on the other side now dealt with. You know, Rage Powder used to protect Dragonite there, but I wouldn't have been surprised if the Wave Crash was just going into Sinistcha anyway, trying to kind of pin Sinistcha to the field. It couldn't protect itself on that turn, and there was nothing in the back that could have switched into Wave Crash, so it was an easy KO for Riley to clean up. Now, though, Incineroar has to choose its fake-out target. Either Dragonite or Ursaluna would love a chance to attack. Basculegion, with the combination of Recoil, probably is in KO range for another Scale Shot, even at -2. And so if you fake out the Ursaluna, Scale Shot could just KO. But if you fake out into a Dragonite that's protecting itself, the Ursaluna could try to Terastallize and get away from the damage from Wave Crash. But for now, Incineroar, no fake out. Once again, showing it and getting out into the back.
I mean, Riley knows that a lot of the value from this Incineroar is going to be in the Intimidates that it will provide, but it's also the Pelipper coming in maybe to expect a weather shut-off. We have the Basculegion that is going to take the Scale Shot and unfortunately will not survive to get another attack. But it's already gotten some big Wave Crash damage down, but you're starting to run into a problem if you're Riley. This Dragonite is still at full HP, and this Ursaluna also still gets a chance to attack here.
Yeah, you can see the look on Riley's face. This wasn't what he wanted out of this turn. Maybe expected that Ninetales was coming in, like you called out, with Tailwind on Dylan's side. If the Ursaluna or Dragonite, either one, had switched out to Ninetales, the Pelipper would have switched in second, and it'd be raining right now, but with a Ninetales on the field. Instead, this kind of ends in a complete disaster, where Incineroar doesn't fake out, Basculegion goes down to Scale Shot, Pelipper's on the field, now with Ninetales still in the back, and down to Focus Sash because of the Hyper Voice landing into Pelipper. Riley very much on the back foot now. Both players have lost a Pokemon, but it's a very different complexion in the game. It feels like Dragonite is doing what we mentioned before the set, despite being at -2 attack, just being safe on the field in a way that lets Dylan swing out with offense without worrying too much that it's just going to be outsped and KO'd. And using the safety of that to get damage into Basculegion and protect the Ursaluna. But definitely a risky situation. That could have gone completely differently. Had Riley used Incineroar to fake out into Dragonite and thrown a Wave Crash into the Ursaluna, I expect Ursaluna would have just been KO'd on that turn.
Oh,
Despite
yeah.
the Tailwind, I think that Swift Swim would have meant Basculegion moves first, picks up the KO on Ursaluna, probably the KO on itself as well with the Recoil, but still a very different look to this game if Ursaluna were off the field. But with one Rain Sweeper gone, one Rain Sweeper comes out of the back. Archaludon can still be a huge damage threat and doesn't have to worry about Dragonite much at all. Does have to worry about Ursaluna though. Earth Power is a huge threat here.
And another problem it's going to have to deal with is if it actually wants to get an Electro Shot, a special attack boost, it's going to need the Rain active, or it's going to be delayed a full turn because you want the Rain to make sure that you can get that Electro Shot off right away.
It's scary to click that button right now. It's also scary to click the Terastallization button. Life Orb Blood Moon would be an enormous amount of damage into Archaludon, and Ursaluna should move before Archaludon does. So if it's Earth Power into Steel Archaludon or Blood Moon into Bug One, either one is a further disaster for Riley. And it's Assault Vest, so it's not protecting itself this turn. Going to have to kind of choose which type to stay as. Looks like we're going to see the Terastallization.
Yeah, so the Bugterra ended up being really great for Riley in that stream set, and he's going to bank on it again in this game 1 of this top 8 set. It's also just so cute. It's my favorite Terror hat. As the Archaludon takes on a new look, Dragonite is actually going to miss its Scale Shot. There's a little bit of damage that you otherwise would have liked to have if you're Dylan, but you are already still pretty far ahead. Archaludon gets a nice stamina boost though after taking that Earth Power, is able to fire back a Dragon Pulse into this Ursaluna. I kind of wonder how much it would have been able to get if you had gone after the Dragonite instead, but there's always the risk that you would have had Terra Fairy.
The risk, but also Dragonite with multi-scale would have taken still basically neutral damage, would not have been a KO. Of all the scale shots so far, you have to imagine that's the one Dylan Mine's missing the least. Has, would have been valuable damage on Incineroar, but very little at -3 attack, and so not a huge impact on this game. Meanwhile, you can see the huge damage, even resisted that Earth Power did maybe 40-35% to the Archaludon. That's 4 times as much damage if Archaludon doesn't Terastallize. So easily a one-hit KO on Archaludon, something that Riley's going to have to be mindful of and worried about going forward, but now Archaludon has spent that resource. It has Terastallize, and Ursaluna's still faster, and no reason to not just click the Blood Moon or the Hyper Voice now. The Fake Out is the saving grace for Riley. It can stop one of these two Pokemon from attacking on this turn.
Yeah, well, I actually can't anymore because of the Protects will stop them themselves.
Yeah, they both stopped themselves from attacking, trying to get through the Fake Out pressure, but at least there you have burnt one of those turns of Tailwind away. You need to get your Archaludon back faster than the Ursaluna again, or else it's simply going to be outsped and KO'd.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that still there's an issue where this Dragonite has that multi-scale intact, and you talk about kind of the damage calculation of the Dragon Pulse into the Dragonite, it's still going to be able to get another Tailwind up.
Sure, but that's almost like a problem for another day. I mean, the imminent problem right now is that Ursaluna will move before either of Riley's Pokemon and threaten a one-hit KO on either of Riley's Pokemon. To even get to the point where you're worried about, stopping a second Tailwind by getting damage onto Dragonite, you have to have Pokemon left when this Ursaluna is finished with them.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still that little Pelipper in the back that could come in and set the rain.
But if you give it up, if you switch out Archaludon and to bring in Pelipper, you're giving it up still with Ninetales in the back. You're permanently losing the Weather War. Maybe a necessary evil, right? You can't win this game with just the Archaludon, or rather just the Pelipper and the Incineroar, but that looks like it's going to be the plan. No, Archaludon gets away scot-free here. Just the KO onto Incineroar, but still down to 2 Pokemon at low damaged health.
No, it's really tough. I mean, you even have another Tailwind getting set up here from this Dragonite as another Flash Cannon will finally get rid of this Ursaluna, but it's already secured such big KOs. So much damage onto the Pelipper, the knockout onto the Incineroar, and now we will actually see the Ninetales come in.
Right, this could be
2v2.
This is a 2v2, and the damage to find against the Archaludon is a lot more difficult now. Took the risk to swing into the Incineroar instead of just taking the KO on Archaludon, but now Dragonite's -3 attack. It's not solving the Archaludon problem. And then because Pelipper and Ninetales enter the field at the same time, it's raining. And so Blizzard is only 70% accurate into Archaludon. You might even need 3. 2, it definitely need more than 1. The Terra Ice can help, but it's going to be slow going, and meanwhile, you have to deal with the Pelipper at some point too. Dragonite has to put a move there, or Ninetales does. I think we saw Icy Wind clicked so that you could... We definitely saw spread ice damage click going to go after the Pelipper and the Archaludon, but the risk of going for the KO into Pelipper with Blizzard is that if you just miss that, then Pelipper may get a chance to swing out with offense on its own that could be really impactful to break the Focus Sash and give Archaludon only 1 shot that it needs to take to KO the Ninetales.
I mean, unfortunately, for either spread damaging option on this Ninetales, they both have a chance to miss. And so you just kind of have to hope that you're able to take out one of these Pokemon or at least whittle away at this Archaludon enough to be able to get something out of it. Dragonite going for the Haze, though, is actually going to remove the defense increase that the Archaludon got from Stamina, but also the drops that the Dragonite had received already. But with the Ninetales going for an attack here, it actually does hit both targets, would have hit both targets, but the Pelipper protecting itself will at least stop the knockout for now.
Yeah, so Icy Wind opted for the more accurate move. Haze used to get rid of the attack drops onto Dragonite, but that gives time for Archaludon to get its first boost of its own and swing out with Electroshock, trying to deal with his Ninetales on the other side.
But this Ninetales has Focus Sash, so even if it was going to be enough damage for a one-hit knockout, that Ninetales would have been able to consume that item and have another chance in this game. You can still throw out another Icy Wind here. You probably don't want to mess around with the accuracy of the Blizzard in the rain.
I think you need it. You've got to get damage onto Archaludon at significant damage onto Archaludon because Dragonite has so much trouble with Scale Shot giving over stamina boosts as it goes, meaning that it's really hard for Dragonite to solve this problem on its own. Archaludon is getting low to where it's at least feasible, and Archaludon will need a couple attacks to KO the Dragonite, but if it's 2 Electro Shots to KO the Ninetales, then you maybe do just threaten the KO with Dragon Pulse into Dragonite once you're at +2. So it's going to be the Blizzard, and it's going to double hit.
Wow, so the Pelipper goes down here, and how much damage is it going to do to Archaludon? It's plenty. That critical hit is not necessary to have gotten rid of that last little bit of HP on the Pelipper. But this Archaludon is now low enough that the Scale Shot should finish it off, despite all of the stamina boost. Looks like it's just going to take 2 hits to knock out this Archaludon, and that is going to be the first game. Going over to Dylan.
Ooh, he's got to breathe a sigh of relief. You never want to have to come down to needing to Blizzard in the rain. Terra Ice invested to make sure that Blizzard was a lot of damage, but to do the damage, it's got to hit. Hit it did. Gets the KO on Pelipper, really significant damage onto Archaludon. And I think really that all goes back to that turn where Riley felt like, you know, there was some advantage. He had the Basculegion on the field. It could have thrown a wave crash at the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but Dylan had learned from Riley's previous tendency. On turn 1, showed Incineroar, switched it out, didn't click Fake Out into Dragonite. So when Dylan saw the Incineroar up against Dragonite again just a few turns later on turn 4, didn't fall for it this time. Didn't protect the Dragonite, just swung out with offense, caught Riley switching, and took an enormous lead in that first game of the set.
And I wonder then if Riley decides to actually use Fake Out on Incineroar in this second game, maybe something that he sees as a missed opportunity that he can make an adjustment to. But there's something to be said about the conditioning. We already saw it in that last top 8 match, but can Dylan utilize that same type of effect where, well, if I think you're going to Fake Out, then I just protect my Pokemon a little bit more.
Yeah, you have to imagine that there's some reversion here where Riley is more likely to Fake Out and Dylan is more likely to protect after that. Both players may be looking for the safer option. Looking at the overall game plan from Dylan, he used Sinistcha early to withstand wave crashes, switches into the first one, redirects the second in order to buy Dragonite time, keep multi-scale preserved so the Dragonite was always safe on the field and could use speed control, and then really leaned on Ursaluna for damage. The Dragonite did some damage, right? It got the KO onto Basculegion, but it was not the key damage dealer. That was really the Ursaluna, which, because of the speed control that Dragonite was able to obtain, first boosting itself with Scale Shot and then boosting the team with Tailwind, the Ursaluna was able to land the Hyper Voice down to Pelipper's 1 HP, to land the Earth Power into the Bug-type Archaludon, get it down to 60% health, land the Earth Power into Incineroar to one-hit KO. All of that damage, and that comes from that initial use of Dragonite and Sinistcha to withstand Riley's offense. Because the scary thing with Rain is that you get that, you know, that turn 2 situation with Pelipper and Choice Band Basculegion on the field, and it is so much damage being immediately threatened.
And I love that Dylan didn't play his hand too early. Preserve that Ninetales until the very end where he knew he would be able to keep that weather control, or knew he didn't need it. Just had that Ninetales as an offensive threat. And as we get into this game number 2, it's going to be a run back here of the same leads of game 1, but this is where you can actually see some of those adjustments come through. Maybe it is a Fake Out this time around.
Yeah, is it Pelipper hitting the field once again? Is it a double protect from Ursaluna and Dragonite once again? You know, these situations where both players lead the same thing can be so dangerous just because one player, either one, might have a little bit of an edge to them where they just say, I want something different than how game 1 played out. I want a little bit more out of the situation. That can induce a lot of risk and volatility. But maybe you can also just say, I'm up a game, I'm gonna opt out of volatility. I'm just gonna double protect, get us into the second turn, never mind what Riley might do.
Well, it does look like one protect and another to follow. It's the same story. You don't want to be susceptible to Fake Out and an attack. And this time, Riley actually does switch things up to go for that Fake Out into one of these Pokemon and hope to land an attack after that. And Riley knows you can't just leave this Dragonite on its own. You gotta break the multi-scale at some point too so that it's easier to take out later.
Yeah, and so just like our last top 8, the player who lost game 1 wants a little bit more out of the turn 1 and ends up in a little bit worse position because of it. Now, it's not nearly as devastating as losing Fergraph on turn 1. It's just Incineroar on the field rather than Pelipper. You can still get Rain on this turn. You can still swing out with Basculegion. There just won't be the follow-up of a Weather Ball like there was on turn 2 of game 1. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. Pelipper onto the field, Rain down Basculegion, the next Pokemon to move.
But we have Basculegion going for the Wave Crash, and it starts into the Ursaluna. There's no switch this time around. So Riley is able to get a one-hit knockout early on in this game number 2 that will maybe give him this advantage, but Dragonite is not going to take another attack. It just gets to set up the Tailwind, and that means it will end up being faster than this Basculegion on the following turn.
Yeah, we learned that from game 1, that with both at +2 speed, the Dragonite moves first, and definitely moves first once there's no Swift Swim active. Ninetales hits the field earlier this time. You know, in the last game, it was never an opportunity to switch it in because Dylan didn't give up a KO as early. But this time, you know, loses a big piece. So we talked about how the Ursaluna did most of the damage, took a big risk there to leave Ursaluna on the field, and was punished for it with it simply going down. But the one thing he can do to capitalize on that is that he can get a free entry for Ninetales with Pelipper already on the field. That's going to scare the Basculegion off the field, now moving so slowly, going to get Archaludon on the field instead. But if that's a Scale Shot going that way, that could be impactful for Riley.
Yeah, you're just gonna get so many stamina boosts on top of all of those scale shots. But the Incineroar does come back in, and this is kind of the staple. You get the Intimidate drop down onto the Dragonite, but you have to take some incoming damage. I think that Riley's team is actually pretty well set up to be able to handle an incoming Blizzard, but Dylan is gonna go ahead and increase that damage even more with this Ice Terror modifier again.
Damage adding up on Archaludon is so important because especially with the Ursaluna gone, you know that Dragonite is not going to solve it for you, the Sinestcha is not going to solve it for you, so you've got to get maximum damage out of Ninetales to make sure you have a solution to Archaludon long term.
I mean, it's still a lot of damage. That's going to be about 30% as you give over a stamina boost to this Archaludon, but Dragonite's going to take it away. Haze resetting all of those different stat changes, including the Intimidate drops that this Dragonite has been able to get on the first couple of turns of this game.
Right, Dragonite was down to -2 attack after Incineroar had hit the field twice. All of that is gone now. Archaludon's defense boost gone as well. So gets pretty good value out of that turn, right? Had created such a positive momentum that Riley is forced to double switch out of the situation. Can't have Basculegion on the field, can't have Pelipper on the field. And so gets really solid damage, undoes the Intimidate drops, and now still in a strong position. I can throw another Blizzard and a skill shot. Has to worry about Fake Out though. We're back to that position of do you double protect to, and no Fake Out.
Wow.
No protects, no Fake Outs.
It's just going to be the Blizzard from the Ninetales, and it's able to chunk down this Archaludon quite a bit. Another stamina boost, though, as we saw before, but it's just at +1. It's going to increase, though, as this Dragonite does go for the skill shot, but it's looking really close here, Len. One more stamina boost, 2 hits, 3 potential more skill shots could come out of this Dragonite, and it's looking really, really dicey whether or not that's actually going to end up being a KO. That is 4 hits. Can we see a 5th one and actually see the knockout? But it's only 4 hits. Now this Archaludon is going to be at +5 defense from that Blizzard plus those 4 scale shots. You can't fire off another attack though, which is going to be a flash cannon into that Ninetales, and the Incineroar going for the knockoff will get rid of that loaded dice, which will decrease the number of hits potentially that this scale shot will provide. But it's looking rough here with that multi-scale broken.
Right, Dragonite looking a little bit more vulnerable. Archaludon may have a lot of defense with 11 HP. I'm not sure how much that defense matters.
Oh, it cannot actually withstand another Blizzard, that's for sure.
But really key that the multi-scale is broken, and the best way to break multi-scale is with knockoff so that loaded die is gone as well. Now, of course, you still have the potential for 5 hits, but they're a little bit more luck-based now. And meanwhile, the other key things that Focus Sash is gone for Ninetales. This is starting to look a lot more positive for Riley. He spent Archaludon to do it, but Incineroar still looks relatively comfortable on the field, can either swing out with knockoff against Dragonite again, or could try to chase the Ninetales if it wants to leave the field in this position. And you have to be a little bit weary about just clicking Blizzard, because this could be Pelipper coming out, and then you're only going to hit Blizzard 70% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Pelipper makes the perfect choice to switch in here, especially because that Incineroar was able to take those Blizzards so well already, and now you're even decreasing the accuracy more. Scale Shot, though, that is a crit. That's going to help, but the Citrus Berry does get activated here on the Incineroar, so it might not actually be enough. And how many Scale Shots can this Dragonite actually weave in to this Incineroar before its luck runs out? That is 3 hits. 4 would be very, very close. A 5th one might knock out this Incineroar, and he does get 5, but Incineroar is able to hang on to get another attack off. What a big deal here, as this Incineroar is such a critical survival. Oh, Ninetales, though, with the Blizzard, it follows it up for damage onto both Pokemon despite the rain. And so Incineroar gets knocked out, and Pelipper chunks pretty significantly.
No loaded die, no snow, no problem. The Incineroar still takes 5 hits, takes a critical hit, so it's 5.5 hits. And with the Blizzard also hitting, the 70% accurate Blizzard in the rain, Dylan is able to find that KO on Incineroar. Incineroar trying to find a life, trying to use the rain coming in to make sure that Incineroar could finish off Ninetales or finish off Dragonite. Either one would have been KO'd by a knockoff coming out that turn, but no time for Incineroar. It simply goes down. Now, Riley's not out yet. Has the rain on the field, has the Basculegion, but the Dragonite has gotten 2 speed boosts. So we're back to that position where Dragonite has 2 speed boosts, Basculegion has 2 speed boosts. We know that the Dragonite will move first. There's no Intimidate available anymore. Riley has leaned on Intimidate from Incineroar to suppress the damage from this Dragonite. Without that available, Scale Shot might just outspeed and KO the Basculegion here. If you lock into Aquajet, it becomes so hard to close out this game. If there's a Sinestcha in the back, it's just not going to happen. That can Rage Powder away so many hits, and the team is so low. Pelipper, below 50% health. Archaludon low in the back. It's really difficult to see how Riley finds the window back into this, and with Ninetales slinging in the back, you know you've got to deal with snow one more time in this game.
I think you just have to hope that the the Scale Shot misses this time around. We have seen Scale Shot miss before, but the hospitality from the Sinistra is going to give this Dragonite just a little bit more time. And remember, this Dragonite has taken a couple of defense drops because of the Scale Shots that it has used. So it could very well be cleaned up by a Wave Crash from this Basket Legion, but the Scale Shot goes first. That's one hit. 2, 4 more would be able to actually secure the knockout here, and it's another critical hit. And the 4th one does it. Basket Legion goes down. Dragonite really loves Dylan and wants to give him this chance at a regional win.
Who needs the loaded die? Hit 4 times, one more critical hit, one more KO wrapped up, one more step towards punching that ticket into the top 4 for Dylan Matthews.
Oh my goodness, comes down to just this. Riley does have this Archaludon and this Pelipper, but he could just lose the Weather War.
Almost none of it matters anymore. Ninetales is in the back. We'll have Snow. We'll have a Blizzard that simply KOs both of these Pokemon. You know, all Dylan has to do is make sure that he's not somehow behind in Tailwind, and that's hard to do when you've got all these Pokemon in the field. Just an enormous advantage for Dylan. No avenue back here for Riley. Going to be, you know, there's no reason to concede it. You can look for that opportunity. You can look for those mistakes. You can look for some path back. But Ninetales feels like a surefire win condition waiting in the wings, and I'm not even sure that Riley can get to that point. Sinistra looks so healthy on the field. Dragonite will set a Tailwind to match anything that Pelipper might do. Just a huge advantage for Dylan here.
I mean, this Tailwind is actually even going to just make the Sinistra faster. Tamagotchi onto the Archaludon to get a knockout, and then this Pelipper gets brought down so low. Pelipper could still fire off something, but it just uses the Tailwind here to match that of the Dragonite, but the Dragonite is still faster.
The player most well known for hating inaccurate attacks, falling to one inaccurate attack after another. Blizzard, Scale Shot, Machagacha, none of them missing. All landing, all finding the damage that Dylan needs to close out this game. Tailwind matched means that Pelipper's not going to move before Dragonite, not going to move before Ninetales, might not even move before the Sinistra, depending on how it's trained.
Dylan is still taking the safest path to victory that he can, though. With the Ninetales switching in, he's able to take back this weather control away from the Pelipper and make these Hurricanes less accurate. But he's still able to hit it himself. Riley does get the Hurricane into the Sinistra, but it's not going to be enough for that one to knock out, but it does confuse itself. I wonder if there is a way for Riley to get back in, but I know that hope is lost here.
Blizzard has no accuracy check. Ninetales is the next Pokemon to move. We've seen the damage into Pelipper. It is more than 10%. Pelipper could try to stall out Tailwind, but it would stall out its own Tailwind. Ninetales will close this out and push Dylan on into the top 4.
It's hard to see a match end like this, which is why I have that hope. But for Dylan Matthews, this is a really great opportunity for him to get that regional championship title. He just has this one little Pelipper left, and with that knockout, will secure a top 4 spot. Has to face off against Josh Lorsy, who is waiting for him in that top 4. But this is one step closer. Another amazing finish here for Dylan Matthews at this tournament.
We saw that crowd shot earlier. Lorsy glued to the action, waiting to see which of these two players would be his opponent in the top 4, waiting to see what challenge faces him next, and we're about to learn the answer as Dylan is one step away from moving on.
Riley not throwing in the towel yet. It's gonna give Dylan this chance to get that knockout with the Blizzard from Ninetales. That is it! Dylan wins this set 2-0, moves on to the top 4.
You can see Lorsy watching, waiting, but for now Dylan gets to celebrate this win, celebrate moving into the top 4, continuing to improve on such a successful weekend already.
One step closer, but Riley's still proving that he's got it. I know a top 8 finish is probably less than what he wanted, but I hope that he can walk away from this and still have that confidence for that next event he's going to go to, or the one after that. He is still one of the best in the entire world. But the loaded dice it didn't matter.
It felt like Riley was off to an early lead here. Got the KO into the Ursaluna that had been so impactful, but it gave that free entry for Ninetales, and then it just felt like Ninetales and Dragonite were all that Dylan needed to continue to add more and more damage. You know, it forced the double switch where Archaludon and Incineroar both took a lot of damage, forced the next switch with Pelipper needing to come back in, and the Blizzards just kept hitting and just kept adding damage. No Scale Shot misses in game 2, all the hits necessary despite the missing loaded die. But those things aren't, you know, like out of Dylan's favor, right? Those are all things that are actually in Dylan's favor, just have some chance to go wrong, and they did not go wrong.
I'm telling you, I want to know what Dragonite and Ninetales had for their sandwiches or whatever Dylan was feeding him, because I want that type of love from my home Pokemon when I battle. That was so intense to watch, and it's tough to be on the receiving end of that kind of stuff if you're Riley, because you did knock off the loaded dice. You did put yourself into a position that I think even one of those turns not being a Blizzard knockout or not being a Scale Shot knockout does make that second game look very, very, very different.
It did start to open up with, Riley taking in both games risks by not clicking Fake Out, right? I think both times featured a turn where the Dragonite did not protect while Fake Out pressure was on the other side, and neither time Riley capitalized on it. Gave windows for Dylan to kind of continue to advance his lead, get the damage that he needed off on the board, and it just felt like diminishing resources constantly for Riley. Those health bars were strong, but Archelodon took too much damage, Incineroar took too much damage, and the windows just cut off one by one.
Those Scale Shots. This is why Dragonite is at the top of our usage stats, because it's just such a strong Pokemon. And even though we've looked at Dragonite and some of the different iterations that it's gone through, where now Dragonite, the most popular set is one attack and Scale Shot, and then other supportive options, Tailwind, Haze, Protect, it's still able to get through all of the different targets that these teams have put on its back, like Terra Fairy, or just kind of neutralizing that threat that way.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a tournament where Dragonite has been hunted to some extent. I think it's the first time we've seen Dragonite fall out of the top 6 in usage for day 2.
Yeah.
But despite that, still demonstrates that how in the right matchup can be such a huge difference maker. That combination of multi-scale, Tailwind, and Scale Shot is such a powerful moveset.
It's amazing. I mean, I think that's where we'll continue to see those differences evolve over the course of this second part of Regulation H. Talked about the Ninetales, talked about the Dragonite. We've even seen a couple of Dragonite that actually have dropped Haze, since there are fewer reasons for you to run that, I feel like, especially when Dondozo Tatsugiri has kind of started to fall out of favor. Maybe you're not as worried anymore about stamina boosts on our Chalodon. Did work out in this particular set, but we've seen Haze drop for a second attack on these Dragonites just because they have been walled by just having Scale Shot.
Yeah, definitely a lot of variety out there. We've seen some with 3 attacks, some with 1 attack, and some anything in between. But just always with these Dragonites, the most important thing are just those 2 moves: the Scale Shot and normally the Tailwind. I know that we have one in Top Cut without the Tailwind, but it's a key part of that, and it can provide so much damage if they're hitting and if you're hitting all the necessary hits.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This Dragonite was on it today, and so has been Dylan. Let's go ahead and hear from him in this winner interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Dylan. Now top 4 here in Milwaukee. Top 4! Back-to-back top 4s. How are you feeling?
This is unreal.
Just simply said. And the biggest question I have to ask, and I'm sure everyone's wondering, like, how did you train this Dragonite? Did you like extra sandwiches, like special nickname? Because this Dragonite just was so clutch in that second game.
I can't, like, I was so scared to cook Scale Shot all weekend. Like, I really only clicked it in one other set, or maybe 2. Yeah, probably 2. But if I knew it was going to be behaving like this, I would have been clicking Scale Shot all weekend.
I mean, the Dragonite really just putting in that work, and I want to know then how you felt going into this matchup, because yeah, this is a really, really stacked top bracket. Of course, you're very accomplished now at this point, coming off that top 4, but this is still like scary rivals ahead of you.
Yeah, I was very scared to face Riley. Very nice guy, very strong player, and I was pretty spooked about the matchup too, because I think like I kind of felt like I had to kill like a bunch of different things with my Ursaluna, but I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to, position it in time. Y'all saw I had to get pretty lucky losing it on turn 1 in that game 2 to pull it back. I was very scared of the Amoonguss, but luckily that thing didn't come out because I just don't have a lot of great ways of removing it, and I only have 2 Spore immunities, one of which came to the match, but yeah.
And then now, I mean, you're now in top 4, only 2 away from, taking down the regional championship title. Next up, you're against Lorsy, who we got to see earlier. How are you feeling going into this?
I still need to look at his team and talk with my friends, but I know Lorsy's a very strong player, so I'm excited for our set.
And I see some friends waiting for you over there, and I want to make sure you can prep as well, but last, I'll let you have the opportunity to shout out anyone that you still need to.
Right, so I missed a few people last time. First of all, Pokemon Club at NC State, love you guys. Also, some other friends that I helped prep with, and I talk with all the time about VGC, and they're just always there for me. Diana, Christian, of course, Daniel Yu, my goat. And also just another shout out to my family and my girlfriend watching at home. Love you guys.
Congrats again on the top 4. Best of luck going on forward. And yeah, click skill shot more often. It's working out, right? As for us, we have 2 of our top 4s determined. Still some more matches to go after this short break.
Welcome back to another pop quiz with Professor Payne. I'm joined with 2 of our Go competitors this weekend at Milwaukee, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Tony Jr. 3850, and I'm a competitor here at the Milwaukee Regional.
Hi, I'm Irad X1, and I'm also a competitor here at the Milwaukee Regional.
All right, and 2 of our veterans have been playing the circuit for a couple years. We got a fun quiz segment to test how much they really know about Pokemon GO Championship Series history. All right, let's start off with a slightly easier question. Where was the first international held for Pokemon GO?
Was it in Brazil at LAIC? Or?
No, not Brazil. It occurred in 2022.
In the U.S. in Indianapolis?
No, not quite. That was a regional. It was in Europe.
London. Was it in London?
No, not London. One final guess?
Genuinely, I can't remember that far back, I'll be quite honest, but I'll take a shot and we'll go with Paris.
No, not Paris. It was Frankfurt, Germany, the European International for that one. All right. Let's go with another question here. Which trainers have won a regional and international and worlds?
Just Axon?
That's incorrect. They're a total of 2. So no, Axon was correct. Is one half the answer,
right?
But
okay.
we need both.
Then the other half would be Dancing Rob?
Nope, not Dancing Rob. No. It is Emi Weedle. So Emi Weedle, yeah, he won the senior worlds and then an international. Yes. All right. This question: who is the first player to win 2 international trophies? So they could have won a first, second, third, or fourth at any international championships. They're the first to win 2 of them.
Wadaj?
No, not Wadaj. No. Oh, actually, no, he wasn't first. Yeah, he wasn't first. Nope, not Marto, but the region is correct. It is a player from the LATAM region.
Richie.
No, not Richie. It was LNDS Harjefe. Yeah, he got 4th the first year in 2023 and then first place in 2024. Okay, I got another question. Who is the second player ever to qualify for Pokemon GO World Championships in 2022? I'll give you a hint. The first player was Lurgan Rocket, who won the Liverpool regional. So it was the player that got 2nd place.
Oh, God.
European player. Loves to use Mew back in the day. Okay, it was Statusad. All right, you know what? Let's do the final question. Winner takes all. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Who is the first ever champion of a tournament that took place in North America for Pokemon GO?
Rise?
No, not Rise. It took place in Indianapolis 2022. Their opponent they beat was Eomero. It was King IV. Yeah, so he was the first one. All right, we will do. Let's do another winner takes all question. Okay. Who was there was one grand finals that went to actually 6 games because they tied in the 5th game going in that bracket reset. And it was Rise Occasion versus one other player back in 2022, Milwaukee, right here. Who was the other player that he faced?
Was it Dune?
That's correct. It was Doombug, and that means Tony is going to be the winner of this segment. One question, winner takes all, you know? All right, I got a special prize for Tony. For winning the segment, you get yourself a fantastic pumpkin for the spooky season.
Spooky Gengar, maybe. It'll be in 2.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see a Gengar on the pumpkin. Only one way to find out. Stay tuned in the broadcast, and we'll be back for more.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Milwaukee Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt. I've got Gabby Snyder behind the desk with me, and we are halfway through our top 8 here in Milwaukee. We've got 2 more top 8 matches for you before we get into our semifinals and then our finals, where we will crown the champion of the Milwaukee Regional Championships today. Gabby, we have already seen so many incredible matches here. Joshua Lorsy breaking the stream curse, winning on stream in the top 8 to make it to the semifinals, and then Dylan Matthews taking down Riley Factura to face off against Joshua in that first semifinals matchup. And now our attention goes to the bottom half of the bracket, where we are going to start off with Leonard Kraft III versus Sierra Elsbecker.
Indeed it does. And while we've seen a lot of tricks here this weekend, I gotta say it is a treat to feature all 4 of our top 8 matches here this weekend. So shout outs to all of the staff and production who made this possible. Let's go ahead and talk about the matchup here. Leonard Kraft III versus Sierra Elsbecker. Leonard Kraft III, a very accomplished Pokemon trainer, been around the block a few times, also probably one of the most knowledgeable individuals about the minute mechanics in the game. A lot of times when a new game comes out, he'll just be posting those videos on social media asking, what happens if I do this? And sure enough, we saw him utilize that knowledge the other day. Vacuum wave psychic terrain. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up.
Absolutely. Leonard has proven himself to be a master of mechanics as well as of playing. We saw him play incredibly well earlier on today. Of course, he went very deep in the tournament as an undefeated competitor until finally dropping first off his last round of Swiss, I believe, which qualified him for a bye into this top 8. And he has been running that Mousehold and Annihilate combo that has been very popular so far today.
And also running the core of Rillaboom, Dragonite, Golden Go, and Blood Moon Ursaluna that are at the top of the usage charts here this week. Pokemon are so strong individually and together. When you back them up with Mousehold and Annihilate, you really run into this situation where Leonard has his options on how he wants to play the team. If you start things off with Mousehold and Annihilate, you can either beat up your own Annihilate, get some Rage Fist boosts early on, deal some big damage that way. You can lead with Dragonite and Golden Go, maybe Rillaboom if you need access to Fake Out. There's so many different approaches that he can make to this game, and I think he's really going to have to lean on his knowledge and his creativity when facing off against Sierra, because not only is she a bit newer to the Pokemon scene, this is her best accomplished to date, which is very exciting. Her team has some really cool techs on it that just are unique not only to this top cut, but really I think to what we've seen so far in Regulation H.
Absolutely. She is using a lot of the same core pieces that we have seen amongst all of these top teams. Of course, that Rillaboom, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Dragonite, and Sneasler, but taking her own twist to these standard Pokemon and adding on the Electabuzz and the Primarina, which I know you're really excited about.
I am. I love this Primarina so much because not only is it utilizing Liquid Voice and Hyper Voice to get a very strong spread water type move, the water typing along that fairy typing means it's not as afraid of Golden Go as the other fairy type Pokemon are in the meta right now. You have Haze on it, which means Dragonite has room to run extreme speed. That is one of the fastest priority moves out there right now. And as a result, you give yourself ways to play around Pokemon. And you mentioned it earlier, Primarina really is the perfect counter to a potential Annihilate Mousehold lead because you can use Moonblast and to deal super effective damage if there's no Fire-type Terrestrialization. If there's a Fire-type Terrestrialization, how about you use a Hyper Voice?
Absolutely. Primarina, of course, being able to turn that Hyper Voice into a water-type attack through its ability Liquid Voice means that it has super effective damage against both versions of the Annihilate on Leonard's team. I also really expect to see big things out of this Sneasler here with that Grassy Seed to boost the defense of that Pokemon as well as, you know, outpace the damage of an Annihilate, which sometimes takes a little bit of time to get rolling with that Swords Dance. But here we go. Our players are ready, and we are headed into our first match of this top 8. Leonard Craft III on the bottom and Sierra on top. And Leonard does bring the mice, but has a different partner this time. It is the Golden Go.
Golden Go, though, will still benefit from the protection that the Mousehold provides, both with the Friend Guard ability and with that Follow Me. It can't be flinched by a Fake Out from Rillaboom, so if Leonard wants, this is the perfect opportunity to utilize a Nasty Plot and start building up that Golden Go's attacking potential. On Sierra's side of the field, while she certainly could try and flinch the Mousehold and, you know, buy some time for the Dragonite to set up a Tailwind, you're not going to be dealing a lot of damage in this position. You can try and Scale Shot and double into the Mousehold to take an early knockout on it, but that's really your best option momentum-wise if you're thinking about this turn. I think if you're worried about the long game, you have to worry about that Annihilate, but maybe a Tailwind is the better setup.
Well, Leonard obviously thinks that that Mousehold and the Golden Go need additional information before making a play. Both Pokemon will be protecting as well as the Dragonite on Sierra's side. So 3 Pokemon protecting. Any Pokemon that could protect on this turn has done so. And we just see the drum beating coming out from the Rillaboom. But now all of those protects have been used. Unless someone wants to go for a double protect on turn 2 of the game, we're actually going to start seeing some action here.
Yeah, that's too risky of a play for right now. Maybe check in a little bit later for that one. But I do really love that safe play from Leonard. Again, utilizing just the comfort and the familiarity with the game, recognizing that there's really only so much that could be gained in this position. And as a result, just giving himself breathing room. I think now he's pretty comfortable going for a Nasty Plot here just because you know the Dragonite probably isn't a big threat.
Well, the Dragonite is also going to take half of its health in damage from the Super Fang as the Mousehold takes a drum beating in return. Unlike the Wood Hammer that we see mostly on the Rillaboom, that's going to drop the speed of the Mousehold, so may offer some additional opportunities for Sierra moving forward. She has decided that she absolutely wants to be in control of the speed here by setting that Tailwind like you mentioned, but that Golden Go did get a Nasty Plot off, and those Make It Rains are still going to hurt regardless of how fast the opponent is.
They are, and in addition to all of that, Rillaboom does threaten some damage on the Golden Go with the high horsepower if it doesn't terrestrialize away from that weakness, but overall, Sierra just lacks a lot of momentum here that the Golden Go just picked up because of that Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and the Nasty Plot having had the Super Fang break the multi-scale, that's a huge deal here. That means that the Make It Rain is going to threaten huge damage on anything that Sierra has with no real options to fire back. That's why you can see that this Golden Go is going to protect here to try and stall out that Tailwind. Don't give Sierra any free switches to those sweepers in the back that may want to make use of it.
Yeah, going for the double protect here as well. Leonard playing it very safe. I think if you're feeling a little bit greedy, maybe trying to land a Super Fang into the Rillaboom just to guarantee that when the Make It Rain happens, it will pick up the double KO might have been an option. But also recognizing that there is the possibility of a Scale Shot there into the Mousehold, and you really want to play it as safe as possible. So double protect, there's now one less turn of Tailwind you have to worry about. And Sierra, assuming what she has in the back is something like that Primarina and maybe the Sneasler as well, you can't switch into those Pokemon comfortably in this position. You're unfortunately waiting for something to be knocked out.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of damage that Sierra can do here.
Yeah.
The Mousehold is the easiest pickup here, but a Scale Shot and a high horsepower are the only things you can really do into that Golden Go. But with the Friend Guard, they're not even going to deal that much damage.
Exactly. Seeing the Protect on the Dragonite is interesting. That is also a tech unique to this particular Dragonite, but you have to wonder what it's trying to buy time for.
Well, there is another drum beating connecting on the Mousehold. Picks up a KO with the critical hit. So the Follow Me distracting the Rillaboom takes a KO with that critical hit, and that means that Leonard has lost the first Pokemon of this match. However, the Protect from the Dragonite will protect the Dragonite from...
Whoa!
Well, the extra damage that would have gone to the Dragonite has instead shifted over to the Rillaboom with that critical hit as Golden Go picks up a one-hit KO in exchange for the Mousehold. That is a big win for Leonard.
That is a big win and a fantastic trade for Leonard, knowing that the Rillaboom had a lot of pivot potential, assuming, you know, Sierra found a way to get it off the field now that the Mousehold was removed. The Ursaluna on her side of the field does threaten a little bit more in this position. You have to worry about the fake out this turn, and I do believe Tailwind will be expiring soon, so without a Scale Shot on the Dragonite, it is going to be hard to get another one of those Tailwinds up. So really, as long as Leonard keeps playing very safely and denies another Scale Shot, probably through a fake out plus a Make It Rain, he should be in the driver's seat for the next couple of turns.
Yeah.
Sierra has to look for an opening to sneak that Scale Shot in.
I think at the end of the day, you just even need the Make It Rain now that the multi-scale has been broken and you have the boost from Nasty Plot. You've only lost one of those stages on the Make It Rain. And with the Rillaboom going down, very few Pokemon on Sierra's side can even take that. However, this Dragonite does have the option to Terra Steel, which is an interesting adaptation from Sierra. However, the safest way to protect the Dragonite is to remove it from the field, as Sneasler will be switching in, getting that Grassy Seed defense boost and activating its Unburden ability. The Rillaboom, though, follows up with a fake out onto Ursaluna, which means that Sierra does not get to move this turn. The Make It Rain connects onto both Pokemon, and Sneasler goes down on this switch, and Ursaluna almost follows.
That Ursaluna is hanging on by a thread and unfortunately will not be able to attack this turn either thanks to the fake out. You have to wonder what was the preservation on Dragonite there for. You can, you know, have it come back on the field now. It did dodge that Make It Rain, and we are in a position where at least Make It Rain doesn't have any boosts anymore, but Sierra is on the back foot at this point. You have your Ursaluna, but it's taken so much damage. Grassy Terrain's gone, but the Rillaboom can switch out and in, so it gets priority again, even if you do get speed control. I think she needs to start thinking about the next game. I think you need to figure out what pieces of information you need to get a strategy going here. I would love to see her try and find a way to get Leonard's final Pokemon out on the field and get confirmation of that. Also, maybe how much damage her Ursaluna does into the Golden Go could be critical here, as this is one of those leftovers Ursaluna that we've seen doing very well this weekend. They're not as offensive as some of the other variants, and as a result, depending on how this Golden Go is trained, that could be key information.
Absolutely, but to do so, she's going to have to get through Make It Rains from this Golden Go that have picked up every KO so far in this game. There's the Terra Steel from the Dragonite that will resist the Make It Rains. Most of these Dragonite we've been seeing run the Fairy Terra to defend against opposing Dragonite. This one, however, has gone for the Steel because of the Golden Go's increase in viability. The Make It Rain will connect onto the Protect and then into this now resisted Dragonite. So finally, a Make It Rain connects that doesn't pick up a KO. But this Dragonite at low health is going to have to deal with this Rillaboom. And this Scale Shot is not enough damage.
It's not enough damage, and after the defensive drop, a priority move from the Rillaboom should be able to pick up the KO quite comfortably. But there are no priority moves in play, right? We didn't see the Rillaboom leave the field. As a result, Dragonite can go for Tailwind this turn, except for the high horsepower into the Terastallization. That was a great call by Leonard.
Yeah, Leonard covering both options there. The Terra Steel defense against the Golden Go, of course, makes it weak to the Rillaboom, and now it's just that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Sierra is going to need to start thinking really hard about what to do in Game 2. And you know, I look at this and I saw that terrestrialization on Dragonite, and all I could think of was, what if that had happened a few turns earlier?
I know, right? It's hard because you don't necessarily want to lock in your terrestrialization turn 1, especially in these high-stakes matches, but sometimes you just have to. I mean, looking at Leonard's team, yes, the Annihilate is such a core part of it, and we've seen him play it very well throughout the tournament, but that Golden Go also has the same amount of pressure. And I think getting confirmation in this Game 1 that Leonard wants to lean a little bit heavier on the Golden Go would give her confidence to go for that terrestrialization a bit earlier in a Game 2. But you also have to look back on how the rest of the match played out. You know, we saw that Rillaboom Dragonite lead, which just felt like it never really got any momentum on the field. Mousehold's Friend Guard alone made it very difficult to find a lot of damage against those Pokemon, and it feels like you need more of an adjustment than just an earlier terrestrialization to make up for the fact that turn 1 Nasty Plot really just set Golden Go way ahead.
Yeah, and with this lead of the Rillaboom and the Dragonite, pairing up against the Mousehold and the Golden Go means that if Mousehold wants to protect the Golden Go, there is nothing Sierra can do to stop it. And that means that there's free Nasty Plots for the Golden Go, as well as then huge KOs. And look at this Ursaluna. This is one of those bulky Ursaluna that almost gets completely knocked out by that Make It Rain. There are so many options here for Sierra to potentially use to reduce the power of that if Leonard is going to choose to use the Golden Go as his main sweeper in this matchup.
I think that's also what makes playing teams like Leonard so difficult, you know, that do rely on these more common Pokemon, is that you're not necessarily playing the Pokemon at that point, you're playing the player.
Right.
Which sounds very obvious when I say it that way, but every person has their own unique take on a team and it has their own approaches. And I believe Dr. Aaron Traylor told me once that, you know, when he plays a team, it's different compared to how other people play a team. And seeing how Leonard approaches this matchup is probably way different than how she's seen other people approach a similar matchup. And you just need that information under your belt sometimes in order to have the confidence to go for bigger reads, to go for those bigger plays.
Yeah, you know, I think a Pokemon that I might be interested in seeing from Sierra would be the Electabuzz. You know, you get the speed control that Dragonite potentially offers with Tailwind, but you also have the ability to protect some of your other Pokemon with Follow Me, which combined with some of these defensive Terra types could make things a little bit easier for Sierra in the face of the Golden Go. However, big adaptation here, no longer leading with the Rillaboom. Instead, that Golden Go is immediately threatened by that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And it's a great adjustment in the sense that this Ursaluna has a lot of things it can do in this board position. Yes, it can go for those huge Blood Moons into either the Mousehold or the Golden Go, but it also can rely on Yawn. And we've seen throughout the tournament, Yawn pressures Pokemon to switch out. So you can't necessarily Yawn the Golden Go because of its ability, but if you can force the Mousehold off the field, then all of a sudden dealing damage to the Golden Go is that much easier.
Absolutely. That would prevent any defense from that Golden Go. But here it is, one of those defensive Terras right away from Sierra. That is the Terra Electric Ursaluna. That means that this Golden Go will no longer be able to deal as much damage to that Pokemon with Make It Rain as it had in the past. It will, however, get a Nasty Plot off because of the Follow Me from Mousehold. Now, it's really going to be, is it enough to do what it did in Game 1 after this Mousehold takes the Scale Shot and potentially an attack from this Blood Moon Ursaluna as well?
But the Dragonite will get the speed boost that comes with the Scale Shot, which means we could be looking at a Tailwind as well in the future.
Absolutely, which would absolutely help that Ursaluna start outspeeding, start dealing big damage to everything else on Leonard's side. And there it is, a complete turnaround from Game 1. With the adaptation, Sierra has now taken out the Mousehold and set up that Dragonite to potentially set up the Tailwind and get her Pokemon moving.
Leonard, though, sending in his own Rillaboom in this position to threaten Fake Out at least for one turn, so can't necessarily comfortably go for the Tailwind this turn. We know that both the Dragonite and the Ursaluna on Sierra's side of the field have access to Protect, so if she's feeling nervous about this play, you can just double Protect here. You do have to worry about another Nasty Plot from that Golden Go, but if you know your damage calcs well, you can always threaten a Blood Moon if you're worried about the terrestrialization, or even if you're not, because you can still hit it. it. Or you can go for, again, another Earth Power into that slot, as there is no more redirection in play.
Absolutely, and at least you would then force a terrestrialization out of that, like
Exactly.
you said. So here comes the Ursaluna, however, will be switching out, no longer on the field to bring out Sierra's own Rillaboom to threaten her own fake out pressure in the future. However, this passive play combined with the protect from the Dragonite means that Sierra's not going to take damage from the fake out, but there are no moves to be made on this turn regardless, which means that Leonard gets to sneak in another nasty plot. And now this Golden Go, we saw what it was doing at +2. It's at +4.
And that's exactly what Leonard needed to get some of that momentum back. We've seen just how crazy Golden Go goes once it has that +4 special attack boost. It's now more than happy to click Make It Rain in front of these two Pokemon. Yes, the Rillaboom on Sierra's side of the field has the Assault Vest. Yes, we still do have multi-scale in play in theory, but it's going to be very easy to break that shield, and it's going to be very easy to deal so much damage. You really have to start thinking about what's the best thing I can do for the Pokemon in the back of my party, because you're probably going to be dealing with a +3 Golden Go at the end of this turn.
Yeah, and the Rillaboom has done its job. It got the fake out and gave the Golden Go another nasty plus, so it will switch out for the Annihilate. But because of the Tailwind from Dragonite, Rillaboom gets to actually deal damage this time, but it's still a double KO at +4 through multi-scale, through Assault Vest. Both of Sierra's Pokemon will go down. However, this crucially allows Sierra to bring in both the Ursaluna and whatever her fourth Pokemon is while she still has turns of Tailwind.
And that's what you want from your Tailwind setter at the end of the day. You want it to get out of the way. Yes, Skill Shot does do some damage, and it would be great to maybe pressure that onto the Annihilate at least. But really, that Dragonite was kind of a liability at this point. And knowing that you have the Sneasler in the back with that Grassy Seed, it will definitely outspeed the Golden Go. You can deal some really good damage with Acrobatics to it, and you also now threaten the Annihilate. These two are the Pokemon you want on the field right now. You have to be mindful about how the Pokemon are going to potentially switch around here, and of course the Golden Go can protect as well. So definitely make sure you're not totally focusing in on that Golden Go, but still, you've given yourself an opening.
Yeah, and Leonard here is trying to switch around and reposition to wait out these turns of Tailwind. Because right now, Sierra's Sneasler and the Ursaluna are the fastest things on the field. Golden Go will protect itself this turn by just going for the protect, while Sneasler takes this opportunity of recognizing that Leonard's probably going to need to reposition here to go for a huge Swords Dance. And, you know, Golden Go resists Acrobatics, but after a Swords Dance, it actually still deals so much damage.
And we're in a really interesting board state right now, because while Leonard can flinch one of the two Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, Sneasler and Ursaluna are capable of doing enough damage to pick up the knockout onto the Golden Go. So that brings the question to Leonard. Do I try and flinch a Pokemon, or do I just try and go for damage on my Rillaboom, knowing that it's my best opportunity to attack this turn?
Yeah, and if you're Sierra, do you try to guess about the fake out, or do you just go all out offense? And she has chosen all out offense. There's the Acrobatics with the +2 from the Swords Dance. Golden Go goes down. That Pokemon terrorized Sierra in game 1, and Sneasler has taken it off of the field and forced the Annihilate right back out, and it does not like what it sees.
And there's still more turns of Tailwind remaining. The Annihilate does have access to Protect, and we still haven't seen a Terrestrialization from Leonard, so don't expect that Flying type weakness to stick around for a while. However, you still do have the Earth Power on the Ursaluna. Ursaluna also knows Yawn, which would be a great opportunity here, and the Rillaboom doesn't know Protect. So you can pick up a very comfortable knockout on this Rillaboom if it was still weak to Flying type attacks, but honestly, Acrobatics through the Terrestrialization?
And you have the pin from Ursaluna.
Exactly.
No matter what Rillaboom does here, or what the Annihilate did here, both a double target would deal super effective damage to either. Sneasler targets down the Rillaboom and almost picks it up on its own, but Ursaluna just goes for the Yawn onto the Annihilate, just trying to prevent that Pokemon from getting all of those buffs and starting to go crazy. With the Grassy Seed, Sneasler is able to handily take that high horsepower and start recovering back using this grassy terrain. However, Tailwind now has finally disappeared.
but the grassy terrain is gone as well. So Sneasler still will be the fastest Pokemon on the field. You have to be careful about how you play your Ursaluna, and I think that's why Sierra went for Yawn. She wanted to give herself more of an opening, but with the Rillaboom gone, it's just one Pokemon versus two.
1v1 me, Annihilate. Ursaluna, Blood Moon. Annihilate, staring each other down. It's just gonna be the Rage Fist from the Annihilate to pick up the KO on this Sneasler. And Sierra, when confronted with the duel of the century, the bear versus the ape. Yeah.
You did a very good job of building up that yawn, Evan. I'm trying not to yawn in sympathy, but I do love the bulk up here from Leonard. You know that you're going to go to sleep at the end of this turn, and while the defenses won't necessarily help you here, that critical hit was very nice as well. You're basically waiting on sleep turns at this point. You've been hit a few times, so your Rage Fist is going to be your best attack option. You are guaranteed to sleep this turn, but if you do happen to wake up the following turn and you're not KO'd by what I'm assuming is going to be a Blood Moon this turn, you wake up and you just hope you get that one-hit KO.
Well, there it is. The Blood Moon from the Ursaluna connects on Annihilate, picks up the KO. Sierra Elsbecker forces game 3 here in a dramatic turnaround from game 1. Incredible adjustments from Sierra, bringing that Ursaluna up front meant that Leonard could not do what he did in game 1 and immediately threatened that Golden Go.
Exactly, and that's the kind of adjustment that you need to make in a game 2 situation when things go as they did in game number 1. Also recognizing how troublesome that mouse hold was and removing it off the field immediately. Finding these opportunities to weave in attacks, and even though you ended up losing your first 2 Pokemon on the same turn, right after you set up Tailwind, the Ursaluna and the Sneasler coming in at the same time was the offense you needed. And it really was those key turns of Tailwind that gave her the momentum to find the 3 KOs and to bring us into this game 3. Now, as we go into this game 3, that does bring up the question. We've seen Leonard rely on Golden Go for games 1 and games 2. Is he going to rely on it again? And if so, can Sierra just lead the same thing? Do you try and just outplay it again? It's a very tough spot to be in because Leonard could very easily just click Protect on that mouse hold turn 1. Golden Go sets up again, and then all of a sudden you can just follow me and make it rain again, and you're in a very similar spot like we saw in game 1.
Absolutely. Leonard showing both the same 4 Pokemon in games 1 and games 2. Probably the only option I see for him is bringing the Dragonite of his own to potentially match Tailwind pressure.
Yeah.
However, what piece would you drop for that? Maybe you end up dropping the Mousehold because, you know, it has the pressure of redirection, but, you know, if Sierra has shown, as she just did, that she knows how to deal with that, deal with the Golden Go after the Mousehold can be taken out. It really didn't do a whole lot in game 2, and when Sierra had the speed advantage, that was when she took over the game.
Yeah, that is a good shout, and I do think that having access to that Tailwind would be very crucial for Leonard, but at the same time, I do think the threat of Follow Me, the Super Fang Protect from the Mousehold, just like having it on the field has a lot of pressure in and of itself, and I do think that the mind game of what will Mousehold do turn 1 is a big thing in and of itself.
All right, well, here it is, game 3 of our top 8 match, and it is a rerun of game 2, Ursaluna and Dragonite for Sierra up against the Mousehold and Golden Go for Leonard. So Leonard saying, you know what, well played in game 2, but I do think that I have options here.
And, you know, it's just, what is that Mousehold gonna do, right? Is it gonna redirect? Is it going to protect? Are these 2 Pokemon going to go immediately on the offense for Sierra? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. You know, we've seen Leonard just stick to this lead time and time again, and in a game 3 situation, without having like experience playing the same person time and time and time again, you really don't know if they're going to take like a big move adjustment or if they're just going to call it and be like, you know what, I really like what I'm doing, I'm just going to stick to it.
All right, well, speaking of sticking to it, Sierra going to go ahead and continue with what worked in game 2. Get that electric typing on Ursaluna stat. You need to resist those Make It Rains if this Ursaluna is going to stick around and do what it did in game 1. Once more, the Mousehold will protect the Golden Go with a Follow Me that will redirect attacks from both the Dragonite and the Ursaluna as Leonard once more goes for the nasty plot. So far, looking very similar to game 2. The Scale Shot connects onto Mousehold. Will get at least 4 hits thanks to the loaded dice. Even with the 5, not enough to pick up the KO without a critical hit. Only 4 here, but this means that now the Ursaluna gets to move, and the Dragonite gets that crucial speed boost that allowed it to set up the Tailwind. And right away, Mousehold goes down to the double target.
All right, well, that felt very familiar compared to Game 2, and I believe we're in a very similar board state for the next 2 seconds as we do see a Pokemon adjustment from Leonard. Sierra is in a spot now where her Dragonite does have the speed advantage, but for how long? In Game 2, she wanted to set up Tailwind in the spot, had to wait around to fake out until she was able to do so. Now you can't really comfortably do so because you know Leonard has the option to match it. This Dragonite has access to the Fairy Terra typing, which means if you try and target down that spot with a Scale Shot, it's just gonna not happen. You don't have Haze on your own Dragonite, so you can't necessarily reset the stats. You're in a tough spot because you just can't really do anything. So I think you have to try and sneak in a switch here with your Dragonite to remove it from now, and just hope your Golden Go can or your Ursaluna can hold on and find any chip damage against Golden Go to help the Pokemon in the back.
The one saving grace here for Sierra is because she has dropped Haze from the Dragonite, she can actually still damage this Fairy type Dragonite. Has the availability to go for the extreme speed, will just choose to go for Tailwind right now. Knows that she cannot allow Leonard to set up a Tailwind and take control of the speed. There's a Blood Moon connecting onto the Fairy Terra Dragonite, deals decent damage through the multi-scale, but that means that a +2 Shadow Ball gets to connect from the Golden Go, and that's a one-hit KO.
Ursaluna did get its most powerful attack off, though, previously in that turn, so it made the most of it.
It did what it could, but now Leonard has matched the Tailwind. So Sierra's Dragonite is still the fastest thing on the field thanks to the Scale Shot boost, but unlike in Game 2, Sierra does not have the unquestioned speed advantage. Now, Rillaboom is a Pokemon that may try to make things differently there. With the drum beating able to drop some of the speed of Leonard's Pokemon that will persist outside of Tailwind, and also potentially threatening damage onto that Golden Go with its own high horsepower.
But the Golden Go still has both of its special attack boosts, and we've seen just how much damage that does to the Dragonite. Maybe this is an opportunity to sneak another nasty plot in.
Well, there is a switch out from Leonard. His own Dragonite will be retreating in favor of the Rillaboom. That means that Sierra, after that Protect from Golden Go, gets an uncontested turn here. Goes for a fake out onto what was the Dragonite and then a Scale Shot into the Protect. So just a little bit of chip damage traded that will just get healed right up by this grassy terrain. And now Leonard, through repositioning, has the fake out pressure.
Has the fake out pressure and has the option to go for that big damage. I mean, we saw Make It Rain at +4 in the previous game, get a double KO in this position. You have to wonder if at +2, how close these Pokemon are gonna get to being knocked out as Multi-Scale and Assault Vest are still active like they were in that spot. I don't know if it's going to be enough, quite honestly.
All right, well, Leonard goes for a fake out onto the Rillaboom. That means that Dragonite is free to attack with this Scale Shot, chipping away at the Golden Go piece by piece by piece with each individual scale dealing about 13 to 14 damage. With a critical hit there at the end, just for good measure there, dealing a decent chunk to that Golden Go. Defense drop will not matter here because of the multi-scale, but the flinch on Sierra's Rillaboom just might. There's the Make It Rain. It does still pick up that one-hit KO through the Assault Vest.
On the Rillaboom, but the Dragonite is still around, and it is, like you mentioned, the fastest thing on the field, and it can maintain that title because of extreme speed. So can still do a little bit of damage the next turn, but you still have to worry about the Rillaboom, you still have to worry about the Golden Go. And while Sneasler is going to get that defense boost it really wants, without that Sword Stance it had in game number 2, you have to wonder how much damage Acrobatics can do in this position.
Yeah, Sneasler is definitely going to need to make something happen, however, because this Dragonite is not that long for the world, especially after taking multiple defense drops from the Scale Shot. It looks kind of weak in front of even just a Grassy Glide.
Yep.
That being said, Sneasler threatens both of these Pokemon, especially the Rillaboom, with big damage. And this this Golden Go needs to protect itself because that is the win condition right here.
Exactly. So great use of protect, also blocking the acrobatics. So Leonard one step closer to making that critical top 4.
Yeah, a double target into the Golden Go. Sierra needed to get that Pokemon off of the field. Leonard recognized that is the priority, is going to fire back with a Wood Hammer, and with those defense drops means Dragonite is done for. Rillaboom picking up that KO. Tailwind is expiring across the board, so now Sneasler is the fastest thing on the field because of that Unburden boost, but without the Terastallization, without the Swords Dance boost, this Golden Go is happy to resist any acrobatics.
Not only is it happy to resist, that Sneasler can only target one Pokemon at a time, so you have to wonder, do I target the scary Make It Rain Pokemon, or do I target the scary high horsepower Pokemon?
And it doesn't even matter, because with that, Leonard Kraft III has made it to the top 4, completely pinning Sierra there at the end of the game. But what an incredible 3-game set from both players. I extremely enjoyed watching both of those players play because, you know, game 1 very much was Leonard saying, hey, do you have a counter for Golden Go? And Sierra saying, oh, I do, but I didn't bring it. Oops. Game 2, she adapted, managed to identify the win condition from Leonard, and was able to come up with a game plan that could beat what Leonard showed her. And then in Game 3, Leonard said, okay, you showed me your counter. I have some thoughts about that too.
And remember, this was her first tournament, I believe, at least at this level, possibly ever. And that's a huge accomplishment. So congratulations to her. I really hope that we get to see more of her throughout the season. Yeah, honestly, this was very well played by both these trainers. But Leonard Kraft III, I mean, I think he mentioned this the other day. You know, he's never won a regional, but he's always wanted to. He's been so close, but never quite made it. It must feel so good to know that you are just 2 set wins away from finally getting that title after competing for so long.
Yeah, he's been around the community for an extremely long time, and this is a really exciting moment for him as a player to make it here into the top 4 of a regional championships here in Milwaukee. And by playing really well over the course of all of the matches that we at least have seen on stream. Of course, took down Wolf Glick at the start of the day, and now taking down Sierra Elsbeck to make his way into the top 4, becoming our third semifinalist.
And there's a chance he could have to face Wolf Glick again, as that's the final match we're going to be seeing. You know, Wolf versus Alex, they're going to get set up. And I do believe we're going to have an interview eventually with Leonard to hold us over, because it's ready right now. So why don't we go ahead and see what Leonard has to say.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with another top 4 player we have here in Milwaukee. Congratulations. Leonard, how are you feeling now? You secured your spot.
Oh, absolutely amazing. I think I said this before, but it's always so humbling. Being able to have the leisure time and resources to be able to go to these sorts of tournaments and to get top 4 is just awesome. This is absolutely amazing.
And I want to talk about that set a little bit, because we got a full 3-game set there. We got to see fantastic adjustments coming out in game 2. I want to know your thought process throughout this best of 3, knowing that there's like a lot on the line.
I think the Golden Go was always going to be my main win condition. Sierra had a lot of trouble damaging it quickly. For example, Dragonite can't do a lot of damage to it. Rillaboom can damage it, but it's very fast, and so it's probably not trained to be as offensive, so high horsepower doesn't do as much. Sneasler can't do as much damage to it either, so protect the Golden Go and go from there. I was hopeful in my game 2 that my Mousehold would survive a second drum beating. It didn't. Getting a knockout there, poor Mousehold, it went down, but it served its Golden Go the best of its ability. And in game 3, I was playing so safe with Golden Go the entire set, decided to make a soft read, Shadow Ball the Ursaluna, and getting the KO on that almost sealed the game by itself.
And you talked about, too, at the beginning of this, that it's always so humbling, being able to come out to these events and everything else. And I want to know then, like, what it means being top 4 and how you're feeling now going into the top 4 and hopefully then a finals.
Absolutely amazing. Top 4 is my peak at a regional. We'll see if I can do better than that today.
And do you have the confidence that you can?
I think I can.
I love to hear that. I want to make sure you can get ready, of course, but is there any final words you have out there for the crowd? I know you've done a lot of shout-outs, but if there's any that one's like, hey, you didn't hit me up yet.
I think I've given all my shout-outs already, but I'll reiterate shout-outs to St. Louis area, shout-outs to Kansas City area, shout-outs to Christian, who is helping me from home, shout-outs to Charlie for the living legend Dragonite that actually got to make an appearance. Woo! So that's all really cool. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations once again. Hopefully we can see you break that peak, get into a final spot, and you've been playing phenomenally, so congratulations. As for us, the top 8 matches have been phenomenal. One more on the day. Let's head over to the casters to see who else is going to join them.
Well, it's one of 2 choices for Leonard heading into the top 4. It's either going to be Wolf Glick, who he defeated at the start of our tournament today, or it's going to be Alex Arend, who defeated Leonard and is the only loss that Leonard has suffered this entire tournament. If you're Leonard, who would you want to face?
Honestly, if I were Leonard, I probably went back and worked my only loss of the day a lot more than I ran something I was sort of able to figure out in the moment.
That's fair.
Actually, I would probably be okay with Alex a little bit more, but also, I mean, talking about the living legend, I mean, Wolf Glick is probably the living legend of his own right at this point. I would be afraid to sit across from Wolf in a top 4 match, so yeah.
So no good options, really.
No, I mean, you're in top 4. They're all good options, but there also are no good options. That is correct.
Well, it will be the winner of this match between Wolf Glick and Alex Arend, who Leonard will be facing off against in the semifinals. Again, like he mentioned, that is his peak, hoping to make it even further into the tournament. But like you mentioned, here it is, Alex Arend and Wolf Glick, the living legend on stream.
I know, it's a bit of a tongue twister, unfortunately, but 10-time regional champion, 2-time national champion, 2-time international champion, and of course, the last time we were in San Francisco for the World Championships, that title was his alone to take home. Alex Arend, though, does have a bit of an accomplishment sheet himself, going all the way back to 2019 in Collinsville, getting a few top 4 placements, and honestly, I mean, they're all 4th, but also like the Grand Challenge, 4th place, that is a huge accomplishment because those tournaments are grueling and difficult, and I have so much respect for anybody who can flex one of those accomplishments.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is if you want to get to the top 4 of a tournament, you talk to Alex Arend.
Actually, yeah.
That's what he does, but he's going to have to get through Wolf Glick, and of course, we have seen this team a couple of times already on stream. Of course, the Hisuian Zoroark is the big thing about this team. It is definitely the flashiest part of Wolf's team, but also you have to take into account some of the other pieces here. Hisuian Zoroark, while it is very strong and can create different mind games, it doesn't work without the pieces around it.
Exactly, and I actually want to focus a bit more on the pieces in this matchup because Alex's team is very standard relative to the format here, and looking at what Wolf has at his disposal, that Whimsicott in particular looks like it would be such a good Pokemon to bring. I mean, we saw what happens when Golden Go gets to just go in the previous game. What if instead of a Nasty Plot taking a turn, you could just fake Tears and get the same benefit, essentially?
In the same turn.
In the same turn. That you could also do that with Ursaluna, by the way. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, what if Ursaluna got Nasty Plot?
Exactly. Like, this Whimsicott has so many different ways it can play into this standard team that we saw win Frankfurt that I think it's going to be a really key piece for Wolf in this upcoming match. I really hope we get to see it.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see how this shakes out because Alex here has shown that he is extremely strong at piloting this team. Again, these are by far the top 6 Pokemon at the tournament. Again, literally the first top 6 of the usage stats for day 2 here in Milwaukee. And, you know, they're there for a reason. It's extremely balanced. It's an extremely strong team that gives you a lot of different options to play. And that's really what Alex is going to need here.
And also, you are the only you who plays this team. You can play this team way different than I can play this team, way different than Evan can play this team, way different than Rose or Len or anybody else in the world can play this team. And I think that's what Alex really has going for him in this matchup. You know, he's going to be able to see and pilot this team different in a way that Wolf maybe hasn't practiced against. And as a result, if he can catch him off guard, if he can find those openings, if he can find even the opportunity to get the speed on his side of the field, I think that he will have a really good opportunity to find success in this matchup. You know, it's going to be very close, but it's not because of the Pokemon necessarily on the field. It's all going to come down to the plays. And admittedly, you know, Wolf Glick, very good player, very good at making plays when the time comes comes for it. So you do have to wonder how much of that is going to come into play as well. But I do think that Alex has the strongest team possible to lead him into this matchup.
Certainly gives him the most options.
Exactly.
And I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup, like you mentioned, because both of these players, are who they are, and because these teams are what they are. Alex's team, everyone coming to this tournament should have prepped for that team, for those 6 Pokemon.
100%.
If you didn't, then you are not here at the top 8 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And then Wolf, after his team was revealed as part of tournament play, I know everyone went back home after the tournament yesterday and was just like, okay, what are my answers to Hisuian Zoroark? Because I expect Wolf to go deep in the tournament, and if I want to win this tournament, I have to have an answer to that team. So both of these players should be really well versed in what each of these teams can do.
Yeah, and the fact that both of them are still standing, despite what you can only imagine feels like the entire tournament prepping against you in particular.
Exactly.
Just goes to show how strong of players they are. You can take those expectations and turn them on their heads and make people's assumptions work against them. And I think that's a really cool thing to do with these common teams. And I really hope, again, we get to see Alex innovate with the play style of this team, even though on paper it looks very familiar to what we've been seeing.
All right, well, it is time for us to hop into our first game of this final match of our top 8. Wolf Glick versus Alex Aaron. It's going to be Golden Go and Rillaboom for Alex up against the Ursaluna and Golden Go of Wolf Glick.
Is it?
Or is it?
Is it?
No, it is the Zoroark and the Ursaluna. So immediately threatening potentially 2 extremely powerful options for Wolf's offense. And also, either one of those is a good target to be a Zoroark and has very different counters depending on what you want to go for.
And interestingly enough, hiding the Zoroark behind another ghost-type Pokemon. So ensuring that, there's no chance of it getting like flinched and then, oh, surprise, the secret's out. But we'll be revealing ultimately that it is the Pokemon this turn. I still think that's a great play though, because you are sort of threatening this huge amount of damage turn 1, but then ultimately just supporting your Ursaluna, which is going to be central given that you're dedicating your Terrassalization to it.
Yes, speaking of huge amounts of damage, the Terrassalization from the Ursaluna immediately into that Terra Normal. Alex will go ahead and protect the Golden Go, does not want to get caught by an Icy Wind from this Zoroark or an Earth Power or a potential Shadow Ball, but instead it's just going to be the Rillaboom, which doesn't have the option to protect and scout to see which Pokemon is Zoroark, if any, and instead will take that damage, drop its speed, and now it's all about this Ursaluna with the Terra Normal plus the Life Orb, that Blood Moon, and the chip. Rillaboom is a goner.
And that's such a great trade for Wolf because that Grassy Glide is almost a guaranteed 2-hit KO on that Zoroark. And I say almost, it totally is. Getting that chip damage down on that Pokemon is really nice, but you're going to need to have something with priority to follow it up. And unfortunately, on Alex's side of the field, it's just not there. So now this Zoroark can land that Icy Wind against the Golden Go, can give this Ursaluna the opportunity to land a Earth Power against either of these 2 Pokemon who are going to take some big damage from it unless they Terrastalize away.
All right, and I love this switch in from Alex. The Sneasler is the one Pokemon on this 6 Pokemon team that can outspeed the Zoroark, which means that after that chip damage, the Sneasler can prevent the Zoroark from going off with an Icy Wind and taking control of the speed for this entire game for Wolf.
Yeah, so Grassy Seed really showing its value right now, and I think this is probably the line that Alex practiced last night when he went home. You lead the Rillaboom, so you're guaranteed terrain. Wolf does not have an opportunity to remove terrain. You're able to keep Sneasler safe, and then once you get verification that, hey, I'm Zoroark, how's it going? You're able to send it in and then pick up that KO once it has been chipped.
And it also threatens big damage onto the Ursaluna with close combat as well. So Sneasler has its pick here, goes for the Ursaluna with the close combat. 2 hit points. Wolf Glick's Ursaluna will hang on just barely. If this Golden Go went for Make It Rain, which it did, that will knock that Pokemon off the field. And now Wolf has to switch in one of his final 2 Pokemon. And we know one of them is Golden Go, and we also saw the Whimsicott in the back as well. So Wolf has the option of taking speed control with Tailwind, but also then you just have Whimsicott next to Zoroark, which feels really bad.
It feels really bad, but at the same time, I think that's your best choice. You do still have some damage potential with the Zoroark. I mean, Bitter Malice does deal damage, and it will be able to target and take advantage of the Ghost typing on the Golden Go on the opposing side of the field until we see some sort of terrestrialization in play. But you're absolutely right. These are two more supportive Pokemon in a position where you really want Whimsicott to set the Tailwind up and then get out of the way, or the Zoroark to just get out of the way. So I think Wolf, if you do try to switch something in, you're going to want to try and pick the spot where maybe the Sneasler is going to focus in on. You hope that you're going to see another Make It Rain so that your Golden Go will just resist that attack coming in. And you just hope that you have enough health at the end of it to make it count.
Yeah, and here is the option that Wolf is considering. Going for the Encore onto this Sneasler to lock it into that close combat will definitely protect the Zoroark and the Golden Go in the back. But instead, Alex is just going to retreat the Sneasler, will lose the Grassy Seed boost and the Unburden boost in the future, and instead the Incineroar will switch in. That Incineroar feels very comfortable in front of both of these Pokemon. Neither can deal much of anything to it. Zoroark, though, will switch out, so that means the Golden Go is coming back out on the field for Wolf, this time for real. And without the Sneasler on the field, this Encore is not going to do anything, and now the Terrestrialization comes out from the Golden Go, going for that Water Terra type to remove its Ghost type weakness.
Yeah, so Alex making a fantastic play there. You do give up the speed boost from that Grassy Seed and the Unburden, but I don't think you really need it at this point. The Incineroar has such great typing against all of the Pokemon Wolf has left. Yes, this Nasty Plot was a bit of a greedy read. I mean, had you taken an attack there, that could have been a big trade and you could really have lost some momentum because of it. But that's not what happened. You know, Wolf played it very safe there. He did not give himself the offensive pep talk before this match. And as a result now, I think Alex is in a very good spot to start going quickly, to start doing these huge Make It Rains, and to get himself through this game.
Yeah, that is a Make It Rain from Alex's Golden Go, showing that it is faster than both the Whimsicott and Wolf's own Golden Go. Whimsicott does not get to set up Tailwind, no Icy Winds connected on the field, and just a regular Shadow Ball into the Golden Go on Alex's side. Not enough damage, and the knockoff from Incineroar will clean up the Golden Go on its own. And, you know, Zoroark, it loves having friends around that it can disguise itself at, and where'd they go, buddy?
I think Wolf dropped the glasses underneath the table, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It happens.
This Zoroark, unfortunately, all by its lonesome, not going to be able to make anything happen here, and that's going to mean Wolf needs to make some adjustments going into Game 2. And I think it was really clever here how Alex sort of identified, you know, I know that the Zoroark is faster than everything on my team, except for Sneasler and except for Priority.
Yep.
What do I do about that?
Exactly. You essentially try and set up the board state where you know when the, you have an option on both sides, right? You had the Priority initially with the Rillaboom, and then because the Rillaboom was the first thing you had, Grassy Terrain was available for the Sneasler when it came to the field, so you always had one answer to this Pokemon on the field. I mean, you don't necessarily have a direct answer to the Zoroark right now, but with 2 versus 1, Zoroark's already taken a ton of damage, and also Incineroar as a concept right now is going to be doing a lot in and of itself. Make It Rain will be the move that takes the KO and gives Alex game number 1 in the set. I think that he just had that constant threat to really the key Pokemon of Wolf's team, and I'm very curious if there's a way Wolf can run this team without the Zoroark, because it honestly felt a little bit like a hindrance in this matchup.
Yeah, the Zoroark just didn't get a chance to do any of the things that make it very powerful. No Icy Winds connected for any kind of actual benefit here, and instead it just got its Focus Sash broken, and Wolf was able to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom, but that just meant a free switch-in for the Sneasler, which was then able to pick up the KO onto Ursaluna with the close combat plus the Make It Rain from the Golden Go, because Zoroark never got a chance to go for those Icy Winds.
You could try and maybe disguise Zoroark as something else, perhaps, and try and hope that maybe you get the Grassy Glide into the other Pokemon and try and play those mind games. But really, I do think that you have to question Zoroark's utility in this game. And honestly, if you're able to win game 2 without Zoroark, I do think you set yourself up for a very interesting game number 3, where, you know, if it doesn't make an appearance until late game, or, you know, like, it just adds another level to that mind game. You know, I think we've seen Wolf play this team in a way where a lot of it, the first game, we see it as a lead. Second game, we see it in the back of the party. And I do think that if Alex is paying attention, that is what he's maybe anticipating at this point in time. And you do have to wonder if Wolf is going to try and use that against him, or maybe just try and pick the best Pokemon for the job.
Yeah, and sometimes the best Pokemon for the job are the 4 that you picked before, or are the 4 that you're most comfortable picking.
Exactly.
In the order that you're most comfortable picking them. But, you know, there are a lot of options here. And again, Zoroark has a number of different Pokemon on this team. The only Pokemon it can't pretend to be is Incineroar. So there are plenty of options that even if you don't bring the Zoroark, Alex always has to keep in the back of his mind, but what if? What if one of them is a Zoroark? And that's especially powerful against fake-out users like Rillaboom. Any one of these Pokemon could be a Ghost type. Here it is. It's going to be the Whimsicott and the Ursaluna. So the Whimsicott already immune to the fake-out from Covert Cloak, and Ursaluna hoping to pretend to be immune and pretend to be a Zoroark pretending to be an Ursaluna.
Well, we did see the fake out go into the Ursaluna in game number 1, so if Wolf was trying to hide a Zoroark, you know, that would be what you'd think, right? So I am curious if Alex is going to make the call here and try and, you know, Grassy glide that slot instead, or if he's going to try and fake out the Whimsicott to try and just reveal if it's Zoroark or not, but even that, or Grassy Glide, excuse me. But no, instead it's just the fake out into the Ursaluna.
Yep, there's the fake out into the Ursaluna, blocked by the Protect, while Wolf is able to set Tailwind this time. Golden Go fires off a Make It Rain, will not connect onto the Ursaluna because of that Protect, but this Make It Rain will connect onto Whimsicott and knock it out in one hit, which is exactly what Wolf wants here.
Exactly, that Whimsicott did the one thing it does best. It set up Tailwind, and now it is out of the way. And Ursaluna will have the benefit of that speed boost. It will be faster than the opposing Golden Go. You do still have to worry about a Grassy Glide or maybe a Wood Hammer, but you still have your Terastallization available to you, and you can drop that ground weakness at any point in time. Your Golden Go as well now, guaranteed to be faster than the opposing Pokemon. So much different board position than game number 1. And you still don't know if one of these Pokemon is a Zoroark or not.
Either of them could still be Zoroark. We have not seen that anything that reveals to Alex for certain that one of them is a Zoroark or is not. So still have to deal with those mind games here, which is really dangerous because a whiffed Shadow Ball into a Golden Go that's actually a Zoroark is game losing.
There's so much on the line, too, in this spot. And even though Alex still has all 4 of his Pokemon, it really comes down to these very difficult decisions, if you're even allowed to make them, right? I mean, you are going to be moving second in terms of the turn order here. And if Wolf doubles into the Golden Go, for example, it might not even get the opportunity to attack.
All right, well, here is the Ursaluna Terastallizing once again into the Terra Normal, beefing up the power of both the Hyper Voice and the Blood Moon in its arsenal. Rillaboom's Grassy Glide will connect onto the Ursaluna. Not a Zoroark this time. Golden Go, also not a Zoroark, actually a Life Orb, Metal Coat Golden Go. KOs the Golden Go on the opposite side, and now Ursaluna with the Life Orb and the Terastallization, a single target Hyper Voice into the Rillaboom. That's gonna deal a lot of damage.
The Hyper Voice there just to make sure if you miss the KO on the Shadow Ball, you will be able to pick it up anyway. So now that the Golden Go is out of the way, I think that was one of the most annoying Pokemon for Wolf in the previous game. The other one being the Incineroar. So if you can force it out on the field now and then maybe knock it out while the Tailwind is still in play and your Ursaluna still outspeeds it, you're going to be feeling so much more comfortable about your late game.
Absolutely, and there it is, the Incineroar, which is the one Pokemon remaining that can really start to defend against the big Make It Rains from Golden Go. However, it doesn't really have a lot of options here. Yeah, it can go for Fake Out, but it can only Fake Out the Ursaluna. If it tries to take out the Golden Go, then that means that the Ursaluna just gets to go off on both of these Pokemon.
And Ursaluna does still have Blood Moon available to it because it didn't use it the previous turn. Hyper Voice would be able to pick up the KO on Rillaboom based off of the roll we saw previously. So if you're not sure if there's going to be a Fake Out in play, if you're Wolf, it still feels a little bit safe here to just attack with both of your Pokemon and hope that you get one KO.
Well, Rillaboom does not want to be a KO that is had for Wolf, and instead, Sneasler now out on the field. Sneasler, of course, is able to keep up with these Pokemon under Tailwind thanks to the Unburden boost, but it's switching in. It's going to have to deal with whatever Wolf decided to go for on the switch in, and that is a Fake Out from Incineroar. And Wolf, recognizing the pin that he has Alex in, goes for a nasty plot and finally gets some big boosts on that Golden Go.
We've seen just how much a +2 special attack Metal Coat Golden Go can do with those Make It Rains. And even though the Tailwind turns are slowly ticking down, Wolf still has access to Icy Wind in the back if something gets knocked out or if he's able to sneak a switch in of that Zoroark. And you still have the opportunity to go on the offense against the Incineroar, which does not have Protect. You can force Alex down to his final 2 Pokemon and then figure out the pin from there.
Yeah, Ursaluna will retreat here, going to protect itself against a close combat from a Sneasler. And surprise, it was a Zoroark all along as the 4th Pokemon for Wolf Glick. Sneasler just protecting itself this turn, does not want to take any damage from any of Wolf's Pokemon, and Wolf, recognizing that the Golden Go is under threat, will also protect itself. Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz, trying to pick up the damage onto the Golden Go, but instead it is just the Zoroark that gets in for free as Tailwind peters out, which means that Wolf has now brought in his alternate version of Speed Control and, crucially, that Bitter Malice to control the attack of this Incineroar.
A great switch as well there, because had the Sneasler gone for a close combat into the Ursaluna, would not have attacked the Zoroark. So in the end, he just had to have the confidence that the Incineroar would be targeting down his Golden Go. And after a nasty plot, how could you not? That is such a scary Pokemon. You have to answer it.
Yeah, you can't just let a Golden Go with nasty plots just sit on the field forever, because it will not just sit on the field, it will in fact take out KOs after KO after KO. Speaking of KOs, the Acrobatics misses it on the Zoroark thanks to the Focus Sash and a little bit of bulk. There's the Bitter Malice that will be able to drop the attack of Incineroar, and oh my lord, the Make It Rains. They deal so much damage. Sneasler goes down in 1 hit, and even the Incineroar takes a lot from that +2 Make It Rain. There's the Flare Blitz coming through. It's not even enough to pick up the KO on the Golden Go, but it does just barely hang on after the recoil.
That was absolutely incredible. And it just goes to show you, identifying the Pokemon with the text that you need is so critical in these tournaments. It's not quite over for Alex yet. You still have access to this Rillaboom. You will have the ability to use those priority attacks eventually here. And I do think that landing a Grassy Glide into the Zoroark in particular will help you sort of navigate around, especially if you can catch the Golden Go using Protect.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not over for sure, but you're really hoping that Wolf makes a bit of a misplay here.
Yeah, you're really hoping for a misplay here, but even by bringing in the Rillaboom, all that does is activate grassy terrain, which, you know, Wolf is going to love to just protect on the grassy terrain and start to get some of that healing right back. However, Alex has not terastallized yet, which means that this Rillaboom with the Assault Vest can resist the Make It Rains coming out from Wolf's Golden Go. Only at +1 now, but Zoroark is going to protect here, followed by the Golden Go, just to get an extra turn of that grassy terrain recovery to beef up both of Wolf's Pokemon just a little bit more, playing this very safe.
And again, that's exactly what you need to do in this position, as if you lose this game, you lose the tournament and you will not be moving on. Alex just going full on offense there with the Flare Blitz again into that Golden Go, which I think is exactly what you need to do here. You just need to hope, again, that you're able to catch those attacks, catch that opportunity, and then get it to a 2v1 situation against the Ursaluna, which honestly isn't even guaranteed at that point either.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even guaranteed at all. But, you know, this is my favorite variant of, you know, sort of Wolf's Zoroark team. You know, it's still using the Zoroark, but it's using the Zoroark as its own Pokemon. It's not trying to do anything fancy. There are no real tricks except for the, you know, mind games of, do I trust my eyes or not? These were the real deal Pokemon up front, including the Zoroark that never had a disguise. It was just used for its kit, used for its typing, and used to give Wolf Glick a win in Game 2 and force Game 3.
A good attempt there by Alex to try and pick up the knockout on that Golden Go with the Grassy Glide, but that just was not going to happen. And
That was the hope. That was the dream.
Hope. Yeah, I know. You have to take your shot, right? And I do think that getting a little bit of information there as well about how much damage that would do could be helpful moving forward. So you can sort of guesstimate how much it would do after a Bitter Malice drop as well. Maybe that could come in handy. Who knows? I think the big takeaway from this match, though, is that we did see Wolf pivot into that Whimsicott. We did see Wolf pivot into the Zoroark in the back, which is what we've been seeing sort of consistently from this team.
Yeah.
So I do have to wonder going into game number 3 if we do see the same lead from Alex once again, and if we do see the return of the illusion.
The return of the illusion.
I know, I made it sound too
Illusion 3.
But it's just such a mind game, and it's such a difficult thing to play around at this point in time, because you also have all the added stress of the tournament. Everybody is watching you, and you're playing against one of the former world champion and arguably the most accomplished Pokemon trainer of all time at this point. And it's a mechanic that you either guess right or you don't. There's no way that you can, there's no hints.
Yeah, this is absolutely the most terrifying like win and in match, like tournament life on the line. You have to win one game against a Hisuian Zoroark team, and sometimes that means you have to guess.
Exactly.
And that's really stressful for a player.
Exactly, and I do want to build that up a bit here, because at the end of the day, I think that Alex has shown that he's very comfortable with his Pokemon picks in this matchup, and I do think that the Sneasler with the Unburdened Grassy Seed really is the key to his anti-Zoroark strategy. And at the end of the day, I think relying on that consistently is what's going to get him far in this matchup. Wolf, on the other hand, though, holds all the pieces.
Absolutely.
Is there a Zoroark? Is there no Zoroark? Is the Zoroark in the front, in the back, on the side, on the left, on the right? Who knows?
The
Maybe it's up
only one
in the
who
sky.
knows is Wolf Glick.
Exactly.
Well, heading into our Game 3 here, this is the tournament life on the line for both of these players to make it into the semifinals. It's the Whimsicott and Ursaluna lead once again, staring down the Rillaboom and Golden Go lead once again. As we can see, these are both the real deal Pokemon once more, and if this plays out exactly like it did in Game 2, that means that Wolf just gets a speed advantage and an incredible opportunity to go on the offensive immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, do you take the risk of having that Tailwind go up again? It was such a difficult...
You can't stop it.
You can't stop it for sure, but you can at least try and get a KO or maybe just some damage down on the Ursaluna if you're feeling confident. But we do see another turn 1 Terastallization from Wolf. So again, confidence in the Pokemon, confidence in the team.
There's the Terra Normal once more from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Rillaboom does get a fake out off this time, connects onto the Ursaluna, and now Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind. This means that Wolf's Pokemon are both vulnerable to an attack from the Golden Go, which does get the Make It Rain off, and a big damage gets the KO on the Ursaluna with a critical hit.
That's the opening that Alex needed. The Whimsicott, of course it was going to get knocked out by that attack, but the Ursaluna going down as well, taking Wolf's Terastallization with it. That is a huge tool gone for Wolf on turn 1. Does at least have the benefit of Tailwind for the next couple of turns, so could try and get some momentum back, and honestly has some fantastic Pokemon to rely on for these final turns of the game, as Zoroark is nowhere to be seen. It's just going to be his trusty Incineroar and his own Golden Go. Keys to the Regulation H metagame. These Pokemon are capable of finding a way through this matchup, but it's already going to be an uphill battle.
Game 3, Wolf Glick's back is against the wall. Just lost a double KO, both of his Pokemon, Whimsicott and Ursaluna, and who does he choose to take him back into this game? Wolf's Incineroar. If anyone can do it, it's Wolf's Incineroar.
your trusty partner Pokemon. You gotta rely on them in tough situations, especially when you have the type advantage against the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. Of course, that Golden Go, we've seen it Terra Water a couple of times already, and I do think that if Alex chooses later on in the matchup, that would be a great use of his Terrestrialization, but sending in your own Incineroar is also a great way to keep that Pokemon safe.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wolf did not pick up the close combat Incineroar tech from Brian earlier. That just means that the Intimidate has a lot of value here onto Wolf's Incineroar. Here comes the Sneasler. It will activate the Grassy Seed, and Wolf actually will get a copy of that defense boost, which could be very important up against the Sneasler with its close combat and acrobatics. However, the type advantage of Incineroar on Alex's side. The shiny Incineroar facing down against Wolf's Incineroar. Which one can actually make something happen? Right now, Wolf needs to get boosts on this Golden Go to have a shot at breaking through the resistances of Incineroar.
But was able to get the boost, and that's the first step. Went for the fake out, hoping to maybe try and get to the opening, try to get some damage down, but at the end of the day, it was the nasty plot that you really needed. But I don't think you can get two. I don't think you can be greedy. You have to start dealing damage because Alex still has all 4 Pokemon available, and it's gonna be so tempting to just switch those Pokemon around. It's
That Grassy Seed boost that Incineroar copied will allow it to survive a close combat from Sneasler. The Make It Rain picks up the KO onto Sneasler, does good damage to Alex's Incineroar as well. But with the damage onto Incineroar, on Wolf's side, not going to be able to take another hit. Alex, though, going to take a knockoff from Incineroar on Wolf's side, deals just a little bit of damage, probably just enough to get the KO with another Make It Rain, but that is huge damage, knocks off the metal coat, and it's going to take more than a couple of turns of grassy terrain recovery for Golden Go to make it through this.
You also have to wonder just how many turns of grassy terrain are left in regards to just priority. These Pokemon are at such low health. A Grassy Glide will be able to knock them out very comfortably. Now, Wolf does still have the type advantage against the Golden Go on the opposing side of the field, and the Golden Go on his own side of the field should have enough left in the tank for one more attack. So he's finding an opening. It's just such a slow process here. And with the Protect as well to stall out the Tailwind turns, Alex is just slowly winding this game up.
Yeah, well, Wolf is making the right targets here. The Make It Rain onto Incineroar brings it down to just a little bit of health, while Golden Go is going to protect itself on Alex's side. Incineroar, though, does go down because Wolf's Incineroar knocks it off once more. So now Alex will be bringing back in the Rillaboom, and it's Rillaboom and Golden Go up against the Golden Go and Incineroar on Wolf's side that has just barely made it back in here under the Tailwind.
So you have 2 Golden Go on the field. There's no more Tailwind on the field. This is where the speeds of these Pokemon is critically gonna come into play. You have to wonder how the targeting will work out for Alex. I think he can very safely target down the Incineroar with a double attack here to pick it up. And then if you do see a Protect from Wolf on his own Golden Go, playing it very safe, then you have the 2v1 moving forwards. Also the Water type Terrestrialization to keep you safe from any super effective attacks. This Golden Go is setting itself up to be the victory piece for Alex.
Absolutely, the Water Terrestrialization on the Golden Go, the fountain with the lucky coins at the bottom of it, fake out onto the Golden Go just in case. Well, Wolf will take this Make It Rain from the Golden Go. Incineroar goes down. Wolf just has Golden Go left, and unfortunately, just not gonna have enough left in the tank to take out both of these Pokemon, and that means Alex Errand is going to take out Wolf Glick in the top 8 and advance to the semifinals.
Alex Errand, a Pokemon trainer who has so much experience top 4ing the regional championships, locks in another top 4 placement with a Shadow Ball to take the knockout on Golden Go, defeating a former world champion and a Titan of his own. That must be a huge confidence boost going into the next round of this tournament, and an incredible accomplishment.
Absolutely, an incredible win from Alex. Game 1 and Game 3, Wolf was able to force a Game 2, but in that third game, the critical hit on the Ursaluna took away a huge offensive piece for Wolf. But even still, he had to play so much to get out of that hole and kind of almost did it, but Alex just had all the pieces. That Golden Go and the Rillaboom in the back, switched out immediately, kept them healthy, knew that Water Terra type Golden Go was going to be the key.
Exactly, and you do have to feel a little bit sad for that Ursaluna, because had that or not been a critical hit there, I do think we'd be looking at probably a bit closer game. But, you know, sometimes that's just how the game goes, and I do think that Alex, you know, took a situation that was given to him in terms of luck and made the best of it, and that's what you have to do in order to do well at these tournaments. And, you know, Wolf was able to bring it close back. I mean, it was so close in the end.
It was
really
very
could have
close.
Gone either way.
Yeah, and I really loved seeing Alex play this matchup because he was able to identify some of the best ways to both, you know, neutralize the Zoroark and then also just sort of outplay it. You know, had the pieces there in all 3 games. Of course, you know, game 2 recognized that, okay, I can't just let the Ursaluna be safe and get off a free Tailwind and, you know, start blowing up my Pokemon. Got greedy with the Golden Go there, but in game 3, even without the critical hit, recognized I need to go on the offense immediately. I need to get damage down, and that was the big difference. Learn from game 2 so that he could know exactly what he needed to do in game 3, and then when he got the roll, then he was able to push the advantage.
Even if he didn't get the roll in that position, had he been able to stall out Tailwind at least, those Pokemon would have had so much chip on them by that point. Grassy Terrain would have helped heal them up a little bit, but they still would be within knockout range of something like a Minkit Rain. So if you were able to sort of position the Golden Go just like you did in the end game we did see, I do think there's a world where that Golden Go still was the winning piece on the board.
All right, well, Sierra is on the floor with our next semi-finalist, Alex Aaron. Let's hear directly from him. Sierra, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with our final semifinalist here at Milwaukee, Alex Aaron. I mean, congratulations. 3 game set. You're going up against Wolf. How are you feeling going into that matchup?
I definitely prepped it with some of my friends. It was kind of stressful because, you know, Zoroark is quite annoying at times, but yeah, that was the scariest thing, and I was able to overcome it. Ursaluna, of course, is really strong, but unfortunately, it can't take a Make It Rain very well, so without an Assault Vest, at least.
And I want to talk about the preparation, because with something like the Hisuian and Zoroark, you can prep against it, but you also just really don't know what Pokemon is going to be then too. So then I want to know, going into the matches, kind of like your thought process to kind of mitigate that risk, or just how you play into it.
Yeah, so I really can't afford to let him get any like Blood Moons off on me at all. So the idea was just to always like Grassy Glide the slot that was not Blood Moon in order to cover for that. If I could chip the Sash, then Zoroark becomes a little bit less useful, and I can just knock it out the following turn. And then ideally do damage to Ursaluna. And in the end game, if I have Sneasler, I usually KO Ursaluna with it. You saw game 1 where I barely missed it. That was unfortunate, but yeah, I was able to clutch out at the end regardless. So.
And I want to talk about that game 3, because we see an intense game 1, game 2, and then game 3, a lot of momentum right away in your favor. At that point, did you feel like, okay, I have just secured my spot? Or was there kind of like worry when he starts like playing it out and starts taking out a couple of your Pokemon?
I was a little worried that Wolf was going to do the same thing again. Just protecting kind of makes that play not work. I contemplated just switching to Instant Aura to cover for a Protect. Which I did do in practice a couple of times, but I figured he might try to read into that, so I read the read, you know, so. Yeah, and then I got rewarded with a crit too, which was nice, but I just sped the game up, but I think I would have been in a fine position regardless.
And I mean, now at this point, Accomplished Trainer, you got a lot of top 4s. You're in another top 4 now, and I want to know, is like the pressure on because you're trying to top that performance, or how are you feeling going into this next part?
Of course I want to top it, and I want to do my best. I was able to, I believe I'm fighting Leonard, right? Next? Okay. We fought before and I won, so hopefully I can keep it up, but I just want to do my best.
I mean, you definitely had a great matchup there, so hopefully get to see continue forward. Now, before you go get ready, everything else, any shout-outs, any final words before your match?
Of course. Shout out Keanu for helping me prep these sets. Shout outs to Lele and Tabu for making this awesome team. Specifically, Tabu made the Encore variants, which is so much better than Disable. Shout outs to Nick and the Chicago crew for driving me here. I couldn't do it without you.
And yeah, all my friends who were supporting me at home, I'm forever grateful.
And congratulations on the top 4. Best of luck in your match. Hopefully see you in the finals. As for us, it's about time for the semifinals to start. So now let's kick it over to our casters to get us started.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Len and I are back on the desk to walk through these top 4s. Hopefully not too quickly. I want some good best of 3s on our hands today.
Some long drawn out Pokemon, get a few back and forths going in there.
Absolutely. I mean, we've already had some intense 3-game sets today, so I'm hoping that these top 4s will deliver. We've got 4 incredible players that are here in the semifinals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, and most notably, we will have a new regional champion at the end of this bracket. Everyone looking for their first regional championship.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who can come out on top, claim that first regional championship, set their top achievement for themselves. But only one player is going to be able to do it. 3 are going to fall by the wayside, and 2 of those are going to happen in the semifinals that we've got coming up now.
First up, we've got Lorsy versus Dylan Matthews, both of them being able to have their best tournament performances. Lorsy has actually found himself in the finals of 2017. Sorry, it was a little bit ago. But of course, those top 4s in Philadelphia, all of these other top cuts in these international championships and regionals, and then Dylan just continuing to get better and better at every single regional he goes to.
Yeah, going on back-to-back top 4s is so impressive. Going to be up at the top of that NA leaderboard for sure with all of those championship points, and doing it with this fairly unique team. We saw it take apart Riley with blizzards and scale shots in the previous game, where Lorsy's got this kind of what is the new face of Regulation H. These 6 Pokemon that were the top of our day 2 usage, with Ninetales shooting up in usage on both of these teams for this game, but at different move sets. We saw Lorsy signature Terra Ground, Terra Blast, Ninetales with Aurora Veil to support as well, along with those typical supportive options, the trendy leftovers Yawn, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the acrobatic Sneasler that we've seen quite a bit all day long.
But there are going to be a couple of Pokemon mirrored in this matchup, and so while we got a chance to see Lorsy play out a mirror in terms of the same 6, there were those differences in speed that ended up coming into the equation. For Dylan, the matched Pokemon would be the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Incineroar, as well as the Ninetales on both sides. And so that's where you have to look at those minute differences between the sets as well as the training.
Yeah, speed could come into play here for sure. So the Ninetales almost always running at maximum speed, so we'd expect that those, if they end up against each other, would be tied. The Ursalunas, the sets are quite different. You can see the more bulky leftovers set from Lorsy, where the other one from Dylan is Life Orb, and generally going to mean that it's a faster Ursaluna, especially since we saw earlier on in the day that Lorsy's Ursaluna was not that fast, which actually means it's quite vulnerable to the other one. Compared to the Assault Vest Ursaluna that can withstand an Earth Power or a Blood Moon, the Leftovers variant is quite, vulnerable to do a quick Life Orb Blood Moon coming out and just KOing it. So something that Lorsy's going to have to watch out for sure.
The only thing that I feel like is going to be like a really big way to deal with that Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be this Rillaboom. The Assault Vest could prove to be very impactful versus that particular Pokemon, but it's tough because even while you look at the Rillaboom, you have a lot of other ways that you can actually deal damage to it.
Right, the Dragonite I think is going to be a key player for Dylan and does well against the Rillaboom. Sinestcha, King Gambit also don't really mind fighting the Rillaboom. And Ninetales, we saw how much damage it can put out in that match against Riley earlier, has a similar possible impact here against Lorsy, can put out big blizzards. I think the story may be for Lorsy trying to find the Golden Go damage. It's naturally faster than Ursaluna on the other side. If you can get a nasty plot up with that more vulnerable Ursaluna on the other side, no defensive Terastallization for Make It Rain, you can start dealing a ton of damage. But there's 2 big dark types that resist Make It Rain that are obstacles for that. The King Gambit and the Incineroar are going to be important roadblocks in the way. Assault Vest King Gambit with the coverage feels like it's going to be impactful kind of across Lorsy's team. Can of course throw an Iron Head into Ninetales along with Sucker Punching that Golden Go. I don't think we've seen Lorsy use the Sneasler yet on stream, but this may be a match that kind of necessitates it. You look at 3 Pokemon weak to close combat, Sinestcha weak to acrobatics. This would be the moment, it seems like, to try to lean on that that Sneasler a little bit more. It can also help with the Dragonite, because once Dragonite sets up the Tailwind, a lot of these Pokemon will start to look a little more threatening. Of course, Ursaluna, for instance, can move before your Golden Go and threaten it, but the Sneasler is going to be free and clear of all of that. We'll be past all of these Pokemon even if they have a Tailwind, and maybe in some cases even if it takes an Icy Wind from Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, well, especially if that Unburden is activated, right? And then you also have that increased damage from the Acrobatics. But I'm so excited to see who will come out on top in our first top 4 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, Lorsy and Dylan. Dylan is going to lead with this Bloodwind Ursaluna and the Ninetales. Lorsy matches the Ninetales, but also brings out this Rillaboom.
So both Ninetales on the field, snowing and grassy terrain right away. Immediately, the Ninetales are matched up against each other. Only Icy Wind on Dylan's side. That Icy Wind could open up the opportunity for Ursaluna to move before the Ninetales on the other side, but both players would have to be weary of the speed tie in that case. Rillaboom looks a little bit more strong on the field. Doesn't have to worry too much about Blizzard from the other side because of the Assault Vest, and could swing out towards Ursaluna with a Woodhammer, but likewise might have to worry about something like Icy Wind and Blood Moon being enough damage to pick up the KO on Rillaboom. So a pretty volatile position here, especially if one of the players isn't willing to lock into a Ninetales speed tie right away. Then you have to figure out how you're getting out of the position, which could put you quite, in a poor defensive place.
We've seen a lot of players with a fake out option on the board actually not go for that. And I wonder if maybe Dylan is actually going to fall victim to Lorsy not using that fake out on this turn. Rillaboom knows that it's putting a lot of pressure onto this Ursaluna, so Dylan decides to retreat it for now, bring out this Incineroar to get that Intimidate drop onto the Rillaboom, and also have fake out pressure for the next turn, as Dylan goes out with this Icy Wind to drop the speeds of both the opposing Ninetales as well as Lorsy's. The additional benefit of this Icy Wind is that Lorsy's own Ninetales is also going to lose its Focus Sash in this process. Maybe if you're able to get some recovery back, you have that opportunity later, but firing out another Blizzard, it's almost like you're doing the same amount of damage that you just received with the Icy Wind. It's really not that much. And the Woodhammer helps to chip away at this Incineroar a little bit, but you're also still taking some damage from the recoil.
Right, the main target for that, the Ursaluna, was free and gone off the field by that point. Incineroar a very safe switch in to intimidate the Rillaboom, resist Blizzard, and have fake out pressure for this turn. The Ninetales speed tie was diffused by Incineroar just coming in, making it so it didn't really matter what order the Pokemon attacked in. We just got a little bit of damage exchanged all around. Crucially, the Ninetales and Rillaboom both slowed down, so Rillaboom likely slower than the Incineroar on the other side. Now has to be weary of a Flare Blitz coming into Rillaboom as well, and that's on top of the ice damage already threatened from Ninetales on the other side. Meanwhile, Ninetales on Lorsy's side, it got Blizzard off, but for pretty minimal damage, right? It's not something that you want to just successively fire off now that Ursaluna's not on the field. But first, the Encore going to lock in the Woodhammer.
The Woodhammer is actually going to be kind of nice if it's able to go off into the Ninetales. But with the knockoff from this Incineroar removing the Assault Vest, the additional damage coming through from the Bloodwind Ursaluna or the Ninetales from Dylan that have been revealed so far will continue to stack up. A Rillaboom with a Woodhammer into the Ninetales actually gets quite a bit of mileage out of it, but it's on its last legs. Just a sliver of HP left, and both of these Pokemon faster than it.
I think it's really interesting prioritization to see the Encore into Woodhammer. To me, that means that Dylan is more worried about preserving Incineroar than almost anything else. Didn't want to risk that a high horsepower was going to come out and do good damage into Incineroar. Maybe worried about Golden Go in the back for Lorsy and wants to make sure that obstacle is still in the way. So locks the Rillaboom into Woodhammer, which, like you said, still did significant damage to Ninetales on the other side. Meanwhile, Aurora Veil goes up. That's the option on Lorsy's Ninetales that isn't available on Dylan's side. Means that future damage is going to be lessened. That's not going to save Rillaboom. It's down quite low after all the recoil it's taken and damage that it's taken. No Assault Vest anymore. Very vulnerable, and now you have to make the decision, do you just simply let it go down, or do you try to preserve it? Because if it can come out and back in the future, you might be able to get a second Grassy Terrain, more fake out pressure, and get out of that Encore. So yeah, Rillaboom going to be preserved, but at the cost to some positioning and maybe some health for whatever Pokemon is about to come in.
Yeah, Sneasler comes in, and at least the Grassy Terrain is active right now, so it actually does get to consume its Grassy Seed and activate that Unburden ability. With the Grassy Seed, you are going to give yourself a little bit of a defense boost, which is nice versus this Incineroar, but the Ninetales knows that there is a threat of Encore on the other side. It doesn't want to get locked in to using Aurora Veil again, but Dylan decides to just go out on the offense. With this Blizzard from the Ninetales, you actually do a pretty good amount of damage to the Sneasler, but the Parting Shot as well to follow that up is going to really limit the Sneasler's damage output on the next turn.
Yeah, Sneasler is really paying to keep Rillaboom safe. Some damage, very little damage, not the Aurora Veil helping to mitigate that, but the parting shot that's going to lower Sneasler's attack and put Incineroar in the back so that it can come back in. Meanwhile, Sinistcha is going to come out and heal this Ninetales up a little bit. Both sides taking some more defensive plays, getting a little bit more healthy. Like you mentioned, the encore from Dylan's Ninetales into Lorsy's Ninetales definitely a threat, because recall that way back on turn 1, Icy Wind landed into Lorsy's Ninetales. So it is definitively slower than the one on the other side. And so now after having protected on the previous turn, once again, vulnerable to Encore on this turn. So another Pokemon that you're tempted to, you feel you might have to get off the field. But Lorsy keeps having to rotate through these Pokemon and is not making a lot of progress because of it. Meanwhile, Sinistcha is helping to keep the team healthy. Sneasler, though, even at -1 attack, is threatening a lot of damage into Ninetales on the other side. That may force a Rage Powder or a Terastallization or another Intimidate, something to diffuse that pressure.
It's going to be a Terastallization as that response. Water Terra invested into the Sinistcha, so it's not going to be taking that super effective damage from the Ninetales anymore. Even this Acrobatics is not going to be doing nearly as much. But the Encore into the Ninetales, Lorsy's going to be locked into having to go for Protect now. At least maybe you do get a couple of turns out of this that are valuable. Like if you were able to get a Protect here, it's going to fail now, but you will be guaranteed a Protect on the next turn as Dylan sets up Trick Room. Now the speed's very firmly in Dylan's favor in terms of the Sinistcha, but it gets a little bit awkward in terms of the Ninetales.
Well, the Ninetales on Lorsy's side encored into Protect, so it doesn't matter that it might be the first, moving before the Ninetales on Dylan's side. Meanwhile, the Sneasler will definitely be moving last. We talked about it being faster than everything if Tailwind, even if Tailwind is going up from the Dragonite on Dylan's side, well, it's definitely slower than everything when the Trick Room goes up from the Sinistcha on that side. So a pretty vulnerable Pokemon, maybe not too much from the damage. We saw the Blizzard from Ninetales earlier. Sinistcha really not adding much. There's no Shadow Ball here, so it's just a resisted Machagacha, not going to add much to it. So despite both Pokemon attacking before Sneasler, it can probably safely go out on the offense, but for how much damage? You saw that with the Terastallization spent for water, you don't resist, aren't weak to make it rain, Acrobatics anymore, so there's not a huge threat either way.
Yeah, but the Machagacha does have that chance to burn the Sneasler, and if it does do that, then the Sneasler's damage output is going to be mitigated even further after having already taken a parting shot from that Incineroar a couple of turns ago. But we don't see the burn, at least onto the Sneasler just yet, but we do see one onto the Golden Go. And no burn onto the Sneasler. Does take some Blizzard damage, and there wasn't a chance there for the Sneasler to actually get frozen. But the burn on the Golden Go not really mattering as much, just because it's a special attacker.
Right, Golden Go doesn't mind the attack drop, might over time mind the health that it's losing per turn, but for the moment can start swinging out on the offense. The snow disappears, so Ninetales isn't going to have as easy of a time clicking Blizzard, and might not want to stay on the field anyway, because Golden Go will move before Ninetales in the Trick Room that Dylan set up. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see Incineroar hit the field again. It was preserved earlier for Golden Go to make sure that it could answer that, and another Intimidate on Sneasler will kind of fully undo the Swords Dance. We'd be back to neutral attack on the Sneasler. Meanwhile, Sinistcha looks very safe on the field, doesn't have to worry about either of these Pokemon too much as a water type, but really isn't doing much either. Just throwing out Machagachas that are resisted by both Pokemon. We saw how little that was on the previous turn, so it's a little bit of a frozen game state. And you can't break through the Sinistcha and the Incineroar that easily, and the Sinistcha can't do much back. Lorsy would then have the opportunity to maybe chase a Ninetales switch if you do think the Incineroar is coming in. It's pretty easy to throw close combat there because there's so little pressure that there's not a huge opportunity cost to throw that out.
I mean, the Ninetales does actually retreat, and it's the Incineroar that comes back out. So Incineroar is going to drop that boost that the Sneasler got, so now back to neutral, but it's still going to be able to do a lot of damage here with the close combat. Unfortunately for Lorsy, this Sinistcha does go for the Rage Powder, so we'll redirect that away, but Golden Go gets a nasty plot off, all while the rest of this action is happening around it. So Sneasler still gets away with quite a bit into the Sinistcha that's no longer a Ghost type.
Right, get some solid damage from close combat on this turn, but Sinistcha will eat its Citrus Berry. The Incineroar switch still really positive here, saves Sinistcha some health, but is importantly threatening damage into that Golden Go, has its own health bar slowly going down because of Burn, and Aurora Veil now expiring. Probably going to incentivize a Terastallization from Golden Go to make sure that it can stay safe in the face of the Incineroar on the other side, because recall that we're in Trick Room, so Incineroar will move before Golden Go. Sneasler going to be the last thing to move on the field, and if you're too protective of Golden Go, for instance, just protecting it this turn, that KO is also available. A Flare Blitz into Sneasler even with the Grassy Seed +1 defense, is probably enough damage to pick up that KO. So with these few turns of Trick Room, it's not, it's not heavy, hard Trick Room, heavy offense style here, but definitely some damage potential from Dylan.
The Protect makes a lot of sense, though. With two turns of Trick Room left, you at least get your Golden Go through one of them, and you still have those special attack drops. Then you can think about investing the Terrestrialization on the next turn. But with this Sinistra moving first, look at how much more damage the Sneasler's going to take now that it already dropped its special defenses by 1 because of that close combat. There is no burn, but it doesn't matter because this Incineroar is able to follow up on that Macha Gacha damage and get the KO regardless. One good thing for Lorsy is that you do now have the opportunity to bring in something like the Rillaboom and at least fake out one of these two Pokemon. Then you maybe are able to weave in a bit more damage with your Golden Go, but that Rillaboom is so low.
Right, Rillaboom is low, but definitely not going to go down to a Macha Gacha. Fake out pressure into Incineroar safeguards Golden Go, which also isn't that much risk from Macha Gacha on this turn. And with one more turn of Trick Room after this, you can kind of use the fake out pressure to get to the other side of it. So things start to look pretty good for Golden Go here. Had a free opportunity to attack last turn. Only a Macha Gacha went into that slot, but not too bad to not have capitalized on it since it seems like the opportunities are upcoming. Sinistra as a water type also just vulnerable to damage from Rillaboom. So even though Golden Go is not going to easily burn through that health, and has to worry about Rage Powder if it ever needs to Shadow Ball, the Rillaboom can easily clean that up.
Really safe for Lorsy to just go for that fake out into the Incineroar and then try to follow up on damage. You don't really want to give away all of your special attack boosts just yet, and Shadow Ball is going to do amazing single target damage into either of these slots. The only downside is if you click Shadow Ball and it's an Ursaluna that ends up switching into that spot, that's not going to be very good news for you. But the fake out first into the Incineroar, and with the Macha Gacha, Golden Go actually misses out on that attack, which is kind of nice to at least preserve a little bit of that HP, but Rillaboom gets taken down very, very low. Sinistra hopefully will just get knocked out on this turn. That's what the Golden Go is hoping for, but the Rillaboom does get burned from the Macha Gacha. Any additional attack coming out from this Rillaboom is going to be really neutralized by that burn, but the Shadow Ball picks up the Sinistra, and it's 1 KO here for Lorsy.
Gets the first KO, maybe makes it less impactful to have the burn. You no longer have to deal with the water type Sinistra, but the burns are also adding up for damage. The Golden Go much lower than it would have been if it hadn't been burnt for the last few turns, as it continues to take that damage that's undoing the grassy terrain. Rillaboom likewise going to be, consistently one burnt turn tick of burn damage away from being KO'd.
But what does Dylan decide to bring in on this turn now? Because the Trick Room is expired, you only have 2 other options, the Ninetales or the Ursaluna.
Well, the Ninetales is perfectly timed, right? It was the fastest thing on the field at the beginning of this game, and now it's the fastest thing on the field again with a fresh 5 turns of snow in its favor. Has Icy Wind. If the Incineroar is fast enough, then Icy Wind will enable Incineroar to move first and swing out into Golden Go. Rillaboom can't really do much to mitigate that, especially with the burn on it. It can't try to swing for the KO onto Ninetales with the snow defense boost and the burn. It's going to do very little, and so Rillaboom kind of just a sitting duck here. We're back in the position where a very low health Rillaboom, what do you prioritize? Do you get it out into the back so that you can have another fake out pressure in the future, or do you just try to give it up? And if the play is protecting Ninetales and just having Incineroar swing out, then you may fail to give it up as well.
Yeah, it's a tough call, because I think here as well, this Ninetales still could encore this Rillaboom into fake out. That's a huge possibility unless this Rillaboom actually does go for the Grassy Glide instead, maybe trying to just get past that. But for now, we will see this Golden Go use that water terrestrialization to have a little bit of a better time in this matchup. It's just still so tough. As the Ninetales goes for the Blizzard, it's going to just take the KO on this Rillaboom. It's nice that this Golden Go is burned in this moment, because you actually can't get frozen on top of that. So this Golden Go still has plenty of time to move. This Make It Rain is now ready to fire off, gets the KO into the Ninetales, and just barely misses out on that Incineroar, which is kind of devastating.
Yeah, doesn't get the KO. Incineroar is going to be able to attack, but their terrestrialization is going to help Golden Go a little bit. Let's see what the attack is. Knockoff, is it enough?
Oh, just barely. It's so unfortunate there with how much damage that Golden Go had taken from the burns. That could have been the difference, whether or not this terrestrialization saved it from that knockoff.
could have been the difference for sure. Now we have to watch, though, can Ninetales close this out? I don't think it's impossible. If Blizzard is enough damage to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, it should definitely be enough damage to pick up the 2-hit KO onto Ursaluna. There's no Terastallization available, and there's still a Focus Sash intact for Ninetales. So even if Blood Moon is enough to 1-hit KO Ninetales, it won't actually finish it. So I wouldn't count Lorsy out of this yet. I think, it's going to come down to Blizzard into the, Blizzard into Incineroar. Is it enough? It's enough.
Plenty to get rid of that Incineroar and almost to get rid of this Ursaluna also. So with the Focus Sash, Lorsy has done it. Weaved his way out of these Trick Room turns. Now has the Focus Sash still available on this Ninetales. We actually have to take a call back to the very early parts of this game. Ninetales took a little bit of damage, but with 2 turns of that Grassy Terrain recovery, actually got back to full HP so that this Focus Sash could be used at this point in the game. So heads up from Lorsy there to preserve this Ninetales for the very end. Even though Ursaluna is going to go for the Protect, maybe try to stall out the snow so that we don't actually see the Blizzard's hit at full accuracy, still feels like it should be shored up here from Lorsy.
Yeah, there's no reason if you're Dylan to not click the buttons. Maybe if you get enough Grassy Terrain recovery, you're out of Terra Blast KO range and it's not snowing anymore. So he's got to go for it. But Lorsy should be able to close this out. And like you mentioned, the Icy Wind got some damage on early, but Grassy Terrain was able to heal that off, restore that Focus Sash.
Well, Dylan needs 1 more Protect to stall out this snow. Gets the double, but with a triple, things get really tough to actually string together that 3rd Protect. And even then, you gotta hope for a Blizzard miss on top of that.
Yeah, even if you get all the way to the other side of the triple Protect, you still only have a 30% chance. No triple Protect, should be Blizzard before the turn is done.
Yes, and even if it wasn't Blizzard, maybe the Terra Blast by itself is gonna be enough with that normal typing. But congratulations to Lorsy for the first game. Dylan, gonna bring it back in the second one, maybe give us a game 3.
Such an interesting close match. It felt like Dylan had a lot of the speed control, used the Trick Room from Sinistcha, the Icy Wind from Ninetales to usually have that control, but didn't feel like he had the damage. The Sinistcha just wasn't providing much. It sat on the field for a lot of turns, but just Machagachid for resistance hits. Even getting 2 burns, it didn't have enough impact to close out this game.
If it had Shadow Ball, this does look very different, but it's got Life Dew as its supportive option instead. But I really saw a lot of opportunity in Trick Room where I went, oh, Sinistcha, if you had Shadow Ball, like think about how much damage you're doing to the Golden Go, you probably force out the Terra a little bit sooner. But obviously there's a reason why this Life Dew is on the team. If you're able to extend the game long enough and Sinistcha is able to give some extra life back to some of your Pokemon, sometimes that is the wiggle room you need to actually survive a different role.
Yeah, it was still felt helpful early on in the game when it came in, got some health back onto Ninetales, but if it's not able to provide damage, if Lorsy's going to be bringing 3 Pokemon that resist grass, then I'm not sure that only grass attacking Sinistcha can have the impact. Life Dew didn't ever feel like it was that impactful. Rage Powder never felt like it was going to change the course of that game. So the Trick Room was impactful, but an adjustment to something like King Gambit might make a difference.
I would like the King Gambit a little bit more than that Sinistcha because Lorsy got through those Trick Room turns really well. And as we enter into the second game, we do see an Incineroar on both sides. The Ninetales once again for Dylan, but Lorsy's going to switch things up. You have the Ursaluna on the field now.
Ursaluna's a threat here, can go out after Incineroar, swing with Earth Power. The Incineroars both have Fake Out available. Fake Out into Ninetales can break Focus Sash. There's no Grassy Terrain to start restoring it this time. Ursaluna, though, probably pretty slow on Lorsy's side, would be possibly in reach of just being outsped and Parting Shot by Incineroar, which would avoid the Earth Power damage. So a lot of little speed relationships to find out here to see how advantageous having Ursaluna out on the field at this moment is. But even beyond that, you have to worry about the Blizzards coming in. Without Assault Vest, it's a lot of damage back into Ursaluna. So if you're not going to Fake Out Ninetales, you have to Terastallize immediately.
And the Terastallization getting used so early might be something that actually comes back to hurt you. With this Blood Moon Ursaluna that Dylan brought to that first game, you do have Earth Power to threaten some major damage into that Terra Electric. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna from Dylan actually just hits the field now as Ninetales knows doesn't want to stay in this battle right now, but it will come back out when maybe the speed is a little bit more in its favor. So Lorsy uses a Terastallization, would have been able to get around some of this Blizzard damage, and it gets faked out, so it just can't even move on this turn, but the parting shot into the opposing Incineroar allows Lorsy to respond to this opposing Blood Moon Ursaluna in a different way.
Yeah, you might wish the parting shot was into the Ursaluna so you didn't have to worry quite as much about that Earth Power on the following turn, but going to let you drop Incineroar's attack and reposition, get Rillaboom out on the field so that you have fake out pressure of your own for the next turn, because yeah, big threat has emerged. You just turned your Ursaluna into an electric type, and an Ursaluna emerged on the other side that's threatening super effective Earth Power, and you have to imagine that the Life Orb Ursaluna on Dylan's side is faster than the leftover Ursaluna on Lorsy's side, so that's probably just threatening outspeed and one-hit KO. So Fake Out's got to come on in to interrupt that. Now, you have multiple ways to interrupt it. You can protect Ursaluna, you can switch Ursaluna, though I think we see 2 ground-weak Pokemon in the back, makes it hard to come into those big Earth Powers. And so, it feels at this moment like that Ursaluna from Dylan's side is going to have a huge impact, because the Incineroar can get you Icy Wind coverage in the future. Like, there's a lot of ways to enable Dylan's Ursaluna.
Well, Dylan's Ursaluna is just going to stay on the field and actually go for a Terrestrialization here.
This gets away from the Fake Out. If it's not Ursaluna protecting this turn, the Fake Out's not going to be enough to stop an Earth Power coming in.
Well, it's just a double attack, though. Incineroar is going to be the first to move. Dylan's is going to be a little bit faster than this Rillaboom, so you do get the parting shot before we see what this Rillaboom is opted into. But we know it's not a Fake Out since it's going to be the next to move. I would love to see how much damage both of these Pokemon are going to do on Lorsy's side. If you're able to get a big knockout onto this Blood Moon Ursaluna, then that's a really big way for you to pave the way. Rillaboom does land this Wood Hammer, and the critical hit is a one-hit knockout. That's going to leave the Ninetales that just switched into that Incineroar slot vulnerable to a second attack.
This is a completely game-changing, game-warping play. I don't think the Woodhammer would have been enough. We expect that Dylan's Ursaluna would have moved first, was probably threatening a KO back into Lorsy. So this swings things all sorts of ways, because now rather than an Earth Power coming into Lorsy's Ursaluna, or whatever the Ursaluna had opted for, could have been Blood Moon into Rillaboom, instead you have the Ursaluna going down and Blood Moon into Ninetales, just completely game-shifting. Now, that doesn't mean that Dylan's out of it yet, but his biggest threat probably lost. Incineroar's going to come back in, intimidate the Rillaboom here, threaten Fake Out pressure once again into Ursaluna, but Ninetales looking very vulnerable too, will be threatened by Grassy Glide for the rest of this match.
It's so low already, and for sure this Rillaboom can pick it off at a later time, but for now, Lorsy's set on being able to bring back in this Incineroar, get the Intimidate drop onto the opposing Incineroar, as Ninetales now ready to try to pick up some of that damage that this Blood Moon Ursaluna left off with, gets the freeze onto the Incineroar, so okay, maybe a little bit of luck evening out in the second game, but with the Flare Blitz to follow up, we actually are going to end up seeing this Incineroar on Thaw, I think.
Right, should defrost from the Flare Blitz landing into it, so not capitalizing on the freeze necessarily. Earth Power will clean up the Ninetales KO. The Ursaluna doing a great job of taking Blizzard. That's that Terrestrialization that was spent turn 1 to get away from Blizzard, paying off several turns later. With Ursaluna really not taking much damage, the combination of leftovers and Grassy Terrain will quickly heal it back. Without the Ursaluna on the other side from Dylan, it may be very difficult to ever find the damage into this electric type Ursaluna. This is what it's so good at, just having constant sustain, and so you can't really do enough damage back to me to make that a problem. Sinestcha's not going to be the solution to the problem.
No, with only the Machagachas, we just saw how little damage that was able to add up over time in that first game.
With no switches available too, Yawn is easy to just put things to sleep. So yeah, already, quickly, Dylan concedes the match. That Woodhammer crit just so devastating, and then Lorsy quick to add on top of it to take the win. Wow.
Lorsy is going to win this set 2-0, move on to the finals. And I bet he's not super unhappy about missing his flight home today.
Yeah, if you're playing in the finals of the Regional Championship, you'll probably find a new flight. I think the prize money will cover it.
Oh, wow. But looking back on the moments from the second game, that critical hit onto the Ursaluna just swung into Lorsy's favor so heavily. I can't even imagine if this game... I think he was surprised by that too, the KO right away. Oh, and then the thaw from that with the freeze interaction with the Flare Blitz follow up, I thought that was really cool too, and Lorsy was so excited to see that coming his way as well.
Yeah, glad to not have to worry about freeze, maybe taking all avenues out of the game. You know, I felt like at that point it was probably over regardless. The Ursaluna was going to land the Earth Power at the end of the turn, but yeah, that's the only highlight you need, the Wood Hammer into Ursaluna, taking that massive KO.
Oh my goodness, yeah, especially after that Ghost Terastallization had been invested, you would think, okay, maybe we will actually be able to survive through this Woodhammer. But no, critical hits can do that sometimes. But we did see in a previous match, you know, Dylan being able to get a lot of those scale shots, even multiple hits without that loaded dice. So it kind of all starts to balance out, but I know Dylan was hoping for more than this. I hope he's still very happy with the result that he had, because top 4 at such a large regional as well as such a stacked top cut is such an accomplishment.
Yeah, top 4 is so impressive. So many very strong players in the field who didn't quite get to that top 4 finish. So a lot to be proud of this weekend.
But Lorsy gets one more shot at a regional championship title. Back in 2017, Lorsy was able to get runner-up at that event and now finds himself in a second finals where this could be it. This could be his really big breakout.
There's 2 players on the other side of the bracket who want to say something else about it, though. We'll see them coming up in the next semifinal. We've seen so many impressive games from both of them on stream already, so it should be a pretty fun one to see them up against each other.
A new regional champion confirmed at the end of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Lorsy waiting in that finals, but Leonard III and Alex Arend have put on impressive performances on our streams so far. Leonard being undefeated all the way up until that final Swiss round, and still undefeated throughout this top cut so far.
Yeah, just a very impressive run throughout the day. Both of them taking down Wolf earlier on in the day too. That's a badge you got to check off in your path to the regional championship finals. So should be really fun to see them up against each other.
It's going to be a great top 4, and both kind of looking back at sort of how those matches went. I mean, very different approaches to the meta, and you know, Leonard, especially when you look at his team, I thought the mouse hold has been pretty impactful. There's even the friend guard and how much that's provided as sort of a defensive tech for the team. Even though you actually don't really always see like mouse hold and the Annihilate next to each other when he plays.
No, it's definitely often about supporting the Golden Go as well, and this is what we saw in Pittsburgh a few weeks ago from Chuppa, right? Also with the Super Fang mouse hold that was helping to support Golden Go, and it leads to a very different style of play than this other team, which, you know, Lorsy has to be a little bit worried that Alex on the other side is who he lost to earlier on with this full 6 Pokemon mirror in the Swiss rounds, and so now you've took that loss, you got all the way to the finals, but that's still one of the 2 players left in the tournament.
And it will be a tough uphill battle, I think, no matter who you're playing against. Not necessarily because I think that Lorsy is that underdog, but I think you have to look at both Leonard and Alex as just such tough opponents. And that's going to be a tough ask, I think, for anybody to have to battle against.
Yeah, absolutely. And either the team with the mouse hold, you're going to have to be thinking about new game plans, things that you haven't thought about all day, or against Alex, you've got to be thinking about, I lost this once already, how can I reproduce? You know, he did win 1 game in that set. How do you reproduce that? How do you avoid the pitfalls of those 2 losses? But before we get to that finals, we're gonna have to see those 2 teams up against each other with Leonard versus Alex.
And there's just some impressive stream moments to me about the way that Leonard plays the game. Not only is he a super well-respected player because of his deep knowledge of the mechanics of the game.
He's the player, any top player who has a question on how the game works will go to get their answer on exactly, you know, in this niche situation, what is going to happen, because Leonard has that deep.
And a couple of those examples, I mean, we saw Leonard actually side vacuum wave to get yourself a Rage Fist boost onto your own Annihilate. Even though Psychic Terrain was active, still knew that you could use that priority move to actually do that to yourself or your own Pokemon. And we also saw the beat up on the mouse hold playing a different role than what we've usually seen from it. Typically, you would see beat up into something like that Annihilate to actually help boost up Rage Fist, but instead, we actually saw the mouse hold use that as an attack into a multi-skilled Dragonite to break that before there was an additional attack coming out from the Golden Go after. So that's really that deep knowledge showcasing itself.
Right, just such a strong player, can find different avenues through the game, and should have kind of familiar avenues here. This is a set of 6 Pokemon that everyone's going to have practice playing against. Leonard should have a good idea of how he wants to approach this match already. The same might not be true the other way. You know, each of these individual pairings are things you've seen before. Mouse hold Golden Go, Mouse hold Annihilate, Mouse hold and or other Dragonite and Golden Go, but all 6 together are probably a new set of problems for Alex to deal with.
This is a rematch of the final round of Swiss.
Okay.
We don't actually know how that match ended up playing out, but we know that both, like Leonard, this is where he did lose that undefeated streak. Whether or not he gave any information up in that set is a mystery to us, but they did match up against each other in the Swiss rounds at the end of phase 2 today.
That's true. This is the match we mentioned earlier that for Leonard wouldn't have really mattered for any outcome. We heard him say that he wanted to go for the undefeated run, so probably played it pretty earnestly, but wouldn't have been forced to since he'd already locked up not just a top cut berth, but also a bye through the first round of 16.
Yeah, but for Alex, I mean, maybe there is a little bit more information that Alex has actually gained from watching Leonard play on stream, not just in day 1, but also in day 2. And as we take a look back on this team, there's just a couple more things to call out here. You've got that setup on the Nasty Plot from the Golden Go. I think even just the scale shots on the Dragonite have given a lot of people problems, but bulk up on the Annihilate. There's just so many different combinations of Pokemon that you can put together. And to your point from earlier, you never really know what to expect out of these 6 that are on the team.
Right, it can be very dangerous to lead into the wrong thing. If you're prepared for one pairing, but suddenly find yourself against another that you're not as prepared for, you can fall behind quickly if a Nasty Plot or a Bulk Up or a Tailwind is up before you're ready for it. And then to support all that, we have kind of the third type of Ursaluna. We saw the other 2 against each other in the last game, the Leftovers and the Life Orb, but here the Assault Vest, one that can kind of sponge a lot more damage without having to worry about ever being one-hit KO'd, and then has a little bit more coverage back, as with Hyper Voice for spread damage, Vacuum Wave for a little bit of priority. So all 3 Ursalunas making their appearance in the top 4.
It will be a little bit difficult for this Ursaluna, though. Taking a look at its terrestrialization, it is going to be a water type, and Alex has a Rillaboom that we've seen be able to do quite a bit. I mean, Wood Hammer, Grassy Glide, there's no way for you to defensively terrestrialize away from those super effective attacks, and Rillaboom's not a special attacker. That Assault Vest is not helping you.
Right, definitely pour into the Rillaboom, but I'm not sure Leonard's going to hate it if the Rillaboom is brought. It looks kind of pour into the rest of his Pokemon, right? Not going to really help you with Golden Go, not going to help you a lot with Annihilate. Dragonite doesn't mind seeing a Rillaboom on the other side, and so if you bring it just to deal with the Ursaluna, and the Ursaluna doesn't even come to the game, you can be in a problem. Those are like the challenges faced by having so many different options on Leonard's side.
But for Alex, it's a lot of the same Pokemon that we've come to expect in this meta, but with a couple of those new meta adjustments as we've returned to Regulation H. The Grassy Seed, Terra Flying Acrobatics on the Sneasler is one of those techs that comes to mind.
Yeah, it could be really helpful to break through Mouse Hold, maybe do a lot of damage to Annihilate as well. I think the Ninetales probably important here as well. The Icy Wind could be valuable speed control. If you're looking at either the Golden Go or the Annihilate as the main threats from Leonard's side, the Icy Wind can be really valuable speed control to get Golden Go up faster than them, so then KO. Of course, that comes at a big risk. If you ever Icy Wind and Annihilate, you've got to be sure that you're finishing the KO on that turn, but it's a way to get your speed drops onto the other side and even past Follow Me if Mouse Hold's on the field.
I mean, we've definitely seen Leonard be able to take a Defiant boost and turn it into a victory, so that is something that will have to be kept in mind as they both navigate this game. How can they really capitalize on those small differences of these teams to actually put a win together? And that's going to be tough. There's so many different combinations, not just on Leonard's side, but I think for Alex as well, a lot of these Pokemon look really good in this match.
Right, yeah, it feels like you can do a lot of damage a lot of different ways, but there is also potential to run into places where you can't do enough damage. We've seen it happen, you know, with where are you going to get the damage against a Golden Go, for example. If you end up with Ninetales and Rillaboom and Sneasler left, suddenly that can look kind of difficult, and so you have to be ready for whatever Pokemon is at the end. You got to question yourself, okay, if it is Annihilate on the other side and I lose, you know, this Pokemon that I'm leading, am I going to actually be able to close the game against Annihilate at the end? You got to kind of second guess, double check all of your paths through this game when there are so many potential options on the other side. Like I say, I do think Ninetales probably pretty impactful here. The other reason is that it helps with Dragonite if that's ever led. You can Icy Wind to get a speed drop and break multi-scale at the same time. The other risk there, though, is that if you ever Icy Wind and Annihilate's not on the field, well, it might be on the field before you know it. So a risk there as well.
Yeah, you could just switch it in to take the Icy Wind, and then all of a sudden, I've got this Defiant boost, but we have seen players be okay giving that over if they know that they have the other speed in their favor. If it's the ally that is going to be faster than this Annihilate with that speed drop, then it doesn't really matter if you give over the Defiant boost because you're just going to knock it out before it moves.
Right, so then you have to be thinking about what the damage is into Annihilate. You know, as a Ghost and Fighting type, it's pretty easy to access for Alex's team. The Sneasler and the Golden Go would both love to target it down. So that means maybe the Fire Terrestrialization is a high priority for Leonard to make sure he's preserved if Annihilate's a big part of the game plan, but that just switches the vulnerabilities to other things like Earth Power from Ursaluna. But that's all guess one of Leonard's multiple game plans. The terrestrialization could be prioritized on Golden Go if that's the main focus. And so this is the part that makes it so hard for Alex. You've got to figure out what Leonard is thinking. At the same time, Leonard is figuring out what he's thinking.
And even if you have a certain game plan heading into the start of this game, that could change. It's a very flexible game, and as we see from the leads, you might have to think about different approaches.
Well, we do see Ninetales immediately on the field, threatening Icy Wind to slow down Golden Go on the other side, probably putting it slower than the Ursaluna, but could threaten big damage. But before any of that happens, Mousehold can redirect away a potential Earth Power and can threaten a bunch of damage with Super Fang plus Make It Rain possibly being enough to take a KO on Ursaluna. So a little bit of things for both sides to be weary of. And then, yeah, it's Golden Go, the first offensive piece we see, not Annihilate, and so that may be the focus for this game. But just as quickly as it's shown, it's off the field. Can't afford to end up slow, can't afford to take an Earth Power, and so instead, well, it's Annihilate, but it's not an Icy Wind.
We would hope not, but this Mousehold does help to get this Annihilate in a little bit safer. Frengard is still going to be active, and especially with the Protect, but Icy Wind comes out from this Ninetales. It is going to hit into the Annihilate, giving over Defiant Boost, and that's just going to be a raw +2. There's no Incineroar here to drop that speed, or drop that attack first. Oh, but the Blood Moon! Nice call here from Alex to make sure that you're getting damage down into this Annihilate, but look at how safe it's kept. Frengard, really nice to make sure that this Annihilate is fairly healthy, and then the Citrus Berry to recover quite a bit of that damage.
Right, so it might not be enough damage. You might be hoping that you were covering that, because if Icy Wind landed, then Blood Moon lands, and then the next turn Hyper Voice lands before the Hyper Voice and Blizzard land before the Annihilate can attack. But if that Hyper Voice and Blizzard isn't a KO onto Annihilate, well then it's just going to Drain Punch the Ursaluna, probably take a KO, and take a full heal off of the Ursaluna. So a very volatile moment. Ursaluna can't afford to let that Drain Punch happen, so it's going to go off into the back. Golden Go going to come in comfortably immune to Drain Punch.
Yeah, but then you have to worry a little bit later about the fact that you attacked this Annihilate twice. That Rage Fist has been boosted twice. Ninetales can still deliver a pretty devastating Blizzard, but with the Drain Punch failing into the Golden Go, it's a little bit more damage that the Ninetales is going to be able to do later.
Well, but this is what we talked about, where it doesn't matter how strong Annihilate is if you're now threatening a KO. Make It Rain and Blizzard is probably a KO, maybe not if the Fire Terrestrialization happens, but Annihilate's so low now that the Fire Terrestrialization might not save it. And so if Make It Rain plus a Blizzard is a KO, then the Mousehold also threatened by that combination, and Leonard is very much on the back foot here, doesn't have an easy way path back. Golden Go can come in, take a bunch of damage to resist those things. You can try to find another path through that way, but with the Golden Go coming in to take that Drain Punch, it looks like Alex has kind of swung the momentum back into his favor.
Yeah, but Leonard locked this in pretty quickly, so maybe he is confident that his Annihilate will survive this, as it does have this Terrafire. It will help to resist some of these attacks a little bit better. We saw how comfortably it felt like it took that Blood Moon from that Ursaluna, but we know that it was a leftover set. It didn't have any extra boosted damage to it. Mousehold's going to go for the Follow Me, but it doesn't redirect away the Blizzard, so he actually chips in a little bit more, but the Mousehold gets frozen. Oh no.
That won't matter, there'll be a
I know,
it's a Shadow Ball, it's not a Make It Rain. It's a Shadow Ball to follow me into the immunity.
Wow, and so that's gonna leave this Annihilate free and clear to get the Drain Punch off into those Ninetales, and it's actually going to heal up a bit there. It's gonna be a tough roll here, I think, for Alex to actually get the knockout onto this Annihilate now.
Yeah, this is really interesting because the Annihilate is now healthier than it was on the previous turn, but now you know that Follow Me is probably not a threat unless you immediately thaw out of this freeze, which can enable Blizzard plus Shadow Ball into the Annihilate. What was the goal in the last turn is now more of a reality on this turn, especially because Blizzard will first KO Mousehold, take away Frengard, so Shadow Ball will land without Frengard. Should easily be enough damage, but you'd be risking that there's just a thaw and a Follow Me again, so a very dangerous position. But for now, kind of both players didn't get quite what they wanted out of that last turn. The freeze means that things are still open, so yeah, Annihilate just going to protect itself, can't afford to risk on this turn.
Yeah, and hope that maybe the Mousehold is going to get a chance to unthaw, or Alex takes the KO and then Leonard safely gets something else in its place. For now, though, it is just going to be the Annihilate staying safe as the Mousehold eventually gets knocked out. Ninetales getting a lot of damage down over the course of these first couple of turns, and Leonard has to bring something else in its place. Golden Go still very happy to just sit there and try to go for Shadow Ball here.
Yeah, Golden Go desperately wants to find the Shadow Ball into the Annihilate, take that KO before this monster Annihilate on the other side side with 2 attack boosts and a bunch of stacks on Rage Fist gets a chance to attack. But for now, Golden Go back onto the field. Ninetales will be the first thing to move. It can Icy Wind to drop the Golden Go on the other side down for sure underneath Alex's Golden Go. But if you don't Icy Wind, then you have to worry that possibly Leonard's Golden Go is faster than your own. So something like a Blizzard could just mean that Leonard's Golden Go moves first and KOs your own, and things are way, way off the rails at that point. At the same time, if you Icy Wind, then you can only pick one of the 2 to Shadow Ball. Make It Rain's not going to KO either of them, and so if you just pick one to Shadow Ball and the other one takes a big KO into your Golden Go, things are similarly in a bad spot. So Leonard able to get the mouse hold off the field and find himself in a more aggressive position, and then is going to diffuse it a little bit, get the Dragonite onto the field instead of the Annihilate. Doesn't want to just take a Shadow Ball here.
Oh, but it's tough because is that actually going to be something that you can bring back later? A Ninetales does go for the Icy Wind here, gets the speed drop onto both this Dragonite as well as this Golden Go, but look at how much damage even the Dragonite just took from a piddly little Icy Wind. That's the Dragon type. All this Dragonite working against it, and the Shadow Ball into this Golden Go is going to get the knockout before Leonard's even gets a chance to move.
Well, a match with twists and turns, but that's devastating for Leonard. Tries to get a little bit too clever, overthinks what Alex is going to do, and it's simply Icy Wind plus Shadow Ball into Golden Go to take that KO. And so you've given up the attack boosts on Annihilate, you've given up multi-scale and 1 stage of speed on Dragonite. Now the advantage that you've gained is that Annihilate itself has lost that speed drop, meaning that it is faster than the Golden Go on the other side once again. But then it could just be Icy Winded again and be vulnerable to Shadow Ball. Icy Wind, we saw how much damage it did into Dragonite. I don't think one more Icy Wind will finish up that KO. It'll do twice what the last Icy Wind did, which doesn't look like it would finish it up. So it's not a locked up game position to just Icy Wind and Shadow Ball. You have to worry that Annihilate will protect itself, and then maybe Dragonite can go out with Scale Shot. But there's no real Scale Shot targets. Tailwind doesn't really feel like it's going to solve your problems. Your problems are mostly about the damage coming in from the other side.
I mean, Ninetales with another Icy Wind. That Dragonite actually almost gets knocked out to that second hit. But with these Icy Wind speed drops, this Golden Go is going to be very happy about this. Even though you're giving over the Defiant boost over to the Annihilate, Golden Go could just go ahead and make it rain, and that will be enough to take out the Dragonite. But without that KO onto the Annihilate, is there anything that Leonard can actually get back with this Annihilate to actually bring himself back into this game? It's a 1v4. It's gonna be really difficult here for Leonard, but the first step is getting a KO, and that Rage Fist is good enough to at least knock out this Golden Go. But there's still that problem of the 4th and final Pokemon Alex is yet to reveal in this match, and if it's just a fake out, then Alex wins.
Alex wins regardless. The -1 speed onto Annihilate is what ties this up. The Annihilate now too slow, so yeah, you'd love to get a Drain Punch into Ursaline on the other side, but you've become slower than it. And then you have Encore into Rage Fist as well. A million ways to wrap it up. The problem with a single target Pokemon, doesn't matter how much offense you have, there's just too many enemies on the other side.
Well, at least Leonard gets to walk away with another KO here in this game onto the Ninetales before the Blood Moon to Luna is going to be enough to pick it off. You still have the Earth Power, which is going to be super effective damage, and that will be the first game going to Alex Errand as we look at who will be advancing through from our top 4. It's just that 1 game down. We've got potentially 2 more to go, but Alex taking the lead.
Wow, what a game of twists and turns. It was kind of what we expected, what we previewed before the match, that Ninetales would be impactful, that Icy Winds would be important, but that Icy Winds came with risks of activating Defiant. All of that happened, and it felt like it was going back and forth. Leonard gets the Defiant boost, but then can't quite find the damage. The Annihilate looks like it's always at risk, but never quite gets KO'd. But in this devastating turn where Dragonite switches in, loses its multi-scale, loses its speed, and Golden Go goes down at the same time, that just felt like it put Alex way too far ahead for Leonard to compete anymore.
It was just such a calculated risk there. And you could see why Leonard wanted to go for that. Maybe just hoping that you would be able to get this Annihilate in with a Tailwind behind it, try to dissipate some of these speed drops that you were taking from that Icy Wind on the Ninetales. But it's just so tough. I even think back to the turn where that Mousehold got frozen. And imagine if you had at least 1 more turn to even go for Follow Me there. I kind of wonder, does that Mousehold even have enough HP behind it where it can actually withstand another Icy Wind or something like that?
Well, no, it would have gone down to Blizzard, right? So you can't Follow Me on that turn because Blizzard will just KO the Mousehold. The Golden Go will move next, and Shadow Ball should be able to take that KO. So I'm not sure the freeze was like the most devastating thing in that moment. It did look for a second like getting the successful redirection of the Shadow Ball was going to be really impactful, but then because there was no KO into Golden Go, just a Drain Punch into Ninetales that didn't quite heal back enough. It didn't turn the tide of the battle entirely.
It was always hard to click Rage Fist there, though, because you knew Alex led that Blood Moon or Saluna. That was always a threat, to come back in and just take the Rage Fist, neutralize that threat entirely. But I feel like, at the very least, the Pokemon were right for Alex. Now it's about Leonard trying to respond to that Ninetales being such a problem.
Yeah, the Ninetales was a big problem. I wonder if that means that Dragonite might get left behind. We don't think we ever saw the 4th Pokemon from Alex, so we don't know if Rillaboom was brought. You know, if Leonard sees all 4, maybe he's reconsidering Ursaluna, but if you don't know that you might have just had to fight against a Rillaboom at the end of the game, that's harder to do. For now, the same Pokemon from Alex and the same Pokemon from Leonard.
Yeah, so the Golden Go versus the Ursaluna, 2 of our best special attackers here in Regulation H, but maybe a bit of a switch up here in terms of what Leonard wants to go for.
Yeah, so in the first game, we saw Icy Wind come out and end up activating Defiant. That's going to mean that Leonard expects Alex is a little more weary of throwing out the same Icy Wind play again. And so if you're not worried that it's Icy Wind plus Earth Power, well, that opens things up. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to switch. You can just go out for damage. The Ursaluna, without the Assault Vest, like we mentioned, vulnerable to Super Fang plus Make It Rain to just pick up a KO. That would be devastating, right? Because it would also mean Make It Rain into Ninetales. But that's a risky play. We've seen players try to get more out of turn 1s and have it go terribly wrong. So far, the pressure diffused with the Protect on Ursaluna.
Yeah, the Super Fang then not going to hit its mark, but it would have been nice because this Ursaluna is very bulky. With the Icy Wind, though, from the Ninetales, it does get those critical speed drops onto both of these Pokemon while also breaking the Focus Sash on this Mousehold. But Golden Go still gets a chance to fire off this Make It Rain. But bringing this Ninetales down to its Focus Sash, can you actually finish it off before these Icy Wind speed drops start to stack up? And now, is this Blood Moon Ursaluna even faster than both of your Pokemon if you're Leonard?
Yeah, I'd expect that Ursaluna now is the first thing, you know, will move before the Golden Go. At least Mousehold might move in between, but obviously can't threaten a KO into Ursaluna. Now, Follow Me is the problem. The Ursaluna can't land an Earth Power into Golden Go if Follow Me happens, but you can't be assuming that Follow Me will happen either because it can just be a Protect and a Switch, or a Protect and a Super Fang or Beat Up to finish off the Ninetales. So some twisty options here available for both players. The Icy Wind a big advantage, but traded for all of that health on Ninetales, and with the redirection, just still no instantly safe offense, but it's 1 goal down. You know, if you can find, you know, Ninetales off the field in the second attacker, then maybe the speed drop is enough to really lock in an advantage.
It is kind of nice that Leonard has already gotten so much damage down on this Ninetales, because at least its longevity on the field has been neutered just a little bit. But Leonard is going to bring this Annihilate back in, so if there is another Icy Wind, it does actually miss a target here, and it is going to end up missing the Mousehold. So Annihilate, very happy to have switched in, get this Defiant boost, get this +2 attack, but with this Blood Moon Ursaluna still yet to move, it could still do some pretty devastating damage here. We saw this play out in game number 1, though. The Blood Moon going to bring this Annihilate down low enough that it's able to recover that health with the Citrus Berry, but Leonard still has to deal with this Ninetales.
Yeah, but man, what a bold play from Alex, right? If that had been the Golden Go staying in, it would have resisted that Blood Moon, would have taken it safely, and could have just fired off a Make It Rain that would have KO'd Ninetales and done a ton to Ursaluna, which would have taken the Super Fang first and been low. But it gets the call right, but still activates Defiant. Even getting the call right means that Defiant is activated, and there's still redirection available on this next turn.
But Ninetales can just go for Icy Wind again. Alex is not unhappy with giving over a second Defiant boost to this Annihilate, and he knows that he has a surefire way to pick up this Annihilate. Since this Ursaluna is going to be faster, actually just target into this Mousehold, and unfortunately actually doesn't pick up the KO here, so Leonard gets away with a lot. The beat up to finish up the Ninetales after that little bit of HP it had left, and now this Annihilate gets a chance to go for this Drain Punch into the Ursaluna and recover so much HP that could have been really risky. He thought about the opportunity cost of going for something like the Rage Fist instead if he expected a switch, since Alex did do that in game number 1, but you got the Drain Punch into the correct target, already bringing Alex down to his final 2 Pokemon in the second game.
Yeah, a really strong turn from Leonard. Alex may be expecting that Golden Go might come into play, or Dragonite might come into play again and trying to find an Icy Wind landing, but instead just gives over 2 KOs. The Earth Power not quite enough damage on a Mousehold means that you don't just lose the Ursaluna, you don't just give a bunch of health back to Annihilate, you also give up your Ninetales. Now, Annihilate at -2 speed has to be a little bit worried about Golden Go on the other side, but Fire Terastallization can quickly solve that problem. So that despite the fact that you're not moving first, you're still putting out, you're still safe on the field so that you can put out big damage. And then it's healed quite a bit because of the Drain Punch, like you mentioned, so it's pretty safe on the field. The Fire Terastallization helpful against both Rillaboom and Golden Go, and if you can keep Friend Guard around, you know, it prevents something like Shadow Ball plus Wood Hammer for being a double-up option because Friend Guard would be around through all of that, but no, just going to switch out at this moment. I think regardless, Annihilate's safe on the field to get its damage off this turn.
Even though it's going to terastallize itself away from a Ghost type, I don't think that Leonard actually would mind if you do get faked out from this Rillaboom either, because where would the KO come from? Once this terastallization has been invested, this Golden Go might not be able to pick it off with that Shadow Ball. So I do wonder how Alex ends up getting through this. It still looks super dicey, and it does actually go for the fake out here. So you do actually buy yourself a turn to get this Golden Go to weave in this nasty plot, and with the speed drops that this Annihilate has taken, Alex does have that speed sort of in his favor, but Dragonite's here. It could just Tailwind.
Yeah, this is a very 50-50 situation because at -2 speed, Annihilate, even if it gets Tailwind, it'll still be faster than the Golden Go. So then you have to decide which Pokemon is protecting. If Annihilate protects itself and Dragonite gets a Tailwind up while you're worried about Annihilate, probably that's all of it. But at the same time, if Annihilate protects itself and you just put all the damage into the Dragonite, breaking multi-scale with Grassy Glide and Shadow Balling to KO the Dragonite, then Alex suddenly looks like there's a really real path to coming back in this game. So this could be a very volatile moment. Now, Annihilate still bulky. You're going to have to find a Shadow Ball into it and maybe a Shadow Ball without Friend Guard. But for now, just going to go back out in the field. Wants to get rid of those speed drops so that it can just use, you know, the Rage Fist already has increased base power. You don't necessarily need increased attack to finish a KO on Golden Go in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like nice that you can kind of leverage that so that you don't feel too bad about giving up that +4 attack that was wild to see on this Annihilate, but you don't need that recovery anymore from the Drain Punch, so we will see Alex finish off this Mousehold with the Make It Rain, and even better for Leonard here that this Golden Go just dropped its special attack.
Yeah, great to get the drop there, and you can see Alex's idea. He was swinging into the Dragonite, right? It was Grassy Glide plus Make It Rain. That's not going after Annihilate. Annihilate, the Fire type, would have taken that no problem. That is about swinging into Dragonite and trying to prevent Tailwind. He does prevent Tailwind, but only because Dragonite protects itself on that turn. And now Annihilate comes back in and doesn't need Tailwind. It's already going to be moving first, threatening a KO into Golden Go on the other side. The Golden Go Terastallization is still available, so Golden Go can maybe get out of it that way. Rage Fist has had its power increased. It's taken 2 hits, I believe, and so probably, no, 3 hits.
3,
Blood Moon and 2 Icy Winds.
Yep.
So 200 base power Rage Fist might not be enough damage to pick up a KO on Golden Go if it Terastallizes.
I don't know. I feel like we've seen some crazy stuff out of these Annihilates. They are just so angry. Maybe we will see the survival there from the Golden Go, but then you have to wonder if the Life Orb and recoil this Golden Go would take would actually be enough to knock it out anyway and try to finish up the rest of that HP.
We're about to learn. Here comes the Terastallization. You don't do that if you are protecting. Looks like we're going to see some big damage.
I would hope so. That's one way to be able to bring us into a third game. But with the Grassy Glide first, does break that multi-scale on the Dragonite, but there's a little bit of reduced damage there. But the Rage Fist, this is what we're really excited about. With the one-hit knockout into the Golden Go, Terastallization just wasn't enough to save it. So it's just the Rillaboom left, and Leonard brings us into a game 3.
The Icy Winds were still the problem. It wasn't the Defiant anymore. It was simply the procs on Rage Fist to get up to 200 base power and threaten a ton of damage. Dragonite Tailwinds for good measure, but now easily going to finish this KO against Rillaboom. This game, this match feels like it hinges on all of these small moments, and this time Leonard got the big moment when he got that beat up into Ninetales, the Drain Punch at the same time into Ursaluna. Maybe a little bit overthought by Alex, but it turns over 2 KOs, and despite a valiant effort, Leonard able to close this out pretty safely.
Yeah, great stuff there as we're just going to see this kind of safely play out and also give some time for both Alex and Leonard to start to think about what that third game is going to look like. Both of them taking very different approaches in terms of that first turn, but still kind of leaning into the same offensive threats. That Ninetales and Ursaluna from Alex, and then Leonard being able to get a little bit more crafty with this use of Annihilate in the second game.
It feels like that first turn looks more volatile, but every time it happens, we see it again, anything could happen.
Third instant KO here for this Annihilate, but as that Rillaboom goes down to yet another Rage Fist, and Game 3 will decide who will join Lorsy in the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Both Alex and Leonard hoping that this will be their first regional championship win, but one very decisive game to figure out who will be there.
And both players have to be running through every situation that's happened so far in the match. All the different ways that turn one can play out. Have to be deciding whether they want to try to walk back into that same turn one again, or if they think they see another avenue, someplace where maybe there's a little bit less risk. Both players have to be, you know, weary of, do I want to walk back into that? Do I want to put myself through that stress again?
There's some really wild stuff happening over in the Go stream, I think, if any of that got picked up. Maybe some really intense battles over there, as well as I know they are also inching ever closer to their finals, as we are starting to wrap up our action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships over at the TCG as well. But for this match that we have on hand, do we even see any Pokemon adjustments outside of what we've seen so far? I feel like that's so difficult to say when Leonard has found success with these 4, and then Alex similarly with the 4 that he brought to the first game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether Leonard is interested in another Pokemon, maybe the Ursaluna, and then if even among the same Pokemon, if you would just lead differently, maybe try to avoid an Icy Wind instead of leaning into it with Defiant, try to lean on the speed from the Annihilate more. I expect Alex to continue to lead Ninetales. It's really the best way to diffuse Dragonite if it were ever led, but if Leonard thinks that Ninetales might for some reason be adjusted away, then leading Dragonite could be really impactful.
Well, one more game to decide it. Who will enter into the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships? And both players very dead set on their strategies. But Alex is going to have the Golden Go out in front of Leonard's.
Yeah, an important change here to have the Golden Go out on the field first rather than the Ursaluna. That's a Pokemon that's, again, vulnerable to Golden Go. So you can Icy Wind, you can drop the Golden Go on Leonard's side down below the speed of your own Golden Go if you're Alex. But then what do? You can't KK with Make It Rain, you've got to worry about Follow Me, so it's not easy to click Shadow Ball in this situation. Meanwhile, you don't have any redirection of your own. So then are you Terastallizing? How are you keeping your own Golden Go safe? So even moving first isn't the protection that it needs in this moment.
And it's going to be really tough here too, because we're not going to see any Terastallization. So what if either of these Golden Go just decide to go for a Shadow Ball? Super Fang into the Ninetales. It hits. It's going to take it down to half of its HP. Icy Wind in response is going to retaliate. 2 speed drops with the Make It Rain to follow it up. Both the Mousehold and the Golden Go will survive to the end of this turn, as we will see Leonard be able to fire off yet an additional attack. That is going to be the Ninetales KO, just like that. And one of the biggest problems for Leonard to have had to deal with in that first game is removed immediately.
Huge. Neither player wants to risk clicking Shadow Ball that whether a switch or a protect or a Terastallization is going to happen to diffuse that. So both players use Make It Rain, but one Pokemon more vulnerable to Make It Rain than the other. The Ninetales goes down, and that means no Icy Wind for the rest of this set. So we talked about, do you lean on the natural speed advantage of your Annihilate and try to prevent Icy Wind instead of leaning on taking Icy Winds and getting Defiant Boost? That was ultimately how Leonard closed out Game 2, was getting Annihilate off the field and resetting those speed drops. No speed drops to worry about this time. Annihilate, when it hits the field, won't be getting Icy Winded. Dragonite won't be getting Icy Winded. Both those Pokemon in the back love to see the Ninetales gone. Meanwhile, Rillaboom comes into the field. It can threaten a Grassy Glide into Mousehold. That opens up the Shadow Ball from Alex's Golden Go into Leonard's Golden Go. It's still speed dropped from the last turn. So for the moment, Alex has all of the offensive pressure, but he pays a huge cost for it, losing that Ninetales. Now Leonard just has to find a way to decide what to give up in this situation and how to reposition. Alex trying to catch Leonard repositioning on his own and find his own reposition. New Pokemon in the match, Sneasler, no Ursaluna.
Wow, so the Sneasler comes in, and with this Grassy Terrain active, does get a chance to consume this Grassy Seed, but it only boosts up the defense. That's not going to help against this Golden Go, who has opted for an attack across the way. So will this Rillaboom actually be able to do enough that can really help to even up the score? With the Annihilate switching in here for the Mousehold, it's going to take this Grassy Glide, which actually does a pretty good amount of damage with the Shadow Ball in response. It's a nice damage trade for both of our players, but Sneasler actually gets taken to about half of its HP thanks to that Shadow Ball. Even a -1 from the Make It Rain from earlier.
Yeah, Sneasler loses but have its health, but maybe not too impactful, is probably going to go down to much of anything else. Anyway, you can see the idea maybe from Leonard is that I want to switch Annihilate in because I don't want to give up Mouse Hold yet, and I would like to take a Grassy Glide, but I can't risk that that gets called and, you know, Make It Rain or Shadow Ball hits into Annihilate, and so using the Shadow Ball of your own Golden Go is a way to cover for that. Because if Alex does anything other than use Shadow Ball into your Golden Go, then he's going to pay a high cost for it because the Shadow Ball went into that slot. Alex doesn't opt for any kind of damage with his own Golden Go, though, brings Sneasler in instead, and so another way that Annihilate finds its way on the field safely. Golden Go blasts through the turn safely, can now switch out into the back, get rid of that speed drop, get rid of that special attack drop, wait to fight in the future against Golden Go. Seems like a very strong last turn for Leonard.
Even better that you know that that Blood Moon or Saluna isn't waiting in the back. You can fire off these Rage Fists without any hesitation because there is no way for Alex to actually stop that unless you just outright KO this Annihilate. But it's starting to look, you already got one Rage Fist boost from the Grassy Glide from earlier, and this Mouse Hold comes in, gives over that Friend Guard just for a little bit, but even with the Terrestrialization, it's still gonna be tough. Annihilate is going to find a way to actually weave in this bulk up, so you get your own attack increase. You don't have to worry about that anymore, but the high horsepower to call it!
Oh my
and there's
God.
a knockout onto the Annihilate, but it was a critical hit! That defense boost otherwise would have saved this Annihilate from getting knocked out!
Man, it felt like Leonard was finding his avenue through this game. Bulk Up was going to reduce the high horsepower damage. Sneasler and Rillaboom weren't going to be able to do enough against the Terrifier Annihilate. It was going to have the natural speed advantage when Golden Go hit the field in the future. It felt like everything was set up for Annihilate to close out this match, but then the critical hit right through that defense boost, KOing Annihilate. You can see Leonard, he doesn't know where to go next. Such a massive swing, but this is not over. Golden Go and Dragonite have a chance to fight through this. You can get Scale Shot into either target. You can use speed advantage from Tailwind on Dragonite to KO these Pokemon, but you've got to reset. You've got to reset mentally and find that new path after the one that you thought you had was just ripped away from you with that critical hit.
Wow, brutal, 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 brutal. But at least for this Golden Go across from the Sneasler, you have just acrobatics as well as close combat. There is no throat chop. One of the more common moves we have seen on Sneasler that has been taken away on this particular set for Sword Stance setup. So maybe there is some hope for this Golden Go yet when it is going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Right.
Or one of the fastest things on the field outside of the Sneasler attacking it.
I don't think any KOs are threatened here. You know, Rillaboom could break multi-scale, Sneasler could swing into Dragonite, but that shouldn't be a KO. Acrobatics plus Grassy Glide is maybe at a little bit higher risk to KO Golden Go, but probably misses that one as well because the Terrestrialization might have to be spent to close that out. And so if you can get a Scale Shot off to get Dragonite moving quickly and use that Scale Shot to pick up a KO against either Rillaboom or Sneasler along with some combined damage from Golden Go, there is absolutely still a path for Leonard to win this because then you have Tailwind from Dragonite to make sure that your own Golden Go moves first. But it starts here. It starts with getting good targeting this turn. Alex protecting the Sneasler. That's not where the Scale Shot's going to pick up a KO.
No, but the Make It Rain at least helps a little bit with this Rillaboom, but that Assault Fest is so scary for this Golden Go to have to deal with. Despite all that, it's still able to chunk this Rillaboom pretty significantly. But with the recoil damage this Golden Go is also going to take, it's going to be really close here with the Scale Shot to follow up onto the Rillaboom. It needs 5 hits to be able to secure this knockout. 4 doesn't look like it's going to be enough, so Leonard knows this one has to hit, and it does! He gets the 5 hits, the Rillaboom goes down, and it's just the Sneasler!
Enormous, gets the targeting right, doesn't Scale Shot into the Sneasler that's protecting itself, gets the Make It Rain plus Scale Shot double up to take the KO into Rillaboom, and gets the 5 hits to lock in that KO. Now has the speed advantage. You know, Sneasler will still be the first thing to move, but with multi-scale intact, with only resisted damage into the Golden Go, it shouldn't be able to take a KO. That means that you can go for a Tailwind that would either move Dragonite up past Sneasler, or would move Golden Go up past the Golden Go on the other side. It feels like this is just a few moves away. You can Tailwind and Shadow Ball, close it out with a Scale Shot in the future. There's still lots of risks though. You can hit into multi-protects. You can miss Scale Shots. There are paths back for either side. What a stressful situation. Just a couple turns left in a game to decide who makes it into the finals of this regional championship. Emotions have to already be running so high after you have that devastating critical hit. One side all of a sudden has this moment of, I think I can win. One side has it ripped away, and now things are swinging back the other way so quickly.
Alex still has Terrestrialization, and it's going to be that Flying Terra on the Sneasler. Acrobatics will now be boosted, but I'm also taking a look at will the Sneasler actually be able to make it through any of these incoming attacks. But first up, Sneasler with this boosted acrobatics goes into the Dragonite and actually chips it down to about a third. But with the Dragonite using the Tailwind, this is going to allow Leonard to own Golden Go to get the outspeed, and with the next Make It Rain is hoping to get the knockout, but it's gonna be a miss on both the Sneasler and the Golden Go. You already dropped your special attack. You're gonna drop it again, so you're now down 2 stages. And with a Shadow Ball to respond here from Alex, it's a knockout into Leonard's Golden Go. The Dragonite has to close it out by itself, and it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Make It Rain targeting doesn't pick up either KO, and now Dragonite with only single targeting moves, it doesn't feel like there's a path back here. It seems like Life Orb Shadow Ball probably is enough damage into Dragonite, but that's the thing you probably have to aim for. But also, if you scale shot into a Protect, you immediately lose. You need 2 scale shots to close this out.
Well, 1 scale shot is going to be good right now for the Golden Go, and the Sneasler isn't going to Protect, so it actually just gets a chance to get some damage off here.
Yeah, that should be a KO. It's going to be the KO. He's making the prediction that the Sneasler would protect, but it did not protect. It's going to swing out with acrobatics. Now this is -2 defense Dragonite. No multi-scale. This is plenty of damage.
The Sneasler is just gonna make sure that it can get the final KO now, send Alex on to the finals to face off against Lorsy, because Dragonite's defense falls again. Even though it's gonna have the speed advantage on the next turn, the Sneasler has it now. And with the acrobatics into the Dragonite, Alex Aaron moves on to the finals.
Wow, what a tense match. It felt like Leonard had it. It felt like the Annihilate was going to be able to close it out, and then the devastating critical hit. And then it felt like he was finding the avenues back. He got the first targeting right, got the Rillaboom KO, but there were still more steps. The Make It Rain didn't pick up either KO, and then the next turn targeting didn't quite go right. The Sneasler gets the acrobatics off, closes out the game. What an intense, exciting set down to the last moment.
It's so tough because Leonard might be kicking himself a little bit. There was that opportunity towards the end of that game to just go for the Shadow Ball into the opposing Golden Go when you had already set up that speed. So that's a missed opportunity.
Definitely, probably didn't know where the Terastallization was going to go. The Golden Go could have Terastallized on that same turn and become a water type, then only neutral to Shadow Ball. Maybe didn't expect that that would mean enough damage to KO. And so instead it was the Sneasler going for the Terastallization, becoming a flying type and making it look like Shadow Ball was that perfect opportunity. But that's only in hindsight. You don't know where that Terastallization is happening.
Absolutely, and that's what makes that so difficult. We've seen a lot of players, especially in this regulation, you gotta get the targeting right, you gotta call the protects correctly, you gotta get your leads right. You also have these very slim margins of error in terms of all the other things that could potentially go wrong in a set like this. And once you had that critical hit happen, it really was sort of a, I have to figure out my plan C. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, and it was a strong plan C, right? It was a real competitive path back into the game that came down to the wire after, you could see the kind of devastation in Leonard's face, that emotion after taking the KO, takes the full time to just let his Pokemon, the timer expire, send his Pokemon out for him to try to figure out what is the plan now.
So close to that final match, but unfortunately, this is where Leonard Craft III's journey is going to end here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. But for Alex, he has another shot. Alex versus Lorsy will be a rematch, and what a hype one!
Yeah, we saw this match earlier on the broadcast. Both players running the same 6 Pokemon, the 6 Pokemon that are defining this moment in Regulation H. It feels only perfect that they end up against each other in the finals. In that match, we saw Alex consistently with the speed advantage, able to eke out a victory against Lorsy, but it was a close match. Went to 3 games. It's going to be exciting to see what the next 3 games of that set look like.
Well, we will find out in just a couple of moments. We're going to take a short break so we can get that grand finals ready. When we return, who will be the Milwaukee Regional Champion? Let's find out.
Welcome, trainers. I'm here with a very special guest, someone that a lot of people know in Pokemon. It is Necra. She's a VG caster, but has also casted some Pokemon GO tournaments as well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing because today I'm gonna hit level 50 in Pokemon GO, something I have been grinding for since they announced the new leveling rebalance that they're gonna have for trainers. And so like I've been on it. As soon as they announced it, I was like, okay, I'm level 48 now, but I will get there. We will make it.
Yeah. Well, and I know how much you had to get, right? But explain to people watching it how much you are aiming to get XP-wise every single day to reach this goal.
So when they announced the trainer level rebalancing, I was freshly level 48. So when you add all of that up, I think it's something like 55 million XP. And so divide that by 45 days I had to actually hit that October 15 deadline. I needed like 1.2 million XP a day in order to hit it. And we're getting there a little early, which I'm super happy about, so I don't have to start stressing about it anymore. But it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, well, and also in a short time too, right? Because you really grinded out. So ahead of schedule too. So Necra is a true gamer of sorts. Can you tell us about, why you play Pokemon GO for your daily activities and stuff? And there's also connection to VG as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love Pokemon GO because I just love collecting all of the Pokemon. There's so many things that you can do, like shinies. You also have all of the XXL and XXS Pokemon, so I think that's really fun to collect. But one of the main reasons why I like Pokemon GO is because I get all my VGC Pokemon from it. Since you can transfer your Pokemon you catch to home, I've had a bunch of like legendaries banked that I can utilize in some of those restricted formats. And so it's nice. I get to have the socialization aspect of playing Pokemon GO, but the additional benefit that I have all of these Pokemon I can now use in competitive.
Yeah, I love the crossover too, and I see a lot of VG players, TCG as well, playing Pokemon GO, on the go as well at these tournaments with so many spawns. And, it's great to see that it has benefit too to other games. I think we're pretty much ready though, right? You are just about to hit it, and you have some experience to claim right here, and we'll show it off to everyone at home so we can see this momentous occasion happen and have it all recorded.
Okay, see, I've saved some of this research from the XP celebration timed research. So we've got that. It should be 100K.
Oh, here we go.
And we're level 50!
That's incredible. And I know you have you get that level 50 jackets.
I really wanted the jacket, Caleb. That's what I really wanted.
I'm going to be checking your avatar after to see that you put it on, but I'm sure you will, and you'll be repping that level 50 well. You also have some really cool catches on your account and a recent hatch, right?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that you brought that up because in 9 years of playing this game, had never had a Shundo. And I finally got my first one, and I am so excited about it because not only is it pink, which is one of my favorite colors, but it's also the Toxel. It's an extra large Toxel. There's just so many things about it that I really love. And so we got our first Shundo in our journey to level 50.
Yeah, Necra has quite the collection. So for those Pokemon GO PvPers at home, quit slacking off. Necra's already catching a lot. You probably have a bigger Master League roster than some of these players. I know you have a Shadow 100% Mewtwo as well.
I do.
Which you're welcome to show a camera if you like. Why not?
Sure. I mean, this one is actually really special to me as well because it's one of the OG Mewtwo's. When it first released from Giovanni, very first Shadow Mewtwo I had ever caught. And so that's been really special for me to level. I've just leveled it up to level 50 as well. It took so much candy and Stardust. So that was one I was chasing to get all the way up to level 50.
Well, if you're grinding as much as you did to level 50, I'm sure you got a lot of Stardust and candies along the way. Congratulations on
so
level
much.
50. Super excited to see you hit it. You also caught a shiny Solosis Double XL with the background just now. And hey, that's what happens when you play the game a lot, right? It sure pays off.
It does. And I just want to thank everybody so much too. It's been amazing to see the community rally behind everybody that is determined to make this level 50 push. And all the friends that have opened gifts, like you guys are real ones, you guys are amazing. But really my favorite aspect of this really has been everybody supporting each other. So I've seen so many people hit level 50 on my friends list. And I love that there's that collective effort from everyone to make this final push. So wishing everybody else best of luck to hit level 50 before October 15th rolls around, and hopefully we can all do it.
And I love seeing your daily updates as well on how far you're going, and you are well ahead of the curve as well. So thank you so much for taking the time and showcasing, and congrats again to level 50. Maybe next time around, we'll do this again when you hit level 80.
Okay, but you're probably gonna beat me there first, so maybe I'll have to interview you when you hit level 80.
Okay, we'll make that happen. Well, thanks all for tuning in, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Grind to be a Pokemon master truly never stops, and while we've seen some incredible gameplay here in Milwaukee across the trading card game, across Pokemon GO, across the video game, I do want to take a moment to just congratulate Rose again on getting level 50. I have been honored to watch this grind from a local level, and she has literally been out there every single day walking 6 miles at least, so very well earned. Congratulations. Let's crown a VGC regional champion.
Let's crown a VGC regional champion. Although if I had known there was a bomber jacket involved, I may have also gone for level 50. So we'll see. But we have a finals to get to. It is going to be Josh Lorsy versus Alex Aaron in our finals. I am so stoked about this final. Actually, a rematch of our 11th round of the Swiss tournament that we did see earlier on stream, where Alex beat Joshua, but it did go to all 3 games and was an incredibly close set. And I am so excited to see what these players bring now that we are on game 4 of this set.
Not only was it an incredibly close set, I think all the information to be had about these teams was discovered. We saw how the Incineroar matchup, we saw how the Ursaluna Blood Moon matchup, and we can see how their accomplishments match up here on screen now as well. Joshua Lorsy, a longtime player, had some amazing words in his interview earlier, just has had these great accomplishments, but still has not gotten that regional win. And Alex on the other side of the field, always top 4, did break the curse, but
not anymore.
Still 1 win away from that champion title.
Absolutely, an incredible matchup here. I'm so excited to see players like Alex and Josh, who have been around for a long time, still competing at the highest level. And of course, both of these players proved why they deserve to be here throughout all of their matches. And you know, let's take a look at these teams, because they're pretty familiar. If you haven't been paying attention to this tournament over the course of the week, we had a lot of really cool rogue Pokemon, and then the top 6 Pokemon are on both teams.
And that's just how it goes sometimes, because when the Pokemon are good, you are going to see them bubble to the top. Now, the thing about Lorsy's team is that he has all of these unique angles that only he brought to this tournament. I think most notably is going to be the Terra Ground on the Alolan Ninetales alongside of the Terra Blast, and opting to go for Aurora Veil over Icy Wind. Now, we didn't really see that come into play too much throughout his tournament run. I think the Blizzard on its own is enough of a threat for that Pokemon. But in this mirror, given how he tried to use that Terrassalization in Game 3 against Alex, that could be something he tries to fall back on. Didn't quite work out in that situation, but he might have been able to identify what he needed for it to succeed in the downtime since that match.
Well, and here is the 6 from Alex Aaron. This is the much more, let's say, traditional take on these 6 Pokemon, as seen in winning the Frankfurt Regional Championships. So now we have at least these 6 Pokemon will have taken 2 regional championships at the start of this season, out of, I think we've played 5, including Belo Horizonte that just finished earlier today.
Emmanuel Briganti really leaving his mark on the Regulation H metagame, and you can see why. There's options to boost up your attack, your special attack. You can force switches with Encore, with Yawn. 2 fake out users, Rillaboom and Incineroar, best friends for life. Being able to switch between those 2 Pokemon has some great synergy that we've seen time and time again throughout the video game championships history. And of course, 2 powerful special attackers. There's really nothing popular in the format right now that can stop the power of special attack. Assault Vest Rillaboom can sort of help, you know, maybe if you have a super bulky Ursaluna, that can sort of help. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be Alex piloting these very powerful Pokemon, choosing how he wants to do speed control, and just finding those opportunities for those attacks that are going to decide this match.
Absolutely. A couple other changes on these 6 Pokemon. Alex is going with the safety goggles on Incineroar versus Lorsy, who has the Citrus Berry. So that could come into play, as this Incineroar essentially does not have an item on Alex's side for this matchup. But it is going to be double Incineroar on the field, but different special attackers for both players. Lorsy has decided to lead with the Golden Go, matching up against the Ursaluna.
And we know both from the Intimidate interaction we just saw and from previously on stream that Alex's Incineroar will consistently be faster than Joshua's own Incineroar. So if we do see a trade of fake outs here, it's gonna be the Incineroar on Lorsy's side of the field that will flinch. That being said, with the Golden Go next to it, you have to wonder if Lorsy's tempted to go for some damage from a make-it range, to try and get a nasty plot up in this position. We've seen Ursaluna do a decent amount of damage in this spot, but it's not going to be that Life Orb variant. It is not going to be fully offensive. And as a result, if Golden Go can sneak a nasty plot in, that's going to be a great opportunity for it.
Yeah, and the speed of the Incineroar on Alex's side is really putting a lot of pressure on Joshua here, because the Incineroar can't fake out safely. Josh knows that he would be losing the fake out wars, which means that the Incineroar has plenty of opportunity to go on the offense against the Golden Go, and also the Ursaluna Blood Moon feels totally safe. So Lorsy has to protect the Golden Go here, switches in the Rillaboom to reset fake out pressure, as Incineroar does go straight on the offense, trying to knock off the item from that Golden Go, remove the Life Orb, deal a lot of damage, but instead, no damage, and a repositioning from Joshua Lorsy gets the Rillaboom out on the field, fake out pressure, and no intimidates.
Which is great for that Rillaboom, as it is staring down its ideal target in the form of that Ursaluna Blood Moon on Alex's side of the field. It could opt to Terrastalize here, and that electric type Terrastalization is pretty tempting. It's going to allow it to stick around for a bit longer, could try to set up a Yawn onto the Rillaboom and force it off the field, could just throw a Blood Moon out to deal some really good damage, but then you're taking away the possible Terrastalization from your own Golden Go if you brought it. So that's a big cost to play.
Absolutely, and that is a huge decision that these players are going to have to make every single turn. There is the Ursaluna retreating, bringing out the Rillaboom instead. So Alex has also brought the Rillaboom alongside the Incineroar so that he can reset fake out pressure. But here it is. Joshua Lorsy has gone for the Terrastalization on Golden Go. That is the Water Terra type. The Incineroar on Alex's side has done enough to frighten the Golden Go for Lorsy to force a Terrastalization, and on the switch in, catches the Rillaboom that once was an Ursaluna. Would have done nothing if the Ursaluna had stayed in, but instead, a Shadow Ball plus a Wood Hammer almost picks up the KO on its own there.
That is some key damage, especially given that the Golden Go is now weak to that Rillaboom.
Yeah, that Pokemon is now enemy #1 for Joshua Lorsy's Golden Go, and it took so much damage on the switch in.
Parting Shot, though, on Alex's side of the field will allow him to pivot. This could be a great opportunity for him to reveal his final Pokemon, and he does. It's his own Golden Go.
It's his own Golden Go, but even because of the Terrastalization, Lorsy matches up quite well against it. And as we see, there is no speed control available for Alex, so it's all going to come down to how these Pokemon were trained. And this Terrastalization, if Lorsy can protect Golden Go until Rillaboom gets off the field, this Pokemon is looking really golden.
So we do know from previous matches that Alex's Rillaboom will be faster than Lorsy's Rillaboom, but we also know that Lorsy still has the Incineroar around, can still trade fake outs, can still trade some Intimidates, so it's not like you have to make that big play right now. You can afford to play it a little bit safer. You just have to hope that you don't catch your opponent with a nasty plot.
Oh, the Golden Go, the Shadow Ball, and the Grassy Glide, the double up into Golden Go. That is going to knock out Joshua's Water Terra type Golden Go. Went for an aggressive play, trying to deal even more damage, hoping that Alex would try to predict that Joshua would be a little bit more defensive. Instead, Golden Go goes down for Josh, but the high horsepower will deal significant damage to the Golden Go in return. And now Alex does have a Pokemon advantage, but a lot of these Pokemon are extremely weak. And the final Pokemon in the back we see is the Sneasler for Joshua Lorsy. So setting up a world where that Sneasler can be the offensive threat that closes out this game instead of the Golden Go.
As we've seen from this team in other formations, the Sneasler has access to close combat and acrobatics, and you really want the Golden Go on the opposing side of the field to be below half of its health to feel comfortable about that acrobatics knockout. And that's something that I think the Incineroar and the Rillaboom can be very comfortable as a navigating to that point. You just have to time these turns very well.
Well, Incineroar switching in for Alex, going to bring the Intimidate down onto both the Rillaboom and the Incineroar for Joshua Lorsy, but Rillaboom will also switch out right now.
It will, and given the opportunity to pivot here into the Sneasler while the terrain is still active, Grassy Seed will be consumed. We will see a defense boost, and the Unburden will activate, making the Sneasler the fastest Pokemon on the field, and Alex, without his own Sneasler, will be susceptible to that.
Absolutely, the Sneasler, absolutely the fastest thing on the field, and Lorsy making an incredible play there to get the Incineroar on the switch in with that parting shot. So this Sneasler got in without being intimidated, and now the Incineroar on Alex's side just got parting shotted, and Rillaboom gets to come in and threaten more fake out pressure.
The really nice thing about this position for Lorsy is that if the Incineroar wants to use the Intimidate, once again, it has to switch out, and you're looking at damage into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is one of your key pieces of damage at this point, or into your Rillaboom, which honestly, you kind of want that fake out pressure for another turn. You can't necessarily make that switch comfortably because Sneasler could decide to throw close combat into that spot, could just go for acrobatics to do some nice chip to that Incineroar and follow it up with a high horsepower. Lorsy has a lot of options here, and I think Alex did a great job a couple of turns ago reading like that defensive play and going full on the offense, but I think now he has to start playing a bit more defensively. He needs to find the opportunity to catch this Sneasler sort of by surprise, and I mean with this Swords Dance now could find an opportunity here.
Well, Sneasler will go for the Swords Dance there and boost up its attack. Golden Go will match by Nasty Plotting to boost its special attack, but the high horsepower coming out from Rillaboom, that's a KO all on its own. No Intimidate on that Rillaboom, super effective damage. The Nasty Plot, was it worth it? No, it just goes right down. Incineroar tries to get this Sneasler under control with the parting shot, meaning that it will be able to go back to Alex and can come back once again to Intimidate once more and remove those Swords Dance boosts. That was a huge piece that Alex lost in order to get the Sneasler under control.
But is it under control? It's still going to be the fastest thing on the field. You're still going to be able to protect any threat of fake out, and a close combat into the Ursaluna will still hurt, even if it does terrastalize into that electric typing. The Sneasler just has to hang out for a bit. You have to feel out how Alex is going to approach this turn. Certainly you have to worry about your Rillaboom's position at this point in time. It can't necessarily protect, which means it might be taking a lot of damage here if Alex decides to double into it, but Sneasler really is your key piece. As long as you keep it safe for another turn, you can go on the offense with it in the next turn.
Yeah, Sneasler needs to stay healthy here, but also Lorsy needs to get some damage down onto this Ursaluna. Without the Golden Go in the back, the Ursaluna is potentially able to start dealing some big damage. Even though it is defensive, having access to Blood Moon means that it's still going to be able to punch holes through the team no matter what. Plus, that ground typing from Earth Power is going to deal significant damage to both Sneasler and Incineroar. Lorsy, though, will just protect Sneasler on this turn, afraid of a fake out coming out from the Incineroar, but there's no fake out, instead a Wood Hammer from Rillaboom. After the Intimidate coming down from Alex's Incineroar only does a little bit of damage, and Alex is just pivoting. He is dancing all over the place with this Incineroar. In, out, switching right back out again and bringing in his own Rillaboom.
And this is how you play Incineroar and Rillaboom when your back is against the wall, and when you know your opponent's final pieces are those physical attackers. Even if you are taking a little bit of chip damage on all of these switches, one, you're going to be forcing your opponent to switch around a little bit more, but I think more importantly, you are giving this Ursaluna opportunities to weave in attacks in the meantime. now that the Rillaboom is back out on the field, yes, grassy terrain is here and those wood hammers will be a little bit more powerful, and certainly you're healing up your opponent's Pokemon alongside your own, but you have access to Fake Out again. The Sneasler did just protect. It can't protect a second time. And if you catch the Incineroar on a possible switch here, that's going to be another big chunk of damage to give you that much more momentum back. Rillaboom and Incineroar are just so comfortable switching in and out and in and out, and there's really nothing that Lorsy can do to sort of match that momentum, given that Sneasler just isn't as comfortable on the field as Ursaluna is.
Absolutely. The one saving grace for Lorsy is that Incineroar is still extremely healthy and has its Citrus Berry, so it should be able to tank at least one Earth Power or Blood Moon, eat the Citrus Berry, and start recovering up just a little bit. But Alex, making the call, realizes that Sneasler absolutely doesn't feel safe here, will switch out and instead deals the damage to the Rillaboom with the Fake Out, preventing it from firing out a Wood Hammer. Incineroar, like I mentioned, is going to tank that Earth Power and eat the Citrus Berry, but that was only the one-time deal. Now, Lorsy has to find a way to make something happen.
So looking at the tools available to you, Fake Out, back on the table. That Intimidate into the Rillaboom is pretty nice to have, but that's not going to help you slow down this Ursaluna Blood Moon. And unfortunately, your high horsepower on your own Rillaboom, after all those Intimidates, those are still active on that Pokemon. That's not going to be enough horsepower to really get that knockout. You want to try and switch the Sneasler in, but what if your opponent predicts that? And even if they don't, getting any chip damage on that Pokemon means a potential Grassy Glide in the future could just take it out. And you also lost your Unburdened speed boost too, which is not the best position to be in.
Yeah, the speed boost is not that big of a deal because just naturally Sneasler is going to be super powerful or super speedy in this situation, but losing the Grassy Seed boost is definitely going to be a big deal here, meaning that it can take significant damage from the Rillaboom's high horsepower. But there are plenty of options here for negating some of that. Sneasler comes out in favor of the Rillaboom as the Intimidate comes through from Alex's Incineroar on the switch-in, and calling that this is probably going to be a little bit of a passive turn, that Ursaluna is almost fully back up to full after all of these turns of leftovers and grassy terrain. Josh goes for the Fake Out there to prevent it from doing anything, but the real goal was just to get that Sneasler in safely, and he has done that, although Incineroar still threatens Fake Out pressure. I don't think there's been a turn that Fake Out hasn't been threatened against Lorsy.
It really hasn't, and I'm so glad you mentioned that because I think these trainers are honestly avoiding it. We saw Fake Out go into the Protect that turn. I think that was one of the first time we've really seen it in this match try to accomplish something meaningful. We saw it flinch a couple of turns ago as well, but really, if Alex doesn't go for it this turn and Lorsy relies on that read like he did, you can catch your opponent off guard with a one-hit knockout onto their Incineroar, force their final two Pokemon onto the field, and suddenly you're so much more comfortable in this endgame.
And this is what you need to do against these balanced teams. You have to find a way to break that core, but in exchange, the Earth Power from Ursaluna, because of those special defense drops, will pick up that one-hit KO as well. So now you have Rillaboom, you have Incineroar as the final Pokemon for Lorsy, and you have the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna for Alex.
The Incineroar here does come back out onto the field, will be able to intimidate the opposing Rillaboom, but at the end of the day, target number one is going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Those high horsepowers are nice, but you really want to stop that Pokemon. You have to find a way to get enough damage for it to stick. You have your own high horsepower, but you've also been intimidated. How much is it going to do, and when are you going to find the opportunity to even hit it when you're flinched?
Well, this is the silliest play I think I've seen in a long time. Lorsy locking in double Fake Out from both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. Just to confirm, I will make this Ursaluna flinch no matter what you do, Alex. And there it is. Flinches out, Fake Outs are gone for the rest of the game, and now it is a true 2v2.
I actually honestly love that play, though, because that's what you need. You need the Ursaluna to lose as many turns as possible. And if you don't want to make a read, and you don't have to make a read, you might as well just go with the guaranteed option, as long as you're comfortable assuming your opponent will go for Fake Out on their own Rillaboom. We are in essentially the same spot we were in the previous turn in terms of how threatening the Ursaluna is. With the removal of the grassy terrain, that means recovery is also gone for these Pokemon, so this damage is going to start to stick.
The high horsepowers are landing on the Incineroar, on the Ursaluna. The Earth Power is landing on the Incineroar, so Lorsy loses a Pokemon first. Incineroar goes down, and now it is just the Rillaboom for Lorsy up against the Ursaluna and the Rillaboom. Because the Ursaluna is faster than Lorsy's Incineroar, not able to get any damage off onto either Pokemon using the Incineroar, and that puts Rillaboom in a really nasty spot.
Ursaluna free to protect, to utilize that leftovers to get its health slowly back up. But these Wood Hammers,
they're not nothing.
they're not nothing for sure. The critical hit does help, but if Lorsy is able to get this down to a Rillaboom versus Rillaboom situation, as of this moment in time, he does have the health advantage.
Crucially, this Ursaluna continues to recover with its leftovers. It's going to be very close if a high horsepower will be enough. If Ursaluna can swing against this Rillaboom, that's it for Lorsy. We're going to game 2. If it does not, then Lorsy may be able to take this one home in the 1v1 with the Rillabooms. There's the high horsepower, connects onto Ursaluna, not enough damage! 1 hit point remaining on the Ursaluna, and the yawn just to lock it up.
That's a very smart call there from Alex, realizing that if you're worried about losing your Ursaluna, you can always protect the following turn. This Rillaboom is gonna have to go to sleep.
The Rillaboom will have to go to sleep. The Ursaluna protects itself, knows that it will be safe for the rest of this game. The Woodhammer comes through from Alex, dealing a little bit of damage to the Rillaboom. We know that that is a faster Rillaboom than Lorsy's. Would have gotten the KO with its own Woodhammer, but that 1 hit point on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Jan's going to come through in a Blood Moon. Just clean this up and give Alex Aaron a game advantage heading into our game 2 and 1 win away from becoming a regional champion.
And just to talk about how close this match was, it's only the fact that this is the guaranteed turn of sleep that locks in the win for Lorsy. Had this Rillaboom gone to sleep a turn earlier, we'd be talking about, well, it could wake up here, but it is unable to. The Blood Moon will take that KO, and Alex Aran, just like you said, 1 win closer to that coveted regional champion title.
Now, Gabby, we said this was going to be a close set. I don't know that it gets any closer than that 1 pixel of health that Ursaluna had at the end there to win that match for Alex. So obviously, both of these players feeling very comfortable in this matchup. Both of these players obviously taking each other to the absolute limit. What is there to adjust? Is it just go through and continue to play your game the way you want to play it?
Well, I think it's really interesting that Alex chose the Ursaluna as the special attacker of choice, and Lorsy chose the Golden Go, and also we saw the Sneasler for Lorsy where it was not present for Alex. You know, I think this goes to show just how they personally feel comfortable with these two teams. I do wonder if there's a world where Alex maybe adjusts and decides to leave the Ursaluna behind in favor of his own Sneasler, just seeing how that game went. But at the end of the day, I think that you have to rely on what you feel comfortable with in these balance mirrors, because you're not playing the team. You're not playing that, I know this Pokemon will always do this to this Pokemon. You're playing the player. And if you can rely on your muscle memory, on the plays that you know and you're comfortable with, to give yourself the advantage and to know when you need to push and when you need to protect, being comfortable there, that's what makes you a regional champion.
Absolutely, and Alex is 1 win away from getting that title for himself. Lorsy needs to win this second game to force a game 3 and keep his tournament alive here in Milwaukee. We are headed into game number 2. Both of our competitors hungry, they are eager, they want this for themselves. Incineroar is both on the field, but this time it's Golden Go and Ninetales coming out from Lorsy.
This Alolan Ninetales already has a couple of different options to mix things up. You do have to worry about the fake out this first turn, of course, but after that, there's the Terra Ground that can do some good damage to Golden Go or the Incineroar, but there's also Aurora Veil. There's no opportunity to change this weather, and knowing that you're going to have both a Light Screen and a Reflect Up for the next 5 turns, that could change this matchup a lot.
Absolutely. You mentioned earlier that there are very few ways to reduce reduce special type damage. One of them is Aurora Veil. So
Exactly.
Lorsy has that option here if he can protect the Ninetales and the Incineroar, get an attack off.
But if that's what Alex is anticipating, if you know that your special attacks are going to be weakened, you can always Nasty Plot to offset it. And one thing that I've seen from the Incineroar Golden Goal lead time and time again is when you feel safe, Fake Out plus Nasty Plot is always one way to start off your game right.
That is one way to start your game off right. Another is to go ahead and use your Rogue Terra. Terra, Ground, Ninetales on the field for Lorsy. Goes ahead and immediately uses the Terra. Fake Out will connect on the Incineroar, not the Ninetales. Terra Blast connects onto the Golden Go. There was no Protect. There was no Terrestrialization. Super effective damage, more than 50%, just as we saw in Game 3, and that punishes the Nasty Plot here. Golden Go is no longer safe. It cannot feel like it is going to be able to just fire off Make It Rains. It has to be afraid of this Terra Ground Ninetales.
Lorsy making a very aggressive call there. Doesn't even go for his own Fake Out, just knows Incineroar is slower. I can't protect Alolan Ninetales. I need to get this damage down on Golden Go as soon as possible. With no speed control on the board for Alex, he can now threaten a knockout with that Terra Blast into the Golden Go. You can also just threaten to do half damage to that Incineroar potentially with that attack. This Golden Go, yes, it got the Nasty Plot off and it could protect and try and find an opening. As long as the Ninetales is able to stick around, which it can if it only takes one attack this turn, it can still threaten that damage the following turn.
Yep, there's the Protect from Golden Go. It will protect itself from the Terra Blast, but like you mentioned, with that Focus Sash, Ninetales is still going to be around here for the next one. And here is the speed interactions on the Incineroar, making a huge difference. Alex goes for the Parting Shot. It will connect with Incineroar on Lorsy's side first, which means that Alex gets to switch in a new Pokemon here, and if Lorsy went for that Parting Shot himself, that means that he now gets to have the advantage by going for the Parting Shot into this Rillaboom now.
The way you train your Incineroar is such a contentious topic in the VGC scene. I think that there's a lot of ways that you can benefit from a speedy Incineroar, but when you're in this mirror, knowing that your Parting Shot goes second, you don't take any drops from your attack, and more importantly, you can punish what your opponent sends in. And when you know it's probably going to be a Rillaboom, another physical attacker, it's like you intimidated it. You're able to get in your own Golden Go now. You don't have to worry about those high horsepowers necessarily adding up, and honestly, you don't necessarily have to worry about the Ninetales getting KO'd either, because as long as you, again, protect this turn, make sure you don't flinch, make sure nothing weird happens, we'll be able to threaten that knockout in the following turn.
Yeah, and this Rillaboom now is at -1 attack. It's going to be threatened by another Incineroar switch in to reduce it even further, which means that even though this Ninetales is weak to the Grass-type attacks from Rillaboom, it's not going to be taking as much damage as you might expect. Of course, the Focus Sash is still going to keep it around anyway, but this is really going to start adding up, especially for the other Pokemon that Lorsy has brought.
There is something to be said about the grassy terrain recovery onto the Golden Go. You have to wonder at what point will the Terra Blast not do enough to pick up that KO, as we did see it do roughly over 50-ish. But that being said, as long as Lorsy's confident in that damage roll, you really do want the double Intimidate on the Rillaboom. That's such a key play.
Oh, well, Rillaboom will switch out again, so resetting the attack drop so that Alex can bring back in his own Incineroar. Going to get the Intimidate down onto Lorsy's Incin, but now the Fake Out pressure is here once again. We're in a very similar position, and it's going to be the Terra coming out from Golden Go. By switching out the Rillaboom, Golden Go is forced to go for the Terrestrialization here.
It's the only way to keep the Golden Go safe, but now it's just susceptible to a Grassy Glide. You're taking one weakness from the Alolan Ninetales and just substituting it for another, and honestly, probably a bit of a more comfortable Pokemon to have a weakness from.
Absolutely. And the Protect here means that there will be no damage onto the Ninetales, and this Shadow Ball with the Nasty Plot boost deals good damage to the Incineroar. I believe that is just enough, 1 hit point, to activate the Citrus Berry there for Lorsy to actually regain most of that health right back.
So now this Alolan Ninetales, it did force the terrestrialization, which I think is a really great spot for Lorsy. Knowing that nothing else can terrestrialize really allows you to start planning out your end game. But unfortunately, it does mean that you have to think about, well, what does Ninetales do now?
Right.
Blizzard is not going to be very great against Incineroar and Golden Go. Fishing for freezes in this board position, don't do it. You really want to try and find an opportunity to get the Aurora Veil up at this point before you're KO'd. Now, Fake Out plus an attack from Golden Go should be able to pick up the KO on the Ninetales, even though it's not weak to Make It Rain anymore. We still have those special attack boosts in play. So it's really just a matter of calling, did he Fake Out or not? And we know he didn't.
Yeah, Alex has switched in the Rillaboom again, so continuing that revolving door. Rillaboom now out on the field. Golden Go will now protect itself from the Fake Out. By forcing that terrestrialization, this Golden Go is no longer immune to Fake Out, and we have seen just how important maintaining that Fake Out pressure has been for both of these players. Now, of course, no damage will come across over the course of this turn. Golden Go continues to get a little bit more healthy every turn that goes by because of that grassy terrain, but Lorsy still has a pretty decent position. All of his Pokemon are still very healthy.
You do have to wonder, though, at which point does Alex find an opening? Because there is so much switching here. The big difference on the field is that Golden Go can do one attack to significantly change things. Whereas Lorsy, like, yeah, Blizzard into Rillaboom, that'd be great. Does not have the same, I think, fear that a Make It Rain has on the field at this point in time. So
let's not forget that there's still a nasty plot on that Golden Go.
Exactly. So you do have to wonder, just when does the Make It Rain happen, and just how much will it do? Because that's not enough for the KO.
Not enough. Not with the terrestrialization. The Make It Rain connects onto Ninetales. It goes down to its Focus Sash. And Incineroar takes a decent amount of damage as well. That means that now this Rillaboom will get a shot at it, and even the Life Orb recoil is not enough to knock out the Golden Go, and the high horsepower connecting on Incineroar will mean that Alex takes the first KO here. But a lot of damage dealt to that Golden Go may just have been worth it.
Those turns of grassy terrain recovery, that was the difference there between the Golden Go being able to hang on, not just through the attack, but through the Life Orb recoil as well, versus being knocked out from a Terra Blast, despite the fact that it terrestrialized by itself. Still in a precarious spot now, but being able to remove the Incineroar, that was the pivot that Lorsy had. You can't pivot Golden Go and Rillaboom. It just doesn't have the same synergy that the Incineroar and Rillaboom have. And Alex, on the other hand, more than comfortable to make those switches again and again to weaken Lorsy's own Rillaboom. We could be seeing a board state very soon where Lorsy is down to his final 2 Pokemon. Since that Ninetales is already so low, Alex is just slowly stepping closer and closer to that regional win.
Yeah, and another really important thing just happened on that turn, which is that the snow ended. Blizzards are no longer guaranteed, and that could be a huge deal. Rillaboom, though, actually threatening a KO and a Fake Out, instead switches for Incineroar. Alex is not going for these big swings when they are being offered to him by Lorsy. Instead, Incineroar trying to pivot. Intimidate goes down onto the Rillaboom, and to protect from Golden Go, Ninetales gets to swing here, and it gets to survive another turn. The Terra Blast. It's attacking directly at the Incineroar. The ground opens up, and Incineroar takes massive damage. Not quite enough to pick up a one-hit KO, but a two-hit KO with the high horsepower. Lorsy is not ready to go home. He wants a third game, and he is playing like it.
What an incredible read there from Lorsy, recognizing, hey, you knocked my Incineroar out in 2 hits. I can do that too.
Anything you can do.
I can do better. Lorsy can do it better, at least. But no, now we do get the reveal of Alex's final Pokemon in that Ursaluna. Once again, that special attacker taking the field. It is going to be slower than the Ninetales, though. And how can you slow down the special attack? Aurora Veil. I do think that this is an opportunity to try and switch that Ninetales out. Maybe hope that Golden Go doesn't take a Blood Moon on the way in, because why would you waste your Blood Moon on a Pokemon with such low
19 health?
Exactly.
Yeah.
As long as you think that the opponent's Golden Go won't Shadow Ball your Ninetales for some reason, I think you try to make that switch, get the snow back up, and just hope that 1, Blizzard lands against the Ursaluna that can't terrestrialize, and 2, if you need it, Aurora Veil.
There's a lot that's going on here.
We need snow.
we need grassy terrain. Grassy terrain also just ending. Golden Go goes for a double protect. Does not get it. It will fail. The Terra Blast from Ninetales. It will connect on the Golden Go. That Pokemon has finally gone down. It is just the Ursaluna and the Rillaboom in the back remaining for Alex to try and take out 3 remaining Pokemon from Lorsy. And crucially, there is no defensive Terra available for the Ursaluna, which means it has to take the full force of this super effective Wood Hammer. Not quite enough to pick up the one-hit KO, but that is a lot of damage back. And finally Ninetales goes down to an Earth Power.
Unfortunately for Lorsy, the lack of the grassy terrain there did weaken the power of that Wood Hammer, which could have contributed to the fact that Ursaluna was able to hold on there. That being said, though, I think trading your Ninetales for the Golden Go there, that was a fantastic trade. You can now get your own Golden Go on the field.
Full health.
Full health. Able to maneuver around this board state pretty comfortably because Ursaluna already at pretty low health. Grassy terrain is back up on the field, so if you are worrying a little bit about that Pokemon in particular, you can threaten it with the Wood Hammer again, you can threaten it with Grassy Glide. Really, Alex is helping you out, resetting the terrain for you.
Absolutely, and Ursaluna is forced to protect here because it has no options. Lorsy can KO it with Grassy Glide. Lorsy can KO it with Make It Rain. It's not going to do anything because it's just going to be protecting. Rillaboom, though, is taking big damage from this unboosted Make It Rain. Those special attack drops will start adding up, but at this point, Rillaboom needs much more damage than that in order to break the Golden Go. Here comes the Wood Hammer from Lorsy's Rillaboom. Almost enough to pick up the KO there, and this is it. Lorsy is forcing a Game 3. Both of these players, for the first time ever, are 1 game away from winning a regional championship.
What an incredible way to claw his way back into the matchup. You know, when the Incineroar went down, I was nervous because these trainers, if you watch back how they've been playing this set, there's been so much switching.
They love their Incineroar.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but this is honestly the return of the revolving door of Pokemon, and I just had to call it out. And at the end of the day, if you lose your pivots, if you lose the switch, that just changes how you play. But Lorsy made a great adjustment. You know, Alex is trying to play to his outs, the double protect, the Grassy Glide, but unfortunately, this Golden Go, I think, able to clear up the set.
Yeah, the Make It Rain connects onto both. Ursaluna actually hangs on there a little bit. That could have gotten a little bit spooky if Alex had not gone for the double protect there, but instead, Joshua Lorsy is going to be able to clean this one up. Force Game 3, and Lorsy is looking really good. This was another really close matchup, and I am so excited for this 3rd game.
I am so excited as well. I do have to wonder if we're going to see a protect again from the Ursaluna to give Alex a little more thinking time. You know, after the protect fails, you are guaranteed for it to succeed.
Yep.
And you know, I respect it. You have to take every single second afforded to you in these tough situations, especially when you are trying to think about, how do I stop my opponent's pivoting? How do I get that one step ahead? He was able to find the opportunity to knock out that Incineroar, but his own Incineroar followed very quickly after.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big deal for Alex to think about this. This was the power of that Terra Ground Ninetales, able to deal super effective damage to both the Incineroar and Golden Go on the leads, and eventually forcing the terastallization. And when Golden Go had to terastallize into the water typing, that was probably the moment that Alex lost control of the game, because he no longer had the defensive pivots that he needed to keep up with Lorsy's defensive pivots.
Exactly, and I do think that thinking back to how their first best-of-3 set, knowing that the final adjustment was that Terra Ground terastallization on the Alolan Ninetales, I think that's how Lorsy solves this matchup at the end of the day. It provides a lot of pressure with the Terra Blast, targeting the Golden Go, targeting the Incineroar, really targeting a lot of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. Blizzard as well, very scary, but then you also have the Aurora Veil as well if you feel like playing it a little bit slower, and I do think that Alex has to be prepared for that moving forwards. That being said, he did win the first best-of-3 set against the Terra Ground Alolan Ninetales, and if he's able to think back to how he approached that situation and do that once again, assuming we don't see another adjustment from Lorsy, that could be his ticket to be regional champion.
Yeah, well, both players are looking for the magic sauce that will make them into a regional champion, and it's all going to come down to this final game. An entire weekend's worth of Pokemon battling for both of these players. 12 rounds of Swiss, both of them coming up through the play-in rounds as well in the top cut. This is what it has all come down to. One game for the entire title of regional champion.
And we're going to see those leads, and it's actually the Incineroar and the Ursaluna out for Alex, and the Golden Go and the Incineroar out for Lorsy. So returning to a very tried and true combination. I love to see that the Golden Go and the Ursaluna are staring up against each other, but I think this just means that their defensive tears are aligned.
Yeah, I believe this just brings us back to game one here.
Exactly.
Especially since we see the Sneasler in the back for Lorsy as well. So both of these players going back to game one. Of course, Alex was able to win that, but had the slimmest of margins I have ever seen. Like, that wasn't a focus sash. That was just an actual 1 HP roll.
And you have to wonder what Lorsy was thinking about to go back to this strategy, given how close that was. There must have been a key moment looking back that he realized, if I just change this thing, all of a sudden that close margin becomes something a lot more comfortable. You can change with Pokemon you terrestrialize. Maybe you try and go for a parting shot here instead of a fake out, knowing that you're going to be slower. There are a lot of options here, as this is only the first turn, and there is the water defensive terrestrialization.
Both games in which players used their defensive terrestrialization on Golden Go, they both lost those games. However, Lorsy is using this to buy time for a nasty plot here, while the Fake Out connects onto the Ursaluna so that it can remove its pressure from either a Blood Moon or an Earth Power. Now, the Life Orb has been knocked off now, so there is a significant decrease to the amount of power that this Golden Go has, but the nasty plot should help make up for that.
And not only that, you're not taking recoil damage anymore, which if we do get to a situation where this Golden Go just kind of hangs out on the field, which we've seen the water terrestrialization Golden Go do on Alex's side of the field with grassy terrain up, you could get some recovery there. That being said, that is still a Pokemon that is threatened by those big attacks from the Ursaluna, and anticipating a switch, oh no!
Went for the hard read and unfortunately does not get it. That is a Shadow Ball into the Ursaluna. No switch, no terrestrialization, just an immunity to the ghost typing. And now Alex gets the parting shot into Josh's Incineroar and reposition. With that water Terra type, Rillaboom is a safe and easy switch in here to threaten both Fake Out and huge damage onto that Golden Go. That was a big swing, and unfortunately a big whiff onto the Ursaluna, and this Blood Moon, it's going to punish the Golden Go with a KO.
That was such a tough turn, but Alex made the most of it. Being able to keep that Pokemon confidently on the field in front of a +2 Golden Go, and not only that, return a knockout into it with a Blood Moon, that just puts him one step ahead. Yes, you do have to worry about the parting shot onto your own Rillaboom now, but it is going to come down to those special Pokemon attackers on how he's been approaching this matchup time and time again. And as long as you're able to support your Ursaluna to buy it time, to use Fake Out, to use priority attacks, to open up opportunities for it, you are inching closer and closer to that championship title.
Alex can taste it after that turn, getting a KO on a massive special attacker from Lorsy's side and maintaining positional advantage. Sneasler now is going to try and make something happen for Lorsy. The Incineroar, of course, parting shotted the Rillaboom on the switch-in, so reducing the power of that Pokemon from its physical side and being able to switch right back in for another Intimidate onto Rillaboom and threaten Fake Out pressure onto the Ursaluna.
But which Pokemon do you send in now? The Rillaboom would force a terrestrialization on the Ursaluna, certainly, if the Sneasler alone didn't do it. But then you do have to worry about the Incineroar coming in from your opponent. You don't necessarily have a comfortable pivot there like you would with a parting shot. And you know that your Rillaboom is going to be slower as well, as we've already seen. This Ursaluna, yes, it maybe has to protect this turn, but if you protect, then Blood Moon is available again, and that's a great move to have. Alex is in the driver's seat right now. now, and Lorsy has to make up for that Shadow Ball.
Yet one thing that I have been noticing about how Alex has been playing is that he is regularly pivoting the Incineroar and the Rillaboom instead of going on the offense. But now, here we are in Game 3, the decider of the entire tournament, and there are no switches, no repivots. Instead, the defensive terrestrialization from the Ursaluna. Fake Out will connect onto the Rillaboom, not onto the Sneasler, which will be able to fire off a close combat into Ursaluna. As before, deals about 50% damage, which Ursaluna will be able to heal back up with the leftovers and the grassy terrain recovery. This Earth Power is a one-hit KO, and now Incineroar and Rillaboom are all that Lorsy has to make something happen, and Alex Arendt is so close to his first regional championship.
We have seen Incineroar and Rillaboom accomplish some incredible things throughout the video game championships, but this is very much an uphill battle for Lorsy. Does have the opportunity to go for a fake out here and buy himself one more turn, but what do you do with that turn? Do you try and land a high horsepower into that Ursaluna? It looks like it could be a KO from this range if you don't get intimidated. Do you try and land an attack against the Rillaboom, hoping it remains a Rillaboom? I feel like what you just said about Alex, constantly switching the Rillaboom and the Incineroar back and back and back. This is when you want your own Incineroar on the field. You want the Intimidate, and you just want that partner side by side ready to help you be champion.
There's absolutely nothing preventing Alex from switching in the Incineroar here, locking in those Intimidate debuffs onto both the Incineroar and Rillaboom for Lorsy, and protecting that Ursaluna. And there's still a fourth unrevealed Pokemon in the back. There is a Protect coming out from Ursaluna, no switches, so the Incineroar will not be coming in. Instead, just a high horsepower. Alex has decided that he wants to get as much damage as possible, protect the Incineroar or the final Pokemon in the back. Instead, we'll take some damage from that high horsepower and a knockoff that is not insignificant damage. Lorsy at least getting the call right and the targeting correct, but still missing out on any way to deal significant damage to that Ursaluna or prevent the Intimidates from cycling once again.
They could still cycle this turn, though, and I do think the fact that the Ursaluna opted for Protect there and the Rillaboom went for the high horsepower, to me implies that that last Pokemon probably feels okay with the matchup against the Rillaboom, probably wants that Incineroar gone before it makes an appearance. And if we go by past trends, maybe it's that Golden Go making an appearance once again, and there it is.
That's Golden Go switching in instead of the Ursaluna. High horsepower connects onto Incineroar, doesn't deal a lot of damage, and will activate the Citrus Berry, which will negate the damage that was just dealt to it. There have not been any Intimidates cycled in. The high horsepower connects onto Rillaboom for small damage. It's this knockoff, though, connecting onto Golden Go. Not quite enough. Just barely misses the KO and knocks off the Life Orb from Golden Go. So significant damage removal there from the Life Orb because there has not been an opportunity to get any nasty plots off. That was just pure damage. And Alex has so many tools to close this one out, but just hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, you have to wonder why. At the end of the day, the Intimidate into these two Pokemon, you need that.
It looks like he is trying to stall out some of this grassy terrain to prevent things like this Grassy Glide from being able to pick up additional damage, as well as the additional damage onto the Ursaluna, perhaps. But really just focusing down on this Incineroar, which is shrugging off all this damage.
It is, and not only that, I think going to lose the Rillaboom this upcoming turn if he doesn't switch it out. You know, I think something interesting here is that a lot of times when players are down to their final two Pokemon, they do immediately switch in that Intimidate Pokemon because you do want those attack drops. And yeah, I'm really curious why he hasn't revealed it yet. It would be a very good Pokemon to have in your end game for sure, but
no Life Orb, no boost. That Make It Rain does not deal a high damage here.
It doesn't. Another high horsepower, though, will follow it up.
Not
and
enough.
Incineroar is able to hang on still.
How many has that been? 4 high horsepowers into that Incineroar, and it still survives. Woodhammer picks up the KO onto the Golden Go. Now Incineroar has an opportunity to fight back against the Rillaboom. Another knockoff, just enough damage to knock that Pokemon out. And now, finally, Incineroar comes in with Fake Out pressure, with the Intimidate, and alongside the Ursaluna.
this could be the board state that Alex was hoping for, in the sense that you have the fake out to stop the Rillaboom, you have the Ursaluna with Blood Moon available to it, you can very easily target it down with this 2-hit, and then the Incineroar with 13 health left.
This is full health Incineroar.
This is full health Incineroar. It is ready to go, and I think it's been waiting for its opportunity to take the field.
Yeah, there's the fake out connecting onto Rillaboom, so no high horsepowers coming out. Earth power from Ursaluna locks up Incineroar, and yeah, that full health Incineroar is happy to take a Flare Blitz for this into this Rillaboom and lock up a regional championship here.
Playing a little bit of a tag team game there, just letting the teammates, you know, hey, you can handle this for a bit longer. I'll wait a couple of turns, but again, shows the confidence in the team. And I think that waiting to rely on Blood Moon and waiting until you know you are going to land those KOs is so critical. Now, Rillaboom does have a speed advantage here, and it does know high horsepower, but you've been intimidated. It can have a miss. It's going to be a very uphill battle, and with that forfeit, Alex Arand is our new Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Yeah, incredibly well played there from Alex. Identified the Incineroar win condition, still had it, kept it fully healthy throughout that entire match, and now the regional champion in Milwaukee. For the first time, Alex Arand gets to hear that he is a regional champion.
And he played that game so well. Did slow the pace down a bit in that end game, but I think just showing how safe and comfortable he was at the end of the day. And if you look back at his matches throughout the day, we saw that time and time again. He was able to keep his cool. He was able to find those opportunities and just know when to push and when to protect.
Absolutely. He pushed and pushed until Lorsy just couldn't take it anymore and was knocked out of the tournament with a finals appearance. But an incredible run for Lorsy, but an even more incredible finish for Alex. Look at these matches. All of them were so incredibly close. Game 1 literally came down to a single hit point at the end there. And if one of those roles had gone just a little bit different, we may be crowning Lorsy champion today. But instead, Alex is the player who managed to seize control of the moment, who seized the momentum, and has now seized the crown here in Milwaukee.
It's also really fascinating to me that he just ran the team that won the Frankfurt Regional Championships. People had, what, 3-4 weeks to adjust to it, and yet here it is winning yet another title. We saw these 6 Pokemon at the top of the usage charts today, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them at the top of the usage charts at the next event, because they seem to be the ones to beat. They have their targets on their backs, and even if you run them with a little bit of your own flair like Lorsy did, that doesn't seem to be enough.
Well, I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen this happen. It was only last season, or was it, last season that we saw Simone Sanvito and Chuppa Cross running the same team win back-to-back regionals. And now it's not quite back-to-back because Chuppa himself interrupted the clean sweep, but it has been one of those teams that has emerged dominant here in a late-stage meta, and that is something that I think is really exciting and really interesting to see. I love seeing how some of these teams that become the most dominant teams in the meta, how they evolve and how they actually came to be.
I can't wait to see where it evolves from here, too. I know a lot of times when we have one of these really centralizing teams, a lot of people will latch onto it, but then also you have everybody trying to beat it. You know, we saw the Hisuian Zoroark try to beat it, and that seemed like a really cool tech, has a lot of options into it. Not quite enough. You see Pokemon like the Mousehold and the Annihilate. Yeah, they can do great damage into it, but still not enough. And maybe even Hard Trick Room did make top 8. Not enough to take it down. Alex Arand just getting that top spot here. But congratulations to all of our top 8 finalists. I mean, we saw so many incredible Pokemon battles this weekend. I am just so incredibly happy that we got to see the games we did. Every single set in this top 8 was so close. We got to feature all of them, which was incredible. Top 4, incredible. What a great weekend.
Absolutely, incredible Pokemon. If you missed any one of these matches, you have to make sure that you check out the VODs because we saw some incredible Pokemon being played across the board here. Congratulations to our champion, Alex Arand, who is now, for the first time, busted that top 4 curse and is now the champion. Of course, look at these 6 Pokemon. You're going to see a lot more of them. But, you know, after Simone and Chuppa won their back-to-back regionals, that team did not win again. And so there is plenty of opportunity. You know, I think a lot of players were trying things out here in Milwaukee to try and beat this core. Like you've mentioned, wasn't enough. But I don't expect to see any less innovation as players continue to try to find new ways to beat this 6.
And let's be real for a second. You know, regional champion, pretty cool title.
Pretty cool.
International champion, really
cool.
And at the end of the day, as much as this team has a target on it now, you know that the people who are planning to attend the Latin American International Championships are definitely planning on how to take this team down. So if you don't see it broken at the next couple of regional championships, just wait a moment, because I'm pretty sure that people will be keeping a lot of the really cool techs, you know, close to home.
Absolutely, and it wasn't just the Milwaukee Regional Championships that happened this weekend. We also have our regional champion down in Brazil, Renzo Navarro, the Belo Horizonte Regional Champion. His 4th regional win, now officially the player with the most regional titles in Latin American rating zone.
And I want to give a shout out to Sierra, because she actually was able to do a little bit of an interview with him, and he was able to tell us about this win. It was a very tough run. I believe every year gets tougher. I have been waiting for another win for some time, since my last regional win was in 2019. I've gotten many top cuts, top 8s, top 4s, but finally the win arrived. The matchup was tricky, and my opponent played very well. Terra Ice Ninetales and Ursaluna's bulk were key. Proud of the Latin American level and the community growth.
All right, well, let's take a look at these teams as well, because Renzo did win with 5 of the 6 Pokemon that we saw, but bringing in the Volcarona instead of the Golden Go. Maybe worried that people were over-indexing on Golden Go counters, instead bringing the Volcarona. But of course, Victor Vieira with very much a rogue team that managed to make it all the way into the finals up against Renzo.
I gotta say, having the Rotom Wash and the Flamigo on the team is really interesting, and I really hope we get to see more of that team in particular, because I do think there's a little bit more innovation that can happen with these Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Golden Go, Incineroar teams that we saw make a bit of an appearance last time Regulation H came around.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see Rotom Wash there. That is a throwback Pokemon, one of my favorites. But if we're going to see more of any of these Pokemon, we're going to see it at our next broadcasted regional championship in Lille. That is coming up very soon, October 25th to 26th. It will be right here on wherever you are watching this, so make sure that you're clicking follow so that you are there to see how this meta develops. Will this 6 remain dominant? Will it become like chalk way back when? Or will it fall off? And then, of course, we will have the Las Vegas Regional Championships in North America as the next opportunity for North America to make something happen.
There's a lot of Pokemon action, and there's a lot of opportunities for this Regulation H metagame to develop between now and then. And of course, you also have your local scene to look forward to as well. So make sure to check that out if you haven't already. I, for one, cannot wait to watch the Lille Championships in a couple of weekends. I really want to see what happens, especially knowing that this team was, you know, it took the crown first in the EU. It really feels like they have the best opportunity to show us how to deal with it.
Oh, well, we will be watching, and we will try to take what we can learn for the next North American Regional Championships in Las Vegas. I know that this is a regional a lot of players are really excited for, and it will be your last opportunity to play this meta before the Latin American International Championships shortly thereafter. So if you're prepping for the Latin American International Championships, there's your last best opportunity to get significant practice against the best players in the North American rating zone.
That's going to be such a crazy regional championship to attend as well, because it's so central in the United States. There's so many different ways to get there, and I do think that when we have those regionals that do have that level of accessibility, you see people come from all over.
Absolutely.
You maybe even see people come internationally. You can go to Las Vegas, then you can head down to Brazil. If you're coming from, let's say, Australia, you probably want to make that flight earlier rather than later. So I really hope we get to see a ton of unique teams and also people from all over come compete there. That would be so exciting.
Absolutely. Make a whole trip of it, hit the Las Vegas Regional Championships and then the Latin American International Championships. I would love to see that. But we did just crown our Masters Divisional Regional Champion, but that is not the only division that we crowned champions in this weekend. We also crowned champions in the Juniors and Seniors division. And Sierra's got more information on that for all y'all.
The competition here in the Masters Division at Milwaukee has been top tier, but it's not the only competition happening out in the floor. The junior finals is just about to begin between Charlie Budensick and Cameron Connor. Two very high octane teams, a Talonflame apiece, Sneasler, and of course, it's going to be Cameron with the Golden Go. Going into it, I mean, Charlie is your reigning Pittsburgh champion and looking to get the back-to-back regional titles. On the opposing end, it is Cameron that made a fantastic run, falling a little bit short of that top 4 and hoping to get one step further, as he already has, to get a regional title. Both of these trainers said they feel really ready to get into the match, and I cannot wait to see who is going to come out on top. I am here with Charlie Budensick, our regional champion in the juniors division. First off, congratulations. How are you feeling? Back-to-back regional champ as well.
I'm feeling good. It was a really hard match because Cameron's a very tough opponent, so I'm just really happy that I won.
Talk to me a little bit about the match and how that went down.
With the game 1, I was debating what to do turn 1 because I knew if I got it right, I pretty much had the match in the bag. And if I got it wrong, I would probably lose. So, I mean, I got it wrong. But then game 2, I made good plays all the turns and I came back. And then game 3, I made a hard read and won the game.
Nice. I love to hear that. And talk to me a little bit about the team that you brought to the event, because I'm a big fan of the Talonflame.
I was using a team that it had the same Electabuzz, Ursaluna, and DD Sneasler, but with Dondozo Tatsugiri. But I realized that Dondozo doesn't really help me that much, and so I wanted Dondozo answer, so I added Talonflame and Dragonite. And so the team is very good. It has a lot of offense and a lot of support mons.
I mean, obviously a great change heading into this. Now you're double back-to-back regional champion. How many more events are you going to this season? How many are you going to win?
I'm going to, I think, every North American regional, and hopefully I'm going to win all of them.
I love to hear that. Charlie, last but not least, anyone you want to thank, any shout outs?
Yeah. I want to shout out my family, the guys in Arizona, my friend Joaquin, and my coach Justin.
A great shout out, Charlie. Congratulations on your run. It's great to hear about the match and everything. And best of luck for the rest of the season. As for us, that's one regional champion crown. Time to go back to the competition and see who else will get that title. We are in the business of crowning champions here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We have the seniors finals happening right now behind me between Declan Solecki and Isa Ishak. Both trainers have yet to claim a regional championship title, so this is certainly going to be an exciting match ahead. Both feel very confident going into the matchup, having practiced to talk through it with friends. For Declan, this is the first time within the finals. So really excited to see if the first finals is going to be crowned with a title. Also before the match, saying go Mousehold, so cannot wait to see how that turns out. On the opposing end, Isa has found themselves in the finals 4 times, looking to now break the streak and get the first place medal for themselves. Who's going to come out on top? I can't wait to find out. Another champion crowned here in Milwaukee. I am here with our seniors division champion, Isa Ishak. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
It feels amazing. I've gone finals like 3 times, and I've just always lost. So it feels great to finally get the win.
With that extra, did you feel the extra pressure and nerves with that, or how do you feel going into the matchup?
Since I've been in finals so many times, I felt calm because that's how I knew I would try to win.
And now going into it, talk to me about that finals. How'd it go?
I think Kingambit is a really good Pokemon. My opponent couldn't handle the pressure of my Sneasler and coaching onto my Kingambit. And then most of them just got one shot or O-code.
I mean, Kingambit definitely a strong Pokemon and to put that much pressure. Now I want to know about the rest of the season for you. Are you going to more events? Going to try and get another regional championship?
Hopefully. I have a really bad finals record, even if I won this one, but I really like competing, so hopefully I will get to go to more events.
Now that the streak, it's a winning streak now, right? So be good. Last but not least, of course, opportunity to thank anyone along the way that's helped you out.
I want to say I have a lot of shout outs too, especially my friends Connor, Charlie, and Kevin, and my finals opponent actually Declan, Collier, Rashab, and Sam for supporting me throughout this weekend, and Liam too.
Congratulations once again. Best of luck moving on forward to get a second regional title. As for us, still one more regional champion to crown on the day, coming up soon.
So much to celebrate here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, and that includes our finalists. What an incredible finals. And please welcome to the stage our finalist, Joshua Lorsy. Lorsy, it was a fantastic run. A lot of people I know helped you along the way. A final opportunity to thank them.
Thank you to all my friends that helped me with giving me the team. You know who you are. I'm just thankful for everybody that was a part of the journey. I don't want to give out names. There's a lot of people that I'm very just thankful for, but I just want to say this is not the last of me. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it out with gold, but I'll be back, and hopefully it's with gold. So.
Lorsy, congratulations, and thank you for your performance. What an incredible run. Thank you. And now, everyone, for your Milwaukee Regional Champion, please welcome to the stage, it's Alex Aaron. Alex, you have made so many great runs at these regional events, and it's always been the top four. That has been the ceiling. You broke through it, you made it to the finals, and you take home the gold. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Thankfully, broke the curse. No more Collinsville top fours or any other regionals. Last time I cut was Salt Lake, and I missed Worlds last year. I've been doing pretty well in the GCs, so I'm pretty grateful that I was finally able to just break through that barrier, and now I'm here. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I just wanted to talk about that match in that finals, because that was an incredible 3-game series, right? And I want to talk about that third match, because that was one where you got momentum early on, but it started to look a little scary. Like, were you just making sure you can get in the position to close out the match? Or talk to me through that.
I think game 1 was fine. I just was really scared of the Sneasler, but by knocking out my Mon and letting me like get effectively two Intimidates on the field, it was pretty good. But game 2, I was just too scared of losing Goldingo, and Lorsy accurately punished that. Great play from him. But yeah, the game 3, he overextended, as I was doing at times, and whiffed Shadow Ball into my Ursaluna. So at that point, my goal was just to basically, I knew like, okay, if I have instant Ursaluna on the field, I'm basically guaranteed to win, because I know my Ursaluna is faster than Incineroar, and I just go fake out, and then the game's over. So that's why I randomly swapped in Goldingo, because I just didn't want to risk like a critical hit or him like making a read or anything like that.
It makes a lot of sense, and you played so well that gold medal is definitely deserving. And I know last year, the World Championships, that was a tough one to miss out on. You have now secured that direct invitation to the World Championships. How does that feel?
Pretty good. San Francisco is the better city anyways, so I'm pretty happy I qualified for this one.
Hey, you're qualifying. You're in peak form. That was an incredible finals. Last but not least, before you go celebrate with your friends, and you want to shout any final words to those watching?
Thanks to my friends and family who I know are watching right now, that are currently driving to visit my sister in college. Thanks to everyone who helped me prep, Keanu, Lou, Nick. Shoutouts to Tabu and Lele for making the best team in the format. And Encore will always be better than Disable.
You got a medal. Like, they can't disagree with you now. Alex, congratulations once again. It has been awesome to watch you play throughout the weekend. It has been just an incredible weekend in general here in Milwaukee, and unfortunately a competition that has to come to a close. Thank you all so much who have tuned in, the trainers who battled so fiercely out in the field, and everyone to be a part of this competition. Of course, this was only the second regional here in North America on the road to Worlds. Make sure to be following the channels and Pokemon.com/broadcast to make sure you're tuned into all of the action. And of course, a regional coming up real soon in Lille, so make sure you're tuned into that to see who else is going to become a regional champion. But that is it for us here in Milwaukee. Take care, trainers. We'll see you again real soon.